Sirius Black Alia Potter. Who could possibly explain how I awoke to find myself transported into the world of Harry Potter? As a devoted fan, I am utterly elated. Yet, why must it be during the era of my relatives entangled with Harry's godfather? He is undeniably handsome, and I must seize the opportunity. Chapter 1. Crossing into the relatives' era. Darkness. Warmth. Confinement. The consciousness of a girl surfaced from chaos, as if someone had abruptly activated a switch within her mind. Instinctively, she attempted to stretch her limbs, only to discover that her space for movement was pitifully restricted, her knees pressed against her chest, her back against a soft, elastic barrier, with every minuscule motion sending ripples through the surrounding fluid. What is this wretched place? She wished to articulate, yet only a series of soundless bubbles escaped her lips. Panic surged like a tidal wave. She could not vocalize her distress, and more terrifyingly, her right side collided with another corporeal entity. There was no mistaking it. It was the hand of another human. Startled, the girl recoiled, only to bump against something in the cramped space. The indistinct form beside her stirred, and a tiny foot made contact with her face. "Hey!" She indignantly wished to protest, but could only flail her diminutive arms. In her struggle, she inadvertently touched the roommate's face, a wrinkled, tightly shut visage reminiscent of a fetus. "Oh my, can someone explain what is happening?" The girl screamed internally, her chaotic memories gradually crystallizing. She recalled being an ordinary girl from the 21st century, having fallen asleep after an all-nighter revisiting the Deathly Hallows. And now, she found herself within a pregnant woman's womb, and one of the twins at that. Muffled voices from the outside world reached her ears. Euphemia, push harder. The first child is about to arrive. Euphemia? Potter? Her mind raced. She had indeed crossed over, and the little rascal kicking her was most likely to become the future James Potter. A powerful contraction surged through her, propelling both fetuses toward the gradually brightening exit. Instinctively, the girl swam forward with all her might, determined to emerge first. She would not settle for being the younger sibling. Having been the youngest for 20 years in the 21st century, this time, she was resolute in becoming the elder sister. Just as she was nearing the exit, a powerful kick landed squarely on her abdomen, sending her tumbling back, while that little scamp adeptly slid toward the opening. "No! That cunning!" the girl fumed, releasing a stream of bubbles in the amniotic fluid. She had been outmaneuvered by a fetus. Another wave of intense pain struck her, and she felt herself mercilessly propelled toward the bright exit. This time, no one could impede her progress. Blinding light. Chilly air. Being held aloft and spanked. Wow! The wail that escaped her was a blend of rage and indignation. "It's a girl," the doctor announced, his voice trembling with excitement. "Twins, one boy and one girl. Merlin bless, both are exceedingly healthy." She was swiftly cleaned and swathed in a soft swaddling blanket. As her vision finally sharpened, the girl beheld the couple before her. Fleamont with his tousled hair, tears glimmering behind his glasses. Red-haired Euphemia, though pale, radiated a blissful smile. "Red-haired, just as beautiful as you," Fleamont murmured, cautiously brushing his fingers against the girl's cheek. "We shall name the boy James, after my father," Fleamont said, turning his gaze to the other cradle. As for the girl, Euphemia pondered for a moment, her eyes lingering on her daughter's face. "How about Alia? Alia Potter." I came across this name in an ancient magical tome. It means, bringer of light. Alia rolled her eyes internally. Well, at least the name sounds pleasant. She turned to glare at the nearby cradle. The little rascal was blowing bubbles in her direction, tiny fists waving in the air as if celebrating his victory. "Oh, you despicable little creature." She ground her teeth, yet only managed to emit the coos of an infant. This little scamp was undoubtedly aware. She swore she caught a glimmer of smugness on his face. Fleamont chuckled. "Look, she's already arguing with her brother. These two will surely turn the house upside down in the future." Euphemia gently caressed the cheeks of both children. "James seems rather pleased indeed." That little rascal wore a questionable grin. Alia attempted to wiggle her fingers. A warm current surged within her. Unlike any sensation from her previous life, this was magic. The magical lamp suspended from the ceiling suddenly shook violently, emitting a clicking sound. "Oh!" Euphemia gasped, nearly sitting up in bed. "Darling, did you see that?" Fleamont adjusted his glasses, his eyes widening behind the lenses, to affect magical objects at such a young age. "This child possesses extraordinary talent." He lowered his voice. "We must exercise caution. The situation outside is quite unstable, and such news is best kept under wraps." Alia quickly reined in her magical energy. She did not wish to draw attention, yet her heart raced with exhilaration. She truly possessed magical abilities, and it appeared she was more formidable than the average wizarding infant. Outside, a sinister green light sliced through the night sky, casting an ominous shadow upon the curtains. Alia's body stiffened. This was unmistakably the light of the killing curse. Had the war already begun? James suddenly erupted into a loud wail, shattering the tense atmosphere of the room. Fleamont skillfully cradled him, rocking gently. "All right, little one, fret not, your father is here." There was a tension in his voice that Alya had not previously noticed. No one can harm the children of the Potter family. Alya watched this scene unfold, her heart a swirl of emotions. She knew that soon, the shadow of Voldemort would loom over the entire magical realm. But for now they were simply the joyous Potter family. A typical wizarding household welcoming a new life. As the nurse placed the two children side by side, James's tiny hand unexpectedly grasped Alya's finger. Surprisingly, Alya did not pull away. The sensation was warm and real, imbued with the unique softness of a newborn. Perhaps having an elder brother wouldn't be so bad. Even if he was a little rascal who plotted from the womb. Moonlight streamed through the window, bathing the two infants in its glow. Whether by coincidence or magic, they both yawned in unison, their tiny chests rising and falling in synchrony as they drifted into slumber and her dreams. Alya beheld a hefty tome of magic floating before her, its cover emblazoned with the shimmering Potter family crest. Chapter 2. The Calamity of the Potter Household. The morning sunlight streamed through the color-changing magical windows, casting a soft golden hue upon the oak dining table of the Potter residence. Elia perched on her specially crafted high chair, her little feet dangling in midair, grasping a silver spoon as she intently focused on the bowl of oatmeal before her. "Honey, come here," she murmured, subtly beckoning with her fingers hidden beneath the table. The crystal jar of honey trembled but remained still. Elia wrinkled her nose, her silent charm proving yet again to be less than effective. Just as she prepared to attempt another incantation, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from the staircase. "I am Sir James the Dragon Knight. Evil oatmeal, prepare to face justice." James burst into the dining room like a whirlwind, his bare feet landing directly on the table, brandishing a fork as a sword in his left hand while clutching a slice of bread slathered with strawberry jam as a shield in his right. His unruly black hair stood on end as if struck by lightning, and the buttons of his pajamas were misaligned, exposing one shoulder. "James Potter." Euphemia glided in from the kitchen, her wand flicking as a stack of plates arranged themselves on the table. "Get down from the table this instant." "But mother, a dragon knight must hold the high ground," James protested, stepping into his father Fleamont's coffee cup. The dark liquid splattered across Euphemia's face. The entire dining room fell silent. Even the portraits on the walls seemed to hold their breath. Elia quietly inched the honey jar closer to herself, ready to witness the unfolding drama. With a gentle flick of her wand, Euphemia instantly removed the coffee stain from her face. Yet her expression remained as though she had just been robbed by a band of mischievous nifflers. "James Potter." Her voice escalated an octave. James grinned, revealing a gap where a tooth had been lost after a fall while attempting to slide down the banister on the family cat last month. "Can I fly around the dining room on my broom?" "Just once." Elia rolled her eyes, pouring a splash of milk into her oatmeal. "Flying will only result in another patient at St. Mungo's, and I've had enough of accompanying you there every week. You're just jealous of my bravery." James leaped off the table, only to trip on the hem of his pajamas and land face first on the carpet. He immediately sprang up as if nothing had happened, as if the tumble had been a planned stunt. "Bravery?" Elia scoffed, counting off on her fingers. "Last week, you borrowed Dad's wand to give yourself bat wings, and ended up blowing the crystal chandelier in the living room to smithereens. That was an accident." James stuffed a piece of bacon into his mouth. "The day before, you poured pepper into Bubbles' milk, causing that poor house elf to sneeze and overturn the entire breakfast table. That was a scientific experiment. I was studying the power of house elf sneezes. Yesterday, you turned yourself into a canary and got stuck in the birdcage, and it was Dad's lubrication charm that rescued you." James tilted his head, pondering. "That was art. I was performing the trapped canary." Euphemia took a deep breath, as if reciting an ancient incantation to refrain from using petrification spells on her children. Fleamont, meanwhile, was struggling to suppress his laughter, clearly finding his son's adventurous spirit utterly delightful. "Children," Euphemia endeavored to maintain her composure, "we are visiting Uncle Pruitt today, and you both must." "The Pruitts!" Elia and James exclaimed in unison, their voices perfectly synchronized. James' eyes sparkled like a niffler's at the sight of a galleon. "Are Gideon and Fabian coming? I still haven't mastered the spell they taught me to turn snuff boxes into spiders." Elia clapped her hands in excitement. The Pruitt brothers were renowned pranksters in the wizarding world, and every visit promised new surprises. Euphemia rubbed her temples. "So you both must behave like normal children?" Elia dryly replied. "Mother, you are asking James to go against his very nature." "Hey," James protested while attempting to toss a fried egg into the air with his fork, only to have the yolk splatter onto the ceiling. "I mean," Elia continued, observing her father magically cleaning the ceiling. "Last time you told him to sit nicely, he ended up sticking himself to the ceiling and tried to attack a passing owl postman with pudding." Fleamont could no longer contain his laughter. "Merlin, I adore these two little rascals. He reached out to tousle their hair, further disheveling James' wild mane while Elia recoiled in disdain. Euphemia sighed. I only hope Mrs. Pruitt doesn't complain again about our children being too lively. James tilted his head in confusion. What does too lively mean? It's what boring adults call super fun. Elia responded earnestly, while secretly using her spoon to command honey to flow into her bowl. This time she succeeded, a triumphant smile curling her lips. Then I don't need to, James declared, leaping off his chair and grabbing 3 slices of bread to stuff into his mouth, mumbling, I'm off to practice flying on my broom. Gotta prepare for my future as a Quidditch star. No broom flying. Euphemia and Elia shouted in unison. Even Fleamont furrowing his brow. But James had already dashed out of the dining room like a gust of wind. 3 seconds later, bang. Followed by the sound of shattering porcelain. Euphemia closed her eyes, as if praying to Merlin for patience. Elia sighed, finishing the last bite of her oatmeal before jumping off her chair. I'll go stop him. Otherwise, by the time we reach the Pruitts, he might demolish our house. She sprinted through the hallway adorned with talking portraits, hearing Bubbles scream behind her, Young master. That's not a toy. That's an antique vase left by the old master. Elia turned a corner to find James riding a toy broom. Why on earth would the Potter household have a toy broom? Hurtling towards the stairs at an alarming speed. The hem of his pajamas billowed behind him like a cape. James. Stop. Elia shouted, but it was too late. No way. I'm the future Quidditch World Cup champion. James bellowed before crashing into the suit of armor beside the staircase. The armor clattered apart, with James' head stuck in the helmet, his legs flailing in the air. The toy broom lay pitifully broken on the ground. Elia approached, crouching down to calmly inquire, Are you a Quidditch star now? Or a medieval knight? A muffled voice emerged from the helmet, Help me out. Say please. Please. Elia grasped the sides of the helmet, and pulled with all her might. Thuh. James landed on the ground with a thump. His hair even more tousled than usual. Elia had no idea it could get worse, but his face was still adorned with a radiant smile. As if the calamity had merely been an exhilarating game. That was thrilling. Let us do it again. Elia stared at him for 3 seconds before decisively stating, James Potter. You are a complete disaster. But I'm your disaster. James grinned, bouncing up and dashing off to another adventure, leaving a trail of shattered armor and a broken broom behind him. Elia shook her head, about to turn back to the dining room when she overheard her parents conversing in hushed tones around the corner. Fleamont. Abraxas Malfoy has proposed to the Ministry a registry for Muggle-born wizards. Euphemia's voice brimmed with concern. Do not worry, Mia. Her father's tone was unusually grave. Dumbledore will not allow such a thing to occur. Now let us enjoy our time with the children. Elia stood motionless, suddenly enveloped by a chill. She was acutely aware that Voldemort's power was surreptitiously burgeoning, and the Potter family was poised to confront grave peril. Yet at that moment, she heard her brother James call from upstairs, Elia, come quick. I've discovered the hidden fizzing whizbees. A sigh escaped her lips, but a smile involuntarily crept onto her face. Well, at least life would never be mundane, especially with a brother like James around. She sprinted up the stairs, determined to avert the impending calamity. Chapter 3. The catastrophic soiree at the Pruitt Manor. As the Potter family's carriage came to a halt on the cobblestone driveway of Pruitt Manor, Elia heard a rustling sound nearby. Just as she reached to steady her wide-brimmed hat adorned with bluebells, a whoosh echoed as James bolted away like a launched rocket. Gideon! Fabian! He shrieked, his voice piercing the tranquil morning at the manor. Elia watched in disbelief as her brother hurtled toward the fountain like a human cannonball. There. The Pruitt twins were engaged in their signature antics, with tall Gideon swinging Fabian upside down like a makeshift swing, their fiery red hair blazing like twin flames in the sunlight. James. Wait. Elia's warning lodged in her throat as she witnessed the trio tumble into the fountain like a cascade of dominoes. A geyser of water erupted 3 feet high, refracting the sunlight into a dazzling spectrum. The splash seemed to possess a mind of its own, curving gracefully through the air to land squarely atop Molly Pruitt, who had just emerged from the kitchen balancing a fruitcake. Cream dribbled down her thick red hair, while strawberry slices comically clung to her eyebrows, resembling some peculiar hair accessory. Elia gasped, clearly witnessing the veins on Molly's forehead pulsating as if she had swallowed 10 exploding candies. This future Mrs. Weasley was merely a tempestuous girl at present, yet she exuded an astonishing aura of intimidation. Splash. Fabian emerged from the fountain, his head adorned with waterweeds, brandishing a bubbling green glass vial. Just in time. Try our newly concocted hair-growing sunflower juice. James's eyes sparkled with the glint of a seeker spotting the golden snitch, seizing the vial like it was a coveted prize. He poured its contents over his head without a second thought. Wait. You haven't inquired about the side effects. Elia stomped her feet in desperation. Alas. It was too late. James's thick black hair began to sprout at a visible rate, blooming tiny sunflowers at the tips. Euphemia's wand barely flickered with light before Fleamont chuckled. Darling, this is a cherished childhood experience. Recall the mischief we indulged in during our Hogwarts days. But father. Elia pointed at the second-floor window, her voice rising in alarm. James's hair was nearing the window pane. Indeed, the sunflower blooms on his head swatted at Mrs. Pruitt's freshly trimmed tangle of poisonous tentacle roses. The thorny vines seemed to come alive, wrapping around Mrs. Pruitt's newly ironed linen tablecloth like serpents. The ever-graceful lady stared at the mess of water, cream, and wildly growing vines with a smile that was more rigid than ice. Euphemia, dear, you promised to keep an eye on the children. Restore order at once. Euphemia's incantation barely escaped her lips when Gideon burst forth from the shed, hoisting a contraption bristling with gears, its metallic parts clattering noisily. Look at this, he exclaimed, his voice drowning out the device's buzzing. Our improved flying wings. Far more exhilarating than a broomstick. Elia leaned in to scrutinize the perilous invention. Several wooden planks hinged together, adorned with at least 20 different gears, and 2 belts evidently meant to secure the user. The entire apparatus emitted an odd scent of tar. Is this truly safe? She inquired cautiously. Fabian thumped his chest in assurance. Absolutely safe. We only broke 2 legs during testing. Minor injuries healed in 10 minutes. James could hardly contain himself as he dove into the contraption. Gideon yanked a rope, and the mechanical wings erupted with a deafening roar, rattling the window panes. In the blink of an eye, James soared skyward like a launched rocket. Come down. Immediately. Euphemia's voice had risen an octave. Her wand aimed at the sky as she pondered which spell could safely retrieve her son without inciting further chaos. Seizing the opportunity, Fabian shoved a fire-breathing mint into James's mouth. The poor boy spun in midair, emitting tiny flames from his mouth, resembling a miniature dragon. Sunflower petals fluttered down like golden rain, showering the entire garden. All petrify. Euphemia could bear it no longer. As her wand swept through the air, Fleamont dashed forward, attempting to catch the plummeting James. In the ensuing chaos, the spell went awry, transforming the house elf Dobby, who was sneaking a slice of cake, into a statue. Clutching a piece of cream strawberry cake, his expression was frozen between terror and satisfaction. Oh Merlin! Mrs. Pruitt gasped, her wand already drawn. To make matters worse, the rebounding spell struck an old Comet 260 broomstick in the corner, which suddenly sprang to life, chasing Gideon in a comical waltz. The living room descended into pandemonium. Fleamont pursued the airborne James. Euphemia attempted to reverse the petrification. Molly struggled to subdue the rampaging broom. And Fabian seized the moment to transform the entire tea set into rubber ducks, which were now quacking and skating across the floor. Mrs. Pruitt collapsed onto the sofa, her gaze vacant as she muttered, "Is this a carnival of monsters?" Her fingers absently stroked her wand, contemplating whether to cast a collective petrifying spell on everyone. Seizing the moment, Elia slipped over to the dining table, stealthily stuffing a few pieces of chocolate cauldron cake into her pocket. She noticed a portrait on the wall. An elderly woman in an extravagant feathered hat observing the chaos with keen interest, occasionally erupting into giggles. As the sun dipped below the horizon, this farcical episode barely reached its conclusion. The Potter family's carriage lumbered away from Pruitt Manor, with Euphemia gripping James's ear tightly, her wand trembling from overuse. James's hair had resumed its normal length, yet a few sunflower petals stubbornly clung to the tips. From tomorrow onward, you're not going anywhere, she seethed, her voice hoarse from exhaustion. A month of grounding. No wand, no broom, no mother. Look. A flying hippo. Elia suddenly pointed out the window. Seizing the moment of distraction, she swiftly retrieved the luminous chocolate frog secretly given to her by Fabian, and thrust it into James's mouth before he could protest. The poor boy's face contorted in sweetness, resembling a wrinkled pug. Unable to contain herself, Elia burst into laughter at her brother's comical expression. Euphemia shook her head in exasperation, while Fleamont laughed heartily, ruffling the hair of both children. After all, this was the unique calamity that characterized the Potter family. Chaotic, boisterous, yet perpetually filled with laughter. As the carriage carried the family of 4 into the distance, the last sunflower on James's head swayed gently in the evening breeze, as if to punctuate the madness of the day. In the distance, behind the windows of Pruitt Manor, Gideon and Fabian waved a cheeky farewell, their faces adorned with the mischief of a successful prank. Elia knew that when they next met, these 2 rascals would undoubtedly bring forth new surprises. She was already looking forward to it. Chapter 4. The Pact of Dandelions and Raspberry Juice. During the days of James's confinement, Potter Manor was hauntingly quiet. Euphemia deliberately cast 3 locking charms on James's door and hung his toy broom on the living room ceiling as a trophy. Whenever guests visited, the broom would tremble pitifully, as though lamenting the tyranny of its young master. Meanwhile, Flement hid in the study, secretly developing photographs that chronicled the disastrous events at the Pruitt family party. The scent of the developing solution wafted through the crack of the door, accompanied by his sporadic laughter, reminiscent of a clanging bell, which became the sole source of noise in the house during these days. Elia had observed more than once as their house elf, Bubbles, stealthily entered the study with a calming potion in hand. On the 7th day of James's confinement, Elia could no longer endure the eerie silence that enveloped their home. She bounded to her mother, who was busy knitting a magical sweater, with the skeins of cashmere yarn rolling at her feet. "Mum, may I go to the Muggle Park? It's as quiet here as if we've been cast under a silencing charm." Euphemia's silver needle danced gracefully in the air, weaving a collar that changed colors. She raised an eyebrow at her daughter. "Are you going alone?" I'll be the bodyguard." Flement suddenly poked his head out from the study, his glasses glinting with excitement in the sunlight, the Muggle camera dangling from his neck. "Just the right time to try my new camera. They say it can capture moving pictures, especially clear ones." 5 minutes later, the father and daughter stood at the entrance. Elia adorned her hair with her favorite blue butterfly bow, her little backpack filled with a homemade sandwich, with 2 slices of bacon secretly tucked inside. "You must be back before sunset." Euphemia waved her wand to straighten Elia's crooked bow, discreetly slipping 3 nuts into her pocket, and absolutely no. Before she could finish, Elia had already tugged her father out the door, leaving a trail of joyous laughter echoing in the hallway. She failed to notice James pressed against the 2nd-floor window, his nose flattened against the glass like a beetle caught on flypaper. "This is unfair." James's wail reverberated through the window panes. "Why does she get to go to the Muggle Park?" Euphemia continued knitting her magical sweater, undeterred. "Simply because she didn't modify her broom into a fire-breathing dragon last week." Elia turned back to her brother on the 2nd floor, and made a face, tucking a rebellious strand of red hair behind her ear. In her pocket, aside from the nuts her mother had given her, she also concealed a treasure of 3 strawberry-flavored hard candies, liberated from the kitchen jar that morning, their wrappers shimmering like pearls in the sunlight. "Dad, can I ride the carousel at the Muggle Park?" Elia tugged at Flement's sleeve, her eyes sparkling like scattered stars. Flement adjusted his crooked round glasses. "Of course, dear. And their S also." His words suddenly caught in his throat. Following her father's terrified gaze, Elia saw James somehow break free from his confinement, riding a mop as he swooped down from the 2nd-floor window. "James Potter!" Euphemia's scream echoed from within the house. The mop traced a crooked path through the air before crashing into a rosebush. James emerged, petals adorning his hair, gripping tightly onto a chocolate frog card he had pilfered from Elia's bedside. "Take me with you." He blinked those same light brown eyes as Elia's, lashes adorned with rose petals. "I promise I won't cause trouble. This time really." Flement sighed, his wand slipping from his sleeve into his palm with a gentle flick. James was instantly lifted as if by an invisible hand, wobbling back to the 2nd-floor window, landing squarely in Euphemia's outstretched arms. Elia heard her brother's protests fade into the distance, his voice becoming a vague echo of traitor, followed by a resounding door slam. The May sun beat down on the swings at the Muggle Park, making the iron chains feel as hot as freshly forged handles. Elia placed her backpack on the swing seat, swinging her legs joyfully. In the distance, several Muggle children were building castles in the sandbox, their laughter ringing like silver bells. Flement was fiddling with his new camera on a bench, muttering in confusion from time to time. Elia knew that with her father's understanding of Muggle items, by the time he managed to take his first photograph, the sun would likely have already set. Suddenly, she heard a rustling in the grass to her right. Parting the dew-laden foxtail grass, she found a little red-haired girl with crooked braids, puffing her cheeks as she blew on a dandelion. The white fluff danced in the air, creating a miniature snowstorm in the sunlight. "Wow, it's like snow." Elia couldn't help but lean closer, her nose brushing against the delicate fluff. The girl looked up, her emerald green eyes instantly freezing Elia in place. "Lily Evans." The red-haired girl introduced herself joyfully, a bit of purple raspberry juice smeared at the corner of her mouth. "Your bow is crooked. I can tie an amazing princess bow." Elia's breath hitched. "Lily Evans, Harry Potter's mother." Her throat tightened suddenly, cold sweat beating on her palms. Since her arrival in this world, she had viewed it as a wondrous adventure, until this very moment when history stood vividly before her. Before Elia could react, Lily had nimbly scurried around to her back, delicate fingers weaving through Elia's red hair, infused with the scent of mint toothpaste and green apples. Elia stared at the peculiar brown spots on the girl's white dress, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over her. The hero, who had only existed in her memories through photographs and stories, was now awkwardly helping her braid her hair, occasionally muttering softly in frustration as she encountered knots. "This is raspberry juice." The little girl seemed to read Elia's thoughts, raising her purple-stained finger. "Penny says I'm a messy girl, but I think it's a badge of honor." She pointed towards a nearby thicket. "I just won a jam battle there against a particularly fierce bee. It tried to steal my sandwich." Elia forced herself to pull a smile. "I'm Elia Potter." She heard her voice tremble as she reached out to gently touch Lily's finger, wrapped in a band-aid. "Your hand. Want to see my secret base?" Lily leaped up, completely oblivious to Elia's unusual behavior. Her emerald green eyes sparkled, as if she had already decided that Elia was her new friend. The two girls immediately dashed towards the thicket, as if they had discovered treasure, stepping on the dandelions. Lily's base was a hollow at the base of an old oak tree, strewn with wrinkled comic papers and a rusty cookie tin filled with colorful glass marbles and pebbles. "This one is the most special." Lily carefully held out an amber glass marble. "It has a real four-leaf clover inside. My dad brought it back from Ireland." Elia took a deep breath, reaching into her pocket to retrieve a canute, gently flicking it. The coin transformed in midair into a shimmering copper butterfly, dancing around Lily's red hair. Lily gasped in astonishment, reaching out to grab it, but the butterfly deftly evaded her grasp, finally landing on her nose and dissolving into golden dust. "How is this?" "Magic," Elia hastily interrupted, recalling the international statute of wizarding secrecy and her father's serious warnings. "My dad is a magician in the circus. He taught me this little trick." Lily's eyes lit up. "That's amazing. When I grow up, I want to be an astronaut and find cheese on the moon." She suddenly lowered her voice. "Penny says it's impossible, but I know there are rabbits living on the moon, because I see them brewing potions every full moon." They rolled around in the grass, Lily teaching Elia how to weave rings from clovers, while Elia recounted James's embarrassing stories. "Your brother sounds like a lost boy from Peter Pan." Lily laughed, rolling on the grass, her braids adorned with dandelions. As Elia mysteriously produced a tin box, Lily gasped, for 3 strawberry candies sparkled under the sun like rubies. "These are the snacks I've saved over 3 days, Elia whispered, as if divulging a top-secret plan. "We can build a more formidable secret base, and only those who have shared snacks can join." Instantly, the 2 little girls transformed into industrious little sprites. Lily borrowed an old picnic blanket from home, while Elia sought branches to serve as supports. They used acorns as doorbells, tree bark as a notice board, and Lily even drew a crooked sign that read, "No entry. Especially for Penny," with stolen crayons. "We need a code," Lily declared seriously, her small face contorted in concentration, much like a spy. "Dandelions in bloom? Too simple." Lily shook her head, her braids scattering dandelion fluff all around. "We should say survivors of the jam war. That way, Penny will never guess." As the evening sun painted the clouds the color of orange soda, the call of Freeman echoed from the park entrance. Elia had 3 maple leaves dangling from her braid, and Lily had acquired a new scrape on her knee, yet neither wished to leave this newly constructed magical kingdom. "Tomorrow, I'll bring marbles," Lily exclaimed, lifting her grimy palm with a pinky raised. "We can play capture the castle. I have an incredible purple marble. I call it Violet Night." Elia solemnly hooked her pinky with Lily's, retrieving the last strawberry candy from the tin, and breaking it in half. The sweet aroma enveloped them, akin to a sacred vow. In that moment, she resolved that, regardless of what the future held, she would protect this bright smiling red-haired girl. On the way home, Elia's pocket was filled with a gift from Lily, a flattened dandelion, its stem carefully wrapped with a ribbon. She skipped along, joyfully stepping on shadows, suddenly realizing that this non-magical afternoon was even more splendid than James's wildest pranks. When Freeman inquired if she had enjoyed herself, Elia merely smiled mysteriously, her fingers unconsciously rubbing the half-melted candy in her pocket. At that moment, her mind was brimming with the surprise she would bring to Lily tomorrow. A jar of raspberry jam she had stealthily taken from the kitchen. Chapter 5. The Magical Gem and the Secret of the Tree Hollow. As the morning sun crept onto the windowsill, Elia sprang from her bed as if under the influence of a bouncing spell. Barefoot on the soft carpet, she rushed to the vanity, adjusting the blue headband in front of the mirror, until the bow proudly perked up on her braid like a robin eager to take flight. "It must be perfect today," she murmured to herself, tiptoeing to retrieve the tin box adorned with daisies from the top of the cupboard, where her mother's freshly baked oatmeal cookies lay inside. "Elia, your eggs are getting cold," Euphemia's voice called from the kitchen below, accompanied by the sizzling sound of the frying pan. "Coming." Elia shouted as she grabbed her backpack and dashed down the stairs, the wooden steps creaking joyfully beneath her feet, her heart fluttering like an excited little bird. Filled with thoughts of the new ideas she would share with Lily today. At the dining table, Euphemia watched as her daughter devoured the eggs, her fork poking at the plate with fervor, unable to suppress a chuckle. If you keep poking the eggs like that, breakfast will turn into magical soup. She slipped a piece of chocolate wrapped in foil into Elia's pocket, her fingertips lingering with the faint scent of potion. Don't just focus on playing. Remember to fill your tummy, Elia mumbled in response, crumbs tumbling from her lips. She recalled the stubborn raspberry stain on Lily's skirt from yesterday, glistening in the sunlight like a blooming flower. With a sudden spark of inspiration, she stealthily slipped into the kitchen while her mother turned away, stuffing a small jar of raspberry jam into the compartment of her backpack, the glass gleaming ruby red in the morning light. Dad, hurry up. Elia tugged at Freeman's sleeve, almost twisting his wizard robe out of shape. Freeman adjusted his crooked round glasses, the muggle camera hanging from his neck, making him look like a lost tourist. Don't rush, dear, he smiled, ruffling Elia's hair. The Muggle.part1 ran away as father and daughter stumbled into the park. In the distance, Lily was bounding towards them, waving her arms. She tightly clutched a tin lunchbox, its metal surface polished to a shine, jingling merrily as she moved. Look at my secret weapon, Lily exclaimed breathlessly, stopping in front of Elia, beads of sweat dotting her nose. With an air of mystery, she opened the tin box, her movements reminiscent of unveiling a rare treasure. At the moment the lid lifted, Elia gasped in astonishment. The bottom of the box was lined with soft velvet, cradling a dozen uniquely shaped marbles. Those wrapped in gold leaf shimmered under the sun, as if they had captured an entire sunset. Transparent marbles encased miniature dinosaur models, the Triceratops horns and the Tyrannosaurus Rex's sharp teeth vividly detailed. They're from the market my dad brought back. Lily's eyes sparkled brighter than the marbles themselves. Suddenly lowering her voice, she leaned closer to Elia's ear and whispered, I defeated the chubby kid from the next street with them yesterday. He lost terribly. Elia clapped her hands in excitement. Let us use these to build a golden castle. She pointed towards the sandpit, the cookie tin and jam jar in her backpack clinking in agreement. The two little girls immediately threw themselves into action, Lily using branches to pile sand into towering walls, while Elia knelt beside the moat, her skirt quickly soaking up dark water stains as she focused on creating crooked patterns with shells at the riverbed. They embedded the shiniest marbles atop the castle as jewels, using pine cones as sentinels, and slender branches around as magical barriers. Freeman, donning a sun hat, squatted a few steps away, his camera lens swaying with his movements, yet quietly using his wand to mend the crumbling towers. The sand aligned itself neatly under the influence of unseen magic, as if enchanted by a spell. Elia caught sight of this scene and winked at her father. Freeman raised a finger to his lips, gesturing for silence, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. When the castle was finally completed, Lily suddenly grabbed Elia's wrist. Follow me. I've discovered a new land. Her fingers were warm and sticky, covered in sand and sweat, yet they brought Elia an inexplicable sense of comfort. They traversed through dew-laden bushes, the crisp crunch of dry leaves beneath their feet. Before them stood an ancient oak tree that required 3 people to embrace it. Its enormous hollow resembling a mysterious mouth filled with pine cones, colorful feathers, and even a half-dried maple leaf bookmark. This is my second secret base, Lily proudly proclaimed, reaching into the tree hollow to pull out a tin box tied with twine, filled with pebbles of various shapes. These are my treasures. Each stone comes from a different place. She picked up a flat, bluish stone. I found this at the seaside, and pointed to another dark stone riddled with holes. This was found by my dad by the river. Elia excitedly spread out the picnic blanket, and they began their treasure hunt adventure. Using marbles as gems and pine cones as magical crystals, Lily draped herself in a makeshift cape fashioned from a shirt, wielding a stick as a sword to play the knight, while Elia tucked daisies behind her ear, dubbing herself the forest sorceress. In the name of moonlight and dew, I grant you the power to defeat the evil dragon. Elia dramatically waved a thin branch, nearly poking Lily's nose. Lily pretended to be struck by magic, swaying exaggeratedly before suddenly pointing at the sky. Look! The evil dragon is coming. A sparrow happened to fly over the treetops. As Lily valiantly repelled the imaginary dragon, Elia suddenly produced the jar of jam. Let us celebrate our victory with magical jam. The deep purple jam spread across the biscuit, as the two indulged in their homemade sandwiches like little hamsters, blissfully unaware of the jam smudged at the corners of their mouths. Inspired by a whimsical notion, Lily dipped her finger into the jam, and began painting on the tree bark, creating crooked little figures holding hands in a circle dance. This is you and me. She pointed to the 2 purple figures, forever best friends. As the sunset bathed the sky in a peachy hue, Lily solemnly pressed the shiniest gold-flecked marble into Elia's palm, declaring, "This is the magic gem of our friendship. It can grant all wishes." The marble shimmered with a warm glow in her grimy little hand. Elia, in turn, produced a slightly melted chocolate, its wrapper clinging to the sweet confection like a unique piece of art. "This is my mom's special lucky chocolate," she fibbed. "Whoever eats it will have a whole year of good fortune." Time sped by, with Elia's backpack stuffed with unfinished biscuits, feathers she had collected, and an entire afternoon filled with laughter and jam that was far more precious than the marble. During the long days of James's grounding, the adventures of Elia and Lily were like an everlasting, vibrant tapestry. Freeman always stood by, camera in hand, capturing the moments of the two little girls with grass-stained skirts, eyes sparkling with laughter, and the sweet secrets wrapped in icing hidden within tree hollows. When James was finally ungrounded, Elia's backpack brimmed with dried petals, oddly shaped marbles, and the invaluable happy memories created alongside Lily, more precious than any magic. On the way home, Elia fondled the gold-flecked marble in her pocket, suddenly pondering what new treasure she should bring to show Lily the next day. Perhaps it was time for Bubble to teach her how to make glowing jelly. Chapter 6. The Adventure of Puzzles and Heartbeats. Elia faced a significant dilemma. James's 10th birthday was approaching, and she had no idea what to gift him. This was no ordinary conundrum. You see, James had a remarkable talent for transforming ordinary gifts into disaster zones. Last year, she had gifted him a box of color-changing ink, which he used to dye the entire family's pajamas, resulting in Freeman's robe turning from deep purple to fluorescent pink during a meeting at the Ministry of Magic. The year before that, it was a book on simple prank spells, which caused the Potter family staircase to emit farting sounds for an entire week whenever someone stepped on it. This time, there could be no mishap. Elia lay on her bed, swinging her legs and nibbling on the end of her quill, knowing she needed to choose something he wouldn't use for mischief. She flipped open her notebook, already filled with crossed-out ideas. A new broomstick, he would surely smash more windows with it. An automatic writing quill, he would use it to write fake love letters. A book of biting monsters, Merlin forbid, absolutely not. With a sigh, Elia buried her face in her pillow. Just then, her door burst open, and James rushed in like a whirlwind, his hair messier than usual. "Elia, guess what I found?" he exclaimed, nearly stepping on her little legs as he jumped onto her bed. "Fabian said there's a new joke shop in Diagon Alley selling sneezing quills and tap-dancing teacups." Elia narrowed her eyes. "Did you peek at my shopping list?" "Absolutely not." James grinned, revealing a gap where his front tooth was missing, "but since you mentioned it." "Get out." Elia hurled a pillow at him. "You've ruined the birthday surprise." James nimbly dodged, snatching a candy from her desk. "Don't be so serious. After all, your gifts always turn out to be super fun." That was the crux of the issue, Elia thought. Every carefully chosen gift she picked was inevitably repurposed by James in ways she could never anticipate. The next morning at breakfast, Elia decided to change her strategy. "Dad," she said, feigning nonchalance as she spread jam on her toast. "If someone particularly enjoys pranks, but shouldn't he be allowed to use a gift to pull them? What should I give him?" Freeman lifted his gaze from the Daily Prophet, the lenses of his glasses reflecting a mischievous glint. "How about a book titled How to Be a Good Kid, Dad?" All right, Freeman laughed, setting down the newspaper. The headlines of Ministry of Magic news constantly shifting. Why not let the gift itself be an adventure? Like a treasure map? Elia's fork froze midair. A treasure map? That was actually a brilliant idea. She dashed back to her room, rummaging through parchment in her quill. If she presented James with a gift directly, he would undoubtedly use it for mischief, but if he had to find the gift himself, the process would be a game. And perhaps it would expend some of his excess energy. Dust danced in the candlelight of the attic as Elia crouched before an old trunk, covered in verdigris. The still wet ink on the parchment exuding a faint scent of dragon's blood ink. She bit the end of her quill, her gaze sweeping over the rusty cauldron in the corner, said to be the vessel in which her great-grandfather brewed fire whiskey in his youth. "The first clue is in the potion book, the second in the old oak tree." Her voice echoed clearly in the attic cluttered with old belongings. Suddenly, a rustling sound from behind startled her. Elia nearly jumped, gripping her wand, albeit a toy wand, tightly. A house elf named Bubble appeared from the shadows, clutching a stack of pristine bedsheets, its large ears still dusted with cobwebs. "Oh dear, did I frighten my little mistress?" The elf quickly set the sheets down, ears drooping. "Bubble just came to deliver clean sheets." "Bubble." Elia's eyes lit up instantly as she thrust the rolled parchment into the elf's hands. "Can you help me hide this in a place James will never find? It's the key clue for his birthday treasure hunt." Bubble's ears perked up joyfully. Bubble would be delighted. "I know just the spot. Under the third loose floorboard in the attic, their SA 17th century chocolate frog card. And in the mouth of the dripping beast in the garden. Before finishing its sentence, the little elf had vanished with a pop, leaving behind a faint hint of mint. On the morning of James's birthday, as the first rays of sunlight crept onto the windowsill, Elia was jolted awake by a strange shriek from downstairs. She hurried down in her slippers, only to find James hopping on one foot, waving a crumpled potion book, with notes spilling out and twirling down onto the carpet. "Elia Potter!" he exclaimed, brandishing a note in front of her. "Flying keys? Are you planning for me to catch the most irritable bird snake in all of England?" Elia stifled a laugh, brushing away a spider web from his shoulder. "Who told you to turn every birthday gift into a disaster zone? Good luck, treasure hunter," she drawled, watching James sprint toward the staircase like a hound unleashed from its chains. The next few hours saw the Potter estate thrown into complete disarray. As James dashed about like a sniffler under a tracking charm, while climbing the old oak tree, he accidentally poked a beehive, sending a swarm of buzzing bees chasing him across the yard. While rummaging through the attic, he knocked over an old cauldron, splattering leftover potion all over Freeman's favorite purple velvet armchair. He was like a walking bomb. Euphemia wielded her wand, attempting to tidy up the chaos while muttering under her breath, while Freeman followed his son, camera in hand, dodging flying broomsticks and eagerly clicking the shutter. This is far more exciting than the ministry celebrations. As the sun dipped low, casting the sky in shades of orange soda, James finally stood before the family graveyard, his clothes splattered with mud. Elia hid behind a tree, her heart pounding like a drum, as the serpent-like carvings on the oldest tombstone seemed to come alive before her eyes. As James reached out to touch the stone chest, the entire graveyard suddenly ignited with an ethereal blue flame, and vines erupted from the earth, ensnaring his ankles. Elia bit her lip nervously, yet she observed her brother not in a state of panic, but rather filled with exhilaration. James adeptly rolled away from the attacking vines, reciting incantations as he deftly disarmed one magical trap after another. Gazing at his focused profile, Elia suddenly realized that what she had perceived as mere mischief might merely be the boy's instinctual pursuit of adventure. When the stone chest finally clicked open, James carefully extracted the treasure within. It was a handcrafted book with a leather cover, intricately embroidered with golden thread depicting the adventures of the Potter siblings. As he turned to the first page, a photograph captured their mischief at the Pruitt residence. James sporting a sunflower headpiece, while Elia's skirt was smeared with pumpkin goo. Their laughter forever immortalized in that moment. "Is this for me?" James's voice turned hoarse as his fingers delicately brushed over Elia's hand-painted magical creature guide. He lifted his gaze, his eyes sparkling. "Thank you, sister. This is the finest gift I have ever received." Lost in the warmth of her brother's heartfelt reaction, Elia was taken aback when he suddenly turned around, a mysterious grin on his face as he pulled out a crumpled piece of paper from his inner pocket. Ruffling his disheveled hair, his ears flushed crimson. "Actually, I prepared something too, though it pales in comparison to yours." Unfolding the paper revealed a crooked handmade bookmark. It featured a crayon-drawn sun, clouds, and two stick figures holding hands. Elia instantly recognized the wild figure as James, while the one with braided hair sported a sunflower atop its head. "I originally intended to create one that glows," James admitted, scratching the back of his head, his voice trailing off, "but I spilled the potion, so it became this." Elia felt her eyes welling up. She rushed over to give her brother a big hug. In the distance, Euphemia and Freeman exchanged knowing smiles, their wands flicking gently to disperse the magical traps of the graveyard into twinkling starlight. The evening breeze carried the scents of grass and fireworks, elegantly concluding this adventure filled with enigmas and heartbeats. On their way home, James suddenly halted, pointing at the sky. "Look, a cloud shaped like a phoenix is turning golden red in the sunset." Then, lowering his voice conspiratorially, he added, "How about we seek out a real phoenix next time? I know where to find one in the woods." "James Potter!" Both Elia and Euphemia exclaimed in unison, while Freeman doubled over in laughter. Chapter 7. An Unexpected Encounter. The summer sunshine cascaded like melted butter at the park entrance. Elia repeatedly scuffed her shoe against the ground, leaving a trail of disorder in the dry earth. She glanced at her watch for the third time. 10:05 a.m., and James was already 35 minutes late. "What a liar," she muttered under her breath, absent-mindedly rubbing the cookie tin in the side pocket of her backpack. These were the chocolate chip cookies she had baked the night before, intended for sharing with James. Taking a deep breath, Elia resolved to wait 5 more minutes before leaving. She gazed up at the empty tree-lined path, where only a few women pushing strollers strolled leisurely by, casting curious glances in her direction. "James Potter, when I get back, I shall turn you into a walking cookie," she shouted into the air, her voice seeming particularly fragile in the sweltering summer heat. A few passers-by turned to look at her, and Elia's face flushed as she hurried towards the swing set in the park's corner. The metal chains of the swings glimmered in the sunlight, and in a huff, she sat on one, lightly rocking by pushing her toes against the ground. Just as she contemplated whether to head home directly, her swinging feet suddenly came to a halt. In the shade of a distant oak tree, a dark-haired boy curled up on a bench, resembling an injured little beast. Elia's heart raced, that profile seemed familiar. She cautiously approached and stopped 2 meters away. "Your shoelace is untied." The boy abruptly lifted his head, his tousled black hair standing on end. He appeared to be around Elia's age, approximately 10, yet his gaze was far sharper than that of his peers. "Go away," he rasped, clutching his backpack tighter. Elia did not back down. Instead, she pulled out the sun-warmed cookie tin from her bag. "Would you like some? I just baked them last night." The boy stared at the cookies for several seconds, then scrutinized Elia's face as if assessing whether this was a trap. Ultimately, hunger triumphed over caution, and he snatched a piece, oblivious to the frosting smudging the corner of his mouth. "It's not because I want to eat," he mumbled, his words muffled by the mouthful of cookie, yet he reached for a second piece. Elia couldn't help but chuckle as she sat beside him. "I'm Elia Potter." "Sirius Black," he replied indistinctly, then added cautiously, "You don't know me?" Elia certainly knew him. Sirius Black, the eldest son of the Black family, future Gryffindor, best friend of James, and godfather to Harry. Yet the boy sitting before her was simply a stubborn little lad, crumbs adorning his mouth. "Should I know you?" she retorted, feigning innocence. Sirius's shoulders visibly relaxed. "No, of course not." He looked down at the cookie tin. "Just some people know about my family." Elia noticed the twitch at the corner of his mouth when he mentioned my family. She recalled the rumors about the Black family, pureblood fanaticism, dark magic, and the ominous old manor at 12 Grimmauld Place. "Are the cookies good?" She redirected the conversation. "I added honey." Sirius nodded, suddenly snatching the entire tin from her hands. "These are all mine now." "Hey." Elia pretended to be angry, but she paused when she saw a flicker of amusement in Sirius's eyes. In the sun, his gray eyes resembled melting ice. "Do you live around here?" she inquired, observing Sirius devour the cookies. "No," he replied tersely, then unexpectedly added, "I escaped." "From home?" Sirius abruptly stood up, kicking the bench in frustration. "They want me to wear that damn tailcoat again, and learn those boring etiquettes." His voice escalated. "I hate being locked in that house that feels like a tomb." The last word was nearly a shout, startling a few sparrows from the trees. Sirius seemed taken aback by his own outburst, his ears turning crimson as Elia noticed his fingers trembling slightly. Elia gently removed the shell necklace from around her neck, the shells glistening warmly in the sunlight. "Here. This is for you. It brings good vibes." Sirius froze, accepting the necklace and examining it closely. The rough shell felt particularly simple in his palm, starkly contrasting with the exquisite silverware he was accustomed to. "Does it really work?" he asked quietly. "The most powerful kind," Elia affirmed earnestly. "My mother says every shell holds the sound of the sea, capable of chasing away all sadness." Suddenly, Sirius yanked off his silver chain and thrust it into Elia's hand. "Then this is for you. Don't tell anyone." Elia stared in shock at the silver chain in her hand, heavy and engraved with intricate patterns, clearly a family heirloom from the Blacks. She looked up at Sirius, whose eyes reflected a mix of defiance and a barely perceptible fragility. "I promise," she said solemnly, placing the silver chain around her neck. The metal pressed against her skin, cool yet imbued with Sirius's warmth. And so they spent the afternoon playing beneath the shade of the trees. Elia taught Sirius how to fold origami cranes, and when he successfully crafted a crooked one, his jubilant cheer resembled that of an ordinary child. "You draw really well," Sirius remarked, watching Elia sketch cartoons in the dirt, a rare smile gracing his face. "Much better than my brother. He can only draw spiders." As he mentioned his younger brother, his tone softened. Elia observed a fleeting tenderness in his eyes. As the sun dipped towards the horizon, Sirius glanced anxiously at the sky. "I ought to return now." Elia stuffed the remaining biscuits and fruit sweets into his backpack. Suddenly, Sirius produced a crumpled note. "This is my home address. Should you wish to write a letter or something?" Elia took the note, astonished by his trust. In the span of a mere afternoon, they seemed to have forged a connection of sorts. The address on the note read 12, Grimmauld Place, the handwriting crooked as if hurriedly penned. "Next time we meet, I'll teach you how to hit a soda can with a slingshot," Sirius called out, retreating while waving his hand. Elia stood still, clutching the silver chain that still held his warmth. She gazed down at the address in her hand, a thought gradually crystallizing. Perhaps she could become a beacon of light in Sirius's shadowed life, just as he had inadvertently become an unexpected gift to her that day. "We shall meet again soon, Sirius," she whispered, carefully tucking the silver chain into her collar. The metal pressed against her heart, resonating like a silent promise. In the distance, James finally arrived, panting, his robe askew and glasses askew. "Sorry. I forgot." "Be quiet, James," Elora interrupted him, unable to suppress a laugh. "I met someone far more interesting than you today." Chapter 8. The Hogwarts Acceptance Letter. The summer sun of July streamed through the stained glass windows of Potter Manor, casting vibrant shadows upon the cherrywood floor. Elora walked barefoot across the dancing patches of light, feeling the coolness of the wooden surface beneath her. "Elora, a letter has arrived." James's voice burst into the hallway like a whirlwind, followed by a flurry of footsteps. Her heart raced as she abandoned her packing and dashed downstairs. In the living room, two pristine white owls elegantly perched on the windowsill, preening their feathers. Before them lay a heavy parchment envelope, the gleaming Hogwarts crest shimmering in the sunlight. Elora's fingers trembled slightly. This day had finally arrived. "I knew it," James exclaimed, having torn open the envelope. Leaping with excitement, and nearly toppling the vase on the coffee table. "I can finally ride a real flying broomstick at Hogwarts." "James, be quiet." Their mother Euphemia called from the kitchen, peering out as her wand flicked to catch the teetering vase. "Let your sister see her letter too." Elora cautiously picked up her own letter. The envelope was substantial and textured, with her address inscribed in emerald green ink. "Miss Elora Potter, East Side Bedroom, 2nd floor, Potter Manor." She inhaled deeply, breaking the wax seal, the warmth of the wax still lingering. Upon reading the words, "We are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." A wave of warmth surged from her chest throughout her body. However, her gaze soon landed on the sorting clause in the corner of the letter, flashes of scenes from the original story flickering through her mind. "What's wrong?" James leaned closer, his tousled hair brushing against her cheek. "You aren't worried about the sorting, are you? The Potter family has been Gryffindors for generations." Elora forced a smile. "I was just contemplating what I need to prepare." She quietly flipped the letter over, where a lengthy list of required items was inscribed. Notably, the last line read that students may bring an owl, cat, or toad. "Dad said he would take us to Diagon Alley next week," James exclaimed, having bounced onto the sofa, waving the letter. "I want to buy the latest model of the Nimbus broom." "First years are not allowed to bring their own flying brooms, James," Fleamont interjected as he entered the living room with a copy of the Daily Prophet in hand, referring to rule number 7. James's face fell instantly. "That's not fair." Seizing the opportunity, Elora slipped back to her room, retrieving a sheet of pale lavender stationery from the depths of her drawer, and dipped her quill in ink to write a letter to Lily. The nib hovered above the paper for a moment as she hesitated, contemplating whether to mention Severus, that shadow destined for darkness. Ultimately, she penned only the usual pleasantries and her excitement for Hogwarts. 3 days later, Lily's reply wafted into her bedroom, imbued with a faint scent of lavender. The handwriting was uneven yet vibrant. "Dear Elora, this is incredible. You're a wizard. Goodness, it feels like a dream." Elora's lips involuntarily curled into a smile, but the subsequent content caused her expression to freeze. "At the picnic next week, I want to introduce you to my new friend. His name is Severus Snape, and he lives on Spinner's End. He knows so much about the wizarding world. We 3 can play together at Hogwarts." The edges of the letter, worn from handling, made Elora's heart sink upon reading the words "new friend." In the original story, Lily's friendship with Snape marked the onset of all tragedy, and now, that juncture had arrived. On the day of the picnic, heavy clouds loomed over the skies outside Corkworth. Elora arrived at the agreed location half an hour early, nervously fiddling with the sandwiches in the picnic basket. "Elora," a familiar voice called from the hillside. Lily, adorned in a pale yellow dress and clutching a bouquet of daisies, rushed towards her like a ray of sunshine. Not far behind her, Petunia trudged along, her expression darker than the clouds above. "This is for you," Lily panted, thrusting the daisies into Elora's hands. Severus was supposed to come too, but his mother. "Lily," Petunia suddenly strode forward, seizing her sister's wrist. "Home now. I want to allow you to associate with these freaks." Her nails dug deeply into Lily's arm, leaving a red mark. "Sister." Lily struggled, her flowing red hair billowing in the wind. "They are my friends. Elora has never harmed anyone." A flicker of fear crossed Petunia's eyes. "Magic? It's all nonsense. Have you forgotten last winter when that little monster named Snape showed you those horrid tricks? He turned frogs into." She abruptly fell silent, but Elora understood. Petunia had encountered Snape, seen the fervor burning in his eyes when he showcased magic to Lily. That thirst for power and obsession was already unmistakably evident, even in childhood. Elora positioned herself between them. Petunia, Lily has the right to choose her friends. Her voice was more resolute than she had anticipated. And magic is not monstrous. It is akin to music or painting, merely a talent. Petunia's lips trembled, ultimately releasing Lily's hand and turning to leave, the dust kicked up by her canvas shoes blurring her trembling silhouette. Lily slumped onto the picnic blanket, her eyes reddening. I'm sorry, Petunia, she's not targeting Severus. Last month, a self-proclaimed wizard came to our house, claiming he could heal Dad's leg injury, and ended up swindling all our savings. Elora gently grasped Lily's hand. Thus, the previously unaddressed details from the original narrative filled in the gaps. Petunia's animosity towards magic stemmed not only from jealousy, but also from a painful experience of betrayal. It's all right, Elora murmured, weaving the daisies into a crown and placing it upon Lily's head. Once we arrive at Hogwarts, you can write to Petunia and tell her what real magic is like. She gazed at the oppressive clouds gathering in the distance, silently praying that this understanding might veer the wheels of fate from their predetermined course. On the morning of September 1st, King's Cross Station buzzed with throngs of people. The steam engine's white smoke billowed above the platform. Elora stood between platforms 9 and 10, watching as James eagerly dashed towards the brick wall. Remember to run straight, their father Fleamont shouted from behind. But James had already vanished on the other side of the wall. Elora took a deep breath, turning to seek out that familiar figure. Her gaze swept across the crowd. And finally, beneath the station sign, she spotted him, Sirius Black, clad in a rather mature black leather jacket, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized the ticket in his hand. He had grown considerably taller, yet his gray eyes remained as bright as stars. Aaliyah noted that his black hair was even more disheveled than the last time they met, evidently the result of yet another battle against family propriety. Beside him stood a sullen house elf, warily surveying the throng of people. Sirius, she called out, waving her hand. The young man turned, his gaze searching the crowd before finally landing on her. His gray eyes widened in disbelief as they fell upon the Hogwarts crest on her chest. Aaliyah laughed as she ran towards him, stopping in front of him. Surprise! Sirius opened his mouth, then closed it again, ultimately revealing a radiant smile. You two. Indeed. Aaliyah shook the ticket in her hand. We're going to Hogwarts together. Sirius burst into laughter, his handsome face attracting the attention of several girls nearby. Aaliyah noticed the silver muggle necklace around his neck glinting in the morning light. I can scarcely believe it, Sirius chuckled, shaking his head. You are too. His words were interrupted by a sharp cough. The house elf tugged at Sirius's sleeve, speaking in a hoarse voice. Master must board the train, as the lady says. Be quiet, creature. Sirius shook off the elf's grip, turning to Aaliyah with a flicker of apology in his eyes. My mother sent him to keep an eye on me. Aaliyah winked mischievously. I have many surprises, such as, she lowered her voice. I know a secret that will surely make the Sorting Hat place you in Gryffindor. Sirius's eyes lit up momentarily before dimming again. My mother said if I dare. Sirius, Aaliyah interrupted, locking her gaze with his. A true Gryffindor possesses courage. The whistle of the train pierced the air. Sirius took a deep breath and suddenly grasped Aaliyah's hand. Let us go. I don't want to miss the train on our first day. As they dashed hand in hand toward platform 9, Aaliyah glanced at the light shimmering in Sirius's eyes, aware that from that moment forth, the course of their story had quietly shifted. Chapter 9. Turmoil in the Compartment, Part 1. Sirius, she nudged the black-haired boy beside her with her elbow. Did you just see a fiery fellow with a bird's nest for hair? Sirius naturally took her suitcase, a mischievous smile tugging at his lips. I did see someone earlier. Running onto the train as if being chased by a troll, he remarked, his gray eyes gleaming with mischief as his long fingers pointed toward the front compartment. If he's your brother, he's probably after a window seat. Aaliyah rolled her eyes. Couldn't he wait for me? She patted her bulging backpack, filled with the lunch her mother had prepared, and a few spellbooks she had secretly brought along. They boarded the deep red Hogwarts Express, navigating through the aisles crowded with students. Aaliyah noticed many glancing surreptitiously at Sirius. He was indeed too conspicuous, not only because of the leather jacket that clashed with the pureblood family's norms, but also due to the innate, haughty demeanor characteristic of the Black family. Although he scoffed at it, his elegant mannerisms and chiseled features still made him stand out in the crowd. This is it. Sirius opened the door to a compartment, the metal handle reflecting cold light in his grasp. Aaliyah observed that his nails were neatly trimmed, although there were several faint scars on his knuckles, as if grazed by something sharp. Inside the compartment, James sprawled across the entire bench, his long legs carelessly resting on the opposite seat. A licorice wand hung from his mouth, its tip already damp from chewing, while he spun his own wand in his hand, the tip occasionally emitting sparks that flickered in the compartment. Upon seeing Aaliyah, he straightened up. "You finally made it. I was beginning to think you got lost." His gaze fell upon Sirius, abruptly halting his words. Who is this?" James's eyes lingered on Sirius's leather jacket for a few seconds. Such attire was practically a declaration of rebellion among purebloods. Sirius Black, he casually extended his hand, his voice laced with the familiar lazy tone Aaliyah recognized. "Your sister's friend." James Potter. James shook his hand, his eyes suddenly brightening. "Wait, Black? You mean that Black family?" There was curiosity in his tone. Yet miraculously, no trace of the prejudice Aaliyah had anticipated. Sirius's lips twitched, a shadow passing through his gray eyes. "Unfortunately, yes." He released James's hand, leaning casually against the compartment door. Though Aaliyah could sense the tension in his shoulders. Aaliyah quickly interjected, "Sirius and I met in London, on the day you stood me up." She enunciated each word, casting a pointed glance at James. James scratched his already messy hair, offering an awkward smile. "I meant to remember, but I forgot as soon as I woke up." Just as the atmosphere grew a bit awkward, a gentle knock sounded at the compartment door. A frail boy stood at the entrance, his old bag strap fraying, and his robe several sizes too large, the sleeves covering his fingertips. "Sorry to intrude, but all the other compartments are full." Aaliyah's breath caught. Remus Lupin. He was smaller than she had envisioned, the oversized robe hanging off him like it was on a hanger. His pale face bore an unhealthy pallor, with dark shadows under his eyes. The full moon must have just passed, Aaliyah deduced inwardly. She noticed a small segment of bandaging peeking from his right wrist, stained with dark red marks. "Of course. Come in," she greeted warmly, scooting over to make room beside Sirius. "I'm Aaliyah Potter, and this is my brother, James Potter. And Sirius Black." "Remus Lupin," the boy murmured, his voice as soft as a feather landing. He carefully sat down, his movements cautious as if afraid to disturb something, his light brown eyes darting around the compartment before settling on his lap. Sirius pulled out an old wizard chess set, the board's edges adorned with the Black family crest, though the gilding had begun to wear away. "Anyone up for a game?" he asked nonchalantly, attempting to break the silence. "I will," James immediately replied, momentarily forgetting the earlier awkwardness. "But I warn you, I'm a chess master. Dad says I could be the chess champion of Hogwarts." Sirius chuckled lightly, a glint of mischief in his gray eyes. "Is that so? I bet I can beat you within 3 games. His long fingers began to arrange the pieces, movements graceful as though he were playing a musical instrument. "What's the wager?" James challenged, tilting his chin defiantly, the sunlight reflecting off his glasses. "The loser buys chocolate frogs for the entire train." Sirius flashed a wicked grin, revealing a sharp canine. James puffed out his chest, his tousled black hair nearly brushing the ceiling. "Deal." Remus offered a fleeting smile, but quickly pressed his lips together again. Aaliyah noticed him subtly pressing down on his right wrist, where the bandage peeked out. Casually, she retrieved a box of homemade blood-replenishing biscuits made with red dates and dragon blood powder, gently pushing it toward him. "Try this," she whispered, pretending to adjust her robes. "It's very effective for anemia." Remus looked up abruptly, a flicker of alertness in his eyes, his fingers instinctively tightening around the edge of his robe. However, Aaliyah nonchalantly turned her attention back to the chessboard, feigning a keen interest in the increasingly intense match between James and Sirius. "You can't make that move," James exclaimed, pointing at Sirius's queen, which evidently contravened Article 37 of the International Wizarding Chess Rules. Sirius languidly reclined in his seat. "Oh? Pray tell, what exactly does Article 37 state?" James momentarily faltered, his face flushing crimson. As Remus observed the third round, he could no longer contain himself and quietly pointed out a winning move. "If the knight advances to 5. By Merlin's beard." James gasped, his eyes widening at the sudden reversal of fortunes on the board. "How did you conceive of that move?" Remus shrugged, his voice barely above a whisper. "My father taught me some." His fingers absently stroked the biscuit, his gaze drifting towards the scenery whizzing past outside the window. As the train entered a tunnel, Remus visibly recoiled, his fingers tightening around his robe. Aaliyah noticed Sirius casting a contemplative glance at Remus before deliberately yawning exaggeratedly and illuminating the compartment with her wand. "It's too dim," Sirius remarked nonchalantly, hard on the eyes. James was preoccupied with rearranging the pieces, muttering about seeking vengeance. Aaliyah quietly sighed with relief. It seemed this journey was proving to be far smoother than she had anticipated. Chapter 10. The Turmoil in the Compartment, Part 2. "Would you care for a chocolate frog?" Remus softly inquired, nudging the sweet box towards Aaliyah. His voice seemed to tread lightly upon the air, his fingers gently tapping the edge of the confectionery box. Elia noted that Remus had been unusually quiet since boarding, his nerves taut like a string poised to snap. When she accepted the chocolate frog, his fingers flinched slightly at her touch, as if her warmth were a shock. "Thank you," she deliberately slowed her speech, letting her voice flow like warm honey. "I could certainly use a bit of sweetness." As she tore open the wrapper, the chocolate frog sprang forth, tracing a brown arc through the air. James and Sirius were engrossed, their heads bent together over a piece of parchment, occasionally erupting into quiet laughter. Elia needed no glance to know that it was undoubtedly the latest catalog from Zonko's joke shop, which she had witnessed her brother surreptitiously purchase at the King's Cross Station kiosk. "I think this hiccup candy looks promising." Sirius pointed to one item, his dark hair cascading onto the parchment. "Just imagine those purebloods." His words were abruptly interrupted by the sudden opening of the compartment door. The glass above the doorframe rattled with a crisp sound, startling a robin that had perched on the windowsill. "Elia!" Lily gasped, breathless at the threshold, her red hair slightly tousled from running, with strands clinging to her flushed cheeks. Her emerald eyes widened upon seeing the others in the compartment, sparkling like two gems suddenly illuminated. "Thank goodness, I finally found you. All the other compartments are full." James's wand slipped from his grasp, clattering to the floor as he maintained a comical pose, mouth agape, his glasses askew, eyes fixated on Lily. Sunlight poured through the train window, bathing Lily in a glow reminiscent of a fairy tale sprite. Today, she wore a muggle light yellow dress, the hem speckled with bits of grass, as if she had just dashed from the fields. Her cheeks were flushed with the vitality of her exertion, her chest rising and falling with rapid breaths. "Hi," James awkwardly greeted, his voice suddenly an octave higher. He fumbled to retrieve his wand but inadvertently nudged its tip, a golden spark erupting forth and landing squarely on Severus Snape's robe as he entered just behind Lily, scorching a small hole. Snape glanced impassively at the singed mark on his robe, raising his obsidian eyes to cast a frigid glare over the occupants of the compartment. His gaze extinguished the flustered smile from James's face like ice water. Those eyes were strikingly dark, as if they could absorb all light. "I apologize," James hastily exclaimed, his ears burning as if singed. "It was unintentional." Evidently, Snape coolly interjected, his voice devoid of inflection. With a graceful flick of his wand, the scorch mark vanished. Lily exhaled a sigh of relief and turned to Elia. "This is Severus Snape." She then addressed Snape. "This is Elia Potter." Snape inclined his head slightly, his dark eyes revealing no emotion. "Potter." His voice was as smooth as silk, yet imbued with a distinct distance. Lily fidgeted with her dress. "Severus, shall we find a place to sit?" Snape did not acknowledge Lily's suggestion, but instead shifted his gaze to Elia. "Lily has been searching for you." His tone was as flat as a weather report, and then he stepped aside to allow Lily into the compartment. James's expression fell slightly, and he raked a hand through his tousled hair. Want to sit together? There are still seats available." Snape's eyes flicked over the hand James had extended, the corners of his mouth curving downward. "No need." He turned to Lily. "I will wait for you in the front compartment." Lily hesitated, glancing between Elia and Snape. "But." "As you wish," Snape replied calmly, turning to leave, his black robe swirling with elegant grace. Lily bit her lip. "Severus," she quickly said to Elia, "I'll see you later," before rushing out. The compartment door closed softly, leaving an air of silence. "That red-haired girl," James suddenly remarked, his tone oddly strained. "Is she Lily Evans?" His gaze remained fixed on the closed door. Elia nodded. "My best friend." She deliberately emphasized the last two words. Sirius regarded James thoughtfully, a knowing smirk breaking across his face. "You wouldn't possibly." "Shut it, Sirius." James's face turned a deep shade of crimson as he hurled a Bertie Bott's every flavor bean at Sirius, the candy tracing a perfect parabola through the air. Sirius deftly caught it, unhesitatingly tossing it into his mouth, his face contorting as if he had swallowed a bug. "Ugh, soap flavor," he exclaimed dramatically. But the mischief in his eyes betrayed him. Laughter erupted, dispelling the gloom that had settled in the compartment. Seizing the opportunity, Elia pivoted the conversation. "Speaking of which, last summer, James attempted to cast a levitation charm on our cat." She elongated her words playfully, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Sirius immediately perked up, the shadows in his gray eyes dissipating, and then, his voice brimmed with anticipation. "Then he ended up dangling from an oak tree," Elia animatedly recounted, gesturing with her hands like a human wind chime, swaying for a full 2 hours. When Mom found him, he was still stubbornly claiming he was practicing the improved flying broomstick charm. She mimicked James's tone from that day, eliciting a stifled chuckle from Remus. Sirius erupted into a hearty laugh, his voice ringing clear enough to dispel all melancholy. His laughter possessed an infectious quality, easing Remus's tension, his shoulders relaxing. James, however, flushed crimson and lunged at Elijah. "You could at least give me some dignity." Elijah nimbly dodged behind Sirius, who opened his arms protectively, resembling a medieval knight. "Careful, James. Bullying your sister is the mark of a coward." His tone was teasing, yet his gaze was gentle. "She started it." James protested, though a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. He then grabbed a handful of sweets and tossed them at the duo, the colorful wrappers shimmering in the air. Catch! A mini candy war ensued, with chocolate frogs leaping about the compartment. One even landed atop Remus's head, prompting a small yelp from him. The myriad of colorful jelly beans descended like vibrant raindrops, one purple bean landing squarely on Sirius's nose. Instinctively he licked it, only to grimace in disgust. Earwax flavor. Initially hesitant, Remus found himself cautiously joining the fray, when an orange-flavored bean landed in his palm, a genuine smile gracing his lips. "Ceasefire. Ceasefire." Elora finally raised her hands in surrender, a few sugary crumbs clinging to her hair like peculiar adornments. "We need to tidy up. We're almost there," she panted. Her cheeks flushed from the playful scuffle. The four children paused, surveying the chaotic compartment, and shared a collective laugh. Sirius waved his wand and muttered softly, "Scourgify." Most of the candy wrappers and sugar crumbs vanished, though stubborn chocolate stains from a chocolate frog remained like unsightly scars on the seats. "It requires a bit of finesse," Elora remarked, taking the wand from him. With a deft flick of her wrist, she employed an improved cleaning charm, and the stains disappeared instantly, leaving no trace behind. Sirius raised an eyebrow in surprise, genuinely impressed. "Impressive, my mother taught me," Elora replied, a hint of pride in her tone. Outside, twilight had settled in. The last rays of the sun painted the clouds in shades of crimson and violet, while the silhouette of Hogwarts castle loomed in the dusk, its tower lights twinkling like stars, reflected upon the tranquil surface of the black lake. Remus gazed at the castle, his voice tinged with anticipation and unease. "What do you think the sorting ceremony will be like?" His fingers absently fidgeted with the threads of his robe, betraying his inner tension. "My dad said they had to find their house crests in a great maze," James chimed in, adjusting his crooked glasses, his brow furrowing beneath his tousled hair. "But my grandfather's generation had to shake hands with the Sphinx." Sirius suddenly sat up straight. "My cousin Andromeda said you have to sign your name in blood on parchment." A shadow flickered in his gray eyes before he resumed a playful demeanor. "But she loves to scare people." Elora noticed Remus's complexion pale. "No way," she interjected quickly, adopting a light tone. "I heard the sorting is a traditional ceremony." It one tea change she then retrieved four specially crafted mint candies from her trunk, known to alleviate nervousness, distributing one to each. "Whatever happens, and whichever house we end up in," she added earnestly, her gaze sweeping across their faces, "we'll face it together, and we're already friends, right?" Sirius paused, then tousled her hair playfully. Of course. Remus nodded shyly, carefully unwrapping the candy and popping it into his mouth, his eyes widening in surprise at its delightful flavor. James threw an arm around his sister's shoulders, the tousled hair brushing against her cheek. "Even if you get sorted into Hufflepuff, I won't be too disappointed in you." His tone was teasing, though the strength of his embrace revealed his true feelings. "James!" Elora feigned an attempt to hit him, but Sirius interposed. The laughter of the four mingled with the roaring of the steam engine, drifting out of the train window into the evening breeze of the Scottish Highlands. Suddenly, the whistle blared, shattering the night air and rousing the children from their merriment. The train began to slow, the wheels screeching against the tracks. In the distance, the voices of the prefects rang out. "First years, put on your robes. We're almost there." The sounds of footsteps and chatter echoed noisily in the corridor. The three boys scrambled to find their robes, while Elora was already prepared. She stood in the corridor, gazing out the window as the first star flickered to life in the deep purple sky. When the compartment door swung open again, the three freshly attired boys appeared before her. James's tie was still askew, and the hem of his shirt was not fully tucked in. Sirius's hair remained unruly, with a few rebellious strands sticking up, though he had donned a brand new black robe, enhancing his handsome demeanor. Remus's robe was noticeably oversized, the cuffs covering half his hands, yet he appeared more relaxed than before, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. "Ready, friends?" James extended his hand, palm up, his eyes sparkling behind his glasses. Sirius immediately placed his hand on top, while Remus hesitated for a moment before cautiously adding his own. Elora then laid her hand atop theirs, feeling the convergence of three distinct temperatures in her palm. James's warmth like a burning flame, Sirius's steadfastness akin to solid earth, and Remus's slight tremor. "To the best 7 years." James shouted, his voice echoing down the corridor, drawing the attention of several passing first years. To freedom, Sirius added softly, a determined glimmer in his gray eyes. To new friends. Remus's voice was nearly drowned out by the train whistle, but Elora caught the starlight flickering in his eyes. Elora looked at the three expectant faces. To changing our destinies. Her voice was gentle yet resolute, like a vow. The train gradually came to a halt at Hogsmeade Station, the brakes screeching with a harsh metallic sound. In the distance, Hagrid's enormous figure, lantern in hand, moved along the platform, the orange glow dancing upon his unruly beard. His voice boomed like thunder. First years. This way. Don't be shy, follow me. Chapter 11. The Sorting Ceremony. The night breeze carried the damp mists from the Black Lake. As Elora followed the bustling crowd down from the train, her boots clicking crisply against the cobblestone platform, James stood beside her, straining on tiptoe, trying to catch a glimpse of the red-haired girl among the throng. His glasses glinted in the moonlight, unable to conceal the excitement sparkling in his eyes. First years. First years. Follow me. Hagrid's booming voice caused the torches on either side of the platform to sway slightly. Sirius suddenly grasped Elora's wrist, his long fingers firm and warm. Stay close, Elora. I don't want to lose the Potter's treasure on the very first day, as if I'm your responsibility. Elora scoffed, yet allowed him to lead her through the crowd. Sirius glanced back, winking at her. Not a responsibility, a privilege. His voice was low and cheerful, as if sharing a joke only they understood. A privilege? Elora raised an eyebrow. Sounds like some sort of black family arrogance, no, Sirius said, suddenly serious, his gray eyes appearing particularly deep in the firelight. It's a privilege of friendship. They followed Hagrid down a steep, narrow path, flanked by towering pine trees rustling in the night breeze. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, only the occasional gasps of awe breaking the silence until the path suddenly turned, revealing Hogwarts Castle in all its glory, silencing even the most boisterous students. Merlin's beard. James gasped, his voice filled with reverence. Thousands of windows sparkled under the starry sky, the castle reflecting upon the mirror-like surface of the Black Lake, as if two Hogwartses existed simultaneously. Elora felt her eyes welling with tears. Despite having seen it countless times in films, the reality of Hogwarts was beyond description. No more than 4 per boat. Hagrid's shout startled a flock of crows perched on the shore, sending them flapping into the night sky. Sirius's leap into the boat caused it to rock violently, droplets of lake water splashing like scattered diamonds in the moonlight. Remus's pale face appeared even more translucent under the moon, his fingers gripping the boat's edge tightly, knuckles turning white. Relax, Remus, Sirius said suddenly, patting Remus's shoulder. This is much steadier than a broomstick. He employed words once uttered by James on the train, yet his tone was imbued with a far gentler quality. Elia observed a relaxation in Remus's expression, a hint of a smile even gracing his lips. As Elia finally boarded the vessel, the bow instinctively turned towards the castle. Beneath the surface of the Black Lake, shimmering silver shadows flitted about, with slippery, tentacle-like forms gliding beneath the boat, prompting Sirius to eagerly lean over the side. Are those the tentacles of a giant squid? He inquired in a hushed tone, his gray eyes sparkling with excitement. My uncle once claimed he attempted to tame one in his youth, only to be doused in ink and bedridden for 3 days? Elia interjected. Sirius raised an eyebrow in astonishment. How did you know? Elia winked mysteriously. I know everything. Really? Sirius suddenly leaned closer, so near that she could catch the faint scent of pine emanating from him. Then do you know what I am thinking right now? His breath brushed against her ear, warm yet tinged with the coolness of peppermint. Elia's heart raced unexpectedly, her ears growing hot. Just as she was about to respond, the boat jolted against the rocky shore, abruptly interrupting their precarious game. They traversed through an archway draped in vines, the damp stone walls of the dock adorned with luminescent moss. As the oak doors slowly swung open before them, Professor McGonagall's emerald robe glimmered with a metallic sheen in the torchlight, her stern visage softened slightly by the flickering flames. Welcome to Hogwarts. Her voice resonated against the ancient stone walls. The sorting ceremony is about to commence. Please arrange yourselves to present your best appearance. Before she could finish, a prolonged, animalistic howl echoed from the depths of the castle. Sirius's hand suddenly clasped Elia's, the warmth and dryness of his palm offering her an inexplicable sense of reassurance. Whatever it is, he whispered into her ear, the warmth of his breath caressing her skin. Remember, we are in this together. The torches on the stone walls flickered momentarily, as if an unseen wind had passed through. Professor McGonagall turned to push open the oak doors, the hinges creaking audibly. From the golden light spilling through the crack, hundreds of eyes bore down upon each new student, an invisible weight pressing upon their shoulders. Now, Form a line and enter with me. Professor McGonagall's voice seemed to emanate from afar. Hogwarts will determine your true belonging. The starry ceiling of the great hall elicited collective gasps from the newcomers. Elia noted that on the high table, Dumbledore's crescent-shaped spectacles reflected an eerie blue glow. His fingers interlocked as though unraveling a complex puzzle. Now I shall explain the procedure of the sorting ceremony. Professor McGonagall's voice sliced through the noise like a precise silver blade. The first years fell silent, even their breathing became cautious. McGonagall tapped the podium with her wand, sending forth a few sparks. This sorting hat can see through your essence, discerning the house to which you are most suited. When I call your name, please step forward and don the hat. She unfurled a lengthy scroll of parchment, the quill glimmering with golden light in the candle glow. Once the hat has made its decision, please proceed to the corresponding house table. Terry Boot. A round-faced boy trembled as he stepped forward. The moment the hat barely brushed his golden hair, it cried out, Ravenclaw. Applause erupted from the blue and bronze table, as if rehearsed for the occasion. Sirius Black. Whispers rippled through the hall like a wave. As Sirius strode confidently forward, the proud silhouette of the Black family was particularly pronounced in the firelight. The hat had scarcely touched his dark hair before it shrieked, Gryffindor. The sound of silverware clattering to the ground reverberated from the Slytherin table, and the shock was evident on Narcissa Black's pale face. I knew it. James shouted from the queue awaiting sorting, his excitement palpable. Come this way, brother. As Sirius approached the Gryffindor table, a victorious smile danced upon his lips. As he passed by Elia, he whispered in a tone only she could hear. Wait for the show, little one. Don't call me that, Elia protested softly, but Sirius had already moved on, leaving her with an elegant silhouette. Remus Lupin. Elia sensed Remus's breath hitch behind her. His steps towards the podium were as light as if walking on cotton, the hem of his old robe whispering against the stone floor. As the sorting hat settled upon his head, Elia distinctly heard fragmented arguments. When Gryffindor's name was called, the boy's unsteady steps betrayed an old injury on his leg, yet the cheers from the table swiftly drowned out this detail. Next up was James, undoubtedly sorted into Gryffindor, sitting shoulder to shoulder with his friends, resembling conjoined twins. Sirius even tousled James's hair, eliciting exaggerated protests from the latter. When it was Elia's turn, she stumbled over the hem of her robe, nearly falling. Dumbledore suddenly shifted in his seat, his blue eyes behind the lenses reminiscent of a magical eye capable of seeing through invisibility cloaks. The sorting hat rustled atop her head, the sound akin to fabric being rubbed together. What peculiar thoughts you possess, akin to memories under the influence of a duplication charm, yet infused with the certainty of a seer. It whispers only to her. You wish to save them, do you not? Elia's heart tightened. She had not anticipated the hat could discern her identity as a traveler. She strove to remain composed, silently contemplating her choice. Whispers began to circulate in the hall, puzzled as to why the sorting was taking so long. Do not fret, the hat murmured softly. Your secret is safe with me. While Gryffindor is certainly fitting for your courage, perhaps Ravenclaw would better satisfy your thirst for knowledge. Elia bit her lip, acutely aware of the hundreds of eyes fixed upon her. You yearn for friendship, cherish companionship, and are willing to bravely advance to protect those dear to you. The sorting hat continued. Moreover, you possess knowledge and insights that transcend this era, wisdom flickering in your mind. Yet I also perceive a profound sense of purpose within you, an unwavering will to alter your fate. Elia closed her eyes, resolutely responding within her heart. I choose Gryffindor. I wish to pen a new tale, to alter the tragedies that are yet to unfold. Gryffindor? The sorting hat seemed to deliberate. Your intellect is sufficient to enter Ravenclaw. Yet courage requires the guidance of wisdom. It paused, as if sifting through her memories, but Gryffindor's hearth indeed best ignites the flames of change. Gryffindor. The hat suddenly proclaimed loudly, its voice resonating throughout the hall. James immediately leapt from his seat, excitedly waving his arms. I knew it. Elia is the bravest. His glasses askew, his unruly hair even more disheveled from excitement. Elia removed the hat, and Dumbledore at the high table regarded her thoughtfully, the blue eyes behind his crescent spectacles gleaming with insight. She ran towards the Gryffindor table, where Sirius promptly stood to greet her, their hands meeting in a celebratory clap. Welcome home, Elia. Sirius ruffled her hair, a slight smile gracing his lips, particularly radiant in the candlelight. James embraced her from the other side. Now we are truly siblings, he declared with fervor. Remus at the end of the table shyly raised his cup in salute. Congratulations. His voice was soft, yet the sincerity in his eyes warmed Elia's heart. Dumbledore stood, his silvery beard shimmering in the candlelight. The feast begins. At his words, golden platters suddenly filled with food. Roast beef, Yorkshire pudding, fried potato balls and vegetable salad, goblets automatically refilling with pumpkin juice and lemonade. Sirius served Elia a piece of Yorkshire pudding, his actions so natural, it was as if they had been behaving this way for years. James was preoccupied with demonstrating to Lily how to conjure miniature fireworks with a fork, entirely oblivious to her lackadaisical demeanor. To new beginnings, Sirius raised his pumpkin juice. His voice barely audible except to Elia. She gently clinked her glass against his, the crystal cups producing a bright chime. To new beginnings. Chapter 12, Gryffindor Common Room. After the feast, the head girl of Gryffindor, Emily Carter, stood up. Her tall figure cast a long shadow in the candlelight, and a golden-red lion hairpin adorned her thick, brown curls. First years follow me. Her voice was as clear as ringing silver bells, yet carried an undeniable authority. Watch your step. Peeves has been particularly fond of tossing water balloons around the fourth-floor corner. The first years squeezed together behind Emily, resembling a group of fluffy little lions. Elia walked in the middle of the line, her fingers lightly grazing the ancient stone walls of the castle, feeling the subtle textures and warmth left by the passage of time. In the distance, whispers echoed from the portraits, and a lady's portrait wearing a feathered hat winked at her. Lily had already squeezed her way to Elia's side, her red hair brushing against Elia's shoulder. I'm so happy we're in the same house. Her eyes sparkled in the firelight, resembling two emeralds illuminated by sunlight. I'm happy too, Elia smiled and nodded, only to be jolted forward by a sudden force from behind. James was attempting to navigate through the crowd, his glasses fogged. What a coincidence. We're in the same house. His voice soared an octave higher with excitement, and his messy hair was still speckled with the pumpkin juice he had accidentally spilled during the feast. Lily immediately adopted a stern expression. If by coincidence you mean barging in like a raucous little boy, then I would prefer not to have such luck. James stood frozen, his eyes behind the glasses wide with shock, resembling someone who had been petrified. He opened his mouth, yet no words escaped. Sirius burst into laughter, slinging an arm around his best friend's shoulder, his fingers sinking into the red lining of the Gryffindor robe. Don't be disheartened, James. At least you've set a record for the fastest rebuttal. The mischief in his gray eyes shone particularly bright in the dim corridor. I'd wager 5 galleons this record will stand until graduation. Shut up, Sirius, James protested weakly, his ears flushed a deep crimson. Remus walked quietly along the edge of the crowd, his fingers occasionally brushing against the protruding patterns on the stone wall. When the line passed by a suit of armor that could move, he quickly recoiled his hand, nearly colliding with Elia. It's all right, Elia whispered, noticing his pale complexion. That's just Sir Phineas Nigelus's armor. He loves to salute the first years. No sooner had she spoken than the armor indeed creaked, the visor slowly lifting to reveal hollow, dark eye sockets. Remus managed a strained smile. Thanks, I'm just not accustomed to moving armor. The line turned a corner, and the portraits hanging on the walls suddenly burst into song, harmonizing the Hogwarts school anthem, their off-key voices echoing through the stone corridor. An old wizard's portrait, wearing a nightcap, was awoken by the noise, grumbling about the wretched first-year season, and tossing his pillow at the singing crowd. When the procession halted before the portrait of the fat lady on the 8th floor, James had regained his energy, attempting to use his wand to fix his hair, only to make it stick up even more, resembling a bush struck by lightning. The password? The fat lady asked lazily, her fingers fiddling with her pearl necklace. She was dressed in a wine-red velvet gown embroidered with golden thread, the backdrop depicting the night view of the Venetian canals. Courageous heart, Emily replied. How nerve-wracking, Lily murmured, her eyes sparkling with excitement, as if on the verge of uncovering a magical treasure. The portrait swung open to reveal a circular entrance. Warm yellow light, and the sounds of joyous laughter spilling forth. The first years gasped in awe. The Gryffindor common room resembled a vast tree hollow, with gold-red tapestries cascading from the arched ceiling, and the crackling flames in the fireplace creating a cozy ambience. A few upperclassmen were engaged in a lively game of wizard chess, the pieces chattering and taunting one another. This is absolutely beautiful, Lily exclaimed, reclining against a scarlet cushion. Above them, magical candles flickered quietly in the golden chandelier, and the walls were adorned with moving portraits and Gryffindor banners. Lily, brimming with enthusiasm, declared, from now on, we'll do our homework here, share secrets, and hide Sirius's leather jacket and watch him go mad. Elia chimed in with a laugh. Sirius, lounging on the opposite sofa, immediately straightened up. Hey, I heard that. His protest drew a wave of good-natured laughter from the entire common room. He feigned anger, furrowing his brow, but the mirth in his gray eyes betrayed him. The girls' dormitory was in the left tower, while the boys' was in the right. Emily pointed to the 2 spiral staircases. Your belongings have already been sent to your respective beds. Note that boys are not permitted in the girls' dormitory. But girls can enter the boys'. She cast a knowing glance at James, who was peering toward the girls' staircase. If a boy attempts to enter the girls' dormitory, the staircase will transform into a slide. Lily had already grabbed Elia's hand, racing up the stairs. Come see our dormitory. I brought glowing star stickers. James, undeterred, shouted. Actually, the boys' dormitory needs stars more. A swift elbow from Sirius silenced him. Preserve some dignity, mate. Sirius then dragged James off to the other side, while Remus offered Elia an apologetic smile and followed up the boys' staircase. The girls' dormitory was a circular tower room, with 4 poster beds arranged against the curved walls. Deep red curtains embroidered with lion patterns. Elia's bed was conveniently located by the window, offering a view of the Black Lake and the Forbidden Forest. At that moment, the new roommates began to trickle in. Mary McDonald entered, clutching a pillow covered in cat patterns, her brown curls bouncing with her every step. Dorcas Meadows dragged in a suitcase nearly as tall as herself, the dragon-hide boots clacking noisily against the floor. Need a hand? Elia stepped forward, only to be interrupted by Dorcas's cheerful laughter. Watch this. She flicked her wand lightly, and the heavy suitcase immediately levitated, settling neatly beside the designated bed. That's amazing. Lily clapped in admiration. What spell is that? A variant of the levitation charm, Dorcas replied proudly, tossing her chestnut bob. My dad works in the Department of Magical Transportation, specializing in this kind of magic. Mary leaned in, curiosity gleaming in her round, almond-shaped eyes. Merlin, you've known each other since childhood? Tell us your story. As Lily animatedly recounted tales from their childhood, Dorcas efficiently organized her potion textbook by color, stacking them into neat little hills. She interjected with witty remarks, causing fits of laughter among the group. As night deepened, moonlight streamed through the stained glass windows, casting delicate patches of light on the crimson bed curtains. Elia lay on her 4-poster bed, listening to Lily's rhythmic breathing beside her. In the distance, whispers from Mary and Dorcas mingled with occasional bursts of laughter. On the first night at Hogwarts, accompanied by the whispers of the ancient castle, for girls gradually sank into a sweet slumber. Chapter 13, Morning Mist and Unsent Letters. Sunlight streamed through the stained glass windows of Gryffindor Tower, scattering a mosaic of dancing light upon the floor. Elia nestled within the cozy confines of her 4-poster bed, the warm blankets enveloping her so completely that she nearly melded with the mattress, until a cool hand gently nudged her shoulder. Elia, it's time to rise. Lily's voice rang clear as the morning dew, yet carried an almost imperceptible weariness. If you don't get up now, you'll miss breakfast. Elia groggily mumbled in response, struggling to pry her eyes open, her gaze slowly sharpening to focus on Lily. She was already dressed, her red hair neatly tied back in a ponytail, the Gryffindor robes perfectly donned. Yet those normally bright eyes seemed veiled in a thin mist, dim to a heart-wrenching degree. 5 more minutes, just 5 more minutes. Elia turned onto her side, burying her face deep into the soft pillow, her muffled voice exclaiming, Merlin's beard. Why must the first day of school start so early? Lily chuckled helplessly, tugging at her blankets. You swore last night that you would write home first thing this morning to tell them about your and your brother's sorting into Gryffindor. Remember? The word home acted as an invisible key, suddenly freezing Lily's smile. Her gaze unconsciously drifted to the opened letter resting on her bedside table, the handwriting sharp and stern, as if etched into the paper with all the force of suppressed anger. It was Petunia's handwriting. Elia keenly sensed the disquiet in Lily's demeanor, and swiftly emerged from her cocoon, exaggeratedly stretching her limbs to dispel the suddenly stagnant air in the room. All right. I surrender. But you must help me figure out what to write in the letter. I certainly don't want my parents thinking I'm just here gorging on sweets while neglecting my studies. Lily was amused by her tone. Yet the smile barely reached her eyes before it faded. She lowered her head, organizing the parchment, dipping her quill into the inkpot before gently setting it down. After a few seconds of silence, she finally spoke softly. Petunia just wrote to me. She said that the way Mum and Dad are proud of me makes her sick. Elia's heart clenched painfully, though she had long anticipated how Petunia's jealousy and resentment towards magic would tear at the sisters' bond. Witnessing Lily's struggle to contain her sorrow made Elia feel an overwhelming sense of helplessness. She still did not fully comprehend the depth of the magical world, which was so foreign to her, evoking fear and even anger at times. Lily shook her head, gripping the letter tightly, her knuckles turning white. But she is my sister. She knows this isn't something I chose. I never wanted to steal Mum and Dad's love, nor to make her unhappy. Elia ran barefoot across to her trunk, rummaging for a moment before returning to Lily's side, holding aloft a box of fizzing honey candies. Listen, she said earnestly, pressing the sweets into Lily's hands. Petunia is like a child who has had her toy taken away. But one day she will understand that you've never wanted to take anything from her. You are simply you, and she is merely herself. Before this she blinked and, in an exaggerated tone, proclaimed, the Duke of Honey's candies will temporarily mend the cracks in the heart. I assure you as a connoisseur of sweets. Lily burst into laughter, though her eyes were still glistening with unshed tears. She pinched a candy and took a gentle bite. The sweet honey flavor melted on her tongue, as if it could truly alleviate some of the bitterness. Thank you, Elia, she said softly, her voice imbued with sincere gratitude. Don't mention it, Elia grinned widely, seizing the quill and feigning a look of distress. Now, help me think of a way to subtly inform my mother in the letter that I may have misplaced 3 pairs of socks. If I directly write that they might have been stolen by the house elf, will she believe me? Lily was genuinely amused by Elia's antics, the previous gloom lifting slightly. After a moment of contemplation, she suggested, you could write that the socks may have been swept away by the mysterious magical currents within the castle. I think your mother would find that quite intriguing. Perfect excuse. Elia snapped her fingers. But on a serious note, I truly have lost one sock, the left one. Adorned with a picture of a snitch, perhaps it was taken by a house elf to use as a flag. Lily's eyes lit up. I've heard they particularly enjoy collecting odd trinkets, or borrowed by the Transfiguration Professor as a teaching tool. How to transform a sock into a snuffluff, Elia chimed in. The two erupted into laughter, nearly toppling the pillows off the bed. Mary, rubbing her eyes, sat up from the adjacent bed, her brown curls a wild mess. Merlin's pants. What are you two laughing about? It's only 7 o'clock. Elia's socks have run away from home, Lily explained with mock seriousness, though the corners of her mouth betrayed her amusement. They may have joined the sock liberation front of Peeves. Dorcas poked her head out from behind the bed curtains. I bet Filch confiscated them. That old grouch must have a special cabinet for forbidden socks. The 4 girls dissolved into laughter, filling the morning dormitory with joyous energy. They hurriedly washed up and donned their robes. Elia struggled to tame her hair in front of the mirror, but to no avail. The hair of the Potter family seemed inherently resistant to submission. Here, try this, Lily kindly offered, handing her a bottle of hair oil. My mother gave it to me. Your mother is so sweet. Elia accepted the small bottle, inhaling the faint scent of lavender. She must be so proud of you. Lily's fingers hesitated for a moment, but she quickly resumed arranging her scarf. Yes, she sent me another letter yesterday, saying that Dad framed my acceptance letter and hung it up in the clinic. Then Petunia must be even. Elia began, but abruptly halted. Lily sighed, tucking Petunia's letter deep into the drawer. She will come around one day. The words sounded more like self-reassurance. Dorcas and Mary had finished getting ready and were urging them at the door. The 4 girls stepped out of the dormitory together, descending the spiral staircase toward the great hall. A considerable number of students were already seated at the Gryffindor table, the atmosphere lively and bustling. As soon as they sat down, classmates enthusiastically greeted them, distributing plates filled with delectable food. Elia's eyes gleamed at the sight of syrup-filled pastries as she reached for one. Chapter 14. The commotion before class. Lily's gaze unintentionally drifted toward the Slytherin table, where Severus sat alone, his dark hair falling over his eyes, a hefty tome spread open before him. He seemed to sense something, raising his head to meet Lily's gaze, nodding slightly before quickly returning to his reading. Stop looking, Elia gently tugged at Lily's sleeve. Come try this syrup pie. It will brighten your mood all day. She offered Lily a piece of the golden pastry, the flaky crust glistening with syrup. Lily took a bite, and the sweetness immediately enveloped her senses. How is it? Elia inquired eagerly. Lily smiled and nodded. It's indeed effective. As Elia enjoyed her breakfast, she and Lily discussed their first transfiguration lesson, the enchanted ceiling of the great hall displaying a clear morning blue, while a few owls began to swoop down, delivering letters. Suddenly, a sharp sound of slicing air interrupted their conversation. A brownish-gray owl from the Black family swooped down, clutching a crimson envelope in its talons, glimmering in the morning light like a drop of blood. It seems my dear mother has sent another greeting. A languorous voice drifted from the side of Sirius. As Elia turned her head, she discovered the boy, who had seated himself at some point unbeknownst to her, deftly slicing a sausage into perfect morsels with a silver knife, seemingly oblivious to the swirling messenger above. The letter, wrapped in brown parchment, landed with a thud before Sirius, and a scarlet tongue of flame began to consume its edges. As the surrounding students recoiled in terror, Elia's wand had already slipped into her palm. Yet, Sirius suddenly grasped her wrist, his gray eyes glinting with a dangerous excitement. Hold on, let me see what new term she has concocted this time. The howler abruptly opened its gaping maw. Sirius Black. You disgraceful blemish on pure bloodline. Brilliant white flames erupted simultaneously from both wands. Ilia's spell struck the core of the letter with precision, while the dazzling fireworks emitted from Sirius's wand burst into a resplendent shower of gold and crimson stars in midair, completely drowning out the remnants of the howler's roar. Ashen paper fell like dark snow into the oatmeal, and an eerie silence enveloped the hall. Professor McGonagall rose from the staff table, her lips pressed into a fine line, but after a few whispered words from Dumbledore, she slowly sat back down, casting a stern glare in their direction. Quite the collaboration, Sirius remarked, dispersing the smoke from his fingertips. He then leaned closer to Ilia, whispering, "But could you wait until I finish the introduction next time? I'm gathering ideas for Lady Walburga's insults." His warm breath brushed against her earlobe, and Ilia suddenly realized their proximity was such that she could count the shadows cast by his lashes. This realization nearly caused her wand to slip from her grasp. Merlin. When did she begin to notice such details? "Your mother is indeed quite creative," she replied dryly, feigning to adjust her sleeve to mask her hastening heartbeat. "But causing a ruckus in the great hall with a howler during breakfast? A tad lacking in originality." Sirius chuckled softly, his long fingers twirling his wand. "Oh? Then what brilliant suggestion do you propose, Miss Potter? Perhaps I could try to make my voice sound as if I were engaged in an academic discussion, letting the letter sing a discordant ode to pure blood? Or transform it into a miniature automaton that chases you reciting your family tree." Sirius erupted into hearty laughter, drawing the curious glances of several Ravenclaw students. "Merlin, I should have met you sooner." His gray eyes shimmered with a transparent silver hue under the sunlight, as if harboring some secret delight. "How about you take charge of the next howler's transformation?" "You too," James interjected, swirling into the space between them like a whirlwind. "The stairs have gone mad. Remus says we need the balance of human weight." He abruptly halted, scrutinizing the nearly joined figures of his sister and friend. "What are you two conspiring about?" "Discussing your childhood blunders." Ilia quickly distanced herself, although her heart continued to race unnaturally. She caught a glimpse of the mischievous glint in Sirius's eyes. He was certainly doing this on purpose. His nonchalant demeanor was infuriating. James squinted, glancing back and forth between them. "What blunders? Like the time you tried to cast a levitation charm on yourself at 5 and ended up stuck in an oak tree?" Ilia shot back, silently thanking her brother for interrupting that perilous topic. "Or the time on your 7th birthday when you turned the cake into a biting monster?" Sirius seamlessly continued, wearing that infuriatingly charming smile that made Ilia want to hurl a pie at his face. James's face turned crimson. That was an accident. And at that moment, Remus arrived, breathless, his robe collar askew. "I've calculated it. If 4 people stand on the 4th step of the moving staircase simultaneously." "Wait a moment," James interrupted, pointing at Sirius and Ilia. Those two were acting suspiciously. Sirius lounged against the long table, a playful smile gracing his lips. "We were merely admiring your sister's newly learned spell, James. I must say, the Potter's talent is truly enviable." He deliberately elongated the last word, casting a sidelong glance at Ilia, as if challenging her to rebut. Ilia felt her cheeks flush and hastily redirected the conversation. "Do you know what time it is? Transfiguration class starts in 15 minutes. The 3 boys froze simultaneously. Sirius's pumpkin juice cup hovered in midair, and James's fork clattered to the plate. "Merlin's foul socks," James wailed, leaping up and nearly toppling the long bench. "My transfiguration textbook is still in the dormitory." Sirius had already swiftly stuffed several slices of bread into his robe pocket. "Run, mates. I do not wish to be confined by Professor McGonagall during the first week of school." He rose gracefully, pausing only to wink at Ilia. "Shall we continue our academic discussion after class?" The 3 boys dashed out of the hall in a whirlwind, leaving behind a chaotic mess of plates and wobbling benches. Ilia exchanged a glance with Lily, letting out a resigned sigh. "We're going to be late," Lily announced, standing up to adjust her robe, but before that, she gave Ilia a meaningful look. "You and that black? What about me and?" Ilia feigned focus on adjusting her bag straps, evading her friend's probing gaze. "We were merely handling that howler. You know, the usual pureblood family affairs." Lily raised an eyebrow, her red hair glowing like flames in the morning light. "Is that so? Then why did I see him?" "We're really going to be late," Ilia exclaimed, snatching her bag and hastening toward the door, her heart racing in her chest. Behind her, she heard Lily's suppressed laughter, which made her ears burn. In the corridor, the figures of the 3 boys had already disappeared around the corner, distant shouts from James and Sirius mingling with Remus's anxious admonitions. Ilia took a deep breath, striving to steady herself. She and Sirius were merely friends, very good friends, nothing more. The connection they shared was simply due to their exceptional wizardry. And that rapid heartbeat was merely a result of the adrenaline following spellcasting. Yes, that was it. Let us go. She adjusted her bag's strap, offering Lily a perfectly normal smile. I do not wish to miss Professor McGonagall's class. Lily responded with a knowing but kindly refrained from further questioning. The two girls hurried through the corridor, their footsteps echoing against the ancient stone walls. Chapter 15. The First Transfiguration Class. In the Transfiguration classroom, sunlight streamed through the tall windows, casting a warm glow on the ancient wooden desks. Elia's fingers lightly brushed against the Gryffindor emblem on her chest, a wave of surrealism washing over her. Here she was, a soul from the 21st century, truly seated in a Hogwarts classroom, preparing for her very first lesson in Transfiguration. What do you think Professor McGonagall will teach us? Lily whispered beside her, flipping open a brand new beginner's guide to Transfiguration, the scent of parchment mingling with ink wafting in the air. Elia blinked. I suppose it will be basic transformations? Turning matches into needles, perhaps? She deliberately phrased it as a guess, although she already knew the answer. Lily regarded her with surprise. That could be it. The book does mention this. She pointed to an illustration in the textbook, where a match was depicted next to a silver needle, labeled Fundamentals of Beginner Transfiguration. Suddenly, the classroom door swung open with a crash, and three breathless boys, James, Sirius, and Remus, burst in, their robes askew, clearly having just sprinted over. Sorry, Professor. James panted, one hand resting on his knee. We got lost. A leaf was stuck in his tousled hair, the origin of which was uncertain. Professor McGonagall raised her head from behind the lectern, her eyes sharp as a hawk behind her glasses. Lost, Mr. Potter? The journey from the auditorium to the Transfiguration classroom merely requires 5 minutes, yet you are 15 minutes late. Sirius flashed a grin, revealing his pointed canine tooth. Actually, Professor, we encountered a slight predicament. As he spoke, a mischievous glint sparkled in his gray eyes, as if this were a splendid excuse rather than a clumsy lie. Laughter erupted in the classroom, but Professor McGonagall's expression remained unchanged. Due to this minor inconvenience, 5 points will be deducted from Gryffindor. Now, please take your seats in the empty spots over there. Elia watched as her brother James trudged toward the back row, his head hung low, unable to suppress a smile at his disheveled demeanor. He resembled a drenched puppy, pitiful and entirely devoid of his usual bravado. Sirius, however, appeared unfazed. As he passed by Elia, he deliberately tapped her shoulder with the tip of his wand, eliciting a warning glance from Professor McGonagall. With a flick of her wand, a match flew into each student's hand. Today, we shall learn how to transfigure a match into a needle. This is the foundation of transfiguration, and the first item of your examination. She demonstrated a standard wand movement, emphasizing that the rotation of the wrist should be smooth and fluid, not shaky. Elia picked up the match, recalling the countless fanfictions that depicted this very scene. Taking a deep breath, she focused her attention and clearly enunciated the incantation. To her astonishment, the match swiftly elongated and narrowed in her grasp, its tip sharpening until it transformed into a gleaming silver needle, complete with intricate engravings on the eye that clearly exceeded the course's requirements. Well done, Miss Potter. Professor McGonagall's voice brought Elia back to reality. She gazed in disbelief at the silver needle in her hand, unable to fathom her success on the first attempt, an impeccable transfiguration. With even decorative details accounted for, 5 points for Gryffindor. Lily exclaimed in admiration from beside her. Elia, you did it on your first try. Her eyes widened with awe. Elia felt her cheeks flush. It was just luck. She turned to Lily, quietly advising her, try relaxing your wrist a bit more, and visualize the shape of the needle clearly in your mind. Lily nodded, focusing intently on the match, her wand movements becoming even more precise. Her match gradually transformed. Though not as flawless as Elia's, it emerged as a rough needle. Excellent, Miss Evans. 3 more points for Gryffindor. A disdainful scoff came from the back row, and Elia did not need to turn around to know who it was. Severus was glowering at them, his match having only darkened slightly, showing no sign of transformation. Elia noticed his lips silently mouthing the incantation repeatedly, seemingly rehearsing the pronunciation. Halfway through the lesson, Elia saw that James and Sirius had successfully completed their transfiguration, while Remus was still struggling but not far from achieving it. When the bell rang, Professor McGonagall announced, "Your homework is to practice transfiguring matches into needles. It will be checked in the next class." Once Professor McGonagall departed, the students filed out, and as Elia was gathering her books with Lily, James suddenly emerged from behind, throwing an arm around her shoulder. "Hey sis, let me introduce you to my new roommate." Wait, not just yet, Sirius interjected, lowering his voice, excitement glimmering in his gray eyes. Tonight at midnight, we are going to explore the castle. Are you in? Elia's heart raced, but she quickly asked, who else is going? Me, Sirius, Remus, and James scratched his messy black hair. We were supposed to bring our new roommate Peter. But he just said he had a stomach ache and probably went to the hospital wing to see Madame Pomfrey. Elia's brow furrowed. Peter Pettigrew would one day betray the Potters. She fought to keep the chill from her voice. That's unfortunate, she said flatly, hoping he feels better soon. So, will you come? James looked at her expectantly, his eyes sparkling behind his glasses. We can use Dad's invisibility cloak, although 4 of us might be a bit cramped. Elia contemplated for a moment before nodding. All right. James suddenly grinned. That's my sister. But you must follow our instructions completely. Midnight, common room. He added in a hushed tone, don't tell Evans. Elia's heart sank. Not telling Lily? That felt wrong. In the common room, Lily was sitting by the fireplace engrossed in a book. Upon seeing Elia enter, she closed 1,000 magical herbs. Your brother and the others didn't give you a hard time, did they? They're just a tad immature, Elia replied, sitting beside Lily and unconsciously tracing her fingers along the edge of the pages. Lily tucked a loose strand of red hair behind her ear. By the way, shall we do our transfiguration homework together tonight? I think you're really good at it. Elia bit her lip. Should she tell Lily about the midnight adventure? James had explicitly said not to inform her. Yet Lily was her best friend. Lily, there's something I need to tell you. Elia took a deep breath. James and the others invited me to explore the castle with them tonight. Lily's head snapped up, a flicker of hurt flashing in her green eyes. What? You agreed? I haven't decided yet, Elia said quietly, which wasn't a complete lie. But if I did, would you be angry? Lily's fingers tightened around the book's edge, knuckles whitening. It's not anger, it's concern. If you get caught, you could be expelled. And her voice lowered. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Elia felt a wave of guilt wash over her. James specifically said not to tell you. But I don't want to keep anything from you. She reached out to hold Lily's hand. You are my best friend. Lily's expression softened slightly, yet her brow remained furrowed. This is too dangerous, Elia. Filch and his cat patrol every night, not to mention the moving staircases and Peeves. Just this once, Elia pleaded. I promise I'll be careful, and we have the invisibility cloak. Lily was silent for a long moment, the firelight casting flickering shadows across her face. Finally, she sighed one last time, but her tone and expression clearly conveyed her discontent with the decision. Elia nodded, her heart heavy. She understood Lily's concerns were valid, yet she didn't want to miss this opportunity. The air between them grew thick with tension. In the dead of night, as the other girls in the dormitory slept soundly, Elia quietly climbed out of bed, donning her robe. She glanced back at Lily's bed, the curtains drawn tightly, the interior silent. Her heart raced like a drumbeat, both from the thrill of about to break school rules and the weight of Lily's disapproval. She gently pushed open the dormitory door, her bare feet touching the cold stone steps of the spiral staircase. The dim glow of the fireplace in the common room illuminated 3 shadowy figures waiting for her. James appeared both excited and anxious. Are you sure you want to join us? It's not too late to back out. Elia took a deep breath. Standing tall, I'm ready. Sirius's lips curled into an appreciative smile, his gray eyes sparkling in the firelight. Then let the adventure begin. Remus cleared his throat nervously. We should plan our route first. James had already pulled out a shimmering silver invisibility cloak from his robe. It might be a bit cramped for 4, he warned, but as long as we stick close together. Sirius cast a mischievous glance towards Elia. It seems you must stay rather close to me, Miss Potter. Elia rolled her eyes, deliberately ignoring the playful glimmer that flickered in Sirius's gaze. It's merely for the sake of the mission, Black. For figures huddled beneath the invisibility cloak, cautiously advancing into the unknown darkness of the castle. Elia could feel the warmth of Sirius's breath brushing against the top of her head, as well as his hand lightly resting on her shoulder for balance. The image of Lily's worried eyes flashed in her mind, but there was no turning back now. The adventure had begun. Chapter 16, The First Night Out. As James unfurled the shimmering invisibility cloak, the fabric flowed like quicksilver under the moonlight. We should be able to fit 4 of us, he whispered. His messy hair brushing against Elia's ear. Remus crouched down a bit. Merlin's beard. Sirius, your hair is poking my eyes. Sirius chuckled softly, tucking his dark hair behind his ear. No more complaints, James. If I hadn't overheard Filch's patrol route, we wouldn't even be out here. The 4 children moved slowly beneath the invisibility cloak, akin to conjoined twins. And Elia caught the faint scent of pine from Sirius and the lingering aroma of pumpkin juice from James's robes. Remus nervously bit his lip. his fingers tightly gripping his wand. Around the left corner, Sirius suddenly lowered his voice. "I hear Madame Loris' bell." No sooner had he spoken than a dim yellow light from an oil lamp swept around the corner of the corridor. Filch's hunched silhouette appeared against the stone wall, accompanied by his chilling mutterings. "I can smell those little rascals. This time, I will catch them." The air beneath the invisibility cloak instantly froze. Elia felt Sirius's fingers tighten abruptly. "Run." He pulled Elia's wrist fiercely, and they bolted forth like arrows released from a bow. "Split up." James's voice echoed from behind, as the invisibility cloak billowed up, revealing Remus's startled profile. The hem of Elia's robe brushed against the armor, producing a faint clink that prompted Filch to pivot sharply. "Who's there?" Sirius yanked her into a recessed niche. Elia's back pressed against the cold stone wall, acutely aware of the rise and fall of Sirius's chest. The glow of the oil lamp drew nearer, and Madame Loris emitted an excited snort. "We're doomed," Elia silently mouthed, as Sirius's arm slipped against the wall, his elbow colliding painfully with a protruding stone. With a click of shifting mechanisms, the stone wall silently rotated, and Elia lost her balance, tumbling forward, with Sirius instinctively wrapping his arms around her waist as they both plunged into darkness. The entrance to the secret passage sealed just moments before Filch arrived. The last sight imprinted in their minds being the startled expression on the caretaker's ugly face. Ouch! Elia's elbow struck the hard ground, sending pain shooting through her, almost bringing tears to her eyes. In the darkness, Sirius's sharp intake of breath was audible. "Merlin's knickers, are you all right?" His voice was close, his warm breath caressing her forehead. Still alive, Elia managed to sit up, the tip of her wand glowing faintly, flickering with a soft light. In the dim yellow glow, Sirius was rubbing the back of his head, his black hair tangled with cobwebs. He surveyed their surroundings and suddenly grinned widely. "We've discovered a secret passage." His gray eyes sparkled in the wand's light. "James is going to go absolutely mad." The passage was low and narrow, the ancient stone walls smooth, marred only by the natural cracks left by time. Sirius illuminated the wall with his wand, carefully inspecting the mechanism. "I must have hit a hidden trigger just now." Suddenly, a hushed call from James echoed from afar. "Sirius? Elia? Have you been caught by that old bat?" His voice was muffled through the stone wall. Sirius winked at Elia and lightly tapped the previously activated brick with his wand. The passage opened silently, revealing the startled faces of James and Remus. Upon seeing them materialize out of thin air, James nearly fell to the ground. "How did you?" "We accidentally discovered a secret passage," Sirius exclaimed, throwing his arm around James's shoulder, excitement radiating from him like a child with a new toy. "Look at this mechanism. It was completely accidental." He pointed at the brick that had triggered the hidden entrance. James's glasses slid down to the tip of his nose. "This means there are more secret passages in the castle." He excitedly pulled out a piece of parchment to begin recording. "We need to systematically explore every wall." "Now?" Remus asked weakly, his eyes appearing especially large in the moonlight. Filch might still be nearby. Sirius and James were already engrossed in examining the secret passage's mechanism, completely oblivious to his words. Elia exchanged a resigned glance with Remus, who responded with a weary yet gentle smile. The return journey proved smoother than anticipated. The four of them moved stealthily along the shadows, darting behind the nearest statue at the slightest sound, with Sirius continuously gripping Elia's wrist, as if fearing she might vanish again. Before the Gryffindor common room's portrait, the fat lady was dozing. "Password?" she asked, blinking sleepily. "The heart of a brave," James panted, his hair more disheveled than usual. As the portrait swung open, a red figure sprang up from an armchair. Lily was clutching a stack of parchment tightly, her green eyes shimmering with worry in the light of the dying embers. "Lily?" Elia froze in place, and Sirius's hand silently slipped from her wrist. Lily's gaze swiftly scanned the four of them, dust-covered robes and tousled hair, and upon seeing Elia unharmed, her tense shoulders relaxed slightly. She said nothing, striding forward to grasp Elia's wrist firmly. "Evans, James began to explain, but was silenced by a single look from Lily. "Shut it, Potter." Her voice was soft yet firm. She pulled Elia toward the spiral staircase leading to the girls' dormitory. Elia turned back to the three boys, mouthing that everything was fine. Sirius raised an eyebrow, while James exaggeratedly mimed a throat-cutting gesture, only to be gently restrained by Remus. The corridor of the girls' dormitory was eerily quiet, their footsteps echoing against the stone walls. Lily remained silent until she pushed open the dormitory door, confirming that Mary and Dorcas were fast asleep before releasing Elia's wrist. "You're all right," Lily murmured, more as a self-assurance. Elia suddenly noticed the parchment in Lily's hand. It was her notes from Transfiguration. filled with detailed annotations and highlighted key points in 3 different colors. You stayed up waiting for me? Her voice trembled with guilt. Lily placed the notes on the bedside table, her movements delicate and tender. I said I would wait for you. Finally, she met Elia's gaze, her green eyes brimming with complex emotions. Though I do not approve of your reckless adventure, I promise not to be angry. Elia felt her eyes welling up. I'm sorry, I should have come back sooner. Lily shook her head, pulling a small vial from beneath her pillow. Put some on your elbow, I saw you rubbing it. The vial contained a pale green ointment, emitting the refreshing scents of mint and daisies. My mother gave this to me, it's very effective for scrapes. Elia took the vial, her fingertips accidentally brushing against Lily's, the coldness startling her. Why are your hands so cold? It's nothing. Just sat by the window for a bit. Lily replied nonchalantly. But Elia noticed the dampness on the hem of her robe. She must have been there longer than she let on. Elia twisted open the cap, the cool aroma of the ointment wafting into the air. Thank you, Lily. Her voice was soft, yet every word was heartfelt. Not just for this moment but for everything. Lily finally revealed her first genuine smile of the evening, albeit faint, yet sufficiently warm. Next time, she paused, seemingly weighing her words. At least inform me of your whereabouts. That way, if something were to happen, I would know where to find you. A wave of warmth surged within Elia as she nodded, carefully applying the ointment. A coolness instantly alleviated the pain in her elbow. We discovered a secret passage, Elia whispered, unable to contain her excitement about the evening's adventure. Right next to that suit of knight armor on the 3rd floor, Sirius accidentally activated a mechanism. Lily's eyes widened slightly, but she quickly regained her composure. That sounds perilous, she remarked, helping Elia tidy her dust-covered robe. But indeed exhilarating? Elia grinned broadly. Incredibly exhilarating. The look on Filch's face so. Sore. Ishoudente. No, please continue, Lily said as she climbed onto her 4-poster bed, her voice now tinged with curiosity. What happened with Filch? Moonlight streamed through the cracks in the curtains, flowing between the 2 girls. Elia recounted the evening's escapades, occasionally lowering her voice to mimic Filch's furious shouts, and dramatically gesturing the mechanism of the secret passage. Lily interjected from time to time, her green eyes glistening in the darkness. As Mary murmured in her sleep and turned over, the 2 girls realized they had been conversing well into the night. It's time to sleep, Lily whispered, drawing the bed curtains. We have charms class tomorrow. Elia nodded, burrowing into the covers. The star stickers Lily had affixed to the ceiling radiated a gentle blue glow in the darkness. Hogwarts' first night was warmer than she had imagined. Chapter 17. Covert operations in charms class. The next day, Professor Flitwick stood precariously atop a stack of teetering books, announcing in his high-pitched voice, Today, we shall learn the levitation charm, Wingardium Leviosa. This is one of the fundamental spells for your examinations. Elia stared at the floating feather before her, not raising her wand. She had mastered this spell long ago. On the day she received her acceptance letter to Hogwarts at the age of 11, she had eagerly attempted the simplest spells from the book. Aren't you going to practice? Lily asked softly, her red hair brushing against the parchment, the quill's tip still dripping with ink. Her wand hovered in midair, her brow furrowed as she focused intently on the feather that remained perfectly still. Elia leaned closer to Lily's ear. I already know this spell. Her breath stirred the wisps of hair at Lily's temple. Come, let me teach you. Gently, she grasped Lily's wrist, guiding her through the standard wand movement. Not a jab, but a graceful circle, like this. Elia's hand rested over Lily's, leading her to complete a perfect arc. Lily's fingers trembled slightly under Elia's guidance, but soon found their rhythm. Wingardium Leviosa. She pronounced the incantation clearly, and the feather responded, gracefully soaring through the air. Splendid, Miss Evans. Professor Flitwick exclaimed, nearly tumbling from his precarious perch. Gryffindor earns 5 points. A blush crept onto Lily's cheeks, and her green eyes sparkled with joy. Thank you, Elia, she whispered, her voice barely audible to the 2 of them. I could not have mastered it so swiftly without you. In the back of the classroom, James adjusted his glasses, staring in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. Didn't he even argue? He nudged Sirius beside him. Yesterday, Evans looked as if she wanted to skin someone alive. Sirius, engrossed in flipping through basic charms principles, didn't he look up, his dark hair cascading over the pages. I think she aimed to skin you, actually. It has nothing to do with Elia, he replied lazily. James opened his mouth to retort, but was interrupted when Professor Flitwick called on him to demonstrate the levitation charm. Flustered, he raised his wand, resulting in the feather spinning chaotically in the air, eliciting a round of laughter. As the class bell rang, students filed out in a rush. James hurried to catch up with Elia, Hey, what happened later last night? Evans, didn't he give you a hard time, did she? Before Elia could respond, Lily stepped between them, her green eyes coldly assessing James. If you wish to know, why not ask me directly, Potter? She seized Elia's wrist. Come on. We'll be late for potions. Elia turned back, casting a helpless glance at James as Lily tugged her away. Sirius leaned against a stone pillar in the corridor, a glint of amusement in his gray eyes as he watched the two girls depart. In the afternoon potions class, Professor Slughorn delivered disappointing news. Due to the mishap involving 6th-year students last Saturday, our supply of shrivelfig powder has been entirely tainted. His round face was etched with regret. Tomorrow's practical on the shrinking solution must be postponed. Lily's shoulders instantly slumped, her fingers unconsciously rubbing the cover of magical potions and elixirs. Elia knew how eagerly she had anticipated this lesson. Lily had excitedly spoken of using the shrinking solution to observe the transformation of spiders. Don't worry, Elia whispered reassuringly. Perhaps we'll restock by tomorrow. Lily forced a smile. Yet the disappointment in her green eyes was unmistakable. Severus said shrivelfig is difficult to gather. It usually takes several weeks. At dinner, Lily scarcely touched her shepherd's pie. Observing her friend's distracted demeanor, Elia concocted a bold plan in her mind. After returning to the common room, Elia seized the opportunity, while Lily was engrossed in a discussion about potions homework with Mary and Dorcas, discreetly tugging at James' sleeve. I need the invisibility cloak. James glanced around suspiciously. Why? We just used it last night. Filch will surely be on high alert. Shrivelfig powder, Elia stated plainly. Slughorn mentioned there are some backups in the storeroom, right next to the potions classroom. James' glasses slipped down to the tip of his nose. Are you mad? Trespassing into the professor's storeroom. Elia narrowed her eyes, revealing a smile that was all too familiar to James. The look that indicated mischief was afoot. If you don't help me, I'll write to my mother about how you turned her favorite antique vase into a niffler's nest. James' expression paled. That was an accident. And besides, nifflers love that vase. Hand it over now, Elia extended her hand. Or my mother will receive a detailed report on how her dear son transformed a vase into a magical creature's lavatory tomorrow. James opened his mouth, ultimately sagging his shoulders in defeat. You're a little devil, he mumbled as he stormed up the boys' dormitory stairs. Minutes later, James stealthily returned, the invisibility cloak folded neatly beneath his robes. Here he reluctantly handed over the shimmering fabric. Just as Elia grasped the cloak, the door to the common room swung open. Sirius strode in, a bundle of books in his arms. What are you two plotting? He arched an eyebrow, his keen gray eyes catching sight of the corner of the invisibility cloak peeking from Elia's grip. James instantly raised his hands. Not me. It's all her threat. Shut up, James, Elia and Sirius chimed in unison. Sirius took a few steps closer, lowering his voice. What are you planning to do? His gaze searched Elia's face for answers. After a moment of hesitation, she divulged the truth. Lily is very much looking forward to tomorrow's potions class. But we don't have enough shrivelfig powder. I want to retrieve some backups from the storeroom. Sirius's expression became inscrutable. Suddenly, he turned and tossed the books in his hand to James. I'll accompany her. What? Elia and James exclaimed in unison. Sirius had already grasped Elia's wrist, his palm warm and dry. It's safer with two people, and I know Filch's patrol route for tonight. Without waiting for Elia to refuse, he seized her hand and began to lead her toward the door. James, if Remus inquires about our whereabouts, simply say we ventured to the library. James, clutching a book, stood rooted in place, his eyes behind his glasses wide with disbelief. Wait, how do I explain both of you going to the library together? The door closed behind them. In the corridor, Sirius deftly unfurled the invisibility cloak over the two of them. Unlike the previous night when 4 of them had been crammed together, the space felt far more ample this time. Elia could distinctly smell the scent of pine emanating from Sirius, mingled with a hint of freshly cut grass after rain. You didn't have to come, Elia murmured, attempting to limit her physical contact with Sirius. I can handle this on my own. Sirius chuckled softly, warm breath brushing against her ear. Oh, come now, Elia. You don't even know what type of fish is most loathed by Filch's cat. His fingers gently rested on her shoulder, guiding her around a corner. To the left, Mrs. Norris is patrolling the 3rd floor. They glided through the castle like shadows. Sirius's remarkable knowledge of the patrol routes and schedules allowed them to evade danger with precision each time. When they finally reached the potions classroom door, Elia couldn't help but inquire, how do you know so much about Filch's movements? Sirius's gray eyes glinted with mischief in the moonlight. I have my sources. With a magician's flair, he produced a thin wire from his pocket and deftly manipulated it in the lock, producing a soft click. The storeroom was filled with various bottles and jars, casting an ethereal glow in the moonlight. Sirius illuminated a faint light with his wand. The powdered lacewing flies should be over here. They quickly located a small jar labeled for spare powdered lacewing flies. Elia carefully poured half into a prepared vial, her movements delicate as if disarming a bomb. Is that enough? Sirius whispered. Elia nodded, just as she was about to seal the jar. A sudden clang of metal echoed from a distance. Sirius extinguished the light from his wand immediately and pulled Elia behind him. In the darkness, their breaths intermingled, and Elia could sense the taut muscles of Sirius's back, coiled like a bowstring. The sound gradually faded, and Sirius exhaled in relief. Just Peeves playing with the armor. His voice was somewhat hoarse. The return journey proved smoother than anticipated. Upon finally arriving back at Gryffindor Tower, the fat lady was already asleep, emitting gentle snores. The heart of a Gryffindor, Sirius said softly as the portrait lazily swung open. The common room was deserted, save for the embers in the fireplace glowing faintly red. Sirius helped Elia remove the invisibility cloak, his fingers inadvertently brushing against her neck, eliciting a subtle shiver. Thank you, Elia said quietly, carefully stowing the vial in her pocket. Without you, I could never have succeeded. Sirius tilted his head to observe her, his dark hair cascading over his shoulder. Risking it for a friend, A hint of an emotion Elia could not decipher lingered in his tone. She is worth it, Elia replied simply. Sirius's gaze lingered on her face for a few seconds before he merely nodded. Good night, Elia. Good night, Sirius. The following morning at breakfast, Elia mischievously nudged Lily's elbow. Close your eyes and extend your hand. Lily complied, albeit perplexed. When the cool glass vial landed in her palm, she opened her eyes and gasped in surprise. Powdered lacewing flies. But Professor Slughorn said. Shoo, Elia interjected, placing a finger to her lips, her eyes sparkling with mischief. It's a secret. Let us consider it a gift from the house elves of Hogwarts. Lily clutched the vial tightly and suddenly threw her arms around Elia. Thank you. Her voice was muffled against Elia's shoulder. No matter how you managed it, thank you. Not far away. Sirius was spreading blueberry jam on his toast, and couldn't help but smirk at the scene. Have they made amends? James inquired, leaning in. They were never at odds, James. Sirius replied lazily, his attention still fixed on the embracing pair. Some bonds run deeper than you might imagine. Chapter 18. The Betrayer's First Encounter. The bell signaling the end of charms class echoed through the castle corridors as Elia and Lily packed away the hefty compendium of charms. Sunlight streamed through the stained glass windows, and the air was fragrant with the lingering scent of sandalwood from their recent practice of the levitation charm, mingled with the distinct aroma of aged parchment. I still haven't quite grasped some of the nuances of this levitation charm, Lily lamented, poking her quill, which promptly emitted a small burst of blue flame. Elia was helping Lily gather scattered peacock feathers when Lily's hair brushed against Elia's hand, leaving a faint whiff of apple fragrance. Elia! James's voice suddenly boomed from the classroom door. He and Sirius rushed in like a whirlwind, followed by a timid small boy. Last time Peter had a stomach ache and didn't he get introduced, but now I finally have the chance. James enthusiastically pushed the boy forward. This is Peter Pettigrew, our roommate. Peter looked like a mouse ready to flee at any moment. His hair lay limp against his forehead, and his small eyes blinked rapidly. Why you hello, Miss Potter. His voice was barely above a whisper, and he nervously twisted the edge of his robe. Elia's gaze lingered on Peter's face for a moment, her lips curving into a polite smile. Hello, Pettigrew. Her tone was calm, as if greeting a portrait. Don't mind my sister, James laughed heartily, giving Peter a hearty pat on the back that nearly sent the boy stumbling. She can be a bit slow to warm up to new friends. He winked at Elia, his carefree demeanor causing a flutter of discomfort in her chest. Sirius, who had been lazily leaning against the podium, suddenly straightened, intrigue flashing in his gray eyes at James's remark. Lily obviously noticed her friend's unusual demeanor as well. She quickly closed her textbook. We should be going, Elia, she said, gently tugging at Elia's sleeve. Professor McGonagall asked us to help her organize the transfiguration supplies after class, remember? Of course I remember, Elia replied promptly, slipping the last feather into Lily's bag. Her gaze remained deliberately averted from Peter, as if something unpleasant resided in that direction. Suddenly, Sirius stepped in front of the two girls, tilting his head as he scrutinized Elia, a faint smile playing on his lips. In such a hurry to leave? I was hoping to inquire how you managed to make the feather float so high. He elongated his words playfully. Professor Flitwick praised it for a full 5 minutes. James immediately chimed in. Yeah, Evans's feather even turned rainbow-colored. He gesticulated excitedly, nearly hitting Peter in the nose. How did you do it? Just added a bit of a color charm variant, she said discreetly, pulling Elia toward the door. Let us discuss it later. Peter suddenly piped up timidly, and Miss Potter's feather also floated quite high. He looked at Elia with a hopeful expression, only to receive a cold profile in return. Sirius stroked his chin thoughtfully, having noticed how Elia's eyelashes had subtly fluttered when Peter spoke, much like someone reacting upon seeing a spider perched at the edge of their teacup. Let's go. Elia softly urged Lily, her fingers already resting on the doorknob. Just as they were about to leave, Sirius abruptly pressed his hand against the door, his palm hovering mere inches above Elia's hand. Elia, he leaned in, whispering in her ear, his voice low enough for only the two of them to hear. Your disdain for little Pettigrew could slay a den of foxes. Elia suddenly lifted her head, meeting Sirius's probing gaze. His gray eyes were so close that they seemed capable of deciphering all her secrets. She bit her lower lip and lowered her voice in response. Sirius, don't get too close to him. Sirius furrowed his brow, about to inquire further, when Lily, already frowning, tugged Elia back. Black, don't block the way. Sirius stepped aside, yet his gaze remained fixed on Elia. It was only when the two girls vanished around the corner of the corridor that he turned to James and asked, Is there some history between Elia and Peter? James looked bewildered. They only spoke for the first time today. Peter shrank back, his voice barely a whisper. Maybe Miss Potter doesn't like ordinary people like me. Oh. Come on, Sirius scoffed. Elia shows more warmth to goblins than to you. He gazed thoughtfully at the empty corridor. Intriguing. Meanwhile, as Lily rounded the corner, she halted abruptly. Do you know Padfoot? Elia shook her head, then nodded. Not really, but... She hesitated, fingers unconsciously tracing a scratch on her wand, akin to a mouse pilfering cheese in a cellar. This was not a complete fabrication. In some future, Peter indeed lived for 12 years in the form of a rat, hiding in the Weasley children's bedroom, stealing their snacks. Lily, thoughtfully twirling a strand of red hair, remarked, though he seems timid. Suddenly, she clasped Elia's hand, warm and dry in her grip. I trust your instincts. As they turned the corner, Elia glanced back one last time. Peter was animatedly gesticulating to James, his face alight with excitement, freckles dancing on his nose like a jubilant swarm of pixies, while James erupted in laughter. Sirius stood nearby, arms crossed, his gaze following the departing Elia, his gray eyes glimmering with curiosity, as if he could see through her innermost secrets. Elia felt a tightening in her chest and quickly turned away, quickening her pace. Chapter 19. Flying Lessons. The morning sun bathed the earth in golden light as Elia and Lily strolled side by side along the path leading to the Quidditch pitch, the soft grass beneath their feet still glistening with morning dew. Today's weather is perfect for flying. Lily inhaled deeply, her grip tightening on the old broomstick issued by the school, her knuckles paling slightly. Just as Elia was about to respond, a cacophony erupted from afar. They turned the corner to see James standing on the stone steps, enthusiastically waving his broom. I absolutely must join the Quidditch team in second year. His voice echoed through the corridor, drawing the attention of passing students. Just wait, I will be the youngest seeker in Gryffindor. Professor McGonagall will surely make an exception for me. Leaning against a stone pillar, Sirius flashed his signature grin. Oh come on James, he drawled. You haven't even seen what a bludger looks like. So what? James retorted defiantly. I bet I can fly faster than you. Care to test that? The suggestion instantly sparked a glint of mischief in Sirius's gray eyes. What are we betting? He straightened up, hands tucked into his pockets. If you lose, you hand over your entire box of chocolate frog cards. Deal. James grinned, revealing his two prominent canine teeth. But if you lose, you have to join me for the Quidditch tryouts. Sirius snorted dismissively. In your dreams. He elongated his tone, prompting Remus, who stood a few paces away, to shake his head and smile. Remus, maintaining a more cautious approach, offered gently, you two should stop it. Madam Hooch won't allow you to compete in class. Last time you both were racing during Transfiguration, Professor McGonagall docked Gryffindor 20 points. At that moment, a timid voice came from behind them. I don't think I'm cut out for flying too high. Peter clutched his broomstick tightly, beads of sweat dotting his round face. Don't worry, Peter, James exclaimed, throwing an arm around the boy's slender shoulders, nearly knocking him off balance. I'll look out for you. Flying is actually really simple, just like eating a chocolate frog. Elia watched the scene unfold from a distance, letting out a sigh. She knew her brother all too well. Once flying was involved, James morphed into a complete lunatic. She grasped Lily's hand beside her. We should keep our distance. Once James is on a broom, he becomes utterly unreasonable. Last summer, he nearly fell off his broom trying to catch a passing owl. Lily nodded, a flicker of concern in her eyes as she gazed at the broom in her hands. I've never flown before, she murmured. Alia gently held her friend's hand, feeling the chill at her fingertips. Don't be afraid, she reassured softly. I'll teach you. Flying isn't as terrifying as it seems, as long as you master the technique. Just then, Madame Hooch's sharp whistle pierced the air, her keen yellow eyes scanning the gathered students. All right, line up. Each of you take your broom and place it on the ground beside your right hand. Extend your right hand over the broom, Madame Hooch demonstrated, then firmly commanded up. Up. The synchronized shout reverberated across the pitch. Alia's broom immediately leapt into her hand, the wooden handle warm and smooth. She turned to see Lily's broom merely rolling on the ground, while James's broom shot into his grasp with such force it nearly knocked him in the chin. Good. Madame Hooch nodded. Now when I blow the whistle, you will push off the ground with force. Before she could finish her sentence, James took off with a whoosh into the sky. His broom traced a graceful arc in the sunlight, performing a splendid flip at 10 feet high, eliciting gasps from a crowd of students. Potter, Madame Hooch bellowed, get down this instant. Yet James paid her no heed, diving in midair and circling around Peter. Watch closely. Peter, he shouted with laughter, it's that simple. Just relax and let the broom carry you. Peter clung to his broom for dear life, legs shaking like leaves in the wind, barely 2 feet off the ground. I think this is high enough, he stammered, his face as pale as parchment. Sirius elegantly mounted his broom, effortlessly hovering 5 feet above the ground. He observed James swirling around Peter, occasionally letting out teasing laughter. Merlin's beard, Peter. If you shake any more, the broom will fall apart. Need me to lend you a diaper? Remus opted for a more cautious approach. He flew steadily at a distance, maintaining a moderate height and slow speed, clearly more adept than Peter but still cautious. Don't mind them, Ilya advised Lily, we'll take our time. First, relax your hands, don't grip too tightly, the broom can sense your tension. Lily took a deep breath, attempting to follow Ilya's instructions to loosen her fingers. Her broom quivered slightly, gradually rising to knee height. I did it, she exclaimed in delight, her red hair billowing in the wind. Fantastic, Ilya encouraged. Now try gently gripping the broom handle with your knees. Yes, just like that. At that moment, a gust of wind swept over their heads. James swooped down like a bolt of lightning, the rush of air nearly dislodging Lily from her broom. Ilya, he shouted from the sky, let us race. Together, we'll dominate the Quidditch pitch. Just imagine it, the Potter siblings reigning supreme in the Quidditch Cup. Ilya hurriedly steadied the unsteady Lily, casting an indignant glare at James. I refuse to partake in your madness. Could you possibly consider the safety of others? Do not act this way. James executed a flawless aerial somersault before soaring back, estimating Sirius would join, while Remus remained too cautious and Peter. He glanced at Peter, who was still trembling near the ground, wisely refraining from completing his thought. We need you, Ilya. Sirius floated nearby, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. Don't waste your breath. James, Ilya is far more sensible than you, and I did not agree to your plan. What? You dare to refuse me? James feigned a dramatic clutch at his chest, adopting a wounded expression. I am utterly heartbroken, Sirius. I thought we were best friends. Sirius merely chuckled lazily. Precisely because we are best friends. I am all the more inclined to watch you steal the spotlight alone. He elegantly turned, the tail of his broom lightly brushing against James's shoulder. Moreover, Quidditch is far too predictable for my taste. Just as James attempted to retort, Mrs. Hooch's sharp whistle interrupted. Mr. Potter, she bellowed, her face ashen with fury. Land immediately. 10 points from Gryffindor. Reluctantly, James descended, yet the excitement in his eyes remained undiminished. Ilya could even see him concocting a plan to persuade Professor McGonagall to allow him an early entry into the Quidditch trials. Continue practicing, Mrs. Hooch instructed the class. But you must remain 5 feet above the ground. Ilya shook her head in exasperation and turned to Lily. Are you all right? Lily's complexion was somewhat pale, yet her eyes sparkled with determination. I want to try again. This time, I won't be frightened. For the next half hour, Ilya patiently guided Lily in mastering the fundamental flying techniques. She was astonished to discover how swiftly Lily learned, soon managing to glide smoothly around the pitch. Meanwhile, although James was restricted to low-altitude flights, he continued to showcase an array of intricate maneuvers, earning cheers from the onlooking students. Sirius, meanwhile, assumed the role of an elegant spectator, occasionally heckling James and mocking Peter's clumsiness, though Ilya noticed his gaze frequently drifting towards her. As the lesson neared its conclusion, Mrs. Hooch instructed the students to practice emergency stops. Seizing the opportunity, James surged from one end of the pitch to the other, halting mere inches from the wall, and sending a flurry of grass clippings into the air. Bravo, James! Peter cheered from the ground, seemingly having forgotten his earlier trepidation. Sirius whistled. Not bad. It seems your chocolate frog card is safe for now. Remus, however, looked worriedly at the wall. You nearly crashed. Nearly is not the same as crashing, James declared triumphantly, turning to Alia. Did you see that? This showcases your brother's flying prowess. Aren't you tempted to join the team? We could form the most formidable Quidditch sibling duo in history. Just as Alia was about to decline, she noticed a flicker of envy in Lily's eyes. A thought crossed her mind, and she amended her response. Perhaps we can practice together, but not now, and certainly not in this manner. She shot James a stern glare. You must first learn to consider the safety of others. James exaggeratedly bowed. At your command, Commander. He turned to Sirius. See? My sister is beginning to entertain my proposal. Surely you won't change your mind? Sirius shrugged. I still prefer to admire your brilliance from the sidelines. He deliberately elongated his tone, mischief glinting in his gray eyes. Especially when you tumble off your broom. Hey, James pretended to lunge at Sirius, and the laughter of the two boys echoed across the pitch. When the class bell rang, Alia gazed at the disparate group of boys, her heart a jumble of emotions. James's recklessness, Sirius's rebelliousness, Remus's caution, and Peter's timidity, they were so different, yet they formed a remarkable whole. What are you thinking about? Lily whispered, her broom skills having shown significant improvement. Alia shook her head, just pondering when the Quidditch trials will commence. Lily laughed. It seems you have ultimately been swayed by your brother. Alia chose not to respond. She knew James's fervor for Quidditch would not wane, and she must prepare herself. For James would undoubtedly devise some scheme to draw her into his wild plans. Chapter 20. The daily life at Hogwarts. The nights at Hogwarts invariably belonged to those restless souls. As the embers in the common room's fire dwindled, for shadows would slip from Gryffindor Tower, weaving through the corridors cloaked in darkness where the moonlight dared not tread. Where shall we venture tonight? James whispered, the tip of his wand glowing faintly, behind the dancing troll tapestry on the third floor. Filch has yet to discover the tunnel we've unearthed. Sirius lounged against the stone wall, moonlight casting a silver sheen on his chiseled profile. Why not head to the kitchen? The house elves should have just baked a fresh batch of treacle tarts. He paused, a wicked grin forming, the kind Alia adores. Is Alia not coming? Remus inquired gently, yet his keen eyes perceptively noted the subtle tapping of Sirius's fingers against the stone wall when her name was mentioned. James shrugged. We have Professor McGonagall's quiz and potions class tomorrow. You know how she is. He mimicked his sister's stern tone. I certainly do not wish to mistakenly add sneezewort instead of valerian root while brewing the calming draught. Sirius chuckled softly, straightening up. I'll ask her. Who knows? She might change her mind. In the common room, Alia was curled up in the most comfortable armchair by the fireplace, a hefty copy of Theories of Transfiguration resting on her lap. Biting the end of her quill, she furrowed her brow, engrossed in revising a piece of parchment. Still reviewing next semester's material? That teasing voice drifted from above, and Alia knew without looking who it was. The scent of pine mingled with a hint of chocolate frogs. Sirius's aroma had remained unchanged since she had known him. Not reviewing, she replied without lifting her head, deliberately marking a heavy line across the parchment with her quill. It's revision. Sirius settled himself on the broad arm of her chair, his long fingers gently plucking her quill from her grasp. Alia was compelled to meet his gaze, finding herself caught in the mesmerizing depths of his eyes, which sent hearts racing among countless girls, now sparkling with mischief. Do not be a bother, Sirius. Return my quill. She reached for it, yet he dodged her effortlessly. Unless you wish for me to inform James tomorrow that it was you who added a color-changing charm to his shampoo. Sirius exaggeratedly clutched his chest. You wound me, Alia. Yet he obediently returned the quill, his fingertips brushing against the back of her hand in a fleeting touch, as soft as a feather. So he leaned closer, lowering his voice to an intimate whisper. We are off to explore a potential new passage to the kitchen, discovered by James. You truly do not want to join us? Alia could feel his warm breath caressing her ear, the scent of pine intensifying. She forced herself to focus on her notes. I have a quiz tomorrow and potions class. Professor Slughorn has tasked us with brewing the calming draught, which requires 12 hours of precise temperature control. And you completed it last week, Sirius interrupted, his eyes glinting with understanding. I saw you staying late in the potions classroom. Professor Flitwick remarked that your incantations are more precise than those of fifth years. Alia felt her cheeks flush, lowering her head to feign an adjustment of the parchment. That doesn't mean I can afford to stay up late. Sirius suddenly leaned closer. Then I'll bring back some little cakes from the kitchen. His voice was as smooth as melted chocolate, with raspberry filling. You devoured 3 of them in one go last time. Alia bit her lip, striving to suppress her laughter. Don't let Filch catch us, she finally acquiesced. Her tone imbued with a softness she was unaware of. Last week, you nearly got us caught in the trophy room. Sirius chuckled lightly, his long fingers casually brushing against her hair, tucking a loose strand behind her ear. Of course. His fingertips lingered for a moment before he turned to catch up with James and the others, who were already waiting at the portrait hole. Alia watched his departing figure, her lips unconsciously curling into a smile. The next morning during breakfast, Alia shared the previous night's adventure with Lily. You absolutely won't guess what they did last night. Alia lowered her voice, adding a spoonful of sugar to her pumpkin juice. Sirius cast a color-changing spell on all the armor in the castle, and when Dumbledore walked by this morning, all the armor turned pink. Lily nearly spat out her toast, hastily covering her mouth with a napkin. Merlin's beard. Professor McGonagall must be furious. She just warned us last week against enchanting the castle decor. Indeed, Alia giggled, glancing towards the teacher's table, where Professor McGonagall was sternly deducting points from Gryffindor, though the corners of her mouth twitched suspiciously, clearly struggling to suppress a smile. Interestingly, Professor Flitwick had secretly told Sirius that the spell had been executed quite beautifully. Lily stirred her oatmeal thoughtfully. Blake is indeed quite talented. He's been frequenting the library lately. Could he be secretly studying? Alia's spoon suddenly clinked against the bowl. She certainly knew why Sirius had started appearing in the library so often. Last week she had been studying there late, and he just happened to pass by, thereafter appearing punctually in her usual corner every day. He always claimed he was searching for books on Quidditch tactics. Yet his gaze persistently followed her fingers as she turned the pages. Who knows? Alia pretended to focus on the fried egg on her plate. Perhaps he had suddenly developed an interest in ancient runes. Despite their frequent nocturnal escapades, the Marauders' performance was surprisingly commendable. James's transfiguration skills were unparalleled. Sirius's defense against the dark arts left professors in awe. Remus maintained excellence in every subject. Only Peter often required his friend's assistance with tutoring. I really don't understand, Lily mused. Organizing her flawless notes on the swelling potion after a potions class, Blake was clearly asleep during class. How could he finish the potion first? Alia, without looking up, expertly sliced valerian root into even thin pieces. Sirius is quite clever, he just doesn't like to show it. Lily perceptively caught the softness in her friend's tone. You seem to know him quite well? Alia's ears slightly flushed. We've known each other since childhood, that's all. As for Alia herself, her report card was nothing short of brilliant. Professor McGonagall had publicly praised her transfiguration skills as far beyond the level of a third year. Professor Slughorn took pride in boasting that her potions rivaled those of the Apothecaries Association standards. Even the strict Professor Flitwick would often have her demonstrate complex spells during charms class. Miss Potter, please demonstrate the perfect cheering charm. Flitwick called out sharply. Alia waved her wand, and golden bubbles erupted from the tip, forming a flapping phoenix, which drew gasps from the entire class. Wonderful. 20 points to Gryffindor. Flitwick exclaimed, nearly tumbling off his pile of books in excitement. After class, Sirius leaned against the doorframe, waiting for her, a teasing glint in his gray eyes. The little genius has once again earned Gryffindor some well-deserved glory. He naturally took her heavy backpack from her. Alia feigned a stern expression. At least I didn't lose points for staying out at night. Yet the smile tugging at her lips betrayed her. She reached out to reclaim her backpack, but accidentally brushed against Sirius's wrist. They both flinched as if jolted by an electric shock, then burst into laughter simultaneously. Speaking of nighttime escapades, Sirius suddenly leaned closer to her ear, his warm breath quickening her heartbeat. Tonight, we're going to the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Remus says there's. Absolutely not. Alia exclaimed, her voice drawing the attention of passers-by. She quickly pulled Sirius into a nook. The Forbidden Forest is home to acromantulas and werewolves. Plus, Hagrid has a new blast-ended scrut. Sirius raised an eyebrow. Remus says he can sense danger. We'll avoid the full moon. He gently patted Alia's shoulder, his fingers lingering on her robe for a second longer. Relax. Not everyone is like you, who loves to hang out in the library. Alia frowned, retrieving the Guide to Creatures of the Forbidden Forest from her bag, its pages filled with notes. Last week, a rampaging venomous tentacula appeared. And you haven't even practiced the protective spell properly. Wait, Sirius stared at her notes. How do you know the advanced gestures for the protective spell? That should be third-year material. Alia flustered, snapped the book shut. I saw it by chance in the library. She swiftly changed the subject. What about you? Who nearly lost the invisibility cloak last time? Sirius dramatically clutched his chest. Wrongfully accused. It was James who snatched the pumpkin pasties. He suddenly leaned in closer, his gray eyes locking onto hers. Are you worried about me? Alya's heart skipped a beat. Sirius was too close. She could count his eyelashes and see the flecks of silver in his eyes. The scent of pine enveloped her. Enough, she finally chuckled helplessly, pulling out a small cloth pouch and handing it to him. Aroma bomb. You used it for your shoulder injury last time. Sirius froze, his fingertips brushing against her palm as he accepted it. He carefully tucked the pouch away, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Next time, I'll bring you some screaming bonbons. That evening, as the Marauders snuck out of the castle, Alya unexpectedly did not intervene. She sat by the fireplace, preparing for her studies, but kept glancing out the window. At 3 in the morning, when the boys returned, covered in dirt and excitement, they found her asleep in the armchair. A copy of Advanced Potion Making sprawled across her lap, accompanied by a note on how to treat werewolf bites. Sirius tiptoed over, silently casting a warming charm, draping a blanket embroidered with the Gryffindor lion over her. She clearly worries, yet she doesn't stop us, James whispered. Sirius gazed at Alya's peaceful face, because she knows it would be futile to try. His gaze fell upon the note regarding Wolfsbane, his expression softening. Remus, seeing the note, unconsciously traced the scar beneath his robe. Moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating the small writing beside the book's pages. Take 3 days before the full moon for optimal effect. Chapter 21. Preparations for a winter surprise. The cold winds of November swirled through every corner of Hogwarts Castle, and even with roaring flames in the fireplace, the biting chill managed to seep through every crack, causing the 4 first-years huddled around the hearth to instinctively shrink their necks. Merlin's beard. James rubbed his hands together, the breath he exhaled forming a small cloud in the air. This blasted weather is colder than Snape's face. Alya gently tapped her brother's head with her wand. Shoo! Keep it down. She glanced around warily. Didn't we agree to meet here? Where's Remus? Peter huddled in his cloak, his nose turning bright red from the cold. He said he had to go to the library for some research. He'll be here soon. Just then, the broom cupboard door creaked open slightly, revealing Remus's pale face in the gap. His eyes sparkled with alertness. Get in quickly, he whispered. Filch just came this way. The 4 of them squeezed into the narrow broom cupboard like startled rabbits. In this cramped space of less than 2 square meters, several individuals found themselves nearly unable to turn around. Elia's hair brushed against James's face, prompting an involuntary sneeze. Sirius's birthday was fast approaching. We must hasten, James whispered, his eyes shimmering with a blend of excitement and apprehension. Remus's gaze betrayed his concern. But we are merely first years. Many spells evade our grasp. And what if we are discovered? What is there to fear? We are Gryffindors, James exclaimed, thumping his chest with exhilaration, inadvertently knocking into a nearby broom and causing it to clatter loudly. Instantly, everyone held their breath. Elia could even hear the rapid thumping of her own heart. After a few seconds of silence, the familiar sound of Madame Pomfrey's meow echoed down the corridor, gradually fading away. Merlin's beard. Peter sighed in relief, the cold sweat on his forehead glistening in the dim light. We nearly got caught. Elia frowned. We must still exercise caution, especially to avoid Sirius discovering our plans. She paused for a moment. Peter, are you certain you can keep our secret? Peter shrank back, nervously fiddling with the hem of his clothing. I will be careful. I promise I won't let anything slip. Remus retrieved a crumpled piece of parchment from his pocket. I've checked. Sirius's birthday is next Wednesday, and astronomy class is cancelled that evening, providing us with ample time to prepare. Wonderful, James whispered enthusiastically. We can give him a super surprise. Just imagine the expression on his face. Elia bit her lip in contemplation. We will need a venue, some decorations, and of course cake and gifts. I already have the gift figured out, James said mysteriously. Winking at Elia, I had my dad send some interesting trinkets that Sirius will absolutely adore. I'll take charge of the cake. Peter interjected suddenly, then timidly added, I mean if you trust me. Remus gently patted Peter's shoulder. Of course we trust you, Peter. But we need to find a suitable place first. I know of an abandoned classroom. James's eyes lit up. It's at the end of the east corridor on the 4th floor. We discovered it during our last nighttime adventure. Elia nodded. All right, I will handle the research on decorative spells, while James and Remus scout the venue, and Peter will prepare the cake. Remember, avoid Sirius at all costs. The group nodded in agreement, then like covert agents on a secret mission, they quietly slipped out of the broom cupboard one by one. In the ensuing days, the 4 young wizards embarked on their clandestine preparations. During 10-minute breaks, while other students frolicked in the corridors, they congregated in the library's most remote corner, where the towering bookshelves perfectly concealed their secret activities. Found it. Elia tiptoed, straining to reach a copy of the complete guide to magical celebrations from the highest shelf. The group huddled together, their heads almost touching. Remus carefully flipped through the yellowed pages, pointing at an illustration. Look at this. We can use the levitation charm to hang streamers from the ceiling. Wow. James exclaimed. It would be even cooler if we could make the streamers change colors. Elia sketched a rough outline on a tattered piece of parchment. Leave this to me. I saw a color-changing spell in Beginner's Transfiguration yesterday that should come in handy. Just then, a familiar set of footsteps echoed from the other side of the bookshelf. The group froze. They recognized those footsteps all too well. It was Sirius. Blast it. James muttered under his breath. Why is he here in the library? Elia frantically shoved the parchment into her robes, only to have the pencil snap with a loud crack. Meanwhile, James hurriedly piled several heavy books on the table, attempting to shield their incriminating evidence. The stack wobbled precariously, almost toppling over. Hey, what are you all doing here? Sirius peeked around the bookshelf, his tousled black hair falling over his forehead, and curiosity gleaming in his gray eyes. Remus abruptly stood up. We're looking for materials for potions class. Yes, the essay on the swelling solution that Professor Slughorn assigned. Sirius raised an eyebrow. Searching for potion materials in the celebration decoration section? Peter's face turned pale with anxiety, his lips trembling, rendering him speechless. Elia felt her heart racing in her chest. Oh, that's because James quickly thought on his feet. We wanted to find some illustrations. You know, to make the essay look more professional. Sirius regarded them with skepticism, his gaze sweeping over each of their faces. The air seemed to thicken, and Elia could hear the pounding of her own temples. All right, Sirius finally shrugged. I was actually hoping to find you all to go to the Quidditch pitch. Professor McGonagall said we could borrow a few brooms to practice. Fantastic. James exclaimed dramatically. We'll head there right away. You go ahead. We'll clean up these books and join you shortly. Sirius nodded and turned to leave. It wasn't until his footsteps completely faded that the four of them slumped back into their chairs, exhaling in relief. Merlin's trousers, Peter whispered, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. I thought we were doomed. Remus wiped his brow. We must be more cautious. Sirius is too clever. Even the slightest slip could arouse his suspicion. Elia carefully folded the parchment and tucked it into the inner pocket of her robes. From tomorrow onward, we'll split up. James and Remus will search for the venue, I'll study decorative spells, and Peter will prepare the food. The next day during lunch break, James and Remus commenced their castle exploration. They crept along the walls like two little mice, with James clutching a makeshift map he had drawn. According to my research, James whispered, there is indeed an abandoned classroom at the end of the east corridor on the 4th floor. It seems it was previously used for ancient runes. Remus nodded, his eyes vigilantly scanning their surroundings. We must be wary of Filch. He has been patrolling this area frequently. The duo stealthily traversed the corridor, peeking around corners before proceeding. There it is. James suddenly halted, pointing at a sturdy oak door ahead. The brass plaque had oxidized to a dark hue, but the words Ancient Runes Research Room could still be discerned. Remus cautiously examined the door lock. It appears to be unlocked. He gently pushed the door open. A cloud of dust swirling around them, causing both to sneeze simultaneously. The classroom was much larger than they had anticipated, with a high domed ceiling adorned with a grand crystal chandelier, which, despite being covered in dust, still evoked an image of its former splendor when illuminated. Most splendidly. In the center of the room stood a massive round table surrounded by a dozen chairs. Perfect! James exclaimed, bouncing with excitement. This place is simply made for a party. Remus approached the window and pulled back the heavy curtains. The afternoon sun will stream in perfectly, and we can see the castle's nightscape as well. Just as the two were reveling in their discovery of the ideal venue, footsteps echoed in the corridor, accompanied by the distinctive meow of Madame Pomfrey. Filch! James gasped. The two scrambled to find a hiding spot. Remus pulled James behind a massive suit of armor. The cramped space forced them to press closely together. Filch's footsteps drew nearer, accompanied by his muttering. Those damned little brats, always trying to make a mess of the castle. Madame Pomfrey stopped in front of the armor, her nose twitching as if she had caught a whiff of something. Remus clamped his hand over his mouth, terrified of making a sound. What's wrong, dear? Filch bent down, his wrinkled face mere inches from the armor. Time seemed to freeze. James could hear the frantic pounding of his own heart, a sound that made him worry whether Filch might overhear. While Remus's palms were slick with perspiration. At last, it seemed that Mrs. Loris had lost interest, letting out a soft meow as she continued on her way. Filch trailed after his feline companion, their footsteps gradually fading into the distance at the end of the corridor. The two boys waited several more minutes before daring to emerge from their hiding place behind the armor, their clothes drenched in cold sweat. That was perilously close, Remus gasped. James nodded, his complexion still somewhat pale. At least we've discovered the perfect spot. Meanwhile, Peter was embroiled in his own adventure. As the most timid member of the group, sneaking into the kitchen to pilfer food felt like a nightmare. At the entrance of Hogwarts kitchen, a gigantic pear was painted on the door. Following the advice of older students, Peter gently tickled the pear, which promptly erupted into laughter and transformed into a doorknob. The kitchen was warm and brightly lit, with a dozen house elves bustling about. Preparing breakfast for the next day, Peter concealed himself in the shadows by the door, waiting for an opportune moment when the elves would momentarily leave. Hurry, hurry, go away, Peter whispered, nervously twisting the edge of his robe. Finally, most of the elves trotted off to the pantry for ingredients, leaving only 2 or 3 to tend the fire. Peter stealthily approached the food shelves, his eyes fixated on the plate of pumpkin pasties perched on the top shelf. He stood on his tiptoes, barely managing to reach the edge of the plate. Just as he cautiously pulled the plate outward, footsteps suddenly echoed from outside. Startled, his hand trembled, causing several pastries to tumble to the ground with a resounding thud. Oh no, oh no, oh no! Peter flustered as he scrambled to pick up the fallen pasties, nearly knocking over a nearby jar of jam in his panic. Does the young master require assistance? A high-pitched voice suddenly chirped beside him. Peter nearly jumped out of his skin, and turned to find a house elf with tennis ball-sized eyes tilting its head at him. I am not, Peter stammered, struggling to form a complete sentence. Deus can assist, the elf declared, snapping its fingers, and the fallen pastries immediately returned to their original state, floating back to the plate. Does the young master wish for these pastries? Peter's face flushed as he nodded. Why yes, it's a surprise for a friend's birthday. Deus's eyes sparkled with delight. Deus loves surprises. It snapped its fingers once more, and several pastries neatly wrapped themselves, drifting into Peter's arms. Deus will also provide a special treat, Mr. Black's favorite chocolate. Peter's eyes widened in astonishment. How did you know it was for Sirius? Deus winked mysteriously. House elves know many things. Deus is thrilled to see the young master so thoughtfully preparing. It conjured a basket filled with an assortment of sweets. Take this and may Mr. Black have a joyous birthday. Overcome with emotion, Peter could barely utter a word. Thank you, Deus. When Peter returned to the common room, laden with his bountiful spoils, the others could scarcely believe their eyes. Merlin's beard, Remus exclaimed. How did you manage to acquire so many delightful treats? Peter, blushing, recounted his kitchen escapade, conveniently omitting the part where he nearly soiled himself. James laughed heartily, patting him on the back. Well done, Peter. I knew you could do it. Finally, the night arrived for the grand setup. After curfew, the 4 of them, cloaked in invisibility, stealthily slipped out of Gryffindor Tower. James, you're stepping on my foot, Elijah whispered in complaint. Oh, my apologies, James replied quietly. Peter, try not to shake so much. The cloak is swaying. I can't help it, Peter shivered, his teeth chattering. If we get caught, we'll be expelled. James led the way. There's noise ahead. The 4 of them held their breath, pressing against the cold stone wall. A few translucent figures glided past the corner ahead. It was nearly Headless Nick and the Bloody Baron on their nightly promenade. I told you, Baron. Nick lamented in his usual melancholic tone. The Slytherin ghost party should be hosted by me this year. Be quiet, Nick, the Bloody Baron replied darkly. Unless you wish to lose your head again. Once the ghosts drifted out of earshot, the 4 dared to proceed. Elijah raised her wand and softly incanted, Lumos. The tip of her wand emitted a faint glow, illuminating a path for them. The door to the abandoned classroom creaked open with an ear-piercing squeal in the stillness of the night. They hurried inside, and James cautiously shut the door while Remus lit a few floating candles with his wand. All right, Elijah took a deep breath, pulling out the decorative materials from her bag. Let us get to work. However, it became clear that the first-year student's magical prowess was insufficient for the intricate decorating task. Peter attempted to use the levitation charm to hang streamers, but they writhed like live serpents, ultimately becoming tangled around his neck. James tried to cast a color-changing spell on the wall, resulting in a frightful purple one moment, and a blinding green the next, startling everyone. Stop, Elijah cried, shielding her eyes. I'm going blind. She inhaled deeply, raising her wand. Let me give it a try. She closed her eyes, recalling the spell from her textbook, then pronounced it clearly. Her wand tip burst forth with golden light, gracefully sending the streamers soaring to the ceiling, weaving themselves into a beautiful garland. The walls gradually transformed into a deep starry sky, twinkling softly. Wow. Remus marveled. Elia, you're incredible. Elia blushed. I just happened to see that spell. Peter was tasked with magically inscribing the cake, but he accidentally turned it into a mushroom-laden disaster. Revert to original. Elia hurriedly waved her wand, finally salvaging the cake. After countless trials and errors, by the early hours of the morning, the classroom was utterly transformed. It's magnificent, Peter exclaimed, a smile breaking through his weary expression. Remus inspected the final details. We still need a surprising entrance for Sirius tomorrow. How can we bring him over without raising suspicion? James, preoccupied with adjusting the floating decorations, turned his head at the remark, the light of magic reflecting off his glasses. I could pretend to have discovered a new secret passage. Leave it to me. Elia suddenly interjected, a mischievous grin spreading across her face, her red hair flickering like flames in the candlelight. I have an idea. Chapter 22. The confession letter. The three boys turned to her in unison, and Elia, with a mysterious wink, pulled out a sheet of pink patterned stationery from her bag. Just wait and see. The following noon, Elia lingered in the corridor outside the Transfiguration classroom. Her heart raced as Sirius emerged alone from the classroom. Today, he wore a neatly pressed robe, and his dark hair was even more tousled than usual. Elia took a deep breath and hurried forward. Sirius. Sirius looked up, his eyes lighting up upon seeing Elia. Hey Elia, you. Before he could finish his sentence, Elia swiftly thrust a letter into his hand and, like a startled niffler, turned on her heel and fled. Her cheeks burned crimson as she hurried away, nearly colliding with a passing Hufflepuff student. Wait, Elia. Sirius called after her. But Elia had already vanished around the corner. Sirius stood frozen in place, looking down at the letter in his hand. The pink envelope bore his name inscribed in gold lettering, accompanied by a small heart. His mind went blank in an instant. This. Sirius's fingers trembled slightly as he carefully opened the envelope. Inside was another sheet of pink paper, adorned with Elia's neat handwriting. Dear Sirius, at 8 p.m. tonight, please come to the Ancient Runes classroom at the end of the East Corridor on the 4th floor. I have something important to tell you. Elia. Sirius felt a rush of warmth engulf his ears as he read the note multiple times, ensuring he hadn't misread it. The sounds in the corridor seemed to fade away, leaving only the rapid thumping of his heart. Merlin's beard, he muttered to himself, carefully folding the parchment and placing it in his pocket. Is Elia going to confess her feelings to me? Throughout the afternoon, Sirius was lost in thought. During potions class, he mistakenly added sneezewort instead of valerian root to the cauldron, prompting Professor Slughorn's exclamations of surprise. In defense against the dark arts, while attempting to cast the joyous charm on a dummy, golden bubbles erupted from his wand, all morphing into heart shapes, eliciting laughter from the entire class. Are you alright? James asked during dinner, concern etched on his face. You look as if you've been walloped by a troll. Yeah, me fine, Sirius replied mechanically, shoveling mashed potatoes into his mouth while his eyes furtively darted towards Elia at the opposite end of the Gryffindor table. She was laughing and chatting with Lily, not glancing in his direction even once. How odd, Sirius thought. If she intends to confess, why is she avoiding me now? As the clock struck 7:50, Sirius stood before the mirror in the boys' dormitory, unusually preening his hair and robes. He cast a spell to freshen his collar with clear water, practicing a few smiles in the mirror. Where are you off to? James inquired nonchalantly from his bed, noticing his friend's formal attire. The library, Sirius lied casually. I need to research for a potions essay. James raised an eyebrow knowingly, and as Sirius turned away, he discreetly winked at Remus and Peter. Sirius stepped out of the common room, his heart racing as if it might leap from his chest. With each step he pondered, if Elia truly confesses, what should I say? We've known each other since childhood. She is my best friend's sister, yet she is undeniably special. Before he realized it, he stood before the door of the Ancient Runes classroom. Taking a deep breath, he felt the sweat pooling in his palms. He gently pushed the door open. Happy birthday, Sirius. A cacophony of cheers assaulted him. The classroom was adorned with streamers and balloons, and magical words sparkled on the walls. James, Remus, and Peter stood in the center, holding a cake adorned with candles. Elia stood at the forefront, her face alight with a mischievous grin. Sirius was momentarily frozen, his gaze shifting from the excited faces of his friends to Elia's playful eyes, then landing on the back of the confession letter she held, which bore an additional line, Gotcha. Happy birthday, you guys. Sirius's voice caught in his throat, an unusual blend of emotions swelling within him, both a hint of disappointment and an overwhelming warmth. Surprise! James exclaimed, rushing over to drape an arm around Sirius's shoulders. So, how does it feel to be confessed to? Sirius felt his face flush crimson, and he pretended to take a swing at James. You lot. Don't be mad. Elia interjected, stepping forward on tiptoes to place a handmade birthday hat atop his head, her eyes twinkling with mischief. You always tease me, now it's my turn. Looking into her beaming face, Sirius suddenly realized that this prankish confession was far more precious than any genuine gift. He reached out to touzle Elia's hair, just as they used to do in their childhood. Alright, you win. But he lowered his voice so only Elia could hear. Next time, if it's a real confession, do remember to give me a heads up. Elia's face turned beet red, and she stumbled back a step, stammering, who would confess to you? Just blow out the candles. You idiot. Sirius laughed as he approached the cake, making a wish amidst the chorus of his friends singing happy birthday. When he opened his eyes, he found Elia gazing intently at him, the flickering candlelight reflected in her bright eyes. Time for presents, James announced, pulling out a crumpled package from his robes. This is a complete set of prank toys. We can use them on Filch during our night escapades. Remus handed over a piece of parchment adorned with a comic of their quartet, with Sirius's character humorously outfitted with an exaggeratedly stylish hairstyle. I referenced the comic version in the Wizarding Weekly, he explained shyly, though it's not great. I wanted to capture our first year. Peter, blushing, produced a squished chocolate frog. I bought this at Honeyduke's, but it might have been squished by my Transfiguration textbook. One of its legs is broken and sadly hanging by its side. When it was Elia's turn, she suddenly became anxious. Mine is given separately, she murmured, nervously fiddling with the edge of her robe. Sirius noticed remnants of silver glitter stuck beneath her nails, clearly a sign of her last-minute preparations for the party. The joyous hours flew by as they shared the cake, which Peter had mistakenly seasoned with salt instead of sugar, and sipped pumpkin juice pilfered from the kitchen. When Sirius mimicked Snape's walk, James laughed so hard he rolled off the cushion, scattering the snack tower Remus had painstakingly assembled. On their way back to the common room late at night, the five of them squeezed under James's invisibility cloak, wobbling forward like a line of conjoined penguins. Sirius caught a whiff of the delicate floral scent wafting from Elia's hair, and for some reason his heart raced. Happy birthday, Sirius. As they reached the fat lady's portrait, James suddenly turned serious, giving his friend a light punch on the shoulder. Even though you're a conceited git, you're still my best friend. As the others climbed the spiral staircase, Elia suddenly tugged at Sirius's sleeve. Wait, her voice barely above a whisper. She pulled a small fabric pouch from her robe, pouring out a bracelet made of colorful beads, each encapsulating a tiny flicker of silver flame. I made this, each bead glows. So you won't bump into walls during your night adventures. Sirius took the bracelet, noticing the flames dance gently within each bead, the central deep blue bead forming the shape of a large black dog. Can you help me put it on? He extended his wrist, surprised to find his hand trembling slightly. When Elia's cool fingers brushed against his wrist, a strange warmth coursed through his veins. Thank you, Sirius whispered, suddenly aware of how close they stood, close enough to see the glitter clinging to her eyelashes. An unfamiliar urge surged within him to brush away those sparkling particles. The fat lady's cough startled them. Keep the affection for elsewhere, children, the portrait winked slyly. Or at least tell me the password. Elia instantly flushed and jumped back, while Sirius found himself at a loss for words, stumbling over his attempts to clarify. We're not, I didn't mean to. His explanations only earned him the fat lady's more suggestive smile. As he lay in his four-poster bed, Sirius gazed at the twinkling bracelet on his wrist, recalling the wish he had made while blowing out the candles. James, in the adjacent bed, had already succumbed to soft snores, while Sirius experienced for the first time a peculiar blend of sweetness and melancholy, akin to sipping fizzy lemonade, the bubbles gently bursting against his heart. Chapter 23. The Quidditch Match and the Calming Draft Scheme. In the Gryffindor common room before the Quidditch match, the flames in the fireplace cast a warm glow throughout the space, yet it was no match for the fervent excitement bubbling within everyone. James, like an unflagging sprite, brandished a toy broom, leaping about the room and passionately commentating in front of the mirror above the mantelpiece. James Potter with a magnificent dive. He scores. Gryffindor gains a point. His voice ebbed and flowed with a cadence that seemed to transport one directly into the fervor of a competitive arena. Sirius reclined on the couch, his long fingers tossing a Bertie Bott's every flavor bean, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips. Wake up, James, you're only in your first year. The selection trials haven't even commenced yet. James, however, was oblivious, lost in his fantastical match. The score is 110 to 100, with Gryffindor in the lead. Potter has possession of the snitch again. He executed a sudden spin, nearly jabbing Peter in the nose with his toy broom. So what? I will undoubtedly make the team next year, James declared with fervor, glancing around the room, his smile morphing into a look of confusion. Wait, where's Remus? He promised to help me analyze Slytherin's tactics. He scratched his tousled hair, an expression of bewilderment clouding his features. Elia sat by the window, engrossed in her book, and upon hearing his words, lifted her head as if just now realizing. Oh, it seems he hasn't come to class today? Her tone was nonchalant, yet a hint of concern rippled beneath the surface. Sirius furrowed his brow, setting down the Bertie Bott's bean and sitting upright. Strange. He mentioned yesterday he would help me with my potions homework. Peter timidly raised his hand, his voice barely above a whisper. I saw him packing up this morning, saying he had family matters to attend to and would be absent for a few days. James scratched his head. A look of perplexity etched on his face. Something's happened at his home? Why didn't he inform us? Perhaps he merely requires some personal space, Elia suggested softly, her gaze sweeping over the worried faces of the three boys. Remus has always been quite independent, hasn't he? Sirius nodded thoughtfully, yet his doubts lingered in his eyes. When he returns, we must interrogate him properly. He attempted to mask his concern with humor, though it fell short. Elia exhaled gently, sinking into contemplation. She knew precisely where Remus had gone. With the full moon approaching, he had ventured to the Shrieking Shack. What was crucial now was that Remus needed Wolfsbane. Moreover, she had to devise a plan to involve Snape in its development without raising his suspicions. This idea took root in her mind, quietly initiating a clandestine protective scheme. The following day, the library was infused with the scent of aged parchment and ink as Elia navigated through the shelves, eventually locating Lily in a tranquil corner. The red-haired girl was deeply engrossed in writing an essay, her quill dancing swiftly across the parchment, producing a rhythmic scratching sound. Lily dear, could you do me a favor? Elia asked as she settled across from her, lowering her voice. Her fingers lightly tapped the table, betraying her eagerness. Lily looked up, her green eyes filled with inquiry. What is it, Elia dear? She set aside her quill and focused intently on her friend. I have a potions question I wish to consult with you. Elia opened Advanced Potion Making, the pages fluttering gently before she pointed to a particular section. This formula, the stable reaction of Mundu and silver powder, Professor Slughorn mentioned it, but I didn't catch all the details. Lily leaned in to examine it, her brow slightly furrowing. It pertains to the magical fluctuations under moonlight. She suddenly lowered her voice, a flicker of caution in her eyes. Isn't this one of the foundational components for Wolfsbane? Elia feigned surprise, widening her eyes. Wolfsbane? What's that? Her acting was impeccable, successfully deceiving Lily. Lily hesitated, biting her lip. It's a rather obscure potion. I heard Severus say it alleviates certain magical creatures' suffering. Elia seized the opportunity. Actually, I am looking to research an improved version of a calming agent. You know, James and the others are always causing trouble. If only I could invent a potion to calm them down. She sighed dramatically, a look of distress gracing her features. This excuse had been meticulously crafted, both reasonable and unlikely to raise suspicion. Lily couldn't help but chuckle. Your brother certainly could use that. Yet she remained uncertain about how to adjust the formula. I've heard Severus is quite adept at potions. Could you ask him for me? Elia's eyes brimmed with helplessness. Lily's expression became nuanced, her brow furrowing. Severus? He doesn't particularly enjoy collaborating with Gryffindors. Her tone bore a hint of apprehension, fully aware of Snape's bias against their house. It's not for collaboration, Elia replied, a mischievous twinkle in her eye, a confident smile gracing her lips. You can tell him a Gryffindor wishes to improve a calming agent. He surely won't be able to resist proving his superiority. Her gaze shimmered with insight, as if envisioning the plan's success. This strategy had been carefully contemplated, leveraging Snape's competitive nature and pride in his potion's prowess. Lily pondered this, her eyes brightening with realization. He certainly cannot tolerate others questioning his potion skills. Moreover, Elia whispered conspiratorially, if he succeeds, Professor Slughorn will undoubtedly take notice, won't he? Her words acted as bait, successfully piquing Lily's interest. Lily's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, that makes sense. I'll give it a try. She rose, brimming with enthusiasm, as if already envisioning Snape's disgruntled reaction to the challenge. That evening, Lily brought Snape to the door of an empty classroom. His dark eyes filled with wariness as he stood there with his arms crossed, coldly stating, so you wish to research a calming agent? His voice was low and frosty, laced with skepticism. Elia nodded, her gaze resolute. Indeed, but I find ordinary calming agents to be insufficient. I wish to incorporate Mundu and silver powder to enhance their efficacy. Her tone was neither subservient nor arrogant, reflecting her passion and confidence in potion making. Snape narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp as blades. Why those two ingredients? He stepped forward, emanating an air of intimidation. Because they stabilize magical fluctuations, Elia replied calmly, her voice steady and clear, as noted on page 317 of the potion book. Her answer was well-founded, causing Snape to falter momentarily. She had deliberately cited this advanced tome to showcase her depth of research. Snape's expression softened slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. You've read the potion book? His tone held a hint of curiosity. I borrowed it from the library, Elia smiled, her sincerity evident. Though there are parts one struggle to comprehend. I heard you are a potions prodigy, and I wish to seek your guidance. Her flattery struck the perfect balance, satisfying Snape's vanity, while avoiding any sense of insincerity. Snape's lips twitched, clearly torn between appreciation and skepticism. He fell silent for a moment, his gaze darting between Elia and Lily. Lily interjected at the opportune moment. Severus, if you can improve this formula, Professor Slughorn will surely be impressed. Her voice was gentle yet filled with anticipation, successfully breaking the tension. Snape remained quiet for a moment before finally speaking, his tone still icy. I can research it. But under one condition. You must not interfere, nor inform Potter and his lot. Elia feigned hesitation, biting her lip. But I need to know the progress. Her expression and tone perfectly conveyed her concern. Once a week through Lily. Snape replied coldly, a flicker of warning in his eyes. If I discover any deceit on your part. Deal. Elia agreed readily, a trace of concealed satisfaction shimmering in her eyes. On the day of the match, the Quidditch pitch basked in golden sunlight. Throngs of Gryffindor students packed the stands. James and Sirius waved their homemade flags, vociferously cheering for their team, their voices nearly drowning out the raucous cheers from the field. Elia was somewhat distracted, her gaze drifting towards the direction of the screaming hut. What are you looking at? Sirius suddenly leaned in to inquire, having keenly sensed her unusual demeanor. Nothing, Elia averted her eyes, forcing a smile. I was just pondering how wonderful it would be if we could invent a potion to alleviate suffering. Her voice was gentle, tinged with a hint of melancholy. Sirius raised an eyebrow, a teasing glint in his eyes. Since when did you become so concerned about the plight of others? His words warmed Elia's heart. His concern was always so straightforward. She managed a smile, just a fleeting thought. Not wanting Sirius to discern her inner turmoil, she concealed it behind her smile. When the match concluded, Gryffindor narrowly triumphed. The stands erupted with cheers akin to a roaring tsunami. Golden confetti danced through the air, resembling a cascade of gilded rain. Yet amidst the jubilation, no one noticed as Elia quietly slipped away. She avoided the throngs of people, unfurling a piece of parchment in a secluded spot, and by the faint moonlight she inscribed, "The first step is successful. Snape is now involved. The Wolfsbane potion project officially commences." Her handwriting was neat and resolute, as if she were penning a grand promise. Chapter 24, The Dual Disturbance. The recent days had been rather mundane. Occasionally, Elia would join James and the others for nocturnal escapades after curfew, but most nights, she preferred to immerse herself in the library. She and Lily leaned in close, poring over the intricate formulas in advanced potion making. Moondew must be harvested during the full moon to retain its optimal efficacy, Elia mused, delicately tracing the page with her quill. Lily leaned over for a closer look, her red hair cascading onto the parchment. It also mentions the necessity of using silver powder. But the ratio is crucial. At that moment, a shadow loomed over them. Snape had appeared behind them, his face grim, as his dark eyes scanned the notes Elia was recording. You haven't even completed the basics of potion making, and you're already delving into this? His tone dripped with his customary acerbity. Lily lifted her head, her green eyes flashing with displeasure. Severus, we are merely discussing theory. Elia quickly interjected. In fact, we are studying the Wolfsbane potion. I lowered my voice intentionally. I heard Professor Slughorn has recently taken an interest in it. Snape's eyebrow arched ever so slightly. Elia knew she had hit a nerve. He would seize any opportunity to shine in front of Slughorn. Humph, Snape scoffed, yet he pulled up a chair and sat down. If you truly wish to study, you should at least start from page 317 of the Book of Potions. Thus commenced their bi-weekly potion seminars. Though Snape always appeared reluctant, his eyes would gleam with excitement during their discussions. Until that peculiar Monday morning. In Charms class, Professor Flitwick stood atop a stack of books, his high-pitched voice asking, "Who can tell me the correct wand movement for the repairing charm?" To everyone's astonishment, James raised his hand. His arm shot up straight, as if aiming to pierce the ceiling, his face adorned with a rare seriousness. "It's a clockwise circle, Professor," James proclaimed loudly, his voice resonating through the classroom. Professor Flitwick was so elated he nearly toppled from his perch. Absolutely correct. 5 points to Gryffindor. Elia exchanged a disbelieving glance with Lily. This isn't right, Lily whispered, suspicion gleaming in her green eyes. Your brother actually volunteered an answer? Elia stared at her brother, who was smugly gesturing something towards Sirius. Remus sighed beside them, while Peter gazed at James with adoration, as though he had just solved a century-old mystery. They must be plotting something. Elia narrowed her eyes. James suddenly loves studying? Unless Hogwarts staircases have turned into slides, or Peeves has started delivering flowers to the professors. Lily nodded, a knowing smile curling her lips. I bet within 3 days. They'll be in trouble. Her prediction felt like an unavoidable curse. It turned out, however, that Lily had been overly conservative in her forecast. The following afternoon, as Elia was ensconced in a corner of the library, diligently writing her potion class essay, a breathless boy burst in. Elia Potter, he panted. Your brother got into a duel with a Slytherin, and has been taken to the hospital wing. The quill slipped from Elia's fingers, clattering onto the parchment as she sprang to her feet, the chair screeching against the floor, drawing a warning glare from Madame Pants. What? Elia exclaimed, her voice rising uncontrollably as she hurriedly gathered her belongings, shoving parchment and books haphazardly into her bag. Lily promptly closed her magical potions and elixirs and followed suit. The two raced through the castle, portraits of witches pointing and murmuring at their hasty passage. Youth is splendid, a portrait of a witch in a lace cap remarked wistfully. I too used to dash about for boys back in my day. As they approached the moving staircase, they were forced to pause as it shifted direction. Elia stamping her foot in impatience. Calm down, Lily panted. Madame Pomfrey can mend any injury. I'm not worried about his injury. Elia gritted her teeth. I'm worried about what foolishness he has done this time. When they finally burst through the door of the hospital wing, Elia slammed it open, the wooden door crashing against the wall with a resounding bang. The scene before her left her momentarily speechless. James sat on the bed, his left foot elevated and swathed in magical bandages, resembling a mummy, yet he grinned broadly, tossing a Bertie Bott's every flavor bean into the air and catching it in his mouth. Sirius leaned against the bed, a smug expression on his face. Elia. James beamed upon seeing her. Don't worry, it's just a minor injury. Madame Pomfrey said I'll be fine by tomorrow. Elia's eyes widened, her chest heaving from running. A minor injury? Do you have any idea how close you came to scaring me to death? She approached the bedside, scrutinizing James's injury. What on earth happened? Snape interjected, his gray eyes twinkling with mischief. It was quite a spectacle. James tried to use the leg locker curse taught by Professor Flitwick, but unfortunately, his opponent dodged, and he ended up tumbling down the stairs. Snape, James retorted, mortified, hurling a pillow at him, only to wince as the movement aggravated his injured leg. Remus shook his head, gently explaining. It's not as dramatic as it sounds. He merely sprained his ankle. Madame Pomfrey said a night's rest will suffice. Peter timidly added, but Professor McGonagall is furious and said he might face detention. Elia took a deep breath, striving to regain her composure. She placed her hands on her hips, glaring at her brother. So why on earth did you feel the need to duel with someone? James immediately perked up, animatedly recounting. That Slytherin deliberately bumped into Peter in the corridor, and didn't he apologize, so I... Wait, Elia interrupted, a sense of foreboding washing over her. Which Slytherin are you talking about? James blinked innocently. Oh, just that gloomy guy, the one with the snotty nose. Elia felt her breath hitch, a wave of dizziness overtaking her as she had to steady herself against the bedpost. Her potion research hung precariously in the balance. Snape would surely perceive this as a conspiracy, believing she had approached him merely to gather information. You went and provoked Snape? She enunciated each word slowly, her voice rising with each syllable, until it almost erupted into a scream. James looked utterly bewildered, as if he had been stunned by a sudden outburst. What's the matter? He's not a dangerous person. My potion. Elia exclaimed, her disheveled red hair tousled as she tugged at it in despair, feeling a pulsing tension at her temples. I finally persuaded him to agree to improve the calming draft. Now he must think I approached him intentionally to gather information for you. Just a moment ago, she had been concerned about James's injuries, and now she wished she could magically suspend his other leg as well. Her emotions soared like a broomstick, catapulting from despair to exhilaration. James Potter. Elia seethed, her words emerging through gritted teeth, each syllable squeezed out as if through clenched jaws. Her fingers clutched the bed linens tightly, threatening to tear them apart. Do you have any idea how much time I spent convincing him? 3 whole weeks. I even finished that dreadfully dull book of potions. James recoiled slightly, akin to a drenched puppy, but soon straightened his posture, attempting to defend himself. A calming draft? What is that? A potion that can silence you, Elia yelled, her voice reverberating through the infirmary, prompting Madame Pomfrey to peer out from the back room, glaring at her disapprovingly. Sirius stifled a laugh nearby, but was immediately silenced by Elia's fierce glare, quickly pretending to cough into his hand while his shoulders shook suspiciously. Remus wisely chose to focus intently on his shoelaces, as though they suddenly held his complete interest. Meanwhile, Peter silently popped a fizzing bee candy into his mouth, feigning invisibility and staring intently at the ceiling, as if it contained some enchanting spectacle. Elia, fuming, turned her gaze to the other side of the infirmary. Sure enough, there lay Severus Snape half reclined against his pillow, his expression as dark as if a Dementor had just glided past. His right arm was bandaged, and his cold black eyes were fixed upon her with an icy glare. Lily stood beside his bed, and upon noticing Elia's glance, she gestured subtly, her green eyes brimming with a silent plea for Elia to come and apologize. Taking a deep breath, Elia approached, her heart heavy as if preparing to plunge into the black lake. She mustered the courage to glance at Snape. "Hi, Snape," she greeted, her voice significantly softer than usual. Snape cast her a disdainful look, his thin lips pressed into a straight line, remaining silent. Lily seized the moment, her tone gentle as if soothing a ruffled cat. "Severus, Elia has come to see you." Snape huffed dismissively from his nose, his voice emerging from the depths like a specter. "What an honor! That a member of the Potter family would express concern for my injuries." Elia cleared her throat awkwardly. "About the duel, I'm truly sorry. James is a bit of a narcissist, I know." Snape interrupted, his eyes glinting with derision, "but rest assured, I will not cease our research due to his foolish antics." Elia paused, raising her head, her red hair swaying with the sudden movement. "You're not angry?" Her disbelief was palpable, her eyes wide. Snape forced a mock smile. "Oh, I am certainly angry." He spoke slowly, his voice low and ominous, "and because of that, the development of the calming draft must be expedited." Lily bit her lip, struggling to suppress a laugh. Elia blinked in confusion. "Why?" Snape leaned forward slightly, his eyes glinting maliciously. "Because I can hardly wait to see him deliberately elongate his tone. James Potter brought low by a calming draft invented by his sister." "Elia." Lily finally burst into laughter, her bright giggles echoing through the infirmary. Elia initially stood frozen, then her lips involuntarily curled into a smile. Shaking her head, she extended her right hand. "Deal." Snape glanced at her hand, hesitating for a moment before awkwardly touching her fingertips, then swiftly withdrawing. "However," he added, his voice returning to its usual somber tone, "if there is a next time, I shall add some special ingredients to the potion." Elia nodded earnestly. "I promise to keep an eye on them." She silently added to herself, "At least while keeping an eye on them, she could continue her research on Wolfsbane." As she turned to leave, she heard Snape murmur to Lily, "At least she is somewhat better than that arrogant brother of hers." Lily replied with a smile, "I told you Elia was different." When Elia returned to James's bedside, she found Sirius mimicking her earlier apology, exaggeratedly bowing and lowering his head, using a falsetto to say, "Hi, Snape," which sent James and Peter into fits of laughter. Remus attempted to halt their antics, yet he too was struggling to contain his laughter, his lips twitching. "You lot are truly—" Elia shook her head, unable to suppress her own laughter. With a swift motion, she snatched the candy bag from Sirius's hands, her movements as swift as a cat pouncing on a mouse. "As punishment, these are confiscated." "Hey," Sirius protested, though amusement sparkled in his eyes. He feigned a move to reclaim them, but at Elia's fierce glare, he obediently withdrew his hand, raising both hands in surrender. Though their potion research had nearly gone awry due to a foolish duel, Elia mused, perhaps this was the essence of life at Hogwarts, filled with surprises, quarrels, yet also abundant with laughter and friendship. Chapter 25, A Pureblood Christmas Eve. The Hogwarts Express shimmered a deep crimson under the winter sun, steam condensing into white mist in the frigid air. Elia leaned against the window, observing the bustling crowd on the platform, their laughter resonating through the biting wind. Sirius sat opposite her, his expression as grim as if a Dementor had just visited their compartment, his long fingers impatiently drumming on the table. "Those old fossils had better not expect me to cooperate with their pureblood charade," he gritted through clenched teeth, his voice laced with suppressed anger. Family gatherings during the holidays felt like a nightmare, filled with insincere smiles and nauseating blood purity rhetoric. Elia sighed, reaching out to pat his shoulder in an attempt to convey warmth. "Just endure these few days, and we'll write to you often." Sirius managed a strained smile, one that looked more painful than joyful. "Let us hope the Black family Owl's Haven T been trained into pureblood elitists. Perhaps they think letters from the Potter family would tarnish their noble feathers. Just then, James poked his head in from the next compartment. His hair tousled more than usual by the wind. Elia, Dad's here. Hurry. The train gradually came to a halt. The grinding of wheels against tracks creating a jarring sound. Elia and Sirius shared a final embrace, and she whispered in his ear, "Remember, you're not alone." Sirius chuckled softly, a mixture of resignation and gratitude in his tone. "Don't worry, I've already compiled 10 prank schemes in my mind. Once I escape from those old fossils' clutches, I'll implement them with you." The Potter residence was blanketed in a thick layer of snow as Elia stepped inside. Immediately enveloped in a tight embrace from Euphemia, Philemon then boisterously ruffled James's hair. The father and son exchanging playful banter, their laughter filling the entrance hall. "You two have grown taller." Philemon beamed, pride evident in his eyes. "Is Hogwarts serving you well? Have they turned my little wizards into little chubby ones?" During dinner, the aroma of roast turkey wafted throughout the dining room. Euphemia suddenly remarked, "By the way, do you remember the Campbell family? Distant relatives living in Wiltshire. Their estate is like a winter wonderland, but their obsession with bloodlines is quite bothersome." Elia, stuffing her mouth with mashed potatoes, looked up. "The pureblood Campbells? I recall they always held themselves in high regard, looking down upon non-pureblood wizards." "Indeed," Mother nodded. A look of resignation etched upon her face. "They have invited us to partake in the Christmas banquet, claiming it is to strengthen familial bonds. I suspect, however, it is merely an opportunity for them to flaunt their so-called pure-blooded lineage." James rolled his eyes, jabbing his fork into the carrots on his plate with exaggerated force. "Boring beyond measure. I have no desire to sit amongst those antiquated relics, listening to their incessant boasts about their noble heritage." Elia's fork hovered in midair. The Campbell Manor, a family that prides itself on its pureblood status, would undoubtedly extend an invitation to the blacks. Instantly, images of Sirius surrounded by a throng of dark-robed wizards flooded her mind. "Mother," she set her fork down, donning a demure smile that belied the cunning glint in her eyes, "why not allow James and me to represent the family? You and Father can enjoy a delightful evening alone." James paused, quickly catching on, and chimed in eagerly, "Yes, we've matured. It's time we learn to navigate such social gatherings. Perhaps we might even surprise those stuffy old fogies." "You two are suddenly so enthusiastic. It raises my suspicions." Father narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the two like a pair of clever foxes. "Go on, what mischief are you plotting?" "We merely wish to contribute to the family." Elia blinked her innocent eyes, striving to appear entirely sincere. "And who knows, we might even alter their perspectives a tad." Ultimately, under the relentless persuasion of the siblings, the Potter couple reluctantly acquiesced to their attendance as family representatives. On Christmas Eve, Campbell Manor was enveloped in magically falling snowflakes, resembling a fantastical winter wonderland. Elia donned a soft blue gown, its hem adorned with exquisite vine embroidery, while James was coerced into a formal deep red ensemble. "This bow tie is choking me." James tugged at the collar of his crimson attire, resembling a fawn ensnared by a collar. The brilliance of the crystal chandelier illuminated a sea of haughty faces in the hall. Elia finally spotted Sirius, ensnared like a prized exhibit by Walburga, the black family crest gleaming coldly upon his chest. As Walburga turned, Elia swiftly approached. "The air here is tainted by pureblood ideology, isn't it?" Sirius spun around, surprise illuminating his gray eyes like fireworks. "You came to rescue the beleaguered prince." James thrust a butterbeer into his hands, splattering foam onto the expensive black robes. Sirius's expression shifted from shock to elation, only to morph swiftly into concern. "You shouldn't be here. If discovered, you could land in serious trouble." "Discovered? What do you mean?" Elia blinked innocently, a sly smile gracing her lips. "The Potter family was invited to the banquet. We're merely here to socialize politely. Perhaps we can inject a modicum of fun into this dreary gathering." Sirius suddenly laughed, a genuine and radiant smile that starkly contrasted his earlier aloof demeanor. His eyes sparkled with delight. "You are utterly mad." He shook his head, joy unmistakable in his voice. "But thank you." For the remainder of the evening, the trio formed a dissonant note amidst the banquet symphony. When an elderly wizard, self-proclaimed member of the Council of 28, extolled the virtues of maintaining pure bloodlines, his voice echoed throughout the hall, met with nods of agreement from the surrounding wizards. Elia deliberately raised her voice to ask James, loud enough for all to hear, "Brother, didn't I hear that this old gentleman's ancestors were linked to Muggles?" James immediately grasped her intent and replied with feigned innocence, "Indeed. I believe Father mentioned he married a witch of Muggle descent. She was said to be remarkably clever. Her magical prowess made many purebloods feel inadequate." the expressions of several pureblood wizards contorted as if they had swallowed a slug, their brows furrowing in evident displeasure directed at Elia and James. The elderly wizard's countenance darkened, and he cleared his throat, attempting to resume his speech, yet lacking the previous fervor. Sirius stifled laughter, his shoulders shaking as he covered his mouth, struggling to contain his amusement. He looked at Elia and James, warmth swelling in his heart, filled with pride for such friends. When Walburga approached, the trio instantly feigned decorum. Elia elegantly lifted a goblet, taking a dainty sip of juice. James stood rigidly, a polite smile plastered across his face, while Sirius reverted to his indifferent mask, embodying the ideal pureblood air. "Sirius, this is Miss from the Greengrass family," Walburga intoned imperiously, her gaze commanding. "You should converse more." The blonde girl curtsied shyly, her eyes betraying her nervousness. Sirius nodded impassively, but once their mother turned away, he immediately formed a help-me gesture, his eyes pleading. James, quick-witted, feigned an accidental spill of his wine glass, the red liquid cascading onto Sirius's robes, creating a conspicuous stain. "Oh dear. My sincerest apologies," James exaggeratedly lamented, a barely perceptible smirk creeping onto his face. "Sirius, let me accompany you to clean up. We can't allow such a dapper suit to remain in this state." Seizing the opportunity, the three slipped out of the hall, hastily traversing the corridor and retreating into the manor's garden. Now this is what Christmas should feel like. Sirius gazed up at the stars, exhaling deeply, not discussing the sanctity of purebloods with those ancient relics. "True joy lies in moments spent with you." Elia grinned as she handed him a syrup-stuffed pie. "Next year, let us devise a plan to ensure you can completely evade such gatherings." Or James's eyes sparkled with mischief, his mind conjuring various prank scenarios. "We could make these occasions more entertaining. Imagine adding some extensible ears to their drinks. Picture their expressions when those old fogies suddenly sport long, oversized ears." Their laughter resonated through the winter night, startling a few owls from their perches in the trees. Chapter 26. Christmas Gifts. The morning in Godric's Hollow was blanketed in a delicate layer of snow. Elia and James bolted down the stairs almost simultaneously, their footsteps thundering and rousing the drowsy, plush feline in the living room. The fat cat let out a disgruntled meow, burying its face in its paws to continue its slumber. "Slow down, you two." Euphemia's voice floated in from the kitchen, accompanied by the sizzling sound of bacon frying. "The gifts won't sprout legs and run away." Yet the two children had already hurled themselves beneath the Christmas tree. Beneath the pine adorned with ribbons and bells lay a trove of parcels, each tied with vibrant ribbons. James seized a plump package, shaking it enthusiastically. "Uh-huh. This must be wrapped in Remus's paper." The crisp rustling of the wrapping paper resonated. "I wager it's dung bombs." Elia deftly extracted a flat box, her nose twitching slightly. "This one is from Mother." "Wait, why does it smell of garlic?" She wrinkled her nose in confusion. "That's Father's sock." James made a face. "Last year I found a biting wind-up spider in there." He exaggeratedly shook his wrist as though the spider were still nipping at him. They tore through the gifts at a rapid pace. Sweaters from their parents, both in a rich gold and red pattern. One emblazoned with a large A and the other with an equally grand J, with little leaping lions embroidered between the stitches. Magical joke items from Remus. James was correct. It was indeed dung bombs, though a modified version that released a colorful starry mist upon a gentle squeeze. And a feather quill from Dorcas that was guaranteed to bite. A clear act of revenge for the incident in Transfiguration class, when Elia had burned her assignment. The quill was currently brandishing its sharp beak in defiance. Lastly, homemade sweets from Lily arrived, adorned with a note. "Don't let James steal any." The handwriting was meticulously neat, reminiscent of print, accompanied by a drawing of a little figure with hands on hips. Mary gifted Elia a singing card that burst into a jubilant rendition of the Christmas fairies' revelry the moment it was opened, startling the owl statue and sending feathers scattering across the floor. James suddenly brandished a plain box. "Hey, this is from Peter." Inside was a wizard's chess set fashioned in the likeness of Quidditch players. Rather splendid, indeed. His voice trailed off, however, as he rifled through the pile of gifts once more, his brow gradually furrowing. "What about Sirius?" The disappointment in his voice caused the little lion on his sweater to droop its ears. Elia's smile waned. "He is probably in detention again." Her fingers absent-mindedly stroked the edge of her sweater, recalling the silver daisy chain bracelet from last year, now quietly resting in her jewelry box. Elia had prepared a gift long ago, yet she knew that sending it directly to number 12, Grimmauld Place would likely result in it being reduced to ashes by Walburga, simply due to its gold and crimson wrapping. Thus, she devised a clever ruse, opting for Slytherin's silver-green packaging, signed by the Campbell family. She imitated the elegant script of pureblood aristocrats, but intentionally left a crooked wax seal, a hallmark of the Potter family's casualness. When Creature, the Black family's house elf, timidly presented the gift, while Berga surprisingly did not intervene, she cast a glance at the wrapping, a smirk playing at her lips. The Campbells? At last. You've made a respectable friend. Sirius accepted the gift with a stoic expression, contemplating how best to toss this Slytherin trinket into the fireplace. But as he raised his hand, he caught sight of the signature in the corner of the card. Elia. Though the handwriting was deliberately neat, it could not conceal the slight upward curve at the end, reminiscent of the smile that always accompanied her words. Upon unwrapping the gift, he found an assortment of honeydew sweets, with a note saying, "Your mother would never let you have these, so I stuffed a bit of each kind in." The note was dusted with sugar crumbs. How to legally prank? Remus insisted he ought to read something serious, but I think he lacks a sense of humor. The front page bore a photo of James making a silly face, and a signed photo of James himself, perched on a broom, glasses askew, and chocolate smeared on his lips. Sirius nearly laughed aloud, yet his throat inexplicably tightened. Elia's letter was nestled amidst the candies. Sirius, Merry Christmas. James and I wagered whether you would recognize this gift. He said you would surely incinerate the wrapping, but I contended you'd at least glance at the signature. The stakes are next semester's chocolate frog cards. Don't let me lose. James insisted on including that photo, claiming every girl loves it. Merlin. He.S. becoming increasingly vain on the reverse of the letter, James had later added. She's lying. She has an entire box of my photos. Next to it, he had drawn a silly face, which Elia had crossed out with red ink, writing Madman. Sirius held the letter, his fingertips trembling slightly. Outside, the somber snow-blanketed Grimmauld Place, yet within his chest burned a fervent, vibrant fire, one that belonged to Gryffindor. He unwrapped a popping honeybee sweet, its sweetness exploding on his tongue. The image of Elia, raising her brow at him in the great hall, her mischievous grin mirroring James's, flashed in his mind. He folded the letter and tucked it beneath his pillowcase, whispering to the snow-laden window, "Just wait. Next Christmas, I shall personally unwrap your gift." Chapter 27. The Return Journey for Christmas. The Hogwarts Express puffed forth white steam as Elia pressed her forehead against the frosty glass, her warm breath condensing into a small patch of mist. She traced a tiny Christmas tree upon it, only to wipe it away moments later. Suddenly, her father's Christmas pudding exploded. James sat cross-legged on the opposite seat, waving a licorice wand, his eyes sparkling with the thrill of mischief. The entire ceiling was adorned with raisins, some even clinging to the chandelier. Elia laughed uncontrollably, her long, red hair tumbling haphazardly around her face. "Mother is surely furious," she exclaimed, pushing her hair behind her ears, only to have it rebelliously cascade down once more. "Of course." James exaggeratedly imitated their mother, pinching his voice, "Fellman Potter. This is my newly purchased Persian carpet." Then he chased their father around the living room 3 times, brandishing his wand. Elia laughed so hard that tears streamed down her cheeks. She reached for a chocolate frog placed between them, but accidentally knocked over a pumpkin juice. James swiftly drew his wand, casting a cleaning charm that made the orange liquid vanish without a trace. "Thank you." Elia made a face. "If Mother found out I nearly soiled my clothes again, she would nag me all day." "Well, that's what you get for being so clumsy." James ruffled her hair, his touch rough yet affectionate. "At least you have a genius brother." Elia was about to retort when the compartment door suddenly swung open, a gust of cold air swirling in, accompanied by the cacophony from the corridor. A tall figure lazily leaned against the doorframe. "Did I miss some riveting tale?" Sirius raised an eyebrow, his voice laced with his usual nonchalance. "Sirius." James sprung up from his seat like a coiled spring, rushing over to shoulder bump him. "Finally decided to grace us with your presence? I thought Mrs. Black would lock you away until next year." Sirius scoffed lightly, tossing his luggage onto the rack with a flourish. The leather suitcase traced an elegant arc in the air before landing perfectly atop the shelf. When he settled into the seat opposite Elia, a breeze accompanied him, carrying the brisk scent of pine. "Almost," he shrugged, casually unbuttoning the coat. "My mother would prefer to lock me in the cellar, keeping company with the heads of those house elves." His tone was as light as if discussing the weather. Yet Elia keenly noticed the faint shadows under his eyes, and a scabbed cut at the corner of his mouth. James seemed oblivious, already animatedly recounting the Quidditch match he had watched with their father over the holidays. While Sirius occasionally interjected with caustic comments, he listened intently, even engaging in debates over tactical details with James. "By the way, I'm heading to the snack cart to grab something." James suddenly stood, stretching lazily. Starvin. "What do you want?" "Chocolate frog, thank you," Elia replied, tucking her stray hair behind her ear. "Treacle tart." Sirius added languidly, his fingers unconsciously tapping out a melody on his knee. James made an exaggerated face. Alright, wait here. Don't talk bad about me while I'm gone. He opened the compartment door, turning back to point a warning finger at Sirius. Especially you. Sirius. As the door clicked shut, silence enveloped the compartment, leaving only the rhythmic sounds of the wheels gliding over the tracks, and the distant chatter of other students. Elia busied herself with her hair, stealing glances at Sirius, who was gazing out at the snow-laden scenery rushing by. Are you alright? Elia asked softly, gesturing to the corner of her mouth. Sirius hesitated, then instinctively touched the small wound. It's nothing, just a minor spat with my dear brother at Christmas dinner. He feigned nonchalance. But Elia noticed the darkness creeping into his gaze. Regulus? Elia furrowed her brow. Indeed, he is now the hope of the Black family, Sirius replied with a bitter chuckle. Elia's heart tightened as if gripped by an invisible hand. You should come to our house for Christmas, she blurted out. Mother made an abundance of meat pies. James devoured 6 all by himself. Sirius turned his head to gaze at her, his gray eyes displaying an almost translucent quality under the sunlight. For a fleeting moment, Alita felt as if he was about to utter something of great significance, but he simply shook his head gently. The Black family's Christmas dinner is a tradition. He gestured extravagantly. And should I be absent, I might just be burned from the tapestry, though that wouldn't be so terrible. Alita wished to respond, but Sirius suddenly fished a small object from his pocket and presented it to her. Almost forgot. A Christmas gift. Alita blinked. It was a deep crimson hair tie, crafted from what seemed to be exquisite silk, adorned with a tiny golden star. You bought this specifically for me? She took the hair tie, her fingertips accidentally brushing against his palm, feeling its warmth. Sirius averted his gaze, feigning great interest in the scenery beyond the window. I spotted it at the Muggle clothing store and thought it suited you. He paused, adding, besides, your hair is always such a mess. Alita couldn't help but laugh, a warm current surging through her chest. Then will you help me tie it up? She teased, returning the hair tie, her eyes sparkling. Sirius stared at her. Yet the tips of his ears turned faintly pink. Don't you have hands of your own? But it's a gift from you, so of course, you should take responsibility. She turned her back to him, gathering her long hair behind her head. After a brief moment of silence, Sirius sighed in reluctant concession. His fingers wove through her hair, clumsy yet tender, as though he feared to hurt her. You really can't tie hair, can you? She quipped softly, striving to keep her voice steady. Shut up, Alita. He threatened in a low voice, yet his touch grew gentler. His fingers navigated through her hair, pausing occasionally due to tangled strands. Do you not usually brush your hair? Mind your own business, Alita mumbled. Yet in the reflection of the window, she caught sight of herself smiling like a fool. Sirius frowned slightly, his intense focus on untangling her hair stirring an inexplicable softness within her heart. Just then, the door swung open abruptly. I'm back. Guess who I ran into on the train? Merlin S. Beard. What are you two up to? James stood at the doorway, arms laden with snacks, his eyes wide as saucers. A package of chocolate frogs slipped from his grasp, landing with a thud on the floor. Alita and Sirius sprang apart as if jolted by electricity. Tying hair, Sirius replied impassively, still clutching the hair tie. His skills are utterly abysmal. Alita immediately chimed in, her voice rising an octave. James squinted suspiciously, his gaze darting between the two. All right then, he drawled, tossing the snacks onto a seat. Just don't pull my sister's hair out, Sirius. The Potter family's locks are quite precious. Sirius scoffed, tossing the hair tie back to Alita. You can handle it yourself. He feigned nonchalance as he leaned back in his seat, but Alita noticed his fingers nervously drumming on his knee. Alita took the hair tie, bowing her head to secure her hair, striving to ignore James's inquisitive gaze and Sirius's pretended indifference. The scenery outside gradually became familiar, the outline of Hogwarts faintly visible in the distance. Speaking of which, James suddenly interjected, his mouth full of pumpkin pasties. Guess who I ran into on the train? Who? Alita seized the opportunity to divert the topic, grateful. Remus and Peter. They said they would come by shortly. James's eyes flitted between Sirius and Alita. Hope we're not interrupting your, hair salon? Sirius tossed a cushion at him, hitting him squarely in the face. Just eat your pasties, James. Alita looked down, suppressing a smile, her fingers unconsciously caressing the golden star on the hair tie. She remained oblivious to the way Sirius's gaze softened as she lowered her head, only to revert to his usual playful demeanor, before she looked up again. When Remus and Peter pushed open the compartment door, they were greeted by the sight of James attempting to smother Sirius with a cushion, Alita laughing so hard she could hardly stand, her red hair elegantly tied up with a delicate hair tie, shimmering in the winter sunlight. Chapter 28. Secrets Beneath the Moonlight. Morning light streamed through the towering stained glass windows, casting a golden hue over the Gryffindor long table. Alita sipped her pumpkin juice, listening to James and Sirius bickering over the details of last night's prank. Lily sat opposite her, energetically spreading strawberry jam on her toast with such force that it nearly pierced the slice of bread. Another 20 points. Lily gritted her teeth, her red hair ablaze in the morning light. What was it this time? Turning the Slytherin crest into a singing pink pig? Sirius lounged against the bench, a signature mischievous grin playing on his lips. That's a splendid idea, but last night we merely set some dancing mops loose in the corridor. His gray eyes sparkled with the thrill of their successful prank, and Filch chased them up 3 flights of stairs. Lily rolled her eyes, turning to Alita, who was quietly eating. At least you're sensible, unlike some who would run around the castle with exploding fireworks after curfew. Alita smiled faintly, choosing not to engage. Lily's gaze drifted involuntarily to the Slytherin table, and sure enough, Snape was absent. Alita followed her line of sight. Lily sighed. Severus has been holed up in the potions classroom all day, her voice lowered, tinged with concern. What mischief is he brewing now? James suddenly popped his head between them, his mouth stuffed with sausage, mumbling incoherently. James. Alita elbowed him in the ribs. Don't be like that. Remus is going home again tonight, James whispered mysteriously. And we've discovered something behind Hagrid's hut. Not going, Alita interjected firmly, stabbing her fork into her fried egg. You haven't even heard the end of it, James protested, a few crumbs of bread flying from his mouth onto the tablecloth. Sirius lazily draped his arm over Alita's shoulders. Just near the Whomping Willow, we found a strange indentation at the roots. His breath, tinged with peppermint, brushed past her ear, reminiscent of something heavy repeatedly crashing against it. Alita's fingers tightened on the napkin. She certainly knew what that indentation led to. The entrance to the Shrieking Shack. And there are no classes tomorrow morning. James blinked his eyes. So staying up late wouldn't be a problem? Alita opened her mouth to reply, but hesitated under the expectant gazes of the 3. She was acutely aware of the dangers of this adventure. Yet as a sister and a friend, she could not allow them to venture into danger alone. She knew that even if she refused, Sirius and James would go regardless. Just for an hour, she ultimately relented. But you must follow my lead. Sirius raised an eyebrow, a playful smile curving his lips. At your service, Captain. The cold white moonlight spilled upon the Whomping Willow, the irritable plant curiously still at this moment, its branches drooping as if under a petrifying spell. This isn't right. Alita tightened her grip on her wand, the night breeze carrying the distant whinnies of the thestrals from the forbidden forest, raising the hairs on the back of her neck. Look. Peter suddenly pointed into the distance. Madame Pomfrey was supporting a tall, thin figure coming from the direction of the castle. Even in the dim moonlight, Alita recognized it to be Remus. Yet his complexion was alarmingly pale, the cold sweat on his forehead glistening in the moonlight, as if all his strength had been drained. More shockingly, when Madame Pomfrey lightly touched a certain part of the trunk with her wand, a dark hole appeared in the tree. Remus staggered inside, his silhouette quickly swallowed by the darkness. Merlin, James's astonishment hung in the night air. Alita's heart raced uncontrollably. She was acutely aware of the impending events. Remus was about to undergo a heart-wrenching transformation in the Shrieking Shack. She had to prevent them from pursuing him. We should turn back. Her voice trembled. This is far too perilous. Yet Sirius had already risen to his feet. Aren't you curious why that tree suddenly obeys? A dangerous glimmer flickered in his gray eyes, and Remus appeared distinctly unwell. James had nimbly slid down the slope. Perhaps he requires assistance. Don't worry, Elia, Sirius reassured, patting her shoulder. We're here. But before Elia could protest, the 3 had dashed towards the still Whomping Willow. Gritting her teeth, she grasped the hem of her robe and hurried after them. If she could not stop them, at the very least, she would be there to protect them. The twisted roots on the tunnel walls resembled countless lifeless serpents, casting eerie shadows in the glow of their wands. In the distance, anguished moans echoed, chilling Elia's blood further with each sound. Was that Remus? Peter's voice trembled, barely audible as he clutched James's robe tightly. Suddenly, a howl that defied humanity tore through the tunnel's silence, followed by the sickening crack of bones twisting and the rustle of growing fur. Run! Elia screamed, yanking at James's sleeve, but it was already too late. In the darkness, a pair of yellow eyes slowly opened. They were no longer the gentle eyes of Remus, but rather those of a beast, filled with pain and fury. The ensuing chaos felt like a nightmare. The warmth of Sirius's grip on her wrist, James's protective silhouette in front, Peter's terrified whimpers. As the werewolf lunged, Elia instinctively waved her wand. Obstruct us. A barrier of silver light barely held off the attack, but the recoil sent her crashing to the grass at the entrance. Under the moonlight, she saw that James's expression was not of fear, but a near-tragic resolve. He stood before them, wand aimed at the creature that had once been their friend. Remus, it's us, James shouted, his voice hoarse from exertion. We are your friends. The werewolf, no. Remus seemed to hesitate for a fleeting moment, a flicker of recognition in his yellow eyes. Yet the enchantment of the moonlight soon prevailed, and he emitted a heart-wrenching howl as he lunged again. Stupefy. Sirius's spell grazed the werewolf's shoulder, causing it to stumble but not halt. Elia understood that ordinary magic was nearly ineffective against werewolves. Trembling, she lifted her wand, recalling a defensive spell she had once read. Patronus. A silver ferret sprang from her wand tip, leaping before the werewolf, momentarily distracting it. Quickly, seizing the opportunity, Sirius yanked Elia and Peter toward the tunnel's exit. James brought up the rear, continuously casting protective spells. When they finally tumbled out of the tunnel, the whomping willow had begun to regain its vigor, its branches thrashing dangerously. The four collapsed breathlessly onto the grass, their robes soaked with sweat, clinging to their bodies. Peter was still shaking, the sound of his chattering teeth unmistakable. So he is a werewolf, Peter whispered, his voice barely above a murmur. Indeed, Sirius replied calmly, though his knuckles whitened from clenching his hands too tightly. Surprisingly. James nodded. I should have noticed sooner. Every full moon he returns home, always bearing new wounds. He ruffled his tousled hair and suddenly turned to Elia. Did you know all along? Elia's breath hitched. The burden of her identity as a cross-timer rendered her unable to speak the truth. Yet lies were equally difficult to utter. As she hesitated, Sirius suddenly chuckled softly. Elia is far more observant than us. He reached out to ruffle her hair, his gesture surprisingly gentle, contrasting sharply with his usual teasing demeanor. Peter's eyes widened in terror. Aren't you afraid? Afraid of what? James shrugged. He is still our Remus. However, he exchanged a knowing glance with Sirius. We need to find a way to help him. In the dawn light, the four figures huddled closely together. Elia gazed at the pale lightning of the horizon, feeling for the first time that perhaps fate could indeed be altered. We must go find him. James suddenly broke the silence, after he transforms back. Sirius nodded, determination gleaming in his gray eyes. Then we shall devise a plan together. He looked at Elia, a smile playing on his lips, including our clever Elia. Chapter 29, Fracture and Healing. Morning light streamed through the stained glass windows of the headmaster's office, casting mottled shadows upon the floor. Remus stood amidst these patches of light, his nails digging deeply into his palms, yet he felt no pain. Compared to the agony he endured each full moon, this minor sting was negligible. Professor. I wish to go home, Remus murmured, his voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. He dared not lift his gaze to the portraits of the sleeping headmasters on the wall, fearing to catch a glimpse of disdain upon their faces. The cuffs of his robe were already wrinkled from fidgeting, with several drops of unshed tears staining the fabric. Dumbledore observed him from above the crescent-shaped glasses, his long fingers gently tapping the desk. Remus, his voice was as soothing as honey. Do you know why I insisted you come to Hogwarts? Remus shook his head, a tear slipping uncontrollably down his cheek. He hastily wiped it away, just as hurried footsteps echoed from behind him. The sound was chaotic, accompanied by rapid breaths, clearly from someone who had run frantically. The office door was suddenly flung open, crashing against the wall with a resounding thud. You are not dropping out. James burst in, breathless, his round glasses askew, morning dew still clinging to the lenses. His robe was soaked with dew, grass clippings clinging to his pant legs, his chest heaving. Sirius followed closely behind, his usually well-groomed black hair now disheveled. He seized Remus's arm with a fierce grip, his gray eyes sparkling with defiance. If you dare leave, I will sprinkle love potion into the pumpkin juice of Slytherin every day. Despite the threatening words, the grip on Remus's arm was surprisingly gentle. Elia was the last to enter, her two red braids coming undone, strands of hair plastered to her forehead with sweat. We searched for you all night, she gasped. We almost got caught by Filch 3 times. Her shoes were caked in mud, leaving small footprints on the carpet. Remus looked at his friends, disheveled and breathless, and felt as though an invisible hand was squeezing his chest. Peter had hidden outside, revealing only half of his head and one eye, but at least he had come. Dumbledore smiled warmly, his robe adorned with twinkling stars. It seems my office is quite lively today. He turned to Remus, his blue eyes glimmering behind the crescent glasses. Perhaps you should listen to what your friends have to say? Without waiting for Remus to respond, Sirius pulled out a handful of colorful candies from his pocket. Look, I got these from the kitchen. The house elves say chocolate is good for you. The chocolates were various shapes, some slightly melted from his warmth. We also made this, James exclaimed, waving a piece of parchment on which a map of the castle was scrawled in a haphazard manner. I've marked all the corridors Filch frequents. His finger pointed to several smudged red crosses on the map. Remus's vision blurred. He recalled how every time he returned from being ill, his friends would rush to him with concern, and Elia would quietly offer him chocolate on several occasions. I'm afraid of hurting you, Remus choked out. You all witnessed what I became last night. His shoulders began to tremble as the horrific memories surged forth like a tide. Sharp claws, a distorted face, uncontrollable ferocity. What we witnessed was our friend enduring suffering. We have found a solution, Elia declared resolutely, stepping forward, her eyes shimmering with determination in the morning light. She retrieved a tome titled Advanced Protective Charms from her satchel, its pages frayed at the edges, clearly having been perused countless times. We just need to cast a few simple protective spells in advance, she said, flipping open the book and pointing to several incantations circled in red ink. I can keep watch, Peter said, summoning his courage, his voice slightly louder than usual, yet still barely above a whisper. Though I may not run fast. My hearing is quite acute. Sirius rolled his eyes in exasperation. Oh, come on, Peter. The last suspicious sound you heard was just a house elf polishing armor. A wave of laughter erupted in the office. Even the portraits on the walls opened their eyes in curiosity. Remus felt the weight on his chest lighten somewhat. He tentatively curled the corners of his mouth upward, discovering that this smile came more easily than he had anticipated. All right, Remus said softly, tears still streaming down his face. But for a different reason this time. I'll stay. Hooray, James exclaimed, leaping to his feet and nearly colliding with the silverware on the table. That's wonderful. Elia clapped her hands, her braids dancing with her excitement. Sirius puffed out his chest, resembling a proud little rooster. Peter too wore a smile as he emerged from behind the door. Dumbledore gazed at the group of children and said gently, sometimes. The most potent magic does not stem from a wand, but from here. He gestured towards his heart. As several children bid farewell to the headmaster, Dumbledore suddenly called out to Elia, You are always welcome to visit, Miss Potter. My lemon sherbet shall always be prepared for clever guests. His blue eyes sparkled with a mysterious light. Elia nodded, her red hair glinting in the sunlight. Unbeknownst to her, in the days to come, this round office would become a frequent haunt, a place where she would deliberate important matters with the professor. But for now, she simply yearned to join her friends for breakfast, perhaps even to share in the sweet Sirius had pilfered. Chapter 30. The Examination Hall's Panorama. The academic year swiftly passed. And at last, the time for examinations arrived. In the Transfiguration Examination Hall, Elia gently laid down her quill, massaging her aching wrist. Her parchment was densely filled with neat handwriting, culminating in a perfectly rounded final period. 40 minutes remaining, Professor McGonagall's voice echoed through the examination room, her gaze sharp as an eagle, sweeping over each student. Elia glanced around discreetly. Lily sat upright, her red hair secured by a silver hairpin, the wisps at her forehead slightly curling. She occasionally furrowed her brow in contemplation, then swiftly inscribed her thoughts, the quill gliding smoothly across the parchment. Occasionally, she would pause to lightly tap her quill into the inkpot to refresh the ink's brightness. Remus sat diagonally behind Lily, his light brown eyes filled with concentration. His answer sheet had reached the final question, yet he continued to ponder a theoretical point regarding interspecies transformation. A bead of sweat trickled down his temple, creating a small water stain on the parchment, which he hastily wiped away with his sleeve. Suddenly, an unharmonious snore shattered the tranquility of the examination hall. Elia turned to see James sprawled in an exceedingly awkward position in his chair, his glasses askew, mouth slightly agape, his chest rising and falling in a rhythmic manner. Amusingly, his answer sheet was filled to the brim, though from the third question onward, the handwriting became increasingly erratic, the final lines resembling the scrawl of a creature that had scuttled across it. Beside him, Sirius exhibited a starkly contrasting posture of slumber. With one hand propping up his chin, his thick lashes cast a small shadow across his face, appearing as if he were contemplating some profound magical enigma. Only upon closer inspection could one notice his lashes occasionally fluttering, his lips curving into a faint, elusive smile. His answer sheet was equally filled, even adorned with a winking skull at the end, currently sticking its tongue out playfully at Elia. A rustling sound emanated from the other end of the examination hall. Peter huddled in his seat like a startled mole, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead in the sunlight. He alternated between scratching his head and biting his nails, occasionally sneaking glances at his neighbor's paper. When Professor McGonagall's gaze swept over him, he trembled, causing his quill to leave a long inky streak across the parchment, resembling a small black snake. Elia sighed quietly to herself. This is the consequence of trailing after James on nightly escapades. I doubt he has even finished Chapter 1 of Beginner's Transfiguration. 10 minutes left to submit your papers, Professor McGonagall announced, instantly heightening the tension in the examination room. Lily immediately quickened her checking speed, her red hair swaying with her movements. Remus nervously licked his lips, finalizing his answer to the last question. James mumbled something incoherent in his sleep, as if calling out for a score. Sirius shifted into a more comfortable position. Peter gazed despairingly at his nearly blank sheet, his eyes beginning to redden. Elia propped her chin on her hand, suddenly recalling the frantic version of herself who had once pulled all-nighters before finals. Back then, she had been just as flustered as Peter was now, yet here she was, calmly finishing her paper ahead of time. The twists of fate truly are remarkable. Time's up, put down your quills. With Professor McGonagall's command, the examination hall erupted. Peter let out a wail, collapsing onto his chair like a deflated balloon. James and Sirius simultaneously stretched widely, their joints cracking. Lily and Remus exhaled deeply, relieved, and began to gather their belongings. Sirius lazily stretched his shoulders and winked at Elia with his charming gray eyes. How did it go, Elia? Quite well, Elia replied, shaking her filled parchment. At least better than some who were sleeping through the exam. James threw an arm around Sirius's shoulders, his glasses askew on his nose. Hey, we call that being confident. Right, Sirius? More like throwing caution to the wind, Lily remarked as she passed by, clutching a hefty textbook. Remus approached Peter, gently patting his shoulder. Shall I help you with some tutoring tonight? We can start with the fundamentals of transformation theory. Peter looked up, tears of gratitude shimmering in his eyes. Really? Really? But the holidays are almost here. Precisely, Remus said with a smile. We need to ensure you can pass the retake. As evening fell, the last rays of sunlight bathed the black lake in a golden hue. Elia sat beneath a grand tree by the lakeside, perusing Advanced Transfiguration, while Sirius lounged lazily on the grass beside her, a blade of grass between his lips. Do you think Peter will pass the retake? Elia inquired. If he is willing to study diligently, Sirius replied nonchalantly. However, Remus is far more patient than Professor McGonagall. Elia closed her book and gazed into the distance. James and Peter were chasing after a model of a golden snitch, while Remus sat nearby reading, occasionally glancing up to remind them to be careful not to fall into the lake. And just like that, the academic year comes to a close, she murmured. Sirius turned his head to look at her, his gray eyes shining brightly in the sunset. What's this? Reluctant to let go. Elia smiled slightly. A bit. Sirius reached out, gently tugging at her red braid. Don't worry, summer will arrive swiftly enough. In the distance, James suddenly shouted, Sirius! Elia! Come quick! Peter almost got dragged into the lake by the giant squid. The two exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Chapter 31. The conclusion of the academic year. The enchanted candles in the great hall swayed gently, casting a radiant glow upon the banners of the 4 houses. Elia gazed upward at the gem hourglass of Gryffindor, its meager supply of rubies evoking a sigh of resignation from her. Lily sat beside her, her slender fingers idly curling a strand of crimson hair. Together we amassed 320 points, Lily murmured, her emerald eyes reflecting a profound sense of helplessness. Yet, your brother alone deducted 450 points. Elia offered a wry smile and shook her head. Let us not forget he has 3 capable accomplices. She gestured towards a short distance away, where Sirius languidly leaned against James' shoulder. The two engaged in hushed whispers about some mischief, their faces adorned with identical mischievous grins. Remus sat opposite them, his eyes shimmering with gentle exasperation. He held a copy of Theories of Basic Transfiguration, though it was evident he was not reading, as he frequently glanced up to curtail James and Sirius' exaggerated gestures. Peter, meanwhile, huddled in a corner, nervously nibbling on his nails, his gaze darting between the hourglass and the professor's table. I propose, James suddenly raised his voice, drawing the attention of several nearby Gryffindors, that the next time we are caught sneaking out, we take turns reporting each other's names. Sirius elegantly rolled his eyes. Oh, come now. Professor McGonagall has long since seen through us. The last time I claimed to be Snape, she nearly turned me into a teapot. That's because you don't resemble him in the slightest. James jabbed at Sirius' ribs, arching his back as he mimicked Snape's greasy hair and somber expression. Sirius laughed so hard he nearly toppled off the bench, and Remus quickly caught him, his lips curving into an involuntary smile. Even Peter couldn't suppress a chuckle. The moment Dumbledore rose, the hall fell into a hushed silence. The old headmaster's crescent moon spectacles glimmered in the candlelight, his silver beard nearly brushing his belt. It was once again the time for the awarding of the House Cup, and his benevolent gaze swept across the long tables of the 4 houses, each having performed admirably this year. At the Slytherin table, several 7th-year students sat up straight, their faces etched with a haughty sense of assured victory. Ultimately, Slytherin emerged triumphant by a significant margin. Green and silver banners cascaded down from the ceiling, and Slytherin's hourglass erupted with dazzling light. At the opposite Gryffindor table, only the 7th years clapped politely, while the others wore expressions that spoke of prior knowledge of the outcome. Elia rested her chin on her hand, observing the Slytherin hourglass brimming with emeralds, contemplating. Next year, I must ensure James and the others behave. Dreaming seems the quicker option. The steam from the Hogwarts Express swirled around the platform, creating ethereal clouds. Elia dragged her suitcase, following Lily in search of an empty compartment. Over here. Lily suddenly waved, pushing open a compartment door from which wafted a faint scent of lemon drops. The moment they settled their luggage, the door was flung open. James, sporting an even more disheveled mop of hair, tumbled in, followed closely by Sirius, Remus, and a dejected Peter. Perfect, James exclaimed as he plopped down opposite Elia, filling the 6-person seat. Lily promptly shifted toward the window, trying to distance herself from James, while Elia internally mourned her brother's fate. So Sirius elegantly crossed his legs, sunlight streaming through the window to illuminate his handsome profile. Any plans for the summer? I shall be visiting Uncle Alfred, Sirius continued, a rare warmth flickering in his gray eyes. He has an old estate in Devon with a private Quidditch pitch in the backyard. James immediately perked up. Can I come? Of course, Sirius smirked, as long as you promise not to blow up his garden. Lily discreetly rolled her eyes and turned to Elia. You must come to my house. My mother has made new raspberry jam. That sounds splendid. Elia's eyes sparkled. We can venture to Diagon Alley to purchase new textbooks and try the new flavors at Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor. Lily nodded, then lowered her voice, adding, as long as you promise not to bring that arrogant prat along. Her gaze pointedly darted towards James, who was engrossed in a debate with Sirius about Quidditch strategies. Remus quietly flipped through a copy of magical potions and elixirs, occasionally glancing up with a smile. Peter, on the other hand, wore a frown as he counted the parchment for his holiday assignments. 12 inches of transfiguration, 15 inches of potions, and 3 astronomy star charts. The train whistled, departing, and the spires of Hogwarts gradually receded into the distance. Elia stared out at the passing scenery, a tinge of melancholy washing over her. Hey. Sirius suddenly pulled several golden galleons from his pocket. I have an idea. Curiosity piqued, everyone leaned in. Sirius waved his wand, lightly tapping each galleon. A simple communication spell. When you wish to chat, it will warm up, and words will appear on it. James grabbed one, examining it with intrigue. Cool. This way we can plan pranks together over the summer. I intend to use it for discussing assignments. Sirius feigned seriousness, though the mischief in his eyes betrayed him. Of course, discussing extracurricular activities occasionally wouldn't hurt. As Sirius handed a galleon to Elia, she felt a subtle current of energy spread from the point of contact. Sirius seemed to register it too, his gray eyes widening momentarily before reverting to his usual nonchalant demeanor. When Sirius passed the galleon to Elia, he lingered for an instinctive second longer, a flicker of something unusual in his gaze that Elia failed to notice. Are you coming to Devon with James over the holidays? Sirius suddenly asked, his voice lowered slightly. Elia, engrossed in studying the engravings on the galleon, looked up and blinked. I suppose so, depending on when I finish my assignments, she answered casually, entirely oblivious to the fleeting anticipation in Sirius' eyes. Sirius gave a gentle turning his gaze back to the swiftly passing landscape. Sunlight cast fragmented patterns on his profile, obscuring his expression. At the other end of the compartment, Lily exchanged a knowing glance with Remus. James, however, remained oblivious to the exchange, excitedly discussing Quidditch tactics with Peter. Elia toyed with the galleon, suddenly recalling something. By the way, Sirius, is your uncle's library large? I need to find some reference materials. Sirius turned back, his gray eyes brightening once more. The entire 3rd floor is filled with books. There are many rare magical texts. That's fantastic. Elia's eyes lit up. I shall complete my assignments promptly to seek you out. A smile involuntarily crept onto Sirius' lips as his fingers lightly tapped against his knee. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow across the space between them. Chapter 32. A visit to the Alfred residence. The July sun lazily bathed the kitchen of the Potter household. Elia quietly sat at the dining table, diligently working on her assignments, the quill rustling against the parchment. Suddenly, a loud bang startled her, causing her quill to leave an inky streak across the parchment. A disheveled barn owl collided with the window frame, clutching a crumpled letter in its beak. Another letter from James? Euphemia sighed, waving her wand to open the window. The owl stumbled in, dropping the letter onto James' plate before diving into the water bowl, splashing water everywhere. Sirius replied. James eagerly unfolded the letter, neglecting to wipe the droplets from his glasses. Uncle Alfred has agreed to let us visit. Elia leaned in to read the letter. Sirius' hasty handwriting leapt off the page, imbued with his characteristic irreverence. She noticed a small ink stain at the edge of the stationery, as if the writer had hesitated, allowing the nib to linger too long. Sirius's uncle is quite amiable. James mumbled while chewing on toast. Last Christmas he even gifted me a box of exploding wizard's chess. Euphemia shook her head in disbelief. It's truly a marvel that such a normal relative exists in the Black family. Merlin bless us. She turned to Elia. My dear, should we bring some homemade treats? The cinnamon I just purchased is quite splendid. Elia's eyes sparkled. I could bake honey biscuits. Sirius mentioned last time that he liked them. The country lanes of Devon meandered through verdant hills, with the Black ancestral home perched upon a gentle slope, its gray stone walls entwined with ivy. Alfred Black stood at the entrance to greet them, clad in a Muggle-style linen shirt and comfortable dragonhide slippers. Welcome. His voice was warm and resonant, while Sirius was in the backyard tinkering with his broom, having muttered about it all morning. Elia presented the basket of biscuits. I baked these myself, I hope you enjoy them. Alfred's eyes lit up instantly. How thoughtful. Sirius only ever helps himself to my butterbeer and chocolate frogs. He leaned closer to sniff. Did you add honey and cinnamon? How did you know? Elia asked in surprise. My sister, Sirius's mother, used to adore this recipe. A flicker of nostalgia passed through Alfred's eyes before he regained his smile. Come along, children. In the backyard, Sirius was kneeling on one knee inspecting the broom's tail, when he heard footsteps and looked up. Finally, you're here, he rose, casually pushing back the stray black hair from his forehead. I thought you were going to stand me up. James immediately lunged for Sirius's new broom, the Nimbus 1001. Merlin, how much faster is this than the Clean Sweep 7? Fast enough to leave you eating its dust. Sirius grinned mischievously, dodging James's grasp, his gaze shifting to Elia. Do you have the biscuits? For your uncle, Elia replied, honey and cinnamon flavored, just as you suggested. Splendid. Sirius's lips curled into a slight smile. Elia suddenly recalled something, her eyes brightening. By the way, where is the library you mentioned last time? I wish to find a few reference books on ancient runes. The light in Sirius's gray eyes seemed to brighten a little more. It's on the 3rd floor. Let me show you. He turned to James. Are you heading to the pitch to warm up? James waved dismissively without looking up. Go on, go on. Remember to see if there's a copy of the complete guide to broom care. Sirius led Elia through the corridor adorned with Quidditch posters until they reached the 3rd floor, where he pushed open an oak door intricately carved with astrological motifs. Sunlight streamed through the arched floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating a wall lined with walnut bookshelves. Thousands of books were neatly arranged, with some ancient parchment scrolls even floating within specially designed magical shields. Merlin, Elia gasped softly, her fingers unconsciously brushing over the spines of the books. Sirius leaned against the doorframe, a smile playing on his lips. This is my Uncle Alfred's collection. Over here is the section on ancient runes. He pointed to the right bookshelf, and over there is alchemy and defense against the dark arts. Elia was captivated by a display case. Is this an original Elvish text? Yes, my uncle traded for it during his trip to Norway. Sirius moved closer to her, close enough to catch a hint of cinnamon in her hair. He reached for a leather-bound book nearby. This annotations on ancient runes should be useful for you. Elia accepted the hefty tome, her fingertips accidentally grazing the back of Sirius's hand. He recoiled as if scalded, pretending to adjust his sleeve. Thank you. Elia eagerly began to flip through the pages. Sirius quietly observed her focused profile, the sunlight casting delicate golden shadows across her eyelashes. He suddenly cleared his throat. If you need, you can come here to read during the summer. Elia looked up, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy. Really? That would be wonderful. I can bring more treats in exchange. No, there's no need to be so polite. Sirius's voice suddenly dropped. He turned to feign interest in the bookshelf, attempting to mask his flushed ears. A loud shout from downstairs interrupted. Sirius, is the tail of your Nimbus 1001 loose? Sirius dashed to the door as if relieved. I'll go check. You take your time selecting. He fled, nearly tripping over the carpet. Elia blinked in confusion, then became absorbed by a book titled The Atlas of Unseen Spells, completely unaware of the tender gaze Sirius cast back at her from around the staircase corner. As evening fell, Alfred's voice called from downstairs, "Dinner is ready." When Sirius ascended to summon Elia, he found her curled up in the armchair by the window, her red hair spilling over the pages of a book, already asleep. He hesitated for a moment, gently nudging her shoulder. Elia sleepily opened her eyes. "Did I fall asleep?" "It's time for dinner." Sirius's voice was softer than usual. After dinner, the night had deepened, and the Potter siblings had to take their leave. "Thank you for your hospitality," Elia politely said. "Dinner was exquisite." "You are always welcome to return," Alfred smiled gently. "It's rare to have such liveliness in this old house." James had already summoned the night bus. He waved to Sirius. "Next week we'll go to Diagon Alley to buy new textbooks. Shall we go together?" "Of course." Sirius lazily leaned against the doorframe. "I'll be idle at home anyway." Elia joined James on the bus, turning back to say to Sirius, "Good night, Sirius." "Good night." Sirius watched the night bus vanish at the end of the street. "Have you had enough?" Alfred's voice suddenly chimed from behind, laced with evident teasing. Sirius snapped back to reality, frowning as he shot his uncle a glare. "I don't know what you're talking about." "Oh come on," Alfred chuckled, shaking his head. "When I was your age, I looked at the girl I liked the same way." Sirius remained silent, though his ears were tinged with a faint blush. "She's a good girl." Alfred exhaled a puff of smoke, "intelligent, brave, but what? But she seems rather oblivious. You have a long way to go, lad." Under the moonlight, Sirius's expression revealed an unusual hint of anxiety. Alfred laughed heartily, patting his nephew's shoulder. "Relax, you're only 12, there's plenty of time." Sirius huffed, "I'm going to bed." Yet as he turned, the corners of his mouth betrayed him, rising uncontrollably. Chapter 33, An Unexpected Encounter in Diagon Alley, Part 1. In August, Diagon Alley was bustling with wizarding families procuring supplies for the new term. Elia stood beneath the awning of flourish and blots, her fingers unconsciously twisting the edge of her sheep parchment book list. She checked her watch for the third time, noting that there were still 5 minutes until her rendezvous with Lily, which offered her a slight sense of relief. "Elia!" A clear voice called from behind. Elia turned to see Lily weaving through the throng toward her. Today, Lily wore a light yellow dress, her fiery red hair tied high in a ponytail, fluttering like a banner in the sunlight. She cradled several brand new potions textbooks in her arms, her face adorned with a radiant smile. "You arrived just in time." Elia greeted her. "I just finished reviewing the new Transfiguration book list." Her words faltered. Lily's smile abruptly froze, her emerald eyes staring intently at something behind Elia. Elia followed her gaze, and a wave of dizziness washed over her. At the entrance of Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor, 4 familiar figures stood there, each with an ice cream cone in hand, equally astonished as they gazed in their direction. James's glasses were askew on his nose, with chocolate sauce smeared at the corner of his mouth. Sirius maintained a poised stance, ready to lick his ice cream, his gray eyes wide with astonishment. Remus awkwardly held up his ice cream, nodding in greeting to them, while Peter attempted to hide behind the taller Remus. The air seemed to thicken with tension. Lily and Elia opened their mouths dryly. "I can explain." Lily narrowed her eyes. "You promised today it would be just the 2 of us." "That was my intention." Elia hastily lowered her voice, speaking rapidly. "But yesterday Sirius asked me via the comms when I was coming to Diagon Alley. And I said this morning." Then James insisted on tagging along, and Remus happened to come to buy books, and Peter was dragged along against his will. "So now," Lily interrupted her with deliberate slowness, "we have to shop with 4 boys?" Elia closed her eyes in despair. "Yes." 10 minutes later, the 6 of them advanced through Diagon Alley in an exceedingly peculiar formation. Lily and Elia walked at the forefront, their strides swift as if trying to shake off a persistent niffler. James and Sirius lagged a few steps behind, the former constantly running his hand through his hair, as if that might enhance his appeal in Lily's eyes, while the latter had his hands casually tucked into his pockets, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Remus trailed last, acting as a buffer, occasionally nodding and smiling at passing acquaintances. Peter resembled a startled groundhog, ever ready to dart into the nearest shop for refuge. "So this is your idea of without James?" Lily whispered. Elia, on the verge of tears, replied, "I really tried. But you know my brother. Like a niffler that you can't shake off." "Yes, I understand." Lily sighed and suddenly glanced back. "But Blake is surprisingly quiet today." Indeed, the usually boisterous Sirius was unusually silent, merely ambling along, his gray eyes periodically scanning Elia's back. James, unable to contain himself any longer, dashed forward and squeezed himself between the 2 girls. "Hey, Evans, are you looking to buy a new potion textbook?" I heard Professor Slughorn change the syllabus. Stay away from me, Potter, Lily retorted without looking back. James persisted. I can help you carry the book. Or invite you to Florian's for ice cream. They have a new color-changing flavor. Not necessary. Then Elia, unable to tolerate it any longer, tugged at her brother's sleeve. Shut up. Sirius chuckled softly from behind. Just when the atmosphere reached a peak of awkwardness, Remus suddenly stepped forward, gently speaking. Evans, I heard your potion grades are quite impressive. Lily paused, her demeanor visibly softening. They're all right. I saw a copy of Beginning Potion Making with annotations at the second-hand bookstore. Remus smiled, gesturing behind him. It's said to have been used by Horace Slughorn in his youth, and it has many extra notes. Lily's eyes instantly lit up. Really? Yes. It's just around the corner at Old Tom's bookstore. Thank you so much. Lily's anger dissipated instantaneously, and she tugged at Elia's hand. Shall we go take a look? Elia cast a grateful glance at Remus, who winked at her. James stood dumbfounded as he watched Lily and Elia walk away. Turning to Remus, how did you do that? Remus shrugged. Talk about something she's interested in, rather than hovering around her like a troll. Sirius erupted in laughter. Throwing an arm around James's shoulder, face the facts, James. Your courting techniques are worse than a blasted bogey. James angrily shook him off. Just wait and see. One day she will discover my charm. When that day comes, Sirius smirked. I'll change my name to Pee-wee Peter. Peter protested with a grunt. But no one paid him any mind. The bell above Old Tom's bookstore jingled as Lily triumphantly cradled the yellowed copy of Beginning Potion Making, her fingertips cautiously brushing over the annotated edges of the pages. Look at this formula improvement. She excitedly pointed out to Elia. Professor Slughorn discovered an alternative use for Moonstone even during his student days. Elia leaned in to see, her red hair cascading onto Lily's shoulder. At that moment, the door to the bookstore swung open again, and Sirius walked in alone. Where's James? Elia instinctively asked. Dragged off to the joke shop by Peter, Sirius replied lazily, his gaze sweeping over the book in Lily's hands. Found something good? Lily offered Sirius a rare smile, thanks to Remus's suggestion. Sirius nodded and suddenly pulled a beautifully bound copy of Beginner's Transfiguration Illustrated from the shelf. Elia, you might need this. Elia took the book, her fingertip inadvertently brushing against the back of Sirius's hand. She quickly withdrew her hand, feigning interest in the illustrations within the book. Thank you so much, Sirius. Sirius's gaze lingered for a moment on her flushed ears before he casually turned back to the bookshelf. I'm going to see if there are any new Quidditch strategy manuals. After Sirius walked away, Lily cast a meaningful glance at Elia. Why is Blake so quiet today? He's always like this. Elia feigned engrossment in the book. Lily huffed softly, deciding not to press further. At noon, the six of them, on Remus's suggestion, decided to take a break at Florian's ice cream parlor. Colorful umbrellas cast dappled shadows in the sunlight, and the air wafted with the sweet aroma of cream. I'll have the chocolate raspberry swirl, Elia told the server, then turned to Lily. What about you? Mint strawberry. I suppose, Lily replied, her demeanor considerably friendlier than before. Suddenly, Sirius leaned in close to Elia. I recommend you try the new Midnight Galaxy, the color-changing one. He was too close, his breath brushing against Elia's ear, causing her to involuntarily shrink back. Sounds good. James immediately raised his hand. I want that too. That's a girls-only flavor, Sirius lied without flinching. Boys turn purple after eating it. Nonsense. Just ask Remus. Remus, focused on the menu, looked up in confusion at the mention of his name. What? In the end, under Lily's stifled laughter and Elia's exasperated gaze, James stubbornly ordered a massive portion of dragon fire chili flavor, only to end up in tears from the heat, having to down 3 cups of ice water. Sunlight streamed through the colorful glass windows of the ice cream parlor as the 6 young people sat together, the initial awkwardness gradually dissipating, replaced by light-hearted laughter and casual chatter. Elia secretly glanced at Sirius, finding him gazing back at her, a hint of amusement in his gray eyes. She quickly lowered her head, pretending to be intensely interested in the sugar sprinkles atop her ice cream. Chapter 34, An Unexpected Encounter in Diagon Alley, Part 2. As Elia's silver spoon carved a 3rd line into the Midnight Galaxy's special starry blue ice cream, the hairs on the back of her neck suddenly stood on end. It felt as if someone had poured a bottle of chilled butterbeer down her spine, sending a chill racing from her tailbone to the crown of her head. She whipped her head around, the silver spoon clattering against the glass tabletop. Snape loomed at the entrance of the ice cream parlor like a thick shadow, his greasy black hair hanging down the sides of his waxen face. He clutched a copy of Beginning Potion Making, the spine's gilded lettering worn and faded. His pitch-black eyes seemed to suck the joy from the establishment, fixated intently on their table. Merlin's beard, Elia lamented inwardly. I should have checked the calendar before stepping out today. Instinctively, she reached for her wand in her pocket. Lily sprang to her feet, her fiery red hair dancing like a flickering flame beneath the enchanting lights of the shop. Severus, are you here to purchase textbooks as well? Snape's gaze flitted back and forth between Lily and James, his thin lips pressed into a pale line. It appears I have intruded upon your little tea party, he remarked, his voice emerging like a rasp from the depths of a cellar, each word wrapped in a layer of frost. Not at all. Lily hurried over. We were just about to leave. James slammed down his silver spoon with such force that it startled a first-year student at the next table, who nearly toppled off their high stool while indulging in a rainbow swirl ice cream. Oh, isn't that the Snot Prince? James adjusted his round glasses that had slid down his nose, deliberately raising his voice. Here to buy some new shampoo? I suggest you try Dragon's Breath. I hear it can clean even the scales of a Norwegian ridgeback. Sirius lounged against the back of his chair, his long fingers drumming lightly on the table. Or perhaps he intends to donate his hair to the potions classroom. I've heard that greasy locks are a secret ingredient for brewing amortentia. The mirth in his gray eyes prompted a few nearby students to stifle their laughter. Snape's complexion turned a shade greener than the melting mint ice cream before Lily. Aliana noticed his right hand slipping into the inner folds of his black robe. Merlin only knew what dangerous potion or curse lay hidden within. Enough! Aliana rose abruptly, the chair screeching against the floor. She seized James and Sirius by the scruffs of their necks, the force distorting the collars of their robes. We need to go buy wand care kits. Mr. Ollivander said a new shipment of unicorn hair would arrive this afternoon. What? I've only just had half. James protested, his dark hair frizzing as if struck by lightning. Aliana lowered her voice, her nails nearly digging into their necks. Now. Immediately. Right this instant. Her tone bore an undeniable authority, even causing Sirius to raise an eyebrow. Remus quickly grasped the situation, a hint of approval flashing across his gentle face. As he stood, he accidentally knocked over Peter's chocolate frog drink, the dark liquid spreading across the table. So the Peter mentioned he wanted to visit the magical menagerie to see the new Nifflers. Peter blinked in confusion. When did I say that? Remus gave him a sharp kick under the table. Lily stood frozen, her emerald eyes brimming with gratitude. Turning to Snape, she offered a reassuring smile. Shall we visit the apothecary recommended by Professor Slughorn? I've heard they just received a fresh batch of billywig stings. Snape cast a triumphant glance at James, his expression akin to someone who had just dripped basilisk venom into pumpkin juice. As Lily's red hair and his black robe disappeared through the revolving door, James leapt to his feet as if under the influence of an enlargement charm. Let go of me. He struggled, veins in his neck bulging like a gobliness toes. Did you see his expression just now? It was as if he had just purchased the most expensive sweets at Honeyduke's. Aliana sighed, her hands gripping his shoulders like iron pincers. So what? Are you going to rush over and give him a toothless smack? Make Lily dislike you even more? Her voice was as calm as Professor McGonagall explaining the principles of transfiguration. Sirius whistled. Sounds far more exciting than sitting here eating ice cream. His tone was flippant, yet the fire in his gray eyes was unmistakable. You two are such dimwits. Aliana suddenly grabbed a silver spoon from the table, and to everyone's astonishment, her slender fingers bent it like a twig. The metal emitted a pained groan, ultimately transforming into a perfect right angle in her palm. The ice cream parlor fell into an eerie silence, the sound of melting ice cream audible. James and Sirius stared wide-eyed, and even Mr. Florin, who was polishing glasses behind the counter, halted his movements. Now, Aliana gently placed the transformed spoon back on the table, her voice regaining its usual softness. Can we continue enjoying our ice cream like civilized wizards? This threat was more effective than 100 curses. James and Sirius, like two drenched alley cats, begrudgingly returned to their seats. Sirius even performed an exaggerated surrender gesture, causing Peter to stifle a laugh. Aliana smoothed her tousled braid, her voice light as if coaxing a startled conch shell. Lily clearly wishes to be alone with him. The more you disrupt, the closer she will gravitate towards him. She pointed at James's chest. It's as foolish as splattering flobberworm mucus on yourself and expecting others to embrace you. Sirius stirred his cherry drink thoughtfully. Aliana has a point, James. Your courting techniques put trolls to shame. He added with a mischievous grin. At least trolls know they smell bad, and will take a dip in the river. James ruffled his already messy hair in frustration. So what do you suggest I do? His voice was laced with defeat, akin to a child who had failed an examination. Firstly, Aliana raised a finger. Stop calling him Snot Prince, especially where Lily can hear you. Absolutely not. James immediately countered, his voice booming enough to startle a small witch at the next table, who dropped her spoon while enjoying bubblegum-flavored ice cream. Secondly, Sirius said leisurely, his fingers tapping the glass table, producing a crisp sound. Instead of circling around her like a tree-guarding gnome, let her come to you. James's eyes brightened. Be more specific? Sirius flashed that infuriating smile that would send Filch's blood pressure soaring. For instance, he elongated his tone, become the youngest Quidditch captain in Hogwarts history. Let her see you dominating the pitch, with no one else in sight but you. He mimicked an exaggerated flying pose on a broom, nearly toppling Remus's lemon-flavored slushy drink. James's expression lit up as if illuminated by a Lumos charm. He straightened his back, his eyes sparkling with determination behind his glasses. You're right. I want Lily to see me sweeping the field. He excitedly pumped his fist, nearly hitting a passing wizard holding an owl. Aliana rolled her eyes. You boys think more straightforwardly than a mandrake's roots. But seeing James rejuvenated brought a smile to her lips. At least now. She had successfully averted a potential conflict that could have led to Mr. Florin permanently banning them from the shop. In the distance, Lily's laughter echoed, soon drowned out by the bustling sounds of Diagon Alley. Aliana glanced at the spot in her palm where she had just bent the spoon, leaving no trace of the red mark. She quietly tucked her hand under the table, contemplating a visit to Ollivanders later to inquire about any wands that might occasionally enhance the wielder's strength. Chapter 35. The beginning of second year. As the steam from the Hogwarts Express had yet to dissipate entirely, Aliana and James squeezed into their familiar compartment. Sunlight streamed through the glass window, illuminating the faded velvet seats and the floating particles of dust. Look. James plopped down, immediately extracting a brand new broom from the trunk, Nimbus 1003, the latest model, 2 tiers above Sirius's. The broom handle gleamed a deep brown in the sunlight, its tail meticulously trimmed into an aerodynamic shape. Aliana rolled her eyes, her fingers unconsciously tracing the embroidery on her sleeve. James, can you settle down a bit? You've already exclaimed that multiple times. She pointed to her own equally new broom. Besides, my dad got me one too. James's mouth dropped open wide enough to fit a chocolate frog. What? Why didn't anyone tell me? Because you'd react just like this. Aliana retrieved a copy of Beginner's Transfiguration from her bag, feigning concentration on her reading while the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. Suddenly, the compartment door swung open. Sirius languidly leaned against the doorframe, his black hair having grown a touch longer since the summer break, cascading casually over his shoulder. His gaze was fixed intently upon Alia, a glint of mischief flickering in his gray eyes. What engrosses you so? He inquired deliberately, fully aware that he had overheard their conversation in the corridor moments earlier. James's new broom. Alia lifted her head, a smile unconsciously tugging at her lips, and his grand plans to dominate the Quidditch field. Sirius scoffed lightly, his tall figure slipping into the compartment, bringing with him a faint scent of pine. He purposefully maneuvered past Alia, settling into the seat beside her with a soft creak. Is that all he's got? Who nearly collided with the Whomping Willow last time. That was an accident, James protested, then turned his attention to Alia's broom. Wait, yours is a 1003 too? Sirius's gaze lingered on the broom for a moment, surprise flickering in his gray eyes. Mr. Potter is quite generous this time. My father says my flying skills are worth the investment, Alia replied, lifting her chin with pride. Sirius suddenly leaned closer, close enough for Alia to catch the faint scent of pine. So you'll be trying out for Quidditch this year, right? His voice dropped low, audible only to Alia. She shifted slightly, attempting to create some distance. Maybe. She couldn't fathom why her heartbeat became so unruly whenever Sirius drew near. Sirius noticed her retreat, a hint of disappointment flashing in his gray eyes, but he quickly donned a roguish smile. Then I must train James well, lest he be bested by his own sister. Hey, James protested. At that moment, Remus and Peter entered the compartment, and the conversation swiftly turned to summer anecdotes. Sirius interjected occasionally, yet his gaze would often drift towards Alia. Several times, when Alia looked up, their eyes would meet, and they would both hastily avert their gazes, one pretending to adjust his hair, the other feigning intense interest in the view outside. In the great hall, floating candles illuminated the 4 long tables. Just as Alia took her seat, Lily leaned over to whisper. Suddenly, she felt the weight beside her shift. Sirius had unknowingly taken a seat next to her, his arm resting casually on the back of her chair. What are you discussing? He leaned in to inquire, his breath gently brushing against Alia's ear. Alia instinctively held her breath, her fingers twisting the napkin. Just summer happenings. Sirius seemed about to respond when Professor McGonagall led the first-year students into the hall. The first boy with dark hair made Alia gasp. Regulus Black. Slytherin. The Sorting Hat called almost immediately. Sirius's fork clattered against his plate as he abruptly stood. I need to visit the restroom. His voice was unnaturally low. Alia hesitated for a moment, then followed him out. She found him behind a stone pillar in the foyer, staring out over the dark lake, taking deep breaths. Are you all right? She asked softly. Sirius turned, his profile sharply defined in the moonlight. Do I look unwell? Gathering her courage, Alia stepped closer. About your brother. He's now the perfect heir of the Black family. Sirius's voice carried a bitterness Alia had never heard before. Summoning an unexpected courage, Alia suddenly grasped his wrist. Sirius. He jerked his hand away, but Alia had already caught sight of the faint scar. They fell into silence, the distant cheers from the great hall echoing faintly. Let us head back, Sirius finally said, his tone reverting to its customary laziness, though his eyes remained dim. On the way back to the great hall, Alia found herself pondering Sirius's earlier expression. The ever-smirking Sirius had a vulnerable side as well. This revelation tugged at her heart, an unfamiliar sensation spreading through her chest. Chapter 36. Confessions and midnight conversations after the charms class. Alia and Lily, laden with the hefty standard spells, level 2 textbook, moved slowly with the throng of students streaming out of class. The castle corridors were teeming with students, the cacophony of chatter and footsteps reverberating off the stone walls. Lily, are you certain Professor Flitwick mentioned the softening charm on page 47? Alia inquired, propping the precarious stack of books against her chin, her fingers turning pale from the strain. Just as Lily was about to respond, a tall figure suddenly blocked their path, akin to a lighthouse that had abruptly appeared. Sunlight streamed through the corridor's stained glass windows, casting a golden halo over the boy's light brown curls. The Ravenclaw's blue and silver crest shimmered against his chest, rising and falling with his slightly hurried breaths. Alia Potter? His voice was steadier than his appearance suggested, yet the slight tremor at the end betrayed his inner anxiety. Lily immediately raised an eyebrow, her lips curling into a knowing smile. She gracefully stepped back half a pace, her eyes twinkling with mischief. Alia blinked, instinctively clutching her book tighter. Yes? She could feel her voice rise slightly in surprise. I am Andrew Wilkins, a fourth year from Ravenclaw. The boy inhaled deeply, his Adam's apple bobbing visibly, his long fingers nervously tracing the edge of the book. I wanted to say that you are truly remarkable, always at the top of your class, and quite beautiful. He paused, his fingers anxiously gripping the hem of his robe, wrinkling the fabric. If you would be willing, I would like to invite you to the library. May I? The air in the corridor seemed to freeze. A few passing students slowed their pace, feigning to adjust their bags while actually straining to listen. Hushed whispers floated from further down the hall. One girl, too engrossed in the spectacle, bumped into a suit of armor with a dull thud. Alia offered a polite smile, maintaining a respectful distance. Thank you for your invitation, Wilkins, but I prefer studying alone. Her fingers nervously twirled a strand of hair, a telltale sign of her anxiety. And she already has someone she likes, Lily interjected suddenly, her tone as light as if announcing the weather, yet it detonated a bombshell in Alia's heart. Alia whipped her head around, glaring at Lily, who shrugged innocently, her red hair swaying with the motion. Wilkins appeared as though doused in a bucket of ice water, his bright blue eyes dimming instantly. However, he quickly regained his composure, maintaining a gracious demeanor. I understand. But if you change your mind, feel free to seek me out. He inclined slightly, his movements as graceful as a trained dancer, before turning to leave. I have someone I like. Alia seized Lily's wrist, lowering her voice as she questioned, her fingers tightening with urgency. Since when? Lily grinned mischievously, revealing 2 adorable dimples. Oh? Then why do you always fix your hair when black is near? She mimicked Alia's actions, her fingers twirling around an imaginary strand. And you are always the first to notice when he has a new robe. Even the silver button on his cuff. Alia opened her mouth to retort, but found her tongue tied. She distinctly remembered that Sirius had indeed donned a new robe last week, its deep gray fabric embroidered with subtle patterns, making his gray eyes all the more enchanting. Merlin. How could she remember such details? That's just good observational skills. Alia finally managed to defend weakly, feeling her cheeks flush. Lily merely responded with a knowing hum, linking her arm with Alia's as they continued walking. Call it what you will, Miss Potter, but I must remind you, your ears are as red as the Gryffindor banner. At the hour of lunch, as Elia settled at the long table of Gryffindor, she was met with a myriad of significant glances from her peers. Several younger girls huddled together, whispering conspiratorially and stealing furtive glances in her direction. Across the table of Ravenclaw, Wilkins was encircled by a group of boys, seemingly offering him consolation. James raised his head from a mound of mashed potatoes, a smear of gravy adorning his glasses. I hear you turned down a Ravenclaw? His voice boomed, loud enough for those at 3 nearby tables to overhear. Elia nearly choked on her pumpkin juice, the liquid trickling down her chin and staining her robes. How did you know? Her voice, laced with shock, reached a higher pitch. Everyone knows. Came Sirius's languid voice from behind her. He had appeared there without her noticing, his eyes glimmering with mischief as he added, Wilkins has been lamenting in the common room, claiming he was bested by a mysterious person. He emphasized the phrase mysterious person with a playful inflection, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Remus gently interjected. Of course, he might be exaggerating. His gaze flitted between Elia and Sirius, his eyes sparkling with perceptive insight. Peter, huddled next to Remus, murmured, I heard that Wilkins is quite talented. Second in the year for charms. At that moment, James suddenly slammed his hands on the table, causing the silver cutlery to jingle. My sister has received a confession. And I, as her brother, had to hear about it from Sirius. His black hair was even more disheveled with excitement. Calm down, James, Elia sighed, pressing her fingers to her temples, feeling her temples throb. It's not that big of a deal. How can it not be a big deal? James exaggeratedly brandished his fork, sending a piece of roast beef flying into the head of a passing Slytherin student. I need to know who that mysterious person is. What if it's a Slytherin? What if it's a Hufflepuff? What if it's a Gryffindor? Sirius interjected lazily, his gaze intentionally fleeting over Elia. Elia felt her face flush once more. She hastily averted her eyes, pretending to adjust her napkin, hoping no one noticed the crimson hue creeping to her ears. At that opportune moment, Lily appeared, her fiery red hair ablaze. What's all the commotion about? Her eyes sparkled with amusement. Elia's admirer, James promptly reported, leaning closer to Lily, his glasses gleaming with expectation. Lily cast a knowing glance at Elia. Who knows? Perhaps it's a chap who loves riding motorcycles? Motorcycles? Elia was momentarily taken aback, then recalled Sirius mentioning over the summer that his uncle owned a Muggle motorcycle. She vividly remembered the way his gray eyes sparkled as he described the sleek black machine. Elia felt her cheeks heat up, hastily retorting, Lily, don't be ridiculous. I don't have a crush on anyone. I simply turned him down because I didn't want him to distract me. She was oblivious to the way Sirius's eyes dimmed at her words, his smile freezing in place. That night, Elia found herself tossing and turning, unable to sleep. She had left a gap in the drapes of her four-poster bed, allowing moonlight to cascade in like water, casting a silvery beam on the floor. In the dormitory, the other girls breathed evenly and steadily in their slumber. Elia quietly slipped out of bed, her bare feet meeting the chill of the stone floor. She donned her morning robe with care, and as she opened the dormitory door, the fat lady's portrait muttered discontentedly. The castle was eerily silent at midnight, with only the torches casting flickering shadows on the walls. Elia deftly navigated past the patrolling Filch, ascending the spiral staircase with familiarity. A cold breeze seeped through the cracks, chilling her exposed ankles. The astronomy tower was her favorite spot for contemplation. Yet tonight, it was already occupied. Sirius leaned against the marble railing, his black hair tousled by the night wind. His robes casually draped over his shoulders, revealing a white shirt beneath, its collar slightly open, the outline of his collarbone barely visible in the moonlight. Can't sleep either? Elia murmured softly, her voice nearly swept away by the night breeze. Sirius turned, his gray eyes almost translucent in the moonlight. Are you pondering that Ravenclaw affair? His tone was calm, yet the taut line of his mouth betrayed an inner turmoil. No, Elia stepped closer to him, their shoulders almost brushing, inhaling the faint scent of pine that clung to him. I'm contemplating what Lily said. Her voice dwindled to a whisper. The night wind softened, gently caressing them both. After a moment of silence, Sirius suddenly retrieved a gold galleon from his pocket, the coin glinting in his palm. You know, he said, his thumb lightly tracing the edge of the coin. I intended to use this to ask you something tonight. What is it? Elia inquired, puzzled. Sirius's voice dropped to a near inaudible level. If I were to invite you to the library, would you decline? He finally turned to face her, his gray eyes meeting hers with an earnestness she had never seen before. Elia's heart raced, a nervous laugh escaping her lips. Since the start of the term, your visits to the library have been few and far between. How could you possibly invite me? At that moment, time seemed to still. Sirius lowered his gaze, his long lashes casting shadows on his cheeks, appearing heartbreakingly forlorn. Elia bit her lip, summoning her courage to add, however, if you were to invite me, I would certainly go, and I would even invite you. Sirius's eyes brightened immediately, akin to stars igniting in the night sky. But just as he opened his mouth to speak, Elia hurriedly interjected. We should head back. As she turned to leave, Sirius gently stroked the galleon in his hand. At the very least, he had realized he held a special place in her heart, a thought that involuntarily lifted the corners of his mouth. The night breeze swept past once more, carrying the crispness of early autumn and the promise of infinite possibilities. Chapter 37, Quidditch Tryouts. Elia had no recollection of when she returned the previous night, only that the sky had not yet brightened, and the Gryffindor girls' dormitory remained enveloped in tranquil darkness. Outside, the stars of Hogwarts were just beginning to fade from the night sky, as a hint of dawn broke on the eastern horizon. Cocooned in her warm bedding, the down comforter enveloping her slender form, her red hair sprawled across the pillow, Elia was lost in sweet dreams, the corners of her mouth curving upwards, as visions of the Quidditch pitch and a certain gray-eyed figure danced through her mind. Wake up! Wake up! James's voice burst forth from the galleon communicator beside her, reverberating in her ears. His tone brimmed with irrepressible excitement and urgency, akin to a sniffler discovering a treasure trove. Today was the Quidditch tryouts. This is our moment of glory. Elia groggily opened her eyes, her head heavy and her eyelids weighted as if burdened by lead. She fumbled for the galleon, her voice hoarse. What time is it, James? Never mind what time it is. Hurry down to the common room. I've been waiting for you. The galleon conveyed James's breathless urgency. With a groan, Elia struggled to rise from her bed. She hastily threw on her morning robe, her bare feet meeting the chill of the stone stairs as she descended the spiral staircase to the common room. The embers in the fireplace still emitted a faint red glow, casting a warm hue across the dim room. James was already fully armed in brand new Quidditch gear, which gleamed faintly in the subdued light, the scent of leather mingling with a hint of his perspiration. His hair appeared more tousled than usual, as if it had just weathered a troll's assault, with several rebellious strands standing defiantly upright. Are you all right, James? She groaned, burying her face into the soft cushions of the sofa, her words muffled by fatigue. Wrong, James exclaimed, abruptly yanking Alia up, his strength nearly causing her to stumble. His fervent grip clasped her slender wrist, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Warming up in advance is crucial. We must be the first to arrive, claim the best training spot, and assert our dominance over the others. His eyes glimmered with an intense desire, as if he could already envision himself soaring across the arena, the sound of the crowd's cheers reverberating in his ears. 5 minutes later, a bleary-eyed Alia found herself mercilessly pulled out of the Gryffindor Tower by her brother. The castle corridors were deserted, illuminated only by a few dim wall sconces casting a feeble glow. Have you lost your mind? Alia whispered urgently, glancing around warily, as if Filch's ominous figure might appear at any moment. Her fingers nervously twisted the fabric of her robe, the thought of being caught by Filch sending a shiver down her spine. James flashed a knowing grin, producing a crumpled piece of parchment from his pocket, and waving it triumphantly. Fear not, for Sirius and I borrowed the patrol schedule from the caretaker's office last night. With this, we are invisible phantoms undetected. Alia gasped, her heart racing. The parchment was densely inscribed with the patrol routes and timings of Filch and Mrs. Norris, alongside Sirius's hasty annotations of safe passages. Merlin, if we are caught, it would be far more than simple detention. James seemed to sense her apprehension, grinning wider. Relax. Sirius cast a confusion charm. Filch will never notice it's missing. Now stay close to me. They glided through the corridors like two nocturnal cats, occasionally halting to evade patrols and swiftly navigating through perilous zones. James, well versed in the routes, guided Alia through one secret passage after another until they finally reached the castle's grand entrance. As the first rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds, the siblings found themselves standing on the Quidditch pitch. A morning mist enveloped the field, resembling a delicate veil, bestowing an air of mystery upon the entire arena. James could hardly contain his excitement as he mounted his Nimbus 1003. The broom quivered beneath him before he shot into the sky like a released arrow. His laughter echoed across the empty pitch, filled with unadulterated joy. Come on, he shouted into the air, his voice reverberating across the vastness of the field, startling more birds into flight. Practice your fundamental moves as a seeker. Show me your skills. Alia sighed, grasping her own Nimbus. Inhaling deeply before she gracefully leaped onto her broom, the morning breeze instantly lifting her high ponytail. James produced a model of the golden snitch from his pocket, tossing it with force. As soon as it left his hand, it darted away like a bolt of lightning, tracing unpredictable paths in the air, sometimes diving sharply, other times spiraling upward at a speed nearly impossible to perceive. Alia squinted, leaning forward as her broom shot forth like an arrow. The wind howled past her ears, stinging her cheeks, but she paid it no mind, her focus solely on the glimmering model. Her heartbeat quickened, blood coursing through her veins, as if the world consisted only of her and that golden sphere. Turn left, dive, halt. Just as her fingertips brushed within an inch of the snitch, the model suddenly veered sharply. Without hesitation, Alia squeezed her legs tightly against the broomstick, leaning out to the side, her body nearly parallel to the ground. And with a swift motion of her right hand, she caught it. James's triumphant cheer erupted across the pitch, filled with pride as he executed an excited flip in the air. Alia straightened, the golden snitch fluttering in her palm, its tiny wings brushing against her skin, tickling her. Her cheeks flushed with exhilaration, her eyes sparkling with joy. "You were born to be a seeker," James exclaimed, zooming to her side and ruffling her hair, ignoring her protests. "From now on, we shall be the unbeatable duo on the pitch." They trained until the sun hung high in the sky, only returning to the castle when their stomachs grumbled in protest. Along the way, Alia's hair was tousled by the wind, her cheeks flushed from the cold, yet her eyes shone brighter than ever. The afternoon tryouts drew a crowd of eager students. The Gryffindor stands were bustling with excitement, the air filled with lively chatter. Lily, Sirius, Remus, and Peter occupied the front row, surrounded by students from other years, all eagerly anticipating the thrilling contest ahead. "Next up, James Potter," boomed Frank Longbottom, the Gryffindor captain, his voice resonant and powerful. James soared into the pitch on his broom, its swift passage through the air eliciting gasps of awe. His flying style was bold and flamboyant, reminiscent of a fierce lion gallivanting through the skies. He effortlessly maneuvered past the practice keeper 3 times, celebrating each goal with a theatrical backflip in front of Sirius. His movements fluid and stylish, provoking enthusiastic screams from the girls in the stands. "Such a show-off," Sirius remarked, though a smile betrayed his admiration. Lily rolled her eyes, her red hair radiant in the sunlight. "If only he applied this energy to his studies, he would have surpassed me by now. Yet, I must admit, he truly excels on the pitch." When it was Alia's turn, Sirius suddenly sat up straight in the stands, his gray eyes fixed intently on the field. She had tied her long hair into a high ponytail, the strands dancing with her movements, creating a striking appearance. Clad in fitted flying gear, her figure was elegantly defined, exuding confidence. The broom beneath her was exceptionally agile, executing sharp turns with precision, drawing applause from the crowd. "Alia flies beautifully," Remus whispered, his tone filled with awe. "She looks like a professional. Given time, she will undoubtedly become Hogwarts' finest seeker." Sirius remained silent, his gaze never leaving the figure on the field. When Alia executed a near-vertical dive to catch the golden snitch, he instinctively tightened his grip on the railing, his heart racing. Lily stifled a laugh, feigning ignorance of Sirius's reaction, secretly relishing the opportunity to tease him later. After the tryouts concluded, Frank Longbottom gathered everyone in the center of the pitch. James nervously tugged at his tousled hair, his fingers whitening with anxiety. Alia appeared composed as she adjusted her wrist guards, yet her frequent glances at the scoreboard betrayed her inner tension. This year's tryouts were exceptionally fierce. Frank surveyed the crowd, his expression serious and earnest, the wind tousling his brown hair. "After much deliberation, we have decided." "Come on, just say it." James could not contain his impatience, whispering anxiously, only to be elbowed sharply by Alia. "Chasers, James Potter, Marlene McKinnon, David Gajewski." James leapt up, punching the air in triumph, a radiant smile illuminating his face as he celebrated with those around him. "Seeker, Alia Potter." Alia blinked, momentarily stunned. It was only when the surrounding applause surged like a tidal wave that she realized she had truly made the team. "I knew you could do it." James engulfed his sister in a tight embrace, nearly squeezing the breath from her lungs. "From now on, we shall be the pride of Gryffindor." In the stands, Sirius whistled. Remus and Peter clapped enthusiastically. Lily gave Alia a thumbs up, beaming with pride. Now Frank spoke earnestly, instructing everyone to head to the changing room to don their gear. "Our inaugural training session is about to commence." James immediately mounted his broom, swirling excitedly above the pitch while exuberantly shouting. Aliana gazed up at her brother's silhouette, suddenly recalling something, and turned her attention towards the stands. Sirius remained seated there, and upon noticing Aliana's glance, he formed the words with his lips. "Congratulations." Aliana felt a rush of warmth blossom on her cheeks and hurriedly turned to join the group, though her lips betrayed her with an involuntary smile. Unbeknownst to her, Sirius's gaze lingered on her retreating figure, until she vanished behind the door of the changing room. Chapter 38. A Bitter Resolution. The relentless intensity of 2 weeks of Quidditch training had left indelible marks on both James and Aliana. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a honeyed hue upon the castle towers, 2 figures trudged through the portrait of the fat lady with weary steps. James's glasses were askew upon his nose, his knee guards caked in mud, Aliana's high ponytail had loosened, and the hem of her robe was torn by a rogue bludger. I swear. James has collapsed onto the sofa like a melted chocolate frog. If Longbottom makes us practice tactics for another round, I'll stuff that bludger down his throat. Mind your language, Mr. Potter, the fat lady murmured, roused from her slumber with discontent. From beside the fireplace came a familiar light chuckle. Sirius lounged lazily in an armchair, a gold galleon dancing between his fingers. It seems our seeker has finally discovered the ease of nighttime escapades? He raised an eyebrow at James, whose hair was strewn with grass clippings 3 nights without patrol, and even Filch has missed you. Aliana curled into the high-backed chair opposite Sirius, a steaming cup of hot cocoa provided by a house elf releasing wisps of steam in her palms. Just as the cup slipped from her trembling fingers, the galleon fell with a sharp metallic clang as Sirius, in a swift motion, caught the handle. Merlin! The scalding liquid splashed onto Sirius's sleeve, but he promptly lifted Aliana's cashmere blanket. Her blistered palm was exposed to the firelight, knuckles adorned with crimson scabs. Sirius's gray eyes darkened, his fingers hovering above the wound, hesitant to touch. Do those bludgers have venomous fangs? It's merely a minor scrape from practice. Aliana attempted to retract her hand, but Sirius held her firmly. A minor scrape? His voice rose an octave, drawing the attention of both James and Remus. You call this a minor scrape? It looks as if you've been chased by a Hungarian horntail. James instantly sprang from the sofa, his glasses askew. What? Let me see. He rushed over, grasping Aliana's other hand, eyes widened. Goodness, I didn't even notice those damned bludgers. I'm fine, Aliana sighed, glancing at the 2 overly dramatic boys. In Quidditch. Who isn't injured? Marlene had half a tooth knocked out by a bludger yesterday. Sirius disregarded her protest, and withdrew a small silver box from his pocket. Opening the lid revealed a green ointment that exuded a refreshing mint aroma. The Black family's proprietary healing balm. It's more effective than Madame Pomfrey's. He scooped out a small dollop of the ointment, his movements astonishingly gentle, a stark contrast to his usual flamboyant demeanor. As the ointment made contact with her wound, Aliana inhaled sharply. Sirius immediately moderated his grip, his gray eyes focused as if casting the most delicate of spells. Bear with it. It may sting a bit. James, watching in astonishment, interjected, Wait, when did you start carrying balm? Last time you were hit by Snape's curse. You'd rather bleed for 3 days than go to the hospital wing. The tips of Sirius's ears flushed slightly, yet his hands remained steady. Shut it, James. Shall I watch her hand rot away? Remus observed the scene thoughtfully, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Peter, curious, leaned closer to sniff the balm. It smells like peppermint candy. As Sirius's hand moved toward the bruise on Aliana's knee, she abruptly pressed down on her skirt. I can handle this myself. Her face flushed a deep scarlet, akin to the Gryffindor banner. Sirius momentarily paused, similarly blushing, and hurriedly thrust the balm into her hand. Of course. Just remember to apply it twice daily. Remus, watching them, suddenly stood. Tomorrow is the full moon. I need to prepare. The fireplace crackled. Aliana took a deep breath. Actually, I found a method. Animagus? James's eyes widened, his pupils dilating in shock. Isn't that material for 5th years? We haven't even mastered the basics of transfiguration. Aliana turned to Remus, imagining the companionship of an animal friend during the full moon. Remus's parchment crinkled in his grip. Absolutely not. What if you transform into a half-beast monstrosity? Not for you, James suddenly grinned. Just think how cool it would be to become an animal. I could be a lion, rampaging through the forbidden forest, or a cheetah, sure to captivate Evans. You'd be lucky to become a puffskein, Sirius scoffed, turning to Aliana. Where did you even hear about such advanced magic? Aliana silently thanked the Harry Potter compendium. Principles of Advanced Transfiguration. Her ears flushed. She needed to hold a mandrake leaf for a month, in conjunction with the full moon ritual. Peter, with tearful eyes, exclaimed, You have to keep the leaf in your mouth for an entire month? No food? You can eat, but you mustn't spit it out, Aliana patiently explained. Then it must be soaked in saliva, along with dew and the chrysalis of a boggart moth. James made a face. That sounds disgusting. But feasible. Sirius suddenly stood, his gray eyes sparkling. I've seen similar accounts in Alfred's study. Remus appeared both touched and concerned, his gaze sweeping over his friends. Have you all truly thought this through? This is no jest. Once you begin, there's no turning back. What if something goes wrong? Better than you suffering alone. James clapped a hand on his shoulder. Besides, what could possibly challenge us? Aliana silently added. Other than potions class and Lily. If only she could have her help with the potion. Alas, this secret was one she could not share. As the others dispersed to prepare for the next day's herbology lesson, Sirius suddenly grasped Aliana's wrist, his voice lowered. You know you don't have to try. We can manage without you. Aliana halted, turning to face him. The embers behind her cast a faint glow, intertwining her shadow with Sirius's upon the carpet. What do you mean? She furrowed her brow, her fingers unconsciously tracing the folds of her robe. Sirius's gaze fell upon her scabbed palm. Becoming an animagus is perilous. I worry. Aliana regarded Sirius's expression, her lips curving upward involuntarily. This idea was mine. How could I possibly refrain? Besides, Remus is my friend too. She paused, her voice softening, and I despised the feeling of being excluded. Sirius was taken aback. Aliana's eyes shone with resolve. He suddenly realized that this girl before him was never the frail damsel in need of protection. Very well, Sirius finally acquiesced, a blend of exasperation and admiration gracing his smile. But you must promise me, should you feel any discomfort during the process, you will cease immediately. Deal. Aliana grinned, extending her pinky. Pinky swear? Sirius raised an eyebrow at the gesture presented before him. A muggle trick? What, the noble Blackhair, doesn't he know this? Alia deliberately elongated her tone, her eyes glimmering with a mischievous light. Sirius snorted but nevertheless extended his pinky, intertwining it with hers. His fingertips were warm and rough, and as they brushed gently against Alia's, both of their ears flushed a delightful shade of crimson. However, Sirius suddenly leaned in closer, a glint of mischief sparkling in his gray eyes. If you turn into an animal and are too adorable, I cannot guarantee I won't ruffle your hair. Alia swiftly withdrew her hand, her cheeks aflame. Sirius black. Sirius laughed heartily, stepping back a few paces to evade the cushion she hurled at him. Good night, Alia. See you tomorrow. He turned towards the staircase leading to the boys' dormitory, his silhouette strikingly graceful, provoking a pang of annoyance. As Alia watched his figure vanish around the spiral staircase, her heart inexplicably raced faster than usual. She glanced down at her pinky, where it seemed the warmth of Sirius's fingertips still lingered. What an egotist. The following day in herbology class, the screams of Mandrake overshadowed Alia's silent incantation. As 5 leaves floated into her sleeve, her heart raced like a golden snitch. Remember, she had to distribute the leaves in the basement, and they must be filled to the brim for an entire month. The waterproofing charm encasing the leaves shimmered with an eerie yellow-green hue. James gagged. It's like eating a handful of poison beans. Sirius elegantly placed one in his mouth, though the twitch at the corner of his lips betrayed him. More unpalatable than my mother's afternoon tea. Peter's eyes brimmed with tears. Will we really not be poisoned? Remus's eyes turned red-rimmed. I'm not worth you all. Shut up, Remus, Sirius mumbled, primarily seeking inspiration for new pranks. Alia finally inserted the leaves, their bitterness instantly overwhelming her taste buds. She gazed at the dark clouds hanging over the Black Lake. Tonight's full moon might be the last time Remus faced it alone. Sirius suddenly tapped her wrist, discreetly sliding her a jar of sweets. Eat this after the leaves. It will mitigate the bitterness. He winked, his eyes twinkling like morning stars in the dim basement. Alia's fingertips gently brushed against Sirius's palm, the glass surface of the jar still warm from his touch. Is this honeybee candy? She murmured, her voice muffled by the mandrake leaves. Sirius tilted his head to look at her, a lock of black hair falling over his forehead. Special edition. I added a bit of mint essence to dilute the bitterness faster. Behind them, James was clutching his throat in a mock choking gesture, Peter frantically patting his back, while Remus worriedly held a water bottle. Sirius cast a glance at the chaotic scene, a devilish smile creeping onto his lips. Don't look at them. Alia suddenly reached out, her fingertip lightly gliding over the back of Sirius's hand. You're also holding a leaf. Don't you find it bitter? Sirius's expression froze instantly. He slowly turned his head, his gray eyes widening slightly, seemingly taken aback by Alia's boldness. He cleared his throat, his voice dropping a notch. The Blacks have been forced to drink various potions since childhood. We've grown accustomed to bitterness. Alia raised an eyebrow, her fingertips still resting on his hand. So you're saying you don't need candy? She pretended to withdraw the jar. Wait. Sirius quickly grasped her hand, their fingers overlapping on the glass jar. He immediately released her as if burned, a suspicious flush blooming on his ears. I mean, since you've already opened it. Alia couldn't help but laugh, only to grimace again at the lingering bitterness. She cautiously opened the jar, retrieving a golden candy. The moment it touched her tongue, sweetness erupted, followed swiftly by a refreshing minty aroma that diluted the bitterness of the mandrake leaves significantly. How is it? Sirius leaned in closer, the faint scent of pine mingling with the damp air of the basement enveloping Alia's senses. It's wonderful, Alia genuinely praised, offering another piece to him. You should try it too. Sirius hesitated, his gaze darting between the candy at her fingertips and her eyes. Ultimately, he leaned slightly forward, taking the candy from her hand. His lips inadvertently brushed against her fingertip, like a feather gliding softly by. Both of them froze momentarily. Alia felt a rush of heat surge from her fingertips to her cheeks, while Sirius stood as if petrified, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly. Suddenly, James appeared behind Sirius. Shouldn't we head back to the common room? Sirius spun around abruptly. Of course. Remus timely cleared his throat. I think we all need some rest. We have classes tomorrow. His gaze swept meaningfully between the two, especially at them, suggesting they both needed to cool down. Peter blinked in confusion. Why? Is it hot in the basement? James threw an arm around Peter's shoulders. Come on, Peter. I found a trick about mandrake leaves yesterday. Alia lowered her gaze to the candy jar in her hand, her heart still racing. Sirius stood before her, his dark hair glinting softly in the dim light. Complex emotions flickering in his gray eyes. Thank you, she whispered, for the salve, and for the candy. Sirius smiled faintly, the warmth softening his demeanor. You're welcome, little one. They walked side by side out of the basement, the bitterness of the mandrake leaves still lingering in their mouths. But Alia realized that with Sirius by her side, even the most bitter of things seemed to carry a hint of sweetness. Chapter 39. Evidence of a heart's fluttering. Alia curled up on her four-poster bed, her fingertips gently caressing the glass surface of the honey-dew candy jar. The candy that had brushed against Sirius's lips had long melted on her tongue, yet her fingertips still seemed to retain the warmth of his palm. Why did he look at me like that? She rolled over, burying her flushed face into the down pillow. Her mind replayed the scene in the basement, where Sirius had leaned down to take the candy from her fingertips, casting shadows from his lashes in the firelight and the arc of his Adam's apple as he swallowed. Merlin, are you trying to suffocate yourself? Lily's voice suddenly pierced the silence, startling Alia into nearly bouncing off her bed. The red-haired girl stood at the foot of the bed, her green eyes sparkling with mischief, clutching a hefty copy of Introduction to Potion Making. I was pondering my charms homework. Alia stammered as she sat upright, the candy jar rolling onto the sheets. Lily raised an eyebrow at the exquisite jar, elegantly seating herself beside Alia. So, do pondering homework and staring blankly at the candy Sirius Black gave you go hand in hand? Alia's ears flushed a vivid crimson, akin to freshly brewed dragon's blood. That's not, relax, darling. Lily chuckled, giving her shoulder a gentle squeeze. You look like a niffler startled by a thunderbird. Alia took a deep breath, her fingers unconsciously twisting the bedspread. Lily, my dear, may I ask you something? Lily's expression brightened as she set her book aside. Ask away. I have a friend. Alia stared at her knees. She has a male friend. Recently, she has noticed that this boy is always quite concerned about her, and every time he gets close, her heart races. What does that mean? Lily's smile widened, her green eyes shining with knowing amusement. Of course it means you fancy Black. I fancy Sirius? Alia blurted out, then immediately shook her head vehemently as if bitten by a fire snake. No, it's my friend. Right, your friend. Lily elongated her tone, her fingers gently tapping the ointment and sugar jar, as if this friend would receive the Blake specially crafted salve, would accidentally brush fingers with him, and would be under his unwavering gaze throughout Quidditch practice. Suddenly, the dormitory door swung open, and Mary and Dorcas burst in, chattering excitedly. What friend? Mary inquired with curiosity, her round face still speckled with ink from astronomy class. Lily mischievously blinked. Alia just confessed she has developed feelings for Sirius. Merlin's beard, Mary exclaimed, dropping her quill. You two haven't confessed yet? I thought you were already an item. Dorcas, in the midst of undoing her silver hairband, turned her head at the remark. The way they look at each other could knit a sweater in the air. Elia's eyes widened. Is that true? Absolutely. Mary plopped down beside Alia. Last week in potions class, when you got splashed with the swelling solution, Blake rushed over faster than anyone could cast a spell. Dorcas nodded. I always see Blake hovering near you. Your brother shows up less frequently than he does. See, Mary triumphantly poked Elia's blushing cheek. Even the least gossip-loving Dorcas can see it. How come you just noticed? Alia hugged her knees, her thoughts tangled like a tangle of yarn disturbed by a mischievous imp. Do I truly like Sirius? The thought made her heart race. Lily gently draped her arm around Elia's shoulder. Remember what you told me last time? That a fluttering heart feels like a levitation spell, with 100 butterflies fluttering in your stomach? That was me describing a character in a novel. Alia protested. But she suddenly recalled the strange sensation she experienced whenever Sirius drew near. The three girls exchanged knowing glances and spontaneously began singing a quirky new song by the Weird Sisters. Elia seized a pillow and tossed it at them, but her lips betrayed her with an involuntary smile. That night, the Gryffindor girls' dormitory glowed late into the evening, their laughter startling owls outside into flight. The following morning, Elia, sporting dark circles under her eyes, wandered the corridors. She had spent the night pondering her friend's words, even dreaming of Sirius's laughing gray eyes. What if I truly like him? A familiar voice suddenly echoed around the corner. Elia instinctively slowed her pace, seeing Sirius leaning against the window. A Hufflepuff girl standing before him, nervously twirling a strand of hair. Blake, the girl's voice was sweet as honey. May I invite you for a walk by the Black Lake this afternoon? A surge of unnameable anger flared within Elia. Without waiting for a response, she turned and strode away, the hem of her robe slapping against the stone floor with a sharp sound. Elia, Sirius called from behind, but she quickened her pace. She couldn't comprehend why she felt this way, only knowing that seeing someone else asking Sirius out felt like a giant troll had dealt her a heavy blow. This is unreasonable. I am not his girlfriend. Merlin, who has upset our dear one? Lily's voice wafted from the common room entrance. Elia bit her lip and recounted what had just transpired, feeling increasingly aggrieved. And then I just walked away. I don't even know why. Lily suddenly burst into laughter, her green eyes sparkling like emeralds. Darling, you're jealous. Jealous? Elia's eyes widened. Like sour pop rocks? More like having drunk an entire bottle of vinegar-flavored butterbeer. Lily handed a book to passing Remus, hooking her arm through Elia's. Come, I'll take you to a place. They arrived at a secluded corner of the castle's west tower, offering a panoramic view of the entire Quidditch pitch. Lily conjured 2 steaming cups of herbal tea, the aroma immediately wafting through the chilly air. Listen, Lily fixed her gaze on Elia's eyes. When you feel annoyed seeing him with someone else, when your heart races as he approaches, when his casual touch feels electrifying, these are all signs of affection. Elia stared into her teacup, the swirling petals reminding her of Sirius's focused gray eyes when he applied ointment for her, the warmth of his fingertips when he handed her the sugar jar, and how he always seemed to appear at the locker room door after flying practice. Oh, she murmured, a sudden clarity washing over her. So this is what liking someone feels like. Lily nodded with a smile, just as she was about to speak, her finger pointing downstairs. Look. Elia followed her gaze to see Sirius standing alone on the Quidditch pitch, gazing up at the castle windows, his black hair tousled by the wind. Even from this distance, she could discern the disappointment on his face. He has been looking for you all morning, Lily said softly. Mary mentioned he asked everyone in the Great Hall about your whereabouts. A warmth spread through Elia's chest like melting chocolate. She gazed at the solitary figure on the pitch, an unprecedented sense of comfort enveloping her. So that's it. She finally understood all the peculiar feelings she had been experiencing. The racing heartbeats, the impulse to steal glances at him, and the inexplicable anger just moments ago. Everything made perfect sense now. I think I might really like Sirius, Elia whispered, this time omitting the word friend. Lily smiled and squeezed her hand. Welcome to the world of infatuation, darling. Now the question is, what do you plan to do about it? Elia gazed at the familiar figure in the distance, her lips involuntarily curving upwards. I'm not sure yet, but I think I'll just let things unfold naturally. Chapter 40, The Golden Snitch and Heartbeats. The Hogwarts Quidditch pitch was bathed in golden sunlight, the stands teeming with students waving flags. The voice of Ravenclaw's commentator, Aileen Carter, resonated through the magical amplifier. Attention everyone. Welcome to the Hogwarts Quidditch match. Eileen's vibrant voice echoed throughout the field, causing the banners in the stands to flutter slightly. I am Aileen Carter from Ravenclaw, and today I will bring you the exciting contest between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff. Inside the Gryffindor locker room, Frank Longbottom was meticulously sketching intricate flight paths on the tactics board. The Hufflepuff seeker excels at low-altitude flying. Elia, pay special attention to the sun's reflection towards the Black Lake, he instructed, pointing to a winding red line with a serious expression. James stood beside his sister, noticing her unconsciously rubbing the broomstick handle, her knuckles turning slightly white. Nervous? He whispered, his eyes sparkling mischievously behind his glasses. Elia took a deep breath, feeling as though a legion of butterflies was fluttering in her chest. A little, she admitted. After all, this is my first official match. James grinned widely, suddenly raising his hand. Go team. His voice rang out loud enough for everyone in the locker room to turn and look. Elia blinked in surprise before breaking into a smile, unhesitatingly raising her hand to high-five him. Of course. The sharp sound of their palms meeting echoed in the room, prompting a cheer from her teammates. Gryffindor team, it's time to go. Frank announced loudly, swinging open the locker room door. Sunlight poured in like a waterfall. And Elia squinted to adjust to the sudden brightness. She donned her goggles, mounted her Nimbus 2000, and felt the gentle tremor of the broom in her hands. Before takeoff, she caught a glimpse of Lily's red hair standing out in the crowd, and saw Sirius leaning against the railing, his gray eyes fixed intently on her. Madame Hooch's whistle pierced the air. The match begins. Eileen's voice erupted through the magical amplifier. James Potter has snatched the quaffle with a dazzling feint. Gryffindor scores first. 100. Frank and James exchanged a high five in midair, their palms colliding with a crisp sound, maintaining that rhythm, just as Elia was about to cheer for her brother. Her peripheral vision caught a dark shadow rapidly approaching. She turned sharply, a bludger hurtling towards the back of her head. "Watch out behind you." Sirius's voice from the stands nearly drowned out the commentary. In that critical moment, Gryffindor's beater, Gideon Pruitt, descended like a divine warrior, delivering a splendid counterstrike that sent the bludger careening towards Hufflepuff's seeker. "Well done, Gideon." Elia breathed a sigh of relief, giving her teammate a thumbs up. "Focus, Elia." Frank zoomed over, his brow furrowed. "Their seeker is fixated on you." He pointed to the distant figure circling above. The match had entered a heated phase, with Hufflepuff scoring 3 consecutive goals, bringing the score to 60-50. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Frank shouted to his teammates, "Stay calm." James switched to the eagle tactic. Without hesitation, James altered his course, his broom carving a sharp arc through the air. "Marlin, be ready to assist." At that moment, Elia's gaze caught a glimpse of gold, the golden snitch. Without a moment's hesitation, she dove downwards, the wind roaring in her ears, Hufflepuff seeker hot on her tail. The two brooms engaged in a thrilling chase. "Think you can catch me?" Elia taunted over her shoulder, her hair dancing wildly in the wind. "First, ask my broom if it agrees." "Elia, watch out for the bludger," Sirius exclaimed from the stands, nearly vaulting over the railing in alarm. Seeing this, James swiftly changed direction. "Fabian, cover me." He charged towards the bludger, pulling up his broom at the last second before impact. "Merlin," exclaimed the commentator. "James Potter has cleared the way for his sister." Seizing the opportunity, Elia aligned her body parallel to her broom, hurtling towards the snitch at an astonishing speed. Just inches away, she gritted her teeth, her fingertips tantalizingly close to the vibrating golden wings. She could feel the Hufflepuff seeker's warm breath on the nape of her neck. In the instant the opponent's fingers were about to graze her ankle, Elia arched her back, her right hand shooting out like lightning. She caught it. Aylin's voice trembled with excitement. Gryffindor wins with a score of 210-50. The stadium erupted into jubilant cheers. James flew to Elia's side, exuberantly patting her shoulder. "That was incredible. I knew you could do it." "Thanks to your cover," Elia gasped, laughing as she raised the golden snitch in triumph. The sunlight danced upon its metallic wings, refracting dazzling rays. Unconsciously, her gaze drifted towards the stands, where Sirius leaned against the railing, half his body protruding, his black hair tousled against his forehead, his gray eyes brimming with pride. A bold thought suddenly surged into Elia's mind. Under the watchful gaze of the entire audience, she adjusted her broom's trajectory, soaring directly towards the Gryffindor stands. The crowd parted to make way, whispers rippling like waves. Sirius was momentarily stunned, his pupils dilating as he watched Elia hover before him. Sweat glistened on the tip of her nose, her cheeks flushed from exertion, yet her eyes sparkled with a brilliance that outshone the golden snitch. "This is for you, Sirius," Elia murmured softly, presenting the still struggling snitch before him. The stands fell silent, every breath held in anticipation. Sirius's fingers delicately brushed the snitch, as if it were a fragile treasure. When his fingertips met Elia's, the golden wings abruptly ceased their fluttering, lying still in his palm. Lily stifled a giggle nearby, while Remus feigned a sigh. "I envy that." Peter nodded earnestly. "I truly envy that." Finally regaining his voice, Sirius said, "This is the snitch from your first official match. It's special." Elia locked eyes with him, a sly smile curling at her lips, just like some people. She did not wait for Sirius's response, but pulled her broom up into the air once more, her scarlet and gold robes billowing behind her. Gryffindor's celebration continued deep into the night. James leaped onto a table, raising his cup of drink high. "To our finest seeker. To the best seeker." The crowd echoed in unison, the clinking of cups ringing out melodiously. Marlene, overly excited, spilled some drink everywhere. James conjured a flurry of fireworks shaped like golden snitches, dazzling sparks erupting from the tip of his wand. Next Saturday's final, Slytherin won. Know what hit them? His declaration prompted a wave of enthusiastic cheers and stomping, so loud that even the portraits on the walls covered their ears. "Well said," Frank exclaimed, throwing an arm around James's shoulder with such force that James winced. But tonight, let us revel in our victory. Pride radiated from his smile, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Amidst the cheers, Lily handed Elia a cup of hot cocoa. You were phenomenal today. That dive was breathtaking. Thank you. Elia accepted the cup, the sweet aroma of cocoa soothing her. A tired yet happy smile gracing her face. But now, all I want is a good night's sleep. Her eyelids felt as heavy as lead, her shoulders aching from maintaining the flying posture for so long. Lily tilted her head, a mischievous glint in her eyes, gently nudging Elia with her shoulder. Seriously, why did you suddenly give the golden snitch to Black on the field? That was your first match victory. It's quite significant. Elia lowered her gaze, sipping her cocoa, her thoughts drifting. I don't know, she replied softly, her fingers unconsciously tracing the rim of the cup. In that moment of catching the snitch, my first thought was that I wanted Sirius to see it too. She paused, a slight smile tugging at her lips, and then I just flew over. Lily raised an eyebrow, her smile deepening. Oh, so it was an instinct to share your victory with him? Elia's cheeks flushed slightly, but she did not deny it. She merely shrugged. Perhaps. I just knew at that moment, I wanted to give him this victory. Her gaze unwittingly drifted across the crowd, landing on Sirius, who was laughing heartily with James, his gray eyes seeming to catch her gaze as he turned and winked at her. Following her line of sight, Lily exclaimed knowingly, oh, I see. Don't look at me like that. Elia playfully pushed her, unable to suppress a laugh. I haven't said anything. Lily raised her hands in mock surrender. But the mischief in her green eyes was unmistakable. But he seems quite happy. Elia chose not to respond, instead taking another sip of her cocoa, her heart racing even faster than during the chase for the snitch. Chapter 41. The calm before the storm. The flames in the fireplace flickered low, and the raucous energy of the Gryffindor common room faded as the night deepened. Elia curled up in an armchair, her fingertips tracing the rim of her teacup absent-mindedly. At some point, Sirius had settled beside her, pressing a steaming cup of hot chocolate into her hands. Here, his voice was deeper than usual, to replenish your strength. Elia accepted the cup, the warmth seeping through the ceramic to her chilled fingertips. I thought you would be celebrating with James until dawn. Sirius shrugged, his gaze lingering on her face. That dive was too perilous. But it was effective, wasn't it? Elia raised an eyebrow. Effective enough to make the Slytherin stands collectively gasp. Sirius chuckled, but then his expression turned serious. Malfoy has been watching you closely. Elia's fingers stilled. Lucius Malfoy, the 7th-year Slytherin captain, was also their opponents in the finals. Have they seen through my tactics? Not just that. Sirius lowered his voice, his gray eyes glinting sharply in the firelight. I saw him and a few team members analyzing your flight trajectory. Suddenly, a log in the fireplace erupted into a flurry of sparks. Elia stared at the flickering flames, a chill creeping over her. Do you think they will resort to underhanded means? Undoubtedly. Sirius's voice was as cold as ice. So on the day of the finals, I will keep a watchful eye on them. Elia turned to him, noticing the tension in his profile illuminated by the firelight, his jawline strikingly resolute. An odd sense of security washed over her, and she impulsively asked, Are you worried about me? Sirius visibly froze for a moment before regaining his nonchalant demeanor. Of course. If you fall, who will do my potions homework for me? Elia chuckled and playfully nudged him, but as she withdrew her hand, he gently grasped her wrist, leaving both momentarily stunned. Sirius's fingers were warm and strong, a thin layer of callus on his fingertips. Elia could feel her pulse racing beneath his palm, like a trapped little bird. Why give me the flying thief? Sirius suddenly inquired, his voice so low it was nearly inaudible. Elia's breath hitched slightly, yet her gaze remained steady. I just wanted to give it to you, no particular reason. Sirius's eyelashes fluttered slightly as his thumb unconsciously caressed the inside of her wrist. Then, as if realizing his actions, he abruptly halted. They held each other's gaze, the firelight dancing between them, neither willing to look away first. You won't believe what I just heard. Peter's voice suddenly burst forth, shattering the moment's tranquility. He rushed into the lounge, breathless and panic-stricken. Sirius and Elia jerked apart as if shocked. Elia quickly retracted her hand, pretending to adjust her sleeve, while Sirius leaned back against the sofa, gulping down a mouthful of chocolate with a feigned calmness. What's the matter? You look like you've been chased by a troll. Peter, oblivious to the peculiar atmosphere between them, leaned over the coffee table, lowering his voice. I just overheard Malfoy talking to Mulciber behind the restricted section in the library. You know, that corner where nobody usually goes. James and Remus, who had been playing wizard chess from a distance, immediately approached. James frowned. What did they say? Peter swallowed hard, his eyes wide with fear. They mentioned wanting to eliminate Gryffindor's advantage before the finals. And they specifically mentioned Elia's name. The air grew tense. Sirius's expression darkened suddenly, his fingers tightened around the cup, knuckles turning white. Elia felt a chill creep up her spine, but she forced herself to remain composed. What exactly did they say? Mulciber mentioned doing something to your broom. Peter stammered and Malfoy said, "No need for that," implying they could use other means to make you unable to compete. Remus furrowed his brow tightly. This goes beyond just breaking school rules. This is intentional harm. Flames of anger ignited in James's eyes as he turned sharply to Elia. From now on, you are not to act alone. Training, classes, even going to the restroom, you must have someone with you. What? That's two. He's right, Sirius interjected suddenly. His voice icy. Slytherin's methods are more despicable than you can imagine. He stood up, his tall figure casting a shadow before the fireplace. I will take responsibility for your protection tomorrow. Elia opened her mouth to refute this excessive overprotection, but upon seeing the taut line of Sirius's jaw, she swallowed her words. His gray eyes were stormy with a fury she had never witnessed before, mingled with an emotion that seemed both like fear and determination. Finally, she nodded lightly. All right. The next day, in the Transfiguration corridor. You really don't need to do this. Elia sighed. Watching her entourage, James and Sirius flanking her like two sentinels, while Remus vigilantly scanned every passing Slytherin, even Peter stood tall. Enough nonsense. James shifted his bag to the other shoulder. Professor McGonagall said we would practice the disappearing spell today. You still haven't mastered it, have you? Suddenly Sirius halted. Around the corridor's bend, Lucius Malfoy leaned against the window, the silver-green headboy badge gleaming in the sunlight. His gaze slithered over Elia like a serpent. Good morning. Little Potter, Malfoy drawled. Yesterday's match was quite thrilling. Sirius stepped forward subtly, just enough to shield half of Elia's form. Step aside, Malfoy. Unless you want to experience a curse. A glint of malice flickered in Malfoy's eyes, but his lips remained curled in a false smile. Don't be tense, Black. Just a reminder that it might rain on the day of the finals. He gestured meaningfully toward the window. A slippery broom can be quite dangerous. James's wand was already halfway drawn from his pocket. Thanks for the reminder, Elia interjected suddenly, her voice crisp as an icicle. But we Gryffindors excel at soaring through storms. She met Malfoy's gaze unwaveringly. After all, only earth serpents fear the rain. Malfoy's smile faltered. As Professor McGonagall's footsteps approached, he shot them one last cold glance before turning to leave. Well said, James exclaimed, bumping his sister's shoulder. Earth serpent. I'll call him that from now on. Yet Sirius's expression remained grave. He is threatening you. Something will definitely happen on the day of the finals. Remus pondered thoughtfully. We need a plan. The four boys exchanged glances, a silent understanding flowing between them. Elia suddenly realized that this was the most fearsome aspect of the Marauders. When they took matters seriously, nothing could halt their resolve to protect what was dear to them. At that moment, she felt enveloped, warmly and securely, by their protective presence. Chapter 42. Undercurrents. 3 days before the finals. The atmosphere within Hogwarts Castle was taut as a drawn bowstring. Slytherin students began casting knowing sneers at Gryffindor in the corridors, while the Marauders stood steadfastly guarding Elia. This is too much. At dinner, Elia finally protested, the silver fork scraping sharply against her plate. I can't have 4 people escorting me just to go to the library. You can, Sirius replied without looking up. Unless you want to end up in the hospital wing, due to Malfoy's accidental curse. Remus added gently, we've gathered concrete intel. Slytherin is indeed plotting something. Mulciber and Avery have been secretly practicing the stunning spell and leglocker curse in abandoned classrooms these past few days. Peter stuffed a piece of pie into his mouth, mumbling, and they seem to be brewing some kind of potion. I caught a whiff of something pungent. Elia's brow furrowed. A potion? It's probably a potion to make your broom go out of control, James scoffed, tapping his fingers absently on the table. Or something to dull your reflexes. Slytherin loves these underhanded tricks. Lily grasped Elia's hand with concern. You need to be extra cautious. They are capable of anything. Elia took a deep breath, her gaze drifting across the bustling great hall, landing on the distant Slytherin table. Lucius Malfoy was elegantly slicing into a steak, the silver knife in his hand gleaming coldly. Sensing her gaze, he slowly lifted his eyes, locking them with hers, a knowing smile curling at the corners of his lips. In that moment, Elia realized that this was a silent declaration of war. That evening in the common room of Gryffindor Tower, the Marauders convened an urgent strategy meeting. The flickering flames in the fireplace cast the shadows of 5 figures upon the stone walls, resembling a band of knights engaged in a clandestine plot. "We must take the initiative," James proclaimed, thumping the coffee table, causing the teacups to clink ominously. "We cannot simply wait for them to strike." Sirius lounged lazily on the sofa, a dangerous glint flashing in his gray eyes. "I propose we slip some potion into their brooms, ensuring they all have an unfortunate bout of diarrhea on the day of the finals." He smirked wickedly. "Or how about we make their team robes change color mid-flight to a garish pink?" Remus shook his head, the moonlight streaming through the window illuminating his gentle features. "Too obvious, and easily traceable. We need a more cunning approach." "What then? We can't just sit here and let them scheme." James raked a frustrated hand through his hair. Elia pondered for a moment, then her eyes sparkled with inspiration. "We can make them expose themselves." The four boys turned to her in unison. "What do you mean?" Peter leaned in, nearly toppling the candy dish. Elia flashed a cunning smile. "If they have indeed prepared potions or curses, they will undoubtedly test them before the finals. We simply need to give them a perfect opportunity." Sirius raised an eyebrow, a lock of black hair falling over his forehead. "You mean set a trap?" "Precisely." Elia nodded, her fingers unconsciously twisting a strand of hair. "Let them believe they will succeed, and then they will face the consequences." The boys exchanged knowing glances, identical wicked grins forming on their faces. In that moment, Elia felt as if she were witnessing four demons reach a sinister consensus. The plan was set in motion. The following afternoon, Elia appeared near the restricted section of the library, cradling a stack of Quidditch strategy books, appearing utterly unsuspecting. True to her expectations, within 10 minutes, Mulciber and Avery stealthily followed her. "Hey Potter." Mulciber approached with a feigned smile, his fingers nervously toying with his wand. "Studying tactics? How diligent." Elia kept her head down, feigning concentration on her books. "Is there something you need?" she asked, her tone deliberately impatient. Avery chuckled ominously, revealing a set of jagged teeth. "Just curious if Gryffindor Seeker might suddenly be feeling unwell?" His hand stealthily reached for his robe pocket. "Accept your weapons." A red beam of light suddenly shot out from behind the bookshelves, striking Avery's wrist with precision. His wand flew through the air, caught deftly by the suddenly appearing James. Well, what a coincidence. Sirius sauntered out from another row of bookshelves, his wand spinning casually. Two exemplary students from Slytherin casting curses against Gryffindor in the library? Professor McGonagall would surely be interested. Mulciber's face turned ashen. "You, what about us?" James grinned, showcasing his signature mischievous smile. "We merely happened to pass by and noticed two attempting to attack my sister." He waved the confiscated wand in the air, irrefutable evidence. Remus stepped from the shadows, his gentle voice tinged with rare severity. "And Mr. Filch has been particularly vigilant regarding illicit potions lately. What do you have in your pockets?" Avery instinctively covered his robe, but the action only served to betray him. Peter had snuck up behind him and yanked, causing a bottle of eerie green potion to roll onto the floor, clattering against the stone. "Wow, what is this?" Elia feigned surprise, crouching down but refraining from touching the suspicious liquid. "It wouldn't be a banned broom interference potion, would it? I recall that this has been explicitly prohibited by the Department of Magical Sports." Mulciber gritted his teeth, his features contorting with rage. "You set us up." "Set up?" Sirius scoffed, his wand tip glinting dangerously. "We merely happened to catch two Slytherins preparing to cheat." He bent to pick up the potion bottle, scrutinizing the color in the light. TSK, this warrants at least a 50-point deduction." James snatched the potion bottle, his other hand still firmly pointing at the two. "Let's go to the headmaster's office. I believe Professor Slughorn would be quite interested to know what his students have been up to with their potion lessons." The unfolding events proved to be even more fortuitous, or dire, than anticipated. Dumbledore personally interrogated Mulciber and Avery. Under the duress of Veritaserum, they were compelled to confess their plot to drug Elia before the finals. Slytherin was docked a full 50 points, and the two were banned from participating in the upcoming match. However, Lucius Malfoy's reaction was more intense than expected. That night, Elia was intercepted in the corridor leading back to Gryffindor Tower, the moonlight streaming through the high windows casting an eerie silhouette of Malfoy. "You think you've won?" His voice slithered like a serpent across the cold stone floor. "You think a few lackeys can protect you?" Sirius and James immediately positioned themselves in front of Elia, wands drawn in unison. "Care to fight?" Sirius sneered, his black hair slicked back by the rain, ready for a confrontation. Malfoy made no move to attack, instead revealing a chilling smile that did not reach his eyes. "On the day of the finals, you will regret this, Potter." His voice was eerily soft, "I assure you." With that, he turned elegantly and departed, the silver-green head boy badge glinting coldly in the moonlight, like a sinister omen. James furrowed his brow. Is he just bluffing? Their lot has already been caught. But Elia watched Malfoy's figure vanish around the corner, a wave of intense unease washing over her. She knew Slytherin too well, especially someone like Malfoy. They were like venomous snakes lurking beneath the calm surface, always poised to strike. Malfoy was certainly not one to concede easily. Chapter 43. The Confrontation in the Downpour, Gryffindor versus Slytherin. On the day of the Quidditch finals, the sky appeared drenched in ink. Heavy clouds looming low as if they might crash onto the pitch at any moment. Torrential raindrops pelted the stands, soaking the scarlet Gryffindor banners, while the howling wind swept across the field, enveloping the arena in a veil of mist. This weather is utterly dreadful. James looked up at the overcast sky, raindrops streaming down his goggles, leaving streaks of water across his cheeks. A layer of droplets had formed on the handle of his Nimbus 1003, his fingers trembling slightly from the cold. The golden snitch was nearly invisible in this light. Elia crouched down, adjusting the grip on her broomstick, her brow furrowed in concentration. Her long hair was soaked, clinging to her neck and cheeks, making her look particularly disheveled. Slytherin would undoubtedly exploit this. Her voice was low yet resolute as she tightened the last knot, her knuckles white from exertion. Sirius stood at the edge of the pitch, his black hair plastered to his face, resembling a drenched rat. Yet a dangerous glint flickered in his gray eyes, as though brewing a storm. If they dare to play tricks, I will make them regret it. His voice was as icy as the rain, his wand having mysteriously slipped into his grasp, glowing faintly amidst the downpour. Remus handed him a waterproof cloth, droplets gathering on his round glasses, nearly obscuring his vision. At least dry the broom handle, or you won't be able to grip it. His voice, tinged with anxiety, came out in a slight stutter, leaving a few damp traces on the fabric. Peter huddled within an oversized raincoat, resembling a startled mole. He muttered softly, his words nearly drowned out by the patter of rain. I think they will definitely target Elia. Before he could finish, a rumble of thunder made him shrink his neck in fear. A sharp whistle pierced through the curtain of rain, signaling the official start of the match. The downpour fell like a silver veil, obscuring everyone's vision. The wind howled in his ears, reminiscent of countless beasts roaring. Elia squinted, desperately searching for the elusive golden snitch. But all she could discern through the curtain of rain were indistinct splotches of color and fleeting shadows, akin to a twisted nightmare. As expected, Slytherin revealed their vile nature from the outset. Their substitute beaters, Nott and Rosier, two burly 7th-year students, blatantly disregarded the quaffle and recklessly aimed it at the Gryffindor players. The metallic spheres tore through the rain, emitting a sharp whooshing sound. Bang! The first bludger struck the tail of James's broom with a resounding thud, sending splinters flying. He barely managed to maintain his balance, furiously shouting, "Referee!" That was absolutely intentional. Madame Hooch blew her whistle, issuing a warning to Slytherin. But the penalty was merely a free shot, which was of no consequence to them. A cacophony of derisive laughter erupted from the Slytherin stands, with several students even making lewd gestures. "Keep going," the Slytherin captain jeered, flashing a toothy grin with jagged teeth. "Let them taste the fury." His voice dripped with malice, and the green uniforms appeared especially sinister in the rain. As James once again charged forward with the quaffle, Nott collided with him from the side. The two brooms crashed violently in midair, producing a sound that made one's teeth ache. The tail of James's broom snapped, and splinters and branches scattered in all directions. "James!" Elia cried out, her voice piercing with terror. Her heart raced, nearly leaping from her chest as she watched her brother plummet from 20 feet in the air. In a desperate moment, Frank swooped down, barely catching the falling James. However, the impact was too great, and they both tumbled into the muddy field, splattering mud everywhere. James struggled to rise from the muck, his face smeared with rain and dirt, yet his gaze remained steadfast and resolute. "Don't worry about me," he shouted to Elia, who hovered above, his voice hoarse yet filled with strength. "The match continues." The Slytherin stands erupted with even more piercing laughter, and a few students began to sing insulting ballads. Lily sprang to her feet, her wand half drawn, the tip shimmering with a dangerous red light. "You despicable lot." Sirius firmly placed a hand on her shoulder. "Don't be impulsive. They want to provoke us." His voice was as cold as a polar wind, his gray eyes fixed menacingly on the Slytherin players, as if he wished to skewer them with his gaze. Once airborne again, Elia noticed that Slytherin's seeker, Selwyn, had been relentlessly tailing her. Every time she attempted to locate the snitch, he would deliberately draw near, jostling her broom with the tail end of his. Twice he nearly knocked her off her broom. "Get away!" Elia roared in anger as she veered off course for the third time, her voice trembling with rage. Selwyn feigned innocence. "Oh dear, it's just so slippery in the rain, I can't control it." though his eyes glinted with malice. To make matters worse, 2 bludgers started targeting Elia specifically. She dodged and weaved in the rain, her broom struggling to maneuver through the slick air. The metallic spheres whizzed past her ears, the gusts they generated stinging her cheeks. This is attempted murder. Reams tightened his grip on the railing, his knuckles turning white. Sirius's expression darkened ominously. If this continues, Elia will. Simultaneously, Nott and Rosier launched their attacks, with one bludger coming at her from the left, and the other from the right. Selwyn was conveniently blocking her only escape route. A triumphant smirk plastered across his face. In a moment of dire urgency, a crack of thunder erupted. A dazzling beam of red light shot from the stands, slicing through the night sky like a bolt of lightning, striking the right bludger with precision. The metallic sphere exploded instantly, shrapnel scattering everywhere. Seizing the opportunity, Elia dove, narrowly avoiding another bludger, as the branches at the tail of her broom were sheared off. The crowd gasped in unison. Who did that? Madame Hooch fumed, scanning the surroundings. Sirius nonchalantly stowed his wand. Sorry, Professor, just a little slip of the hand. His tone was casual, as if discussing the weather, yet the murderous intent in his gray eyes remained undiminished. This sudden act of sabotage ignited an inferno of fury within Elia. She dove towards Gryffindor's beater, Fabian Pruitt, her gaze resolute and unyielding. Lend me your bat. Fabian grinned broadly and readily handed over the heavy bat. Show them what you've got. Grasping the weighty bat, Elia redirected her broom towards Nott. Just then, a bludger hurtled towards her, screaming through the air as if it were fate's design. Elia squeezed her legs tightly around the broom, her waist tensed, channeling all her strength through her arms into the bat. And then bang! A deafening explosion resonated as the bludger shot forth like a cannonball, striking Nott squarely in the back. Nott let out a shriek, tumbling off his broom and flailing his arms in panic while his teammates scrambled to catch him, several of them crashing into the mud together. The stadium fell silent for a second before erupting into thunderous applause. The Gryffindor stands erupted in jubilation, with Sirius leaping onto the railing to cheer. Lily clapped excitedly, tears of pride shimmering in her green eyes. Even Professor McGonagall couldn't suppress a smile. That's my sister, Potter. Eileen Carter cackled from the commentary box. This strike will surely go down in Quidditch history. Her commentary echoed through the magical loudspeakers, drawing even more cheers. Elia effortlessly tossed the bat back to Fabian. And just as she was about to speak, her peripheral vision caught a glimmer of gold. The golden snitch. It was perched atop the highest goalpost, glistening like a beacon amidst the rain. Elia's blood surged with adrenaline once more. Has Potter lost her mind? The commentator exclaimed. The seeker is going for the goal? Selwyn hurried to follow, but Elia's speed was astonishing. As she approached the goal, she yanked her broom upwards, nearly shooting straight up. The rain pelted her face like countless tiny needles, but she paid no heed, her focus solely on the increasingly close glimmer of gold. There it is. In the final moment, she leaned far off her broom, her body nearly parallel to the ground. Got you! As she clasped her hands together, the entire stadium fell silent, the only sound being the rain. Then, an ear-splitting cheer erupted, nearly lifting the roof off the stadium. Gryffindor supporters rushed onto the field despite the downpour, with Sirius being the first to reach her, lifting her off her broom in a jubilant embrace. You were amazing! He shouted in her ear, his voice drowned out by the cheers. His embrace was warm and strong, dispelling the chill that clung to Elia. She could distinctly feel the heat radiating from his chest, and the steady thump of his heartbeat. His breath brushed against her ear, warm and inviting, causing her to freeze in place. The intimacy of the embrace was overwhelming and sudden, leaving her mind blank. Elia opened her mouth, but found herself speechless. Only then did she realize her hand was still tightly clasping the golden snitch, the metallic edges digging painfully into her palm. Sirius seemed to suddenly recognize the impropriety of their embrace, a flicker of panic crossing his gray eyes. Both instinctively released their hold, stepping back a pace from each other. Alia's cheeks burned with a fervent heat, and thankfully, the rain concealed her flushed visage. In a fluster, she lowered her head, pretending to smooth her robe, dampened by the relentless downpour, yet she could not flatten the creases. It was rare to see Sirius stammer. He raised his hand, intending to tidy his soaked black hair, but midway changed it to a scratch of his head. The match had been exhilarating. Ultimately, he uttered dryly, his gray eyes wandering elsewhere. Alia responded softly, her fingers unconsciously caressing the wings of the golden snitch. The surrounding cheers continued to resound thunderously, yet an unusual silence enveloped the two of them at that moment. The rain persisted, cascading down, cleansing the pitch and the unspoken emotions lingering between them. Chapter 44. The Clamor After Victory. Hogwarts, following the Quidditch finals. seemed to have been enchanted with joy, as the cheers of Gryffindor echoed through every corner. The portrait of the fat lady was crowded with celebrating students, waving little flags and singing newly composed victory songs, their melodies resonating throughout the castle. Even the usually solemn Professor McGonagall made an exception, allowing Gryffindor's common room to revel through the night. At the eye of this storm, Alia Potter found herself navigating the corridors, clutching a pile of gifts and sweets with great difficulty. Among the presents were chocolate frogs from classmates, enchanted quills rewarded by professors, and even a few copies of Quidditch Through the Ages, wrinkled by the rain and carefully bestowed by eager young fans. Senior Potter, a timid first-year girl, halted her, cradling the crumpled book in her hands. "See, could you please sign it for me?" Alia smiled as she accepted the quill, noticing the girl's trembling fingers. She gently patted the girl's shoulder, signed her name on the title page, and even drew a small golden snitch design. As a result, her signing seemed to be endless. "Senior, I want one too. Could you write to the future seeker? Your dive was so cool. My dad said he had never seen such an incredible catch." Surrounded by enthusiastic first-years, Alia signed until her hand ached, yet she maintained her patience. With each stroke of the quill, she could see the glimmer of dreams in the children's eyes, a reflection of their admiration for her, the hero who had thwarted Slytherin. Finally managing to extricate herself, she rubbed her sore wrist and headed towards the hospital wing. The moment she pushed open the door to the infirmary, a strong scent of herbs assailed her senses, followed by the booming voice of James. "Then my sister," swoosh, a feint to fool Selwyn, and she ascended straight up. Do you know how difficult it is to ascend vertically in the rain? The broom's tail could fling water everywhere. Madame Pomfrey stood nearby, shaking her head with a potion bottle in hand. "Mr. Potter, you need to rest." "Rest for what? My sister just shut out Slytherin." James lay on the hospital bed, his leg wrapped in bandages, yet his spirits were high as if he had just consumed 10 bottles of butterbeer. Opposite him, the Slytherin beater, Not, feigned sleep with a dark expression, having been knocked off his broom by Alia. "Oh, Alia," James exclaimed upon seeing her, his eyes sparkling. "Come listen to how I described your game-winning shot to Not." Not, unable to endure it any longer, gritted his teeth. "Shut up, Potter. I've already heard your bragging 20 times. His voice was laced with irritation and resentment, clearly at the end of his patience with James's incessant chatter. "What? Not satisfied? Should I bottle up the memory of you being knocked off your broom and play it during meals in the Great Hall?" Not's face turned a shade of green with anger, his fists clenched tightly. Had he not been confined to the hospital bed, he might have charged at James to argue. Alia quickly interjected. "James, Madame Pomfrey said you need to rest." She approached, placing a box of chocolate frogs on the bedside. "Here. Lily asked me to bring this for you." James's eyes lit up at once. "From Evans?" He snatched the box, but his abrupt movement aggravated his injured leg, and he let out a yelp. Not scoffed. "Evans would send you a gift? Dream on. At least my sister managed to get her gift for me," James said triumphantly, shaking the box. "While your sister wrote last week saying you are the disgrace of the family." "James, enough. If you keep talking, Not's injury will worsen." Alia taunted. Not abruptly sat up, his face pale. "Madame Pomfrey, I want to change wards." As Alia left the infirmary, she unexpectedly encountered Sirius leaning against the window, the golden snitch gleaming in the sunlight as he tossed it in the air. "Your trophy?" She approached him. Sirius casually tossed the snitch to her. "Back to its rightful owner. Is James well?" "Well enough to infuriate 10 knots, Alia replied with a smile, suddenly noticing the bloodstains on his sleeve. "What happened to your hand?" Sirius quickly concealed his hand behind his back. "It's nothing, just taught a few clueless Slytherins a lesson." Alia frowned. "You got into a fight again?" Her gaze held both reproach and concern. They had it coming. Sirius's gray eyes darkened. "Someone in the Great Hall said your victory was a fluke." A dangerous smile crept onto his lips. "I made them rethink the meaning of fluke." The warmth rising in Alia softened her voice. "Are you foolish? Fighting over such words. Totally worth it." Sirius suddenly leaned closer, brushing a stray lock of hair from her face. "For you, anything is worth it." The proximity allowed them to count each other's eyelashes, and Alia's heart raced, her cheeks aflame. Sirius seemed to realize something, quickly stepping back and clearing his throat awkwardly. "Ahem, we have potions class tomorrow. Remember to help me with the essay." "Dream on," Alia instinctively retorted, but couldn't help but laugh when she noticed the faint pink hue on his ears. Laughter echoed from students nearby, and sunlight streamed through the clouds onto the corridor. In that moment, the joy of victory, the pride of brotherhood, and Sirius's words of worthiness made Alia feel that perhaps this was the most beautiful aspect of youth. Chapter 45. A Christmas Invitation. The fervor of Quidditch gradually waned, and the corridors of Hogwarts began to fill with the scents of holly and cinnamon. December snowflakes gently tapped against the castle's windows as students busily packed their belongings, preparing to return home for Christmas. Alia stood by the window of Gryffindor Tower, clutching a letter she had just received, the parchment still bearing the fragrance of owl feathers. She unfolded the letter, her mother's elegant handwriting leaping into view. Dear Alia, of course, you can bring your friend home. Your father and I eagerly await meeting Sirius. The guest room is ready, and the fireplace is warm. Remember to bring plenty of warm clothes. The weather has been quite cold lately. Love, Mum. Alia's lips involuntarily curled into a smile as she carefully folded the letter and tucked it into her pocket, then hastened towards the common room. Inside, she found Sirius sitting alone in a corner, casually flipping through a copy of Beginner's Transfiguration. His luggage was pitifully sparse, containing only a small suitcase, indicating he hadn't intended to bring much back with him. Upon hearing her footsteps, he looked up, surprise flickering in his gray eyes. Alia? Why haven't you packed yet? His voice was deep and resonant. Alia stood before him, took a deep breath, and spoke directly. Sirius, would you like to come home with me for Christmas this year? Sirius was taken aback, his fingers unconsciously tightening around the page of the book. What? My mother has replied. Alicia extracted the letter from her pocket, waving it before him. She exclaimed, You are most welcome to spend Christmas with the Potters. Sirius fixated on the letter, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly. For a fleeting moment, his expression was one of blankness, as if he had not fully comprehended the words, or perhaps as if he had been struck in the heart by an unexpected revelation. His voice emerged somewhat hoarse. Am I being too much of a bother? Not at all. Alicia interjected, seizing his wrist with determination and urging him to rise. Hurry and pack your things. The train departs this afternoon. Sirius acquiesced to her insistence, a genuine and radiant smile slowly gracing his lips. At precisely 3 o'clock, the Hogwarts Express, exhaling white steam, slowly departed from the platform. James and Alicia were crammed into a compartment, animatedly discussing their plans for Christmas. Sirius sat by the window, watching the snowflakes dance across the glass, his gray eyes reflecting the fleeting landscapes. Hey Sirius. James tossed him a package of chocolate frogs. Stop daydreaming. We need to think about how to decorate your room. Mum must have prepared 20 garlands of holly. 20? Do you intend to turn the house into a thicket? Remus chuckled, closing his book. Sirius caught the chocolate frog and suddenly laughed. That sounds delightful. I wager Mum has even prepared an entire singing Christmas tree, he exclaimed, nearly having the chocolate frog leap onto his face. Last year, that tree devoured Dad's hat. Lily sat beside Alicia, assisting her in tightening her scarf. Mrs. Potter is incredibly creative. My family sticks to the traditional Christmas pudding and turkey every year. What's wrong with tradition? Peter murmured, shoving a piece of pumpkin pie into his mouth. My mum can't even make pudding. We always go to the leaky cauldron. You can come to my house. James immediately exclaimed, turning to Remus. You too. The Potter household always welcomes you. Remus smiled gently, unconsciously fiddling with the strap of his bag. Thank you. But my mother isn't well, and I'd like to spend more time with her. Sirius leaned against the window, his gray eyes reflecting the swirling snowflakes, a faint smile lingering on his lips. Alicia noticed his silence and gently nudged his arm. What are you thinking about? He turned his head, suddenly pulling out a beautifully wrapped small box from his pocket. I was contemplating whether I should give this to you now. What is it? Alicia asked curiously. Accepting the gift. A Christmas present in advance, Sirius shrugged, feigning nonchalance. I'm afraid it might overshadow someone else's moment. He cast a pointed glance at James, who was engrossed in discussing Christmas decorations with Remus. Lily suddenly chuckled, a mischievous glint in her green eyes. It seems Alicia's Christmas holiday will be quite eventful with her brother and Black accompanying her. She certainly won't be bored. Alicia's face flushed crimson. Lily. Lily blinked innocently. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Sirius chuckled softly, his gray eyes sparkling with mischief. James, however, looked bewildered, glancing between them, utterly perplexed as to why his sister had suddenly stammered. At last, the train arrived at King's Cross Station, the platform bustling with students and parents. Lily poked Alicia in the side. Seriously, how does your family celebrate Christmas? They can't truly expect your brother to manage 20 garlands of holly, can they? With him and Sirius around, the roof would likely be adorned with singing Christmas crackers. Alicia rolled her eyes deliberately, but her ears flushed under Lily's teasing gaze. Lily always loved to jest about the unspoken rapport between her and Sirius, reminiscent of last week's potions class, where they had simultaneously brewed the perfect fire whiskey without prior discussion. Lily stood on her toes to look around, her red curls particularly vivid in the twilight. My parents should be waiting on the platform. Alicia, please send my regards to the Potters. Especially to that troublemaking Mr. Black. Alicia lightly pinched her friend's waist in retaliation. Earning a tinkling laugh from Lily, James had already dashed to the forefront, half his body leaning out of the train window, calling out, "Dad! Mum! We're over here!" Mr. Fleamont was clad in a Christmas sweater adorned with a golden snitch, cheerfully waving at them. Euphemia stood beside him, her red hair elegantly styled in an updo, her face radiating warmth and kindness. Alicia nudged Sirius. "Those are my parents." Sirius suddenly felt a wave of nervousness, his fingers instinctively adjusting his collar. However, Euphemia had already spotted him, her eyes lighting up as she hurried over. "You must be Sirius, right?" She opened her arms wide, enveloping the tall boy in a warm embrace. "Welcome to our home for Christmas." Sirius froze, his hands suspended in midair, unsure of where to place them. He could scarcely recall the last time he had been embraced by an elder. The faint scent of lavender wafting from Euphemia brought a sting to his nose. The Potter residence was blanketed in thick layers of snow. As soon as they pushed open the oak door, the aromas of cinnamon and roasted apples enveloped them. "Sirius, your room is right here." Euphemia cheerfully guided him upstairs. "I've even changed the sheets for you." Sirius stood at the doorway of the guest room, momentarily stunned. The room was spacious and bright, adorned with his favorite Quidditch team's poster above the bed. A pristine collection of parchment and quills was neatly arranged on the desk, and there was even a deluxe care kit for his broomstick. His voice faltered. Mr. Fleamont patted him on the back. "I've heard you're quite the flyer. I've set up a makeshift Quidditch pitch in the backyard for you to enjoy with James and Alicia at dinner." The long table was laden with delectable dishes: golden brown roasted turkey, dancing Christmas pudding, and steaming meat pies. Euphemia continually heaped more food onto Sirius's plate. "Eat more. You're far too thin." "Mum, I want some too," James protested. "Serve yourself," Euphemia replied without turning her head, ladling more mashed potatoes onto Sirius's plate. "Sirius, try this. It's my specialty," Alicia observed as Sirius awkwardly navigated the warmth of her parents, his ears tinged red. Yet his eyes sparkled with a light she had never witnessed before. When Euphemia embraced him once more, Sirius even tentatively returned the gesture. Late into the night, Alicia found Sirius standing alone before the Christmas tree in the living room. Not accustomed to it, she softly asked, approaching his side. Sirius shook his head, his voice barely above a whisper. "I've just never envisioned a Christmas like this." He reached out to touch the star atop the tree, silver light shimmering in his gray eyes. The Black family Christmas trees were always black, adorned with silver serpents and skulls. "We were not permitted to express joy." Alicia's heart ached at his words. "Now you can," she whispered, watching the star's glow cast delicate reflections in Sirius's gray eyes. Sirius turned to her, a genuine smile gracing his lips. "Thank you, Alicia. Thank you for bringing me to your home." Alicia felt her heart skip a beat. Beneath the twinkling lights, Sirius appeared more relaxed and joyful than ever before. Chapter 46. Surprises on Christmas morning. As the first rays of sunlight filtered through the curtains, Alicia was awoken by the commotion coming from downstairs. She rubbed her sleepy eyes, her disheveled red hair resembling a tangle of yarn after a whirlwind had swept through. The sunlight reflecting off the snow outside was blinding, causing her to squint as she faintly heard James's boisterous voice and Sirius's deep laughter echoing from below. "Merlin's beard. This is the latest model. The Firebolt 1004. James's exclamation nearly threatened to raise the roof, followed by the sound of packaging paper being torn open with reckless abandon. "Be quieter. Your sister is still asleep." Sirius's voice was laced with a discernible mirth, far gentler than during their school days. Yet this broom care set truly was splendid. Elijah abruptly sat up, the silk sheets slipping from her shoulders. Memories of the previous night surged forth like a tide. The glimmer in Sirius's gray eyes as he stood before the Christmas tree, thanking her for bringing him home. She quietly cracked the door open a sliver, from this angle catching a glimpse of the living room, where the gifts beneath the tree were in disarray. Sirius, with his back to her, crouched by the tree, clad in a deep blue sweater that perfectly accentuated his broad shoulders, exuding warmth and homeliness. Just as Elijah found herself entranced by the sight, Sirius suddenly turned, his gray eyes meeting hers with uncanny precision. "Good morning, Elijah," he greeted, a mischievous smile gracing his lips as his gaze lingered on the rabbit ears atop her head. "Your pajamas are quite unique." Elijah gasped, hastily shutting the door, her back pressed against the door panel, her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest. She could hear Sirius's deep chuckle outside, accompanied by James's bewildered inquiries. "Merlin's foul socks. Why did it have to be him who saw her like this?" She frantically rummaged through her wardrobe, her fingers hovering indecisively over various garments. Too formal appeared forced, too casual lacked distinction. Ultimately, she settled on a dark green dress paired with a beige sweater, meticulously styling her hair, until every strand lay obediently in place. The velvet box nestled in her pocket felt heavy, containing the silver Freedom Bird necklace she had saved for 3 months to purchase. Once the heat in her cheeks subsided, Elia feigned calm as she opened the door and descended the stairs. The aroma of toasted bread and hot cocoa enveloped the air, with Euphemia stirring a pot of steaming apple cider by the fireplace. "Our sleeping beauty has finally risen," James exclaimed, cross-legged amidst a pile of gifts, remnants of wrapping paper strewn about, having already unwrapped several Quidditch gear items. "Come, your presents are over here." Sirius leaned against the fireplace, elegant fingers cradling a cup of hot cocoa, his eyebrows lifting slightly upon seeing Elia. She felt her cheeks flush anew and quickly lowered her gaze, moving towards her own pile of gifts. "This feather quill is from Lily, this magical photo album from Remus." She mechanically tore through the wrapping, her thoughts consumed by the small box in her pocket and the gift Sirius had given her on the desk upstairs. She had been too nervous to open it last night. Elia stealthily retreated to her room, where Sirius's gift lay quietly on the desk, enveloped in deep starry blue wrapping adorned with a silver ribbon. She carefully unwrapped it, revealing a pair of star-shaped earrings that sparkled in the morning light, as if the entire galaxy had been encased in crystal. The back of the earrings bore tiny letters, the initials of her name. Biting her lip, Elia adorned her ears with the earrings, the cool crystals pressed against her flushed earlobes. Gathering her courage, she gently tugged at Sirius's sleeve while James was engrossed in examining his new knee pads. "Come with me," she whispered, her icy fingers brushing against the silver embroidery on his sleeve. Sirius raised an eyebrow, allowing her to lead him into the kitchen. Once they confirmed James had not followed, he lazily leaned against the cupboard. "What's the matter, Elia?" he inquired, taking a sip of hot cocoa, a smear of cream gracing the corner of his mouth. "Are you about to give me an extra Christmas surprise?" Elia's heart raced like the golden snitch. She reached into her pocket, the velvet box now warmed by her palm. "This is for you," she murmured, her voice barely audible. "Merry Christmas." Sirius paused momentarily, their fingertips brushing briefly as he accepted the box. Igniting a spark of electricity, he gently opened it, the silver Freedom Bird poised to take flight in the morning light, every feather exquisitely detailed. "This is..." His voice trailed off, slightly hoarse, his fingers hovering above the necklace, as if it were a fragile treasure. "Freedom Bird," Elia fidgeted with her fingers. "I hope one day you can truly soar to wherever you wish to go." Sirius's gaze bore into the necklace, an emotion swirling in his gray depths that Elia could not comprehend. In the distance, James's exclamation of knocking over a jar of jam mixed with Euphemia's playful reprimand. Yet the air in the kitchen felt as if it were under a freezing charm. After a prolonged silence, he lifted his eyes to meet hers. "Could you help me put it on?" he asked softly, a hint of vulnerability in his voice that Elia had never encountered before. She nodded, rising on her tiptoes, inhaling the faint scent of pinewood that clung to him. Her fingers brushed against the skin at the nape of his neck, feeling him shiver slightly. The silver chain glimmered around his long neck, the bird resting delicately between his collarbones, as if it had finally found its home. "Thank you," he murmured, lightly touching the pendant. "This is the best gift I have ever received." His gaze fell upon Elia's earlobe, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "It seems my gift also pleases you." Elia instinctively touched the star earrings, suddenly realizing something. "How did you know I had my ears pierced?" "I've never worn earrings at school." Sirius only smiled cryptically, a mischievous glint in his gray eyes. Just then, the kitchen door swung open abruptly, and James burst in, brandishing a fork smeared with maple syrup. But upon seeing the two with flushed ears, he squinted suspiciously. "What were you two just plotting?" He scrutinized them. "Plotting to eat all of yours," Sirius replied lazily, snatching the fork from James's hand, turning to exchange a smile with Elia that only they understood. The silver bird swayed gently against his chest, tracing a luminous arc in the morning light. Euphemia's voice echoed from the dining room. "Children, breakfast is ready." "Sirius, I made your favorite blueberry pancakes." Sirius paused, seemingly unaccustomed to having his preferences remembered. He glanced down at the silver bird resting on his chest, and when he looked up again, his gray eyes were filled with warmth. "Coming, Mrs. Potter," he replied, his tone imbued with an unprecedented lightness, as if that silver bird had lifted him towards the skies of freedom. Elia followed closely behind, her fingers unconsciously brushing against the star earrings adorning her ears. Chapter 47. The Special Training Time of Christmas. The Potter estate, draped in a silver cloak after the snowfall, glimmered under the sunlight, with icicles hanging from the eaves. Elia, wrapped snugly in a thick Gryffindor scarf, watched her breath crystallize in the cold air as she tiptoed, peering through the frosted window towards the garden. James and Sirius were chasing a goblin through the snow, their laughter piercing the frigid atmosphere. "You two," Elia called out, flinging open the window, the cold wind rushing into the warm interior. "Have you finished your homework? What's the rush? There are still 2 weeks of vacation," James shouted back. His nose reddened from the cold, a layer of frost coating his glasses. A goblin seized the opportunity to bite his pant leg, and he jumped dramatically. Sirius was crouched in the snow, drawing something with a stick. Hearing Elia's voice, he looked up, snowflakes adorning his black hair. "Come down and play. We can build Hogwarts Castle." His gray eyes sparkled brightly in the reflected snow, a smile on his lips that made Elia's heart race. Elia narrowed her eyes, crossing her arms defiantly, her gaze resolute. "No way. Right now, this instant. Get inside to do your homework. Or I'll tell Mum that you two secretly replaced Dad's broomstick oil with singing jelly last week." The 2 boys froze, their smiles faltering. James's mouth dropped open in shock, while Sirius raised an eyebrow, surprise flickering in his eyes. "When did you find out?" James asked, his tone guilty. "In this house. There is nothing I do not know." Alia revealed a dangerously enchanting smile, reminiscent of Professor McGonagall's fury, prompting the 2 to hastily comply. "In 3 seconds. I expect to see you both seated at the desk." 3-2. Before she could reach one, James and Sirius had already tumbled into the room, their snow boots leaving a trail of wet footprints on the floor. Satisfied, Alia closed the window and, as she descended the stairs, absent-mindedly adjusted the star-shaped earrings adorning her earlobes. The fireplace in the living room crackled merrily, casting a warm glow throughout the room. Reluctantly, James and Sirius unfurled the parchment, their faces etched with despair. Remnants of jam from their earlier breakfast escapades still clung to the parchment. "Why must we write assignments during the holidays?" James lamented, twirling his quill in his hand, inadvertently splattering ink across the parchment. Professor McGonagall won't even check. He attempted to wipe away the ink with his sleeve, only to smudge it further. "Because if you fail your exams, your father will confiscate your broomstick," Alia coldly replied, slapping a copy of Essentials of Spell Theory down before James, the book thudding ominously against the table. "Now right." Sirius rested his head on the table, his gray eyes pleading as he gazed up at her. "Alia, spare us, please." He feigned a pitiful expression, though a hint of a smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. "Not a chance," Alia replied, utterly unfazed, even tapping the table with a ruler. "Lily and Remus have already completed their work, and Peter has made considerable progress. You two haven't even written a single word?" The boys exchanged glances, resigned to their fate, and began to write, the sounds of their quills scratching against the parchment occasionally punctuated by James's quiet complaints and Sirius's light chuckles. Alia nodded in satisfaction, then withdrew 3 vibrant green mandrake leaves from her pocket, handing one to each of them. "Suck on this but don't swallow." James's face contorted in dismay. "Not again. This stuff is horrid." He clutched the leaf as if it were a fearsome beast. "If you aspire to become an animagus, you mustn't complain," Alia said, popping a leaf into her own mouth, her words slightly garbled. "We need to be prepared." Sirius raised an eyebrow. "So we're multitasking, writing assignments while preparing for Remus?" He placed the leaf in his mouth, grimacing slightly but complying. "Precisely," Alia affirmed, her fingers gently tracing the lunar phases illustrated on the parchment. "The full moon is in just a few days. Once we've consumed these leaves for a month, we can proceed to the next step." Although her voice was muffled by the leaf, her determination shone through her eyes. James sighed, resigned to his fate as he shoved the leaf into his mouth, grimacing in agony. "Merlin, this is worse than the potions Peter concocts." His voice was indistinct, his expression contorted in distaste. Sirius, however, swiftly accepted the leaf, winking at Alia. "At least we have someone supervising us, so we won't slack off." Alia scoffed, "Let us hope that holds true." Time passed amidst the scratching of quills, and Euphemia entered once, witnessing the 3 children diligently working, and kindly brought them hot cocoa and cookies. As Sirius accepted the cup, the silver bird pendant slipped from his collar, eliciting a knowing smile from Euphemia. "You should take a page out of Sirius's book," she said, ruffling his dark hair. "At least he knows when to be quiet." Sirius blushed slightly at the unexpected praise, lowering his head to sip his cocoa, concealing his embarrassment. James rolled his eyes exaggeratedly. "Mom, you've been duped. He's the biggest troublemaker of us all." Yet his protest was silenced as Euphemia silenced him with a cookie. As the night deepened, the entire estate succumbed to slumber. Moonlight streamed through the stained glass windows, casting dappled shadows in the hallway. Alia quietly slipped from her room, discovering Sirius already awaiting her in the corridor, the moonlight illuminating his profile, sharp against the shadows. His black robes billowing gently in the breeze. "Where's James?" she whispered, her voice echoing in the stillness of the corridor. "Fast asleep, drooling all over his parchment." Sirius chuckled softly. "Shall we continue?" Alia nodded, retrieving a parchment filled with the intricate steps of becoming an animagus, with crucial notes highlighted in red. "Tonight is the full moon. It's the perfect time to start brewing the potion." The parchment bore traces of ink stains, a testament to her diligent efforts. Sirius leaned closer, his breath brushing against her ear. "Are you certain you want to do this at home? What if it explodes?" His tone carried a hint of concern. After all, potion making was fraught with uncertainty. "We can use the old shed in the backyard." Alia had anticipated this. Dad never goes there, and Mom won't notice. She recalled checking the door lock and the surroundings earlier that day, ensuring everything was secure. They descended the stairs cautiously, each step taken with utmost care, fearful of awakening their slumbering family. Crossing the quiet living room, the embers in the fireplace still flickered faintly. Upon entering the old shed in the backyard, Alia illuminated her wand, casting a warm glow over the dusty corners. The shed was filled with old furniture and discarded magical artifacts, the air thick with a musty scent. Alia conjured a small cauldron and placed it on a rickety table, commencing the brewing process according to her notes. She added several fresh moonstone flakes, which glimmered with a soft blue light in the cauldron. Sirius assisted by passing her ingredients, occasionally reminding her of the stirring direction. When she added sneeze-word essence, a sudden plume of purple smoke erupted from the cauldron. Alia swiftly waved her wand, dispersing the smoke. "You're truly talented at this," Sirius remarked, observing her focused profile. Alia didn't look up. "Talented at what? Brewing potions or managing you two?" Her voice held a teasing lilt, yet her hands remained steady in their task. "Both," he replied lightly, brushing a bead of sweat from her brow, his fingers igniting a warmth that traveled to her ears. "And I rather like it." His voice was soft yet resonated clearly in the quiet shed. Alia nearly dropped the dreamless sleep potion, feigning ignorance to his compliment, though her ears betrayed her. Turning a shade of crimson. To mask her fluster, she accelerated her stirring, the liquid in the cauldron bubbling with a rhythmic gurgle. The potion gradually transformed into a lustrous amber hue, resembling liquid lightning, occasionally emitting faint crackles. Alia exhaled in relief. "We did it. Now we just need to wait for the next thunderstorm." Her eyes sparkled with excitement, a reflection of their hard work. Sirius nodded, his gray eyes deep and resolute in the wand's dim glow. "Then we can truly help Remus." The thought of Remus no longer suffering alone softened his gaze, instilling a sense of determination within him. Alia regarded him, a revelation dawning upon her. Perhaps this holiday would prove to be more meaningful than she had ever anticipated. Chapter 48. A thunderstorm night at Hogwarts. The clouds over the Black Lake had been brewing for an entire month, finally unleashing their fury on the last Friday of October. The heavy clouds nearly pressed against the castle tower's spire, while lightning slithered like silver serpents through the tumultuous sky, illuminating the treetops of the forbidden forest in fleeting bursts. At the Gryffindor table, Alia's fingers drummed a rhythmic code beneath the tablecloth. "Tonight, at the Myrtle's bathroom, see you after lights out." Suddenly, a dancing pea appeared atop James's fork. "Remus is being held back by Slughorn tonight, the perfect opportunity." Sirius leisurely wiped his mouth, a dangerous glint flickering in his gray eyes. At last, he was about to savor the taste of transformation. As the castle succumbed to slumber, 3 figures huddled beneath an invisibility cloak, traversing the shadows of the corridor. Filch's oil lamp wobbled at the corner, while Lady Loris's keen nose quivered incessantly. The lavatory of Myrtle felt even chillier than usual, the shattered stained glass allowing gusts of frigid air to seep through. Myrtle floated midair, sobbing, and upon their entrance, she let out an exaggerated choke. "You again? How many toilets are you planning to blow up this time?" "Quiet down, Myrtle." Sirius tossed her a packet of peppermint sweets pilfered from the kitchen. "We need to utilize the venue." Elia withdrew a crystal vial from her dragonhide bag, the potion within shimmering with an eerie silvery blue hue under the lightning, as if it were alive, swirling within the bottle, confirming their preparations. She divided the potion into 3 cups, her voice raspier than anticipated. After drinking, she immediately recited the incantation, resolute that no matter the pain, she must not release the mandrake leaves. Losing them would render their efforts futile. James stared at the roiling liquid in his cup. "This stuff looks like the shampoo Snape brews its poison," Sirius replied dryly. "Either we transform into animals, or we end up in St. Mungo's outside." Thunder rumbled, and a bolt of lightning cleaved the night sky. The pallid light illuminated the solemn faces of the trio. Now, Elia cried. The moment the potion slid down her throat, her taste buds ignited as if stung by 1,000 billywig stings. She fought the urge to retch, pressing her wand against her chest. Amato Animo and Amato Animagus. 3 beams of wand light simultaneously pierced her chest, and Elia's vision was abruptly torn into countless shards. She felt her bones reconfiguring, something beneath her skin growing wildly. In her final consciousness, she clamped down on the mandrake leaf in her mouth, tasting the iron-like flavor of blood. When Elia opened her eyes again, the world had transformed entirely. The sound of rain thrumming against the tiles was amplified into a rhythmic beat, and the damp air was laden with myriad microscopic scent molecules. She raised her forepaw, sharp claws extending beneath her silvery pads. Success! I have transformed. The shattered mirror reflected a silver-furred raccoon, its eyes glimmering in the darkness, the tip of its tail shimmering with a sunlit golden hue. A rustling sound nearby revealed a stately stag shaking its head, half a water pipe dangling from its antlers. Meanwhile, a large black dog crouched by the sink, perplexedly pawing at its furry ears. Woof! Merlin's beard. Huzzah! Success! Elia wanted to laugh, yet the sound that emerged was a delicate mewl. She nimbly leapt onto the sink, her raccoon body far more agile than she had anticipated. The black dog, Sirius, approached to sniff her, his damp nose brushing against her ear. Instinctively, Elia swiped at him but softened her touch upon encountering his velvety ear, transforming it into a gentle caress. Myrtle drifted out from the stall, and upon seeing the 3 animals, let out a piercing scream. Murder! Monsters! Her cries summoned Peeves, and the portraits throughout the floor began to stir restlessly. Stag James nudged the wobbly door open with his antlers, and the 3 animagi swiftly slipped into the corridor. Elia's raccoon ears caught more sounds. Filch's footsteps patrolling the 3rd floor, the jangling of chains from the caretaker's office, and meow from the forbidden forest. The black dog's ears perked up immediately. In the distance, a heartbreaking wolf howl pierced through the cacophony of the torrential rain. Elia suddenly comprehended what Remus was enduring at that moment. The cold chains, the lonely cries from the shrieking shack, the full moon night devoid of companionship. The silver figure darted towards the staircase like an arrow, with the black dog and stag trailing closely behind. As they navigated the secret passage through the Whomping Willow, James's antlers got snagged in the branches, and Sirius used his fangs to free him. The 3 animals galloped through the mud, rain soaking their fur. Remus, we're coming. The stag took the lead, cautiously lowering its head to present its harmless antlers. The black dog emitted a low whine, its tail wagging gently. Elia approached with care, extending her paw to touch the wolf's forepaw. A flicker of clarity shone in the wolf's murky eyes. The 4 animals shared a silent gaze amidst the downpour, a connection transcending language forged in that moment. Before dawn, the exhausted quartet collapsed onto the floor of the shrieking shack. Remus's complexion was paler than the morning mist, the marks of chains still visible on his fingers. Yet his eyes sparkled with incredulous light. You truly did it. Not bad at all, Sirius grinned widely. His robe was in tatters, yet he clutched Elia's freedom bird necklace tightly. James's glasses had a single lens remaining, yet he was elated, flailing his arms. Did you see my leap? It will be recorded in history. Elia cleared the mud off her robe with her wand. If it weren't for our teamwork, you'd be a werewolf snack by now. So Remus's voice quivered slightly. What are your animagus forms? A stag, James proudly declared. A black dog, Sirius shrugged. A raccoon, Elia added softly, suddenly aware that Sirius was gazing at her, a peculiar light dancing in his gray eyes. Remus's eyes lit up. Perfect. Werewolves do not exhibit aggression towards ordinary animals, which is why. That is why we can accompany you safely, Elia interjected, a smile unconsciously rising at her lips. Sirius suddenly draped an arm over Remus's shoulder. We will return next full moon. Indeed. James leapt up, pulling everyone into a group hug. We shall never part. Morning light filtered through the tattered curtains, the laughter of the 4 youths echoing within the shrieking shack. This secret, forged through magic and courage, bound their friendship together as indissolubly as the transformation of an animagus. Upon returning to the castle, the lives of the Marauders underwent a subtle shift. In the late-night Quidditch pitch, the 3 animals were often seen frolicking. The silver raccoon danced like a sprite under the moonlight. The black dog's lithe form swept across the lawn, while the stag's hoofbeats created a cheerful rhythm on the bleachers. Only Peter Pettigrew stood at the sidelines, his eyes a mixture of envy and despondency. We cannot leave Peter behind. One late night, James announced in the common room. He is one of us. Sirius lounged languidly in an armchair, Being an animagus is no trivial feat. It requires talent, then let us intensify the training. James slammed the table. Starting tomorrow, we'll gather at 3 in the morning in the Ollery. Elia's heart sank. She knew Peter would betray them in the future, but she could not voice it. During the subsequent training sessions, she deliberately kept her distance from Peter. Whenever James asked her to demonstrate a spell, she always found an excuse to evade. Sirius keenly sensed the tension. After one training session, he intercepted Elia on the spiral staircase. You've been quite cold towards Peter lately, Elia turned her face away, unable to meet those all-seeing gray eyes. Sirius pivoted to face her, compelling her to meet his gaze. Tell me the truth. In that moment, Elia nearly blurted out the dreadful prophecy of the future. But in the end she merely replied, You're being paranoid. The day Peter finally succeeded in transforming into a squirrel, everyone cheered, except for Elia. She stood in the shadows, watching Peter's timid animal form, her heart swirling with conflicting emotions. The tiny squirrel climbed to her feet, its eyes gleaming like black beans, filled with anticipation. Congratulations, Elia whispered, her fingers trembling slightly. Sirius felt an acute sense of foreboding, aware that some secrets are ultimately destined to surface. Chapter 49. The Birth of the Marauders. The common room of Gryffindor Tower was bathed in the warm, orange glow of the fireplace, casting flickering shadows of 5 young souls upon the ancient stone walls. Suddenly, James leaped from his armchair, his eyes sparkling with excitement, startling Elia, who was engrossed in her potion essay. We need a name, he exclaimed, slamming his palm on the table, splattering ink across the parchment. A codename that embodies us. A name that will instill fear throughout Hogwarts. His voice trembled slightly with exhilaration. Sirius languidly reclined in his chair, a mischievous grin tugging at his lips. How about the Invincible Duelist? He suggested. His audacity was palpable, and it was clear that it was distinctly us. Too ostentatious, Remus interjected, shaking his head, though a smile danced in his eyes. I bet Professor McGonagall would have her sights set on us the moment she heard that name. Peter, huddled in the corner of the sofa, timidly raised his hand. How about the Midnight Walker? His voice was barely audible. James made an exaggerated face, scrunching his nose in distaste. That sounds like a cousin of Peeves. He mimicked the ghost's ethereal glide, his robes flapping comically behind him, eliciting a burst of bright laughter from Sirius. Elia sighed and dipped her quill back into the ink, reluctant to engage in this juvenile discourse. However, the increasingly ludicrous suggestions, ranging from the Prankster Alliance to the Conquerors of the Forbidden Forest, finally pushed her to her breaking point. She brought the quill down heavily on the parchment, the nib snapping with a loud crack. Why not just call ourselves the Marauders? She muttered, not lifting her gaze, her fingers nervously twirling a strand of her crimson hair. At her utterance, an eerie silence enveloped the room. The fat lady's portrait ceased its humming, and even the flames in the fireplace seemed to freeze. Elia suddenly realized the gravity of her words and shot her head up, meeting 4 pairs of wide, astonished eyes. James looked as though he had been struck by a bludger. Merlin's beard, he shouted, erupting into thunderous cheers, dashing over and nearly toppling the tea table. This is absolutely perfect. The Marauders is audacious, mysterious, and infused with a hint of outlawed romance. He was practically dancing with joy, as if he had consumed 10 tankards of butterbeer. Sirius whistled appreciatively, his gray eyes glinting with admiration. Concise and powerful, much like a sword being drawn from its sheath. Remus closed his book, a thoughtful smile gracing his lips. It certainly is fitting, considering our future endeavors, he remarked, casting a knowing glance at the waxing moon outside. Peter nodded vigorously, his excitement palpable. Much better than what I had in mind. His voice trembled slightly with enthusiasm, his fingers nervously twisting the hem of his robe. Elia then realized that she had inadvertently uttered the name from the original text. Just as she was about to clarify that it was merely a passing thought, James had already leaped onto the tea table, disregarding the fat lady's furious protests. Hey, get down from my tea table, you unrefined ruffian. It's settled then, James declared, his wand tracing a brilliant arc through the air, the golden letters of Marauders shimmering beneath the ceiling. And everyone shall have their own unique codename. Sirius lazily raised his hand. Bigfoot. He waved his polished dragonhide boots. My animagus form has rather imposing claws. I shall be Prongs, James announced excitedly, gesturing to mimic antlers. Look at my perfect antlers. They were practically made for this codename. Remus smiled gently. I'll be Moony. The name was both subtle and apt, hinting at the secret he kept for every full moon. Peter, feeling somewhat bashful, fidgeted his hands. I want to be Wormtail, he stammered, his voice dwindling. Yet under the encouraging gazes of his friends, he added, because a rat's tail always twists and turns. 4 pairs of eyes turned simultaneously toward Elia. The fireplace crackled ominously, embers dancing in the still air. Wait, Elia said, raising her quill with keen alertness. I never said I wanted to join. The ink at the nib blurred into a dark sun on the parchment. James staggered back, clutching his chest as if struck by a curse. But you are the namer. Without you, the Marauders would be incomplete. Sirius suddenly leaned forward, his dark hair cascading over his eyes. Think about it. We need a member who can scout silently. His voice glided smoothly. Your ferret form is the most suitable. Remus's gaze swept over the spine of his book. And you can prevent us from making, he glanced meaningfully at James and Sirius, certain impulsive decisions. Peter timidly added, 5 of us make a complete hand. Elia crossed her arms, her freckles glimmering like stars in the firelight. For boys and 1 girl? That combination is rather peculiar. That's what makes it special. James twirled around on the tea table, akin to a circus performer. The first co-ed secret society in Hogwarts history. The only female marauder. How cool is that? And you can help us avoid many foolish mistakes. Sirius winked, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Like stopping James from turning shampoo into glue in that brilliant plan. Hey, that was almost successful. James retorted defiantly. If it weren't for Elia meddling, we would have had Snape's hair stuck together forever. Elia regarded the eager faces of the 4 boys. James's expression brimming with anticipation, Sirius's feigned innocence, Remus's gentle yet resolute gaze, and even Peter's pitiful demeanor, before finally exhaling a long sigh and rubbing her temples. Fine, she relented, a reluctant smile curling her lips. Yes, James exclaimed, pulling his sister into a tight embrace, nearly squeezing the breath from her. Then your code name shall be Silver Claw, Sirius interjected suddenly, his voice low and resolute. Everyone turned in surprise to him, but Sirius merely shrugged, his gaze unwavering from Elia. Her ferret claws are silver, and they shimmer in the moonlight. He paused, a tender glimmer in his gray eyes. And they sound sharp, much like her, seemingly soft, yet undeniably fierce. James beamed, revealing a perfect set of teeth, and patted Sirius heartily on the shoulder, the sound resonating clearly. Perfect. Silverclaw Elia, the secret weapon of the Marauders. His voice quivered with excitement, eyes gleaming with pride. Thus, on an ordinary night in 1972, beneath the exceptionally bright starry sky of Hogwarts, and as silver ripples danced across the surface of the Black Lake, the Marauders was officially formed, comprising Prongs, Bigfoot, Moony, Wormtail, and the reluctantly inducted Silver Claw. Elia observed her jubilant brother and friends with a resigned shake of her head. Yet the warmth swelling within her heart made it impossible for her lips to suppress a smile. To the Marauders. James raised his butterbeer mug high. To the Marauders. The others echoed in unison, and even Elia couldn't help but lift her cup in camaraderie. Chapter 50, Valentine's Day at Hogwarts. The bitter winds of February continued to howl. Yet within the walls of Hogwarts Castle, an ambience of warmth incongruous with the season enveloped the air. On the first Valentine's Day since the Marauders' inception, the entire school seemed to be steeped in a potion of infatuation. Elia tightened her scarf and hurried through the corridors. The portraits have all donned their new pink attire, with the fat lady even adorning herself with an exaggerated heart-shaped hat. Peeves, unusually devoid of mischief, sported a heart-shaped bow and fluttered about, scattering luminous heart-shaped confetti. Look. It's Potter and Evans. A shout from a Ravenclaw boy made Elia clench Lily's hand tightly. They were traversing the third-floor corridor, the gazes cast upon them more fervent than usual. Since the Hogwarts Gazette had crowned Elia as the belle of the school, such attention had intensified. Did you hear the Gazette named Potter as the belle too? Does her brother know? A Slytherin student remarked sourly, his voice reaching the girl's ears just in time. Elia's face flushed crimson, and she pulled Lily into a secluded corridor, both of them sprinting as if pursued by a pack of sniffles. Goodness, girls. Is there a troll chasing you? The fat lady exclaimed, astonished at the sight of the 2 panting girls. Far more terrifying than a troll. Lily gasped, glancing back to confirm that no one was following. In the Gryffindor common room, the flickering firelight bathed the entire room in a warm orange glow. Elia and Lily collapsed onto a cozy sofa near the hearth, as if this place were a sanctuary, shielding them from the clamor of the outside world. Potter, a Ravenclaw boy at the entrance asked me to deliver this letter to you. A senior approached, handing over a pale blue envelope. After thanking him, Elia accepted the envelope, her fingers freezing upon touching the paper. The gilded letters on the envelope instantly revealed the sender's identity. Carefully, she opened the seal, and Lily leaned in with curiosity. Another note from Wilkins? Lily's eyes widened in surprise after reading the letter. Merlin's beard, this gentleman is quite persistent. If I were in your shoes, I might just accept. Lily, don't say that. Elia quickly folded the letter, feeling her cheeks burn. The Ravenclaw 5th year, having been firmly rejected last time, was still undeterred. This time, he had written, I heard you have no one special. May I have a chance? I'll await you by the Black Lake at sunset. Suddenly, the common room door swung open, and James and Sirius strode in, carrying the chill of the outside with them. James plopped down on the sofa opposite Elia, dramatically waving his arms. You wouldn't believe it. I was just surrounded by a gaggle of girls. It was ridiculous. Like everyone wanted to catch a Honeyduke's chocolate frog. Sirius hastily elbowed James, though it was too late. His gaze landed on the letter in Elia's hand, his gray eyes narrowing slightly. What's this? He inquired, his voice deeper than usual. Elia then realized she was still holding the love letter, and in a flurry, she thrust it into Lily's hands. It's Lily's, she said, casting a significant glance at her friend. Oh yes, it's mine, Lily replied, taking the letter with a lack of finesse, even flipping the paper upside down without noticing. Sirius's gaze lingered on the letter for a second, clearly seeing the salutation, Dear Elia. His lips tightened, and without a word, he turned and strode towards the boys' dormitory stairs. What's wrong with him? Elia asked, watching Sirius's retreating back. James shrugged. Who knows? Perhaps he was frightened off by those girls. He added with a chuckle, but honestly, you should see the way those girls look at him. Before James could finish, Elia leaned in to whisper a few words into Lily's ear. Lily wore a reluctant expression, yet sighed in defeat at her best friend's pleading gaze. Potter. Lily suddenly addressed James. Would you accompany me to the library? James shot upright, his eyes wide behind his glasses. Are you talking to me? If you don't want to, that's fine, Lily said, feigning to walk away. Of course I want to, James exclaimed, popping up from the sofa as if under a levitation charm. A goofy grin plastered across his face. Elia gratefully squeezed Lily's hand. And while James busied himself with his hair, she quietly slipped toward the boys' dormitory stairs. She had another reason for bringing James along, to deter potential suitors. Although James himself was the biggest nuisance, he could at least act as a protective barrier against other unwanted advances. Standing before the boys' dormitory door, Elia took a deep breath and gently knocked. Come in, Sirius's voice called from within. Pushing the door open, Elia saw Sirius seated at his desk by the window, holding something in his hands. Upon hearing her footsteps, he hastily shoved the item into a drawer, turning around with a look of lingering surprise on his face. Elia, what brings you here? His voice was slightly tense, fingers unconsciously tapping on the desk. I noticed you seemed off earlier, so I thought I'd check on you. Elia replied, stepping closer and pulling out a beautifully wrapped chocolate. Here, I made this for you. Eating it might lift your spirits. Sirius accepted the chocolate, their fingertips brushing together, causing both of them to flinch slightly as if jolted by a spark. He gazed down at the chocolate in his palm, a hint of a smile tugging at his lips. Do you realize the significance of giving chocolate today? He asked, lifting his eyes to meet hers. Elia suddenly understood the special meaning of gifting chocolate on Valentine's Day, her ears flushing a deep crimson. I was just, she stammered, unable to complete her sentence. Sirius chuckled softly, deciding to stop teasing her. This is for you. He retrieved a small box tied with a deep blue ribbon from the drawer. Elia gingerly accepted it, her fingers brushing the smooth ribbon. May I open it? Upon receiving an affirmative nod, she untied the ribbon and lifted the lid. Inside lay an exquisite silver bookmark, topped with a small, frolicking raccoon. The raccoon was so lifelike, its tail adorned with tiny sapphires that sparkled in the sunlight. This is absolutely stunning, Elia whispered, her fingers tracing the intricate designs on the bookmark. How did you know? I've always wanted one like this. Sirius leaned against the desk, stating casually, last time in the library. You gazed at that Hufflepuff girl's bookmark for quite some time. He cleared his throat. I'm glad you like it. The distance between them had diminished significantly, and Elia could smell the faint scent of pine mingled with parchment and ink emanating from Sirius. Her heart raced, feeling as if it might burst from her chest, and she instinctively closed her eyes. Just as their noses were almost touching, the dormitory door swung open abruptly. Sirius. You won't believe who we ran into in the corridor. Remus's voice halted mid-sentence. Elia stumbled backward, nearly tripping over her own robes. Sirius quickly steadied her by gripping her arm, both of their faces flushed like ripe pumpkins. Peter peeked from behind Remus. I think James just followed Evans out. Did we come back at a bad time? Remus raised an eyebrow, his gaze shifting between the two. Elia hurriedly adjusted her robes, which were not even disheveled. I was looking for James, but since he is not here, I'll be on my way. She quickly made her way towards the door. Once the door closed behind her, Remus crossed his arms, glancing at Sirius. So, what's Rule 3 of the Marauders Code again? Mind your own business, Mooney. Sirius shot him an exasperated look, though the smile at the corners of his mouth betrayed him. He glanced down at the chocolate in his hand, gently unwrapping it and taking a small bite. The sweetness spread across his tongue, more delightful than any chocolate he had ever tasted. Chapter 51. The Marauders' Secret Party Plan. The lingering fragrance of Valentine's roses had yet to dissipate, yet a tempest was brewing by the fireplace in the Gryffindor common room. Elia was engrossed in the potion essay assigned by Professor Slughorn, her parchment densely covered with notes that seemed to crawl across every inch of space. Suddenly, 3 fuzzy heads leaned in unison, completely engulfing her light. "We are throwing a party," James exclaimed, nearly pressing his face against the parchment, excitement glimmering in his eyes. "Remus's birthday is next Wednesday, and he has never truly celebrated it." Sirius languidly leaned against Elia's armchair, his long fingers unconsciously twirling a strand of her hair, a glint of mischief flashing in his gray eyes. "There must be drinks, snacks, and cake. None of it can be lacking." His deliberately lowered voice carried an alluring tone, intended to leave a lasting impression on Mooney. Peter anxiously rubbed his hands together, his voice barely above a whisper. But what about the drinks? Filch has been checking even the pumpkin juice lately." His gaze darted nervously towards the door, as if he could already envision Filch approaching with the rulebook in hand. Elia snapped shut beginner's potions, raising an eyebrow as she surveyed the 3 rascals before her. "Snacks and cake are manageable, but drinks? Are you telling me you've gone on so many night excursions without knowing the secret passage to Hogsmeade?" The 3 faces simultaneously froze. The common room fell into an eerie silence, the only sound being the crackling of the fire, as if mocking their foolishness. James chuckled awkwardly, scratching his messy black hair. "Well, we mainly study how to add color-changing ink to Snape's shampoo and how to make Filch's broom sing the school anthem," Sirius added with a mischievous grin, gently playing with Elia's hair, as if teasing a docile kitten. "And to provide Peeves with inspiration for pranks," Peter timidly chimed in, shrinking back immediately after. Elia sighed dramatically, resting her forehead on her palm. "Merlin, how did I come to expect reliability from you?" Sirius suddenly leaned closer, his arms propping up the sides of her armchair, encircling her. A playful smile danced in his gray eyes. "It seems you have a solution?" His breath, tinged with the coolness of peppermint, brushed against her cheek. Elia's heart skipped a beat. She feigned calmness, leaning back slightly, a sly smile curving her lips. "Well, I do have an idea." The drawn-out tone concealed a clever scheme as she rotated her sore shoulders. "However, my shoulders are quite stiff from writing this paper. It would be lovely if someone could give them a little massage." Before she could finish, Sirius's long fingers had already found her shoulder, kneading it with just the right pressure. James's eyes widened in disbelief. Traitor! Yet, for the sake of the party, he reluctantly leaned in to massage her left shoulder. Peter stood awkwardly, his face flushed. I think I'll go catch some fresh air." Elia comfortably closed her eyes, resembling a contented raccoon. Sirius suddenly leaned in, his warm breath causing her ears to flush. "Your Highness, can we speak now?" Elia jumped as if shocked, nearly colliding with Sirius's chin. James gritted his teeth. "Sirius, you are despicable." But for the sake of information, he bore the humiliation and squeezed out a few words. "Your Highness, please tell us." Elia cleared her throat, her cheeks reddening. "The secret passage is behind the mirror on the 5th floor, leading directly to Honeyduck's cellar." Observing the stunned expressions of the 3, she maintained her composure, weaving a tale that last time she discovered it while being chased by Peeves. In reality, she knew exactly where every cockroach was hidden behind the bricks. 3 days remained until the party. The Marauders swiftly divided their tasks. James took charge of procuring drinks, adamantly vowing to purchase only butterbeer, yet secretly slipped in a bottle of Muggle whiskey to broaden Mooney's horizons. Elia took on the cake and decorations, spending 3 entire nights crafting a 3-tiered chocolate cake from ingredients pilfered from the kitchen, the top adorned with delicate frosting in the shape of a wolf silhouette, surrounded by twinkling stars. "Why a wolf?" Sirius leaned against the kitchen doorway, sneaking a bite of chocolate trimmings. Elia winked mysteriously. "It symbolizes freedom, and it suits you well. Doesn't it?" Sirius's gaze suddenly deepened. "You always know what fits best." Peter was in charge of snacks, and the timid boy somehow managed to persuade the house elf in the kitchen to bring back enough pies, puddings, and candies to feed the entire Gryffindor. I just said it was for Miss Potter," Peter explained, blushing as they handed him everything. Sirius was ostensibly overseeing quality control, but remained glued to Elia's side. While she decorated the cake, he concocted color-changing frosting beside her. As she arranged the common room, he conjured dancing orbs of light. A few times, Their fingers brushed while passing tools, and they would jerk apart as if shocked, yet a subtle sweetness lingered in the air. On the day of Remus's birthday, after being sent away by Professor Slughorn under the guise of helping to organize rare ingredients, the Marauders sprang into action. Elia waved her wand, causing golden ribbons to weave in the air to spell out happy birthday. Sirius adjusted the angle of each letter, ensuring perfection from every viewpoint. James and Peter hid the drinks in the most unexpected place, behind the cabinet where Filch confiscated items. The most dangerous place is the safest, James declared triumphantly, popping a candy into his mouth. Once everything was ready, they all hid. Elia and Sirius concealed themselves behind the sofa, their shoulders brushing against one another. In the darkness, she could smell a faint scent of pine from him. Nervous? Sirius whispered, his breath caressing her ear. Elia shook her head, her hair brushing against his cheek. I just hope he likes it. The sound of the doorknob turning had everyone holding their breath. The moment Remus stepped through the door, they shouted, surprise! Ribbons cascaded down like rain. James leapt out blowing a trumpet that sprayed gold glitter. Peter fumbled to light the cake candles, and Sirius conjured a choir of singing house elves, while Elia approached Remus holding the meticulously crafted cake. Happy birthday, Moony. Remus stood frozen, his eyes behind his glasses widening slightly. His gaze shifted from the wolf silhouette on the cake to each of his friends' smiling faces, his throat bobbing several times. You. How did you know today was my? The Marauders knew everything. James threw an arm around his shoulders, casually taking the cake. Come on, taste it. Elia stayed up 3 nights making it. Sirius had already poured the butterbeer. The first glass is for the birthday boy. Elia shot him a glare. Don't get him drunk. Remus accepted the cup, his fingertips trembling slightly. He surveyed his friends who had put in so much effort for him. And a radiant smile, one he had never worn before, slowly spread across his face. To the Marauders. To the Marauders. 5 cups clinked together, the amber liquid shimmering in the firelight. In that moment, Elia noticed a glimmer of tears in Remus's eyes. Chapter 52, The Unspoken Night. The flames of the fireplace greedily licked the wood, bathing the entire Gryffindor common room in an amorous orange-red hue. Empty bottles of butterbeer and whiskey leaned haphazardly in the corner, the air heavy with a sweet, intoxicating scent, mingled with the remnants of pumpkin pie crumbs spilled by Peter, creating a chaotic battlefield on the carpet. James had already jumped onto the long table, the tip of his wand entwined with golden ribbons of light, belting out a pot of hot love, as his robe swayed dramatically over the table littered with cups and plates. Peter slumped against the armrest of the sofa, drunkenly applauding, his round face flushed with an unusual hue. Suddenly, he stumbled and fell into the plush cushions, emitting a muffled snore. Remus rubbed his throbbing temples, the whiskey glass swirling in his palm. I believe it is time to call it a night. Sirius leaned casually against the fireplace, the collar of his white shirt undone at 2 buttons, revealing his pale collarbone. A tipsy smile danced in his gray eyes. Agreed, if we drink any further, the fork might just take off its clothes. No sooner had he spoken than James performed an exaggerated split, causing Peter to tumble out of the sofa. And the two erupted into laughter. Remus sighed, gripping James by the collar with one hand while he hoisted the limp Peter with the other. I'll take these 2 imbeciles back to the dormitory. You. He glanced at Elia, who lay sprawled over the table, her red hair cascading onto the parchment, her gentle breath stirring its edges. You take care of Elia? Sirius nodded, his long fingers absent-mindedly tracing the rim of his glass. Once Remus's footsteps faded down the spiral staircase, the only sounds left in the lounge were the crackling of the fire, and Elia's steady breathing. He gently nudged her shoulder. Elia, it's time to go back. Elia drowsily lifted her head, her cheeks adorned with a rosy hue, her eyes clouded with a veil of mist. She gazed at Sirius for a long moment before suddenly poking his prominent nose. Handsome. Sirius raised an eyebrow, about to tease her, when Elia's unexpected gesture caused his pupils to dilate in shock. She cupped his face with her hands, her cool fingertips brushing against his heated ears. And before he could react, her soft lips pressed gently against his. The kiss carried the fleeting fragrance of butterbeer, momentarily lingering yet alarmingly vivid. Elia? Sirius recoiled abruptly, the back of his head colliding heavily with the mantelpiece. He touched his still warm lips, his heart racing as if it might burst from his chest. Meanwhile, the instigator seemed unfazed, smacking her lips and murmuring, "Not bad," before tilting her head and falling asleep on his lap, her hair dusted with the gold glitter from the party. Wow. Lily's voice thundered from the doorway. She entered, cradling a stack of the tales of Beetle the Bard, her eyes wide as she beheld the scene, her lips curling into a mischievous grin. Am I interrupting something? Sirius scrambled to push Elia away. his frantic movements nearly toppling the nearby candlestick. His ears were scarlet, almost bleeding, and his voice cracked. Evans. It's not what you think. She's drunk. Uh-huh. I understand. Lily bit her lip to stifle her laughter, her eyes sparkling with amusement. Clearly nothing happened. Sirius nearly leapt towards the door. The hem of his robe caught firmly in the door latch, completely oblivious. As he fled in disarray, he knocked over a broom rack in the corner, the clattering noise mingling with Lily's uncontrollable laughter. Merlin, this is going to be quite the spectacle. The following morning, Ilia awoke to the blinding sunlight and a splitting headache, the world spinning around her. She groaned in agony, burying her face in the pillow. My head feels as though a giant has stomped on it. Awake now? Lily's voice chimed from beside her, barely concealing her delight. Ilia squinted at her friend. Why are you looking at me like that? The gleam of gossip in Lily's eyes set off alarm bells in Ilia's mind. Lily blinked innocently. You don't remember what happened last night? Memories felt like torn parchment to Ilia, and she struggled to piece them together, recalling only James belting out songs atop the table, and Peter's clumsy antics with a pie, after which her mind drew a blank. I blacked out. She rubbed her throbbing temples. What on earth happened? Lily handed her a teacup, the steam swirling between them, her smile laden with hidden meanings. Well, you might want to ask Black about that. Sirius? What does he have to do with it? Ilia hesitated, her hands stilled around the teacup, ripples forming in the liquid. But Lily merely hummed a tune and turned away, leaving Ilia alone in a whirlwind of confusion. In the days that followed, Sirius's strange behavior loomed over Gryffindor like a dark cloud. During potions class, Ilia leaned in as usual to peer at his cauldron. But he recoiled as if struck by a binding charm, inadvertently pouring half a bottle of armadillo bile into the mix. The verdant smoke erupted, the acrid smell causing Professor Slughorn to cough repeatedly, while Sirius's face appeared even more ghastly than the toxic fumes in the cauldron, ultimately resulting in a deduction of 10 points. In Transfiguration class, Professor McGonagall tasked them with transforming a mouse into a goblet. Sirius's wand emitted a trembling silvery blue light. Yet instead of a smooth, rounded cup, 2 fuzzy raccoon ears sprouted abruptly, the tail curling at the cup's base. Amidst the laughter of the class, he hastily covered his failed creation with his sleeve, his ears burning with embarrassment. Whenever Ilia attempted to inquire, Sirius would concoct absurd excuses to slip away. One time, as she opened her mouth, he shouted as if pursued by a howler, "James needs me," only to run into a bewildered James in the corridor. Another time, he stuttered about feeding owls but stood dumbfounded at the empty food trough in the Ollery. Most absurdly, he hollered about needing to attend to Moonface, while Remus was leisurely reading in the library. Remus exasperatedly rubbed his forehead. I don't need him for anything. James remained blissfully unaware of the oddities, focused instead on cramming for the impending exams. Merlin, why is spell theory so difficult? Ultimately, Ilia gave up on her inquiries, thinking perhaps she had said something foolish while drunk, and that Sirius simply couldn't be bothered with her. As the exams drew near, the entire year was swept into a frenzy of frantic revision, and the Marauders were no exception. The common room at midnight was so quiet one could hear the whispers of the fire. Ilia curled up on the sofa, the potion recipes on the parchment blurring in the candlelight. Sirius leaned against the window, standard spell level 2 spread across his lap. Yet the pages remained stubbornly fixed on the same spot, his gaze occasionally flicking towards her, his gray eyes swirling with complex emotions. That night Sirius suddenly spoke, his voice hoarse as if sandpapered. Ilia lifted her head, the candlelight casting delicate shadows on her lashes. Sirius's throat bobbed, moonlight creeping across his pale fingers, casting a trembling shadow on the windowsill. He opened his mouth, but ultimately just shook his head. Nothing, just study hard. Ilia frowned, about to press further when the portrait of the fat lady was abruptly swung open. James burst in, his hair a wild mess, his pajamas buttoned haphazardly. Oh no! I just remembered, the potion exam tomorrow is on the shrinking solution. Who can possibly remember that? Sirius sprang up, relief washing over him, his movement so vigorous it toppled the fire poker beside him. I'll help you revise. He practically dragged James towards the stairs, their footsteps echoing in the empty corridor. Ilia watched them vanish, the ink on the parchment smudging into a blur. Lily appeared behind her at some point, arms crossed and grinning. He still didn't say anything? Ilia shook her head, her fingers unconsciously tracing the crumpled edges of the parchment. No. Lily gently patted her shoulder, the moonlight outside illuminating the tips of Ilia's hair. Don't rush. Some secrets, like brewing potions, need time. Her gaze drifted towards the direction Sirius had gone. When the moment is right, they will inevitably bubble over. A spark ignited in the fireplace, casting a glow upon Elia's contemplative profile. Within the tension of finals, that unspoken night lingered like a memory sealed by a forgetting charm, quietly awaiting its moment to be reopened. Chapter 53. The Secret Operation at Malfoy Manor. As the final bell for the exams reverberated through the corridors, the Hogwarts Express, billowing steam, came to a halt at platform 9 3/4. Students jostled eagerly towards the train doors, the air thick with the exhilaration of impending freedom and the bittersweet pangs of parting. "Aren't you coming to my house?" James persistently tugged at Sirius's sleeve, his other hand struggling to shove a chocolate frog, which was attempting to escape, back into its cage. "Dad just got a new automatic quaffle launching device." Sirius, carrying his modest luggage, let his dark hair flutter gently in the summer breeze. His gaze inadvertently swept over Alia, who was busy organizing her backpack, and a mysterious smile played at the corners of his lips. There was a crucial plan that needed to unfold at Grimmauld Place. A confession plan, of course. One he would never voice aloud. Alia seemed to sense something, abruptly lifting her head only to catch Sirius's slightly flustered but swiftly averted gaze. She tilted her head, her eyes brimming with curiosity, just about to inquire when a sharp whistle suddenly sliced through the air, drowning out her words. "What's this mysterious plan?" James shouted, being swept along by the throng. Struggling against the current, he glanced back at Sirius, a look of reluctance etched on his face. Sirius simply smiled, took 2 steps back, and casually gestured by his temple, a silent farewell. In the attic of number 12 Grimmauld Place, Sirius kicked aside a mountain of family tomes and extracted a gilded notebook from a hidden compartment. Kreacher stood at the door, balancing a tray of lemon tea, his ears twitching nervously. "If the young master wishes to write, he may do so in the study," the house elf muttered. "Silence, Kreacher." Sirius kept his head down, the quill gliding smoothly across the parchment as he penned. "Tell mother I am studying genealogy magic, should she inquire." From a drawer, he retrieved a small velvet box. Inside lay a brooch, encrusted with rubies, quietly glimmering. This summer, he spoke to the empty attic, he would surely express his feelings. Meanwhile, at the Potter family's dining table, a conversation regarding pureblood family unions was underway. Lucius Malfoy was set to announce his engagement to Narcissa Black, and Mr. Potter set down the Daily Prophet, his brow furrowed. The alliance of 2 of the most fervent pureblood families was hardly welcome news. Alia's fork hovered midair, her eyes suddenly alight. "The Malfoy family?" She turned to James, lowering her voice. "James, shall we embark on an adventure?" "Adventure?" James perked up immediately. "What kind of adventure?" That evening, in the Potter family's underground cellar, a cauldron simmered with eerie purple bubbles. Alia cautiously added the final piece of lacewing flies, the liquid instantly transforming into a clear amber hue. "So your idea of an adventure is to disguise ourselves as someone else and infiltrate this engagement party?" James squatted beside her, watching as Alia poured the polyjuice potion into small vials. "Exactly," Alia nodded. "We need to masquerade as members of a pureblood family." Ava checked. "Daphne Selwyn and her cousin Jason Travers are currently in France, and will not be attending." James rubbed his hands together excitedly. "Sounds promising. Perhaps we'll even encounter Bigfoot." On the day of the engagement party, the iron gates of Malfoy Manor gleamed coldly in the sunlight. Alia and James hid in nearby foliage, each drinking down the polyjuice potion. The moment the potion slid down their throats, a surge of heat radiated from their stomachs throughout their bodies. "Merlin's beard." James doubled over in agony, watching as his hands twisted and contorted like melting wax. "This is even worse than I imagined. I've turned into an old man." Alia fought against her discomfort, gazing at her reflection in the fountain, her golden hair and blue-eyed appearance. "Remember, I am Daphne Selwyn, and you are my cousin Jason Travers." They adjusted their borrowed finery and strode confidently towards the manor's entrance. The house elf glanced at them before bowing deeply. "Miss Selwyn and Mr. Travers have arrived." Inside the manor, pureblood wizards gathered in clusters, discussing the name that could not be spoken. Crystal chandeliers illuminated the hall as house elves scurried about, bearing silver trays. "Look. There's Bigfoot," James pointed discreetly. Sirius stood in a corner, clad in a formal black suit, his expression inscrutable. His gaze swept the room, lingering momentarily on Daphne before drifting away indifferently. "He looks terrible," Alia whispered. "I'll be right back. I need to find the restroom. You keep an eye on him." She quietly slipped out of the hall, following the map etched in her memory towards the Malfoy study. According to her research, the study should be at the end of the eastern corridor. "You shouldn't be here." A sharp voice suddenly pierced the air. Alia turned to see a house elf with tennis ball-sized eyes, dressed in a tattered pillowcase. "Dobby," Alia ventured cautiously. recalling that Sirius had once mentioned this peculiar house elf belonging to the Malfoys. The elf's large eyes widened further. Miss knows Dobby's name? He abruptly began to bang his head against the wall. Bad Dobby. Bad Dobby. Talking to guests. Stop. Alia grasped Dobby's frail arm. I need your help. Dobby ceased his self-punishment, eyeing her warily. What does Miss desire? There's a very dangerous dark magical item in the Malfoy study. Alia locked eyes with Dobby. Can you take me there? Dobby's ears twitched anxiously. Dobby cannot. Dobby must obey. But you can take me to the study, can't you? Alia spoke softly. I won't take anything. I just want to look. Dobby twisted the edge of his pillowcase, ultimately nodding. Dobby will take Miss. But Miss must be very careful of very dark magic. Following Dobby through the labyrinthine corridors, Alia finally arrived at an ornately carved oak door. Dobby snapped his fingers, and the lock clicked open. The study was dimly lit, filled with ancient tomes on dark magic lining the walnut shelves. Dobby pointed towards a glass display case, within which lay a black diary, its cover embossed with the name Riddle in gold. Alia's heart raced. This was it. Voldemort's Horcrux. Miss cannot touch. Dobby exclaimed in terror. There's very bad magic. Alia had already drawn her wand. Alohomora. The display case's lock clicked open. As her fingers neared the diary, an icy chill enveloped her. As if countless frigid hands were gripping her wrist. Whispers echoed ominously in her ears, as if from a great distance. Someone has entered the study. A cold voice called from outside. Abraxas Malfoy. Dobby trembled in fear. Miss must leave. Now. I cannot leave it. Alia gritted her teeth, seizing the diary. In an instant, a black mist erupted from the diary, her fingers encased in a thin layer of ice as the cold surged through her veins to her heart, nearly choking her. Dobby. Help Miss. The house elf suddenly leaped between them, snapping his fingers. A heavy crystal chandelier plummeted from the ceiling, crashing down before Abraxas, shards scattering everywhere. Amidst the chaos, Alia stuffed the diary into her sleeve, replacing it with an identical one from the shelf, restoring everything to its original state, and then followed Dobby out the door. The corridor echoed with Abraxas's furious shouts and the incantations of curses. A green light grazed her shoulder, exploding a sizable hole in the wall. This way. Dobby tugged Alia through a secret passage. Dobby will take Miss to the garden. When Elia arrived at the garden, she was panting heavily, and the entire estate had already sounded the alarm. She spotted James anxiously scanning the snack table. We must leave. She grasped James's arm. Wait a moment. James suddenly seized a passing dark figure, who turned out to be Sirius. Sirius appeared taken aback, bewildered by the unfamiliar couple holding on to him. Just as he was about to shake them off, he heard a familiar voice. Bigfoot, it's me, James whispered. The astonishment in Sirius's gray eyes was nearly overwhelming. Have you lost your minds? He exclaimed, glancing around and lowering his voice. The entire estate is searching for intruders. At that moment, Dobby emerged from the bushes. Follow Dobby. Dobby knows the way. Dobby led the three through the kitchen corridor, grabbing a handful of flue powder. Dobby helps the kind sir and madam escape. In the green flames, Elia's last sight was of Dobby bowing deeply. She had succeeded. Chapter 54. Hidden Secrets. As the trio tumbled out of the Potter family's fireplace, Elia clutched the black diary tightly in her hand. Sirius was the first to rise, staring at the now restored pair with a mixture of anger and disbelief. You better have a good explanation. His voice was dangerously low. Why are my two best friends at that damned engagement party? And why did you steal something from the Malfoy estate? James grinned broadly, brushing ash off his clothes. It's a long story, mate. But first, welcome to our adventure. Elia cautiously extracted the black diary. Sirius's gaze fell upon it, his complexion suddenly paling. Merlin, what is this? He murmured. Elia's fingertips tapped a restless rhythm on the oak table, as she endeavored to sound calm. It's merely a diary cursed with dark magic. She avoided Sirius's probing gaze. The Malfoys possess quite a collection of such dangerous artifacts. Sirius raised an eyebrow, his long fingers reaching towards the diary that lay quietly on the table. The embossed gold letters of Riddle on the cover glinted eerily in the candlelight. Don't touch it. Elia nearly leapt up to grasp Sirius's wrist. Her reaction was so intense that even James looked up in surprise, half a biscuit still in his mouth. The confusion in Sirius's gray eyes deepened. But he slowly withdrew his hand. Is it really that dangerous? James swallowed his biscuit, frowning in confusion. Wait, you went to the restroom and came back with a diary? Elia's throat tightened. She could not reveal to them that this was a Horcrux of Voldemort, nor could she allow them to be embroiled in such peril. As I passed the study, it exuded an aura of dark magic. She attempted to downplay, so I borrowed it for some research. Borrowed? Sirius scoffed, though his expression remained serious. Elia, breaking into the Malfoy estate was dangerous enough. You stole their dark magical items as well? He lowered his voice. Next time, don't take such risks. There's plenty of this sort of thing at Grimmauld Place. If you want to study them, I can provide you with all you need. A wave of guilt washed over Elia. Sirius truly cared for her well-being. She cast her eyes downward, her fingers unconsciously twisting the edge of her robe. I understand. James seized the moment to break the silence. All right, this adventure was primarily to rescue you. He patted Sirius on the shoulder. You look like you've had a rough time. Sirius's expression immediately lightened, a familiar nonchalant smile tugging at his lips. Minor issue. Just another round of being confined without food. Mrs. Walburga has no creativity whatsoever. Are you hungry now? Elia suddenly stood up. I'll cook for you. Sirius raised an eyebrow. You can cook? He glanced at James. Aside from those teeth-rotting cookies? Who are you looking down on? Elia huffed, carefully placing the diary into her bag, ensuring it was well wrapped in layers of clothing. In the kitchen, Elia waved her wand, setting the spatula and knife to work autonomously. She concentrated on frying the steak, sprinkling spices she had found in the pantry. Sirius leaned against the doorframe, watching her busy figure with an indescribable emotion in his eyes. I never expected this. When Elia placed the steaming pasta and perfectly medium-rare steak before him, Sirius said softly, You can do more than just bake cookies. He cut a small piece of steak and placed it in his mouth, his eyes lighting up at the flavor. Elia felt her cheeks flush, quickly turning to grab the ketchup. It's nothing, my mother taught me. She said even with magic, one should know how to fill their belly without a wand. Sirius began to eat quietly, his movements elegant yet swift, clearly ravenous. While James chattered incessantly about how they had infiltrated the banquet. You eat first, I'll head back to my room, Elia suddenly said, picking up her bag. She could feel the diary vibrating slightly within, as if something were trying to break free. Sirius looked up at her, a bit of sauce still on his lips. Aren't you eating? Not very hungry. Elia forced a smile. You two enjoy your meal. As she ascended the stairs, she heard James lowering his voice to ask Sirius, what's up with her? She has been acting strange since returning from the Malfoy estate. I don't know, Sirius's voice carried a clear note of concern, but it's definitely related to that damn diary. Elia quickened her pace, her heart pounding in her chest. She locked her room door, and carefully placed the diary on her bed. Moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating the black cover. The embossed letters appearing to writhe, forming and dissolving. I know what you are, she whispered to the diary, her wand gripped tightly in her hand. I won't let you harm them. The diary lay quietly, but Elia swore she heard a faint laugh, as if emanating from a great distance. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Sirius set down his fork, gazing thoughtfully towards the stairs. What's wrong? James inquired. Sirius shook his head. Nothing. Has Elia been acting strangely lately? James shrugged. Aside from being particularly anxious about that diary during our adventure? Not really. Suddenly he broke into a grin. Oh right. She seemed especially concerned about your being confined, constantly asking me about the Black family. The tips of Sirius's ears turned slightly red as he lowered his head to continue eating, though his lips unconsciously curled upward. Upstairs, Elia was drawing protective spells around the diary with her wand. It must be destroyed, she mused to herself. Perhaps I can consult Dumbledore. Chapter 55. The Secret Meeting in Godric's Hollow. On a rainy morning, Godric's Hollow was shrouded in a thin mist. Elia stood before the peculiar octagonal house, her fingers tightly gripping the strap of her bag. The diary inside felt like a block of ice, the chill seeping through the fabric and sending shivers down her spine. She knocked on the door 3 times, but no one answered. Just as she turned to leave, the oak door slid open silently. Oh my dear child. Here to visit. Are you? Come in. Would you like to try some honey lemon drops? Dumbledore hurriedly descended the spiral staircase, his blue eyes sparkling with surprise behind half-moon glasses. He wore a star-patterned dressing gown, his hair in a disheveled bun, clearly just having risen. Elia's fingertips dug deeply into her palm. The Dumbledore before her was a stark contrast to the formidable headmaster etched in her memory, more youthful, with a beard less elongated. Yet his piercing blue eyes remained as sharp as an eagle's. Professor, she stammered, her voice trembling uncontrollably, as though a wad of cotton had lodged itself in her throat. Do not be anxious, my child. Take a deep breath, Dumbledore said with a gentle smile. With a subtle wave of his wand, 2 cups brimming with golden, effervescent beverages materialized upon the coffee table. I surmise you have brought an unusually intriguing gift? Elia nodded, retrieving the black diary from her satchel. The moment it made contact with the surface of the table, The magical instruments in the room erupted in a cacophony of shrill alarms, their needles spinning wildly as if protesting the arrival of this sinister object. A flicker of seriousness crossed Dumbledore's countenance as his elder wand slipped from his sleeve, elegantly inscribing a complex symbol in the air. The agitated instruments fell silent, like children soothed to calm. Riddle, he murmured, the name embossed in gold, tinged with a hint of sorrow, as if mourning a lost soul. This diary is far older than you, Miss Potter. Elia nodded, her mind clouded with the palpable dark energy emanating from the diary, which lingered even beneath Dumbledore's protective enchantments, casting a chilling aura around her. Intriguingly, Dumbledore adjusted his glasses, his gaze soft yet probing. A relic from your school days. And yet it brings you such distress? What prompted you to seek my counsel? He lightly tapped his wand against the teacup, transforming the liquid within into a silvery memory swirling in a meditation basin, shimmering with an enigmatic glow. Unless I already know it is a Horcrux. Elia summoned her courage, her voice quaking uncontrollably as she confessed, I know it belongs to Voldemort. The silvery glow at the tip of Dumbledore's wand extinguished abruptly, and the room was cloaked in silence, broken only by the soft sound of Fawkes preening his feathers. Dumbledore slowly removed his glasses, his blue eyes, capable of penetrating the depths of the soul, flickering with shock and relief. I surmise your path to this knowledge has been rather extraordinary, has it not? His voice was gentle, akin to soothing a frightened child, yet imbued with undeniable wisdom. Elia exhaled deeply, indeed, for I hail from another world, where all of this is merely a renowned tale. Fawkes suddenly emitted a clear, bright cry. As if in response to this time-crossing secret, Dumbledore listened intently, the symbol of the Deathly Hallows on his silver ring faintly glowing, resonating with the passage of time. Continue. My child, speak at your own pace, he encouraged with a warm smile. Thus, Elia recounted everything she knew of the original narrative to Dumbledore, including his own sacrifice atop the Astronomer's Tower, the entwined fates of Harry and Voldemort, and the whereabouts of all the Horcruxes. By the end, her voice was hoarse, as if she had released a great burden. Dumbledore rose slowly, his gentle smile unwavering. You have omitted the most crucial part, my dear, he said softly, resting the tip of his wand against his temple, and extracting a wisp of silver. Time travel requires an anchor point, a complete causal loop. Elia bit her lip. In my world, Ktten.part Potter has only one son. Suddenly, foxtail feathers ignited in brilliant flames, the warm light illuminating the entire room. The phoenix began its cycle of rebirth, golden feathers turning to ash in the blaze, new life burgeoning forth. It appeared that as the elder donned his glasses once more, his voice regained its tranquility, yet bore an unprecedented firmness. We must collaborate to explore how to rewrite this story, my dear prophetess. Meanwhile, chaos reigned at Potter Manor. It's been 3 hours. She never just vanishes without a word. James paced the living room, his hair more disheveled than usual, evidently having tugged at it repeatedly. Sirius leaned against the fireplace, his dark hair damp against his shoulders, his gray eyes contemplative as they gazed into the flames. He recalled Elia's peculiar expression upon seeing the diary yesterday, her face paling instantly as if she had witnessed something dreadful. Wait, James suddenly halted, his eyes lighting up. Did she not mention an eccentric old scholar in Godric's Hollow last week? What are we waiting for? Let's go, Sirius exclaimed, seizing the broom hanging by the door. James followed closely, oblivious to the heavy rain pouring outside. The two burst into the downpour, drenched instantly. James' glasses fogged with raindrops, but he merely wiped them hastily before mounting his broom. Wait. Do you know where this old scholar resides? Sirius shouted over the rain. The most peculiar octagonal house in Godric's Hollow. James called back, already airborne. Keep up, old friend. The rain lashed against their faces painfully, yet they paid it no heed. Though Elia often entertained eccentric thoughts, she would never simply disappear without cause. An unsettling feeling surged within Sirius. Ever since that cursed diary had appeared, Elia had been acting strangely. Back at Dumbledore's abode, Elia suddenly spoke. Professor, I wish to partake in the endeavor to destroy the Horcruxes. Dumbledore frowned slightly. I believe a third-year student. I understand the peril, Elia interjected, her eyes shimmering with determination, but I possess a deeper understanding of their nature than anyone else. I must ensure that no one dies this time, especially not my loved ones or friends. Dumbledore regarded the seemingly fragile yet resolute girl, hesitating for a moment before finally nodding. You cannot act alone. Elia sighed in relief, about to respond when a sudden flurry of footsteps echoed from outside. Through the curtain of rain, she discerned two familiar figures drawing near. Professor, do not let them know just yet, Elia urged hastily. When the moment is right, I will speak of it myself. Dumbledore nodded subtly, waving his wand to make the diary vanish into a drawer concealed by an invisibility charm. Just then, the door burst open, the damp air mingling with the refreshing scent of rain flooding into the room. Sirius was the first to enter, his dark hair plastered to his face. "Elia, do you have any idea how long we've been searching for you?" His gaze suddenly shifted to Dumbledore, wariness flickering in his eyes. "What's going on?" James peeked from behind Sirius, droplets of rain decorating his glasses. "Yes, that particularly precious golden sniffler. It stole my His eyes landed on the steaming mug of cocoa on the coffee table. "My Quidditch gear." A glimmer of amusement crossed Dumbledore's eyes. "How fortuitous. I did indeed see a rodent scurrying eastward towards the valley just earlier. Perhaps before that, you might want to warm yourselves?" He conjured 2 dry towels. Elia stifled a laugh, feigning calmness as she inquired, "What brings you here?" "We noticed your absence early this morning," James complained while toweling his hair. "We thought you'd been kidnapped." Sirius cut straight to the chase. "So what were you doing with Professor Dumbledore?" Elia glanced at Dumbledore, who gave a barely perceptible nod. "I finished examining the diary from yesterday, so I brought it to the professor." Sirius narrowed his eyes, clearly unconvinced by her explanation. But James eagerly snatched a lemon sherbet off the table and popped it into his mouth. "I knew you had a penchant for these peculiar old trinkets," he mumbled, turning to Dumbledore. "Professor, could you take a look at this?" He produced a writhing silver object from his pocket. Dumbledore took the silver object, examining it with great care. A memory orb, albeit seemingly afflicted by some form of counter-curse. While Dumbledore and James were engrossed in discussion about the memory orb, Sirius stealthily approached Elia, lowering his voice to inquire, "Is it truly just that?" Elia met his gaze, her heart racing. Yet her exterior remained composed. What else could it be? Sirius scrutinized her for a few seconds before letting out a soft sigh. "Next time, leave a note, Elia. We nearly believed you had been captured by Death Eaters." "I promise," she murmured, gently pinching Sirius's damp sleeve. "You both are soaked to the skin." Dumbledore's voice echoed from the other end of the room. "I believe all 3 of you could use a cup of hot cocoa," and his eyes briefly met Elia's. A flicker of understanding passing through his blue irises. "Perhaps we can discuss how to retrieve that precious golden sniffer." The rain began to subside, sunlight filtering through the clouds, as the 4 of them sat around the coffee table, each lost in their own thoughts. Elia understood that from this day forth, everything would be different. She was no longer a mere observer in the story, but a participant. The secret alliance between her and Dumbledore would become the strongest weapon against the encroaching darkness. Chapter 56, Starlight and Vows. Rainwater trickled down the windowsills of Potter Manor. 3 damp figures huddled around the oak dining table, while the house elf, Bubbles, magically dried their hair, the sound of gentle puffs echoing in the air. James's hair became even more disheveled, resembling a bird's nest struck by lightning. "So that peculiar old man is indeed Professor Dumbledore?" James mumbled through a mouthful of chocolate frog, the confection leaping from his fingers to the windowsill. Just as Elia was about to respond, soft footsteps echoed from the staircase. Euphemia entered the kitchen, cradling a stack of moisture-proof letters, and placed a missive bearing the Black family crest before Sirius, gently saying, "My dear, your mother has written." Sirius's smile instantly froze, his fingers lingering on the gilded family emblem for a heartbeat. Elia discreetly nudged his knee beneath the table, sensing his taut muscles gradually relax. Sirius returned a strained smile, tucking the letter deep into his pocket. That evening, while Elia was making her bed, she discovered a glowing parchment tucked beneath her pillow. She unfolded the note, and Sirius's familiar scrawl shimmered in the darkness. "Meet me on the rooftop." Her heart raced suddenly. The rooftop of Potter Manor was their secret base. But Sirius had never summoned her in such a manner. Elia tiptoed down the corridor. As she pushed open the small door to the rooftop, the night breeze enveloped her, carrying the scents of grass and stars. Sirius was perched beneath the weather vane shaped like a flying thief, his long legs dangling over the edge of the eaves. Hearing her approach, he tossed her a bottle of butterbeer without turning around. "Is James asleep?" Elia caught the bottle, the cool glass beaded with condensation. After being served 5 cups of hot milk by Bubbles, Sirius turned around, the moonlight outlining the sharp angles of his profile. Now cradling his firebolt and murmuring in his sleep, he exaggeratedly imitated James's snoring, but accidentally knocked over an empty bottle while turning. As the bottle clattered to the ground, both of them bent down to retrieve it. At the moment their fingertips brushed, Elia instinctively recoiled, realizing that Sirius wasn't teasing her as he usually would. His gray eyes appeared unusually profound in the moonlight, stripped of their usual jest. "What did you discuss with Professor Dumbledore today?" he suddenly asked, his tone grave and earnest. Elia's heart skipped a beat. Sirius was always far more perceptive than James. I also inquired about some spells. She rotated the butterbeer bottle in her hands, the droplets staining the wooden floor with darkened spots. Sirius took a swig of beer, his Adam's apple bobbing. You've been acting strangely lately. Elia's breath hitched for a moment. Why do you say that? Each time you see me and James fooling around, your expression resembles his when he is choosing his words. Your fingers unconsciously tracing the label of the bottle, as if you're watching a Quidditch match where you already know the outcome, including that diary. Elia clearly hadn't anticipated Sirius to be so direct. The night breeze suddenly grew boisterous, tousling the strands of hair framing her face. Just as she was about to defend herself, Sirius unexpectedly knelt before her, leaving her completely dumbfounded. Merlin's beard, he awkwardly raked his dark hair, revealing a rare, self-conscious smile. Ultimately, he simply held Elia's hand gently, his voice softer than ever. Whatever you're worried about, we can face it together. Elia gazed at his face, her throat tightening. Sirius's palm was warm and rough, and she blurted out, "What if I ask you to do something very dangerous, but cannot guarantee your safety?" "I will," Sirius replied instantly, his speed causing Elia to blink in surprise. Elia clearly did not expect such a swift response from Sirius. He continued, "I will accompany you on dangerous endeavors, but please don't think you can shake me off and play the hero alone." His thumb gently brushed over her knuckles, as if soothing a startled sniffer. Sirius regarded Elia intently, the night breeze suddenly turning warm, and Elia found herself unconsciously leaning closer, until she could count the lashes on Sirius's eyes. When their proximity allowed them to feel each other's breath, James's drowsy shout echoed from downstairs. "Bigfoot! Where's my broom care oil?" Sirius jerked back abruptly, nearly toppling over the edge of the rooftop. Elia quickly grasped his wrist, and they tumbled into a heap, laughing breathlessly on the stone floor. Sirius's laughter was deep and magnetic, resonating in the night sky. "Merlin," Sirius blushed as he helped her remove leaves from her hair. "Should we perhaps first make a gesture for writing a letter? Something formal?" Elia couldn't help but laugh. "Are you going to write me a love letter? Using those rhyming prank poems?" "Hey, the limerick I wrote for Peeves won an award." Sirius feigned hurt, clutching his chest, then produced a small velvet box from his pocket. The moment the box opened, a ruby flying thief hairpin sparkled in the moonlight, the gem surrounded by tiny golden wings, as if ready to take flight at any moment. "I had intended to find a more suitable occasion." Sirius's voice carried an unusual tension. Elia gazed at the exquisite hairpin, her heart racing. "Put it on me." Sirius's fingers were unexpectedly clumsy, failing to grasp her hair several times. Elia chuckled as she watched him struggle with the hairpin. Then, while he was distracted, she stealthily kissed his cheek, a return gift. Sirius broke into a goofy smile, his ears turning as red as if cursed with a dye spell. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he hesitated about James. "No," Elia interjected firmly, "he will undoubtedly leave 10 dung bombs on our first date. So let us keep it a secret for now." Elia mischievously winked. Sirius conjured a singing rose to pin behind her ear, the petals quivering with the melody. "But there will be interest after curfew at the astronomy tower. How about that?" The following morning, Elia was awakened by the subtle movements beside her. A delicate origami sniffer was nudging her cheek with its nose. Unfolded, Sirius's characteristic scrawl danced upon the paper. "There's a surprise in the kitchen. Don't bring a pointed fork." Elia pressed the note to her chest, her heart racing beneath her silk pajamas. She tiptoed down the corridor, the wooden floor creaking softly beneath her feet. Before even stepping into the dining room, the enticing aromas of caramel and fried eggs enveloped the air, intermingled with a warm hint of spices. In the kitchen, Sirius stood with his back to the entrance. The sleeves of his black morning robe rolled up to his elbows, revealing his muscular forearms. His wand gracefully traced arcs in the air, as a fried egg executed a perfect backflip before landing steadily back in the pan. 3 glasses of orange juice were lined up neatly on the counter, one of which had been magically transformed into a bizarre purple hue, bubbling ominously, clearly a prank drink intended for James. "Since when can you cook with magic?" Elia leaned against the doorframe, her voice tinged with unmistakable astonishment. At the sound of her voice, Sirius turned, nearly poking himself in the eye with his wand. "I merely consulted a house elf's recipe," he replied, his ears flushing crimson as he deftly scooped the egg onto a plate, the yolk forming a perfect heart shape, adorned with twinkling star-shaped bits of ham. "Wow," Elia exclaimed, breaking the yolk, golden liquid flowing like honey. "I suppose this is the Black family's ancestral enthrall pureblood maiden's secret recipe?" In fact, Sirius leaned closer, his warm breath brushing against her earlobe. "I noticed you always save the yolk for last during breakfast." His voice dropped to a conspiratorial whisper, brimming with mischievous pride, as if he were cherishing the most exquisite of treasures. Elia's cheeks flushed instantaneously, just as she was about to respond when James burst into the kitchen, his hair resembling a bird's nest. "Why is my broom singing the latest single from the Weird Sisters?" Sirius quickly distanced himself, feigning intense concentration on the toast. Elia stifled a giggle, glancing down to find a tiny golden star congealed on the rim of her orange juice glass. After breakfast, Sirius stood at the doorway adjusting his collar. "I must take my leave. If I linger any longer, Mrs. Walburga might send a howler." James, with half a slice of toast in his mouth, mumbled indistinctly, "Need us to break you out?" "Not this time." Sirius winked at Elia, a glimmer in his gray eyes that only she could comprehend. He deliberately took his time tying his shoelaces in the hallway, stalling until James went off to find his flying broom. Suddenly he pulled Elia into a closet. The cramped space filled with the scent of woolen scarves and dragon-hide gloves. In the darkness, he gently kissed her cheek, whispering, "Remember to think of me." Elia shyly nodded, her fingers unconsciously brushing over the ruby snitch nestled in her hair. Chapter 57. Silver birds and flying snitches. The steam at platform 9 3/4 swirled in the morning light, draping the entire platform in a dreamy veil. Elia stood at the edge of the crowd, her fingers absent-mindedly caressing the silver necklace around her neck. The very one Sirius had given her upon their first meeting. "What are you staring at?" James suddenly appeared from behind, his tousled hair more unruly than before the summer break, as if struck by lightning. On his shoulder perched a newly purchased pygmy puff, attempting to catch the golden snitch pendant swinging from his glasses chain, emitting tiny squeaks. "I'm here. Merlin's stinky socks," James suddenly shouted, startling the pygmy puff to tumble to the ground, bouncing like a fluff ball. He pointed towards the end of the platform. "Is that not a Bigfoot?" Through the mist, a tall, slender figure in black began to take shape. Sirius had grown considerably taller since the summer, his school robes draped casually over his shoulders, accentuating his stature. His hair was slightly longer than before, tied back in a small bun at the nape of his neck, with a few rebellious strands falling over his forehead, adding an air of nonchalance. Sirius clearly noticed them and approached, saying, "What are you two dawdling about for?" Elia immediately noticed the faint shadows under his eyes, as if he had not rested well in quite some time. His skin appeared paler than before, the bluish veins almost visible beneath the surface. Sirius playfully bumped James with his shoulder. "Don't you recognize your best friend?" James dramatically clutched his chest. "Merlin, did Mrs. Black forget to feed you?" He reached out to pinch Sirius's cheek. "I almost thought I was looking at a vampire." Sirius nimbly dodged, though his gaze inadvertently fell upon Elia's necklace. A barely perceptible smile tugged at his lips, a warmth flickering in his gray eyes. "Look at this." Sirius suddenly pulled out a piece of parchment from his robe, waving it in front of James. "Hogsmeade sign-up sheet." James snatched it eagerly, his eyes wide behind his glasses. "How did you get this?" "No way. I borrowed my dear cousin Bellatrix's signature style." Sirius lowered his voice, a mischievous glint in his eyes. "You're insane." James gasped, then broke into a wide grin, revealing his two prominent canine teeth. "That's brilliant." Without hesitation, James slung an arm around Sirius's shoulders as they made their way to the carriage, while Sirius raised an eyebrow at Elia before effortlessly taking the luggage from her hands. Once seated in the carriage, Elia pulled out a pocket-sized container and offered it to Sirius. "Freshly made pumpkin porridge from this morning. Good for your stomach." Sirius accepted it with a smile, savoring each bite. His movements were so graceful they belied his 13 years, a testament to his strict pureblood upbringing. James rolled his eyes. "So this is what you were secretly preparing so early in the morning. I thought it was something more exciting." Sirius looked up, raising an eyebrow. "So early in the morning?" "Yes, 5 o'clock, James yawned, pointing to his own dark circles. "Do you see these?" "I was awakened by her." Elia retorted. "Are you sure it wasn't from a nightmare?" She deliberately emphasized the word scared, causing James to nearly jump from his seat. Just then, the carriage door swung open. Remus stood at the entrance, his hair gleaming golden in the sunlight, a gentle smile playing on his lips. His robes were somewhat worn, yet impeccably clean, exuding a scent of sunshine and soap. "It seems I've missed quite a bit," he said softly, stepping aside to let Peter, who was clutching a large bag of fizzing whiz-bees, climb aboard, his cheeks dusted with sugar. "Missed what?" Peter mumbled with a mouthful of candy. "Any new prank plans?" James immediately perked up, launching into an animated recounting of their summer escapades. Remus listened quietly, occasionally interjecting, but his gaze flitted back and forth between Sirius and Elia, a faint smile lingering on his lips. After finishing his meal, Sirius lazily leaned back in his seat, his long fingers absent-mindedly tapping the window frame. When his eyes met Elia's, the smile in his gray eyes deepened. He discreetly pointed to his pocket, and then to Elia's necklace. Understanding, Elia excused herself to the restroom. Leaving the carriage. Seizing the opportunity, Sirius remarked, "Wait for me. I'll wash your container," and followed her out. James scratched his head. "Can't one just clean it up? Why go outside?" Remus raised an eyebrow, pulling out a copy of Intermediate Transfiguration. "Who knows?" His voice held a teasing lilt. But James seemed oblivious, turning to discuss the upcoming Quidditch matches with Peter. Elia stood by the window at the junction of the two carriages, watching the scenery rush by. "Did you miss me?" Sirius's voice floated to her ears, laced with familiar teasing yet tinged with a fatigue that only she could detect. "Did you not fare well at home? You've lost weight," she asked softly, her fingers unconsciously brushing against his gaunt cheek. His cheekbones were sharper, his jawline chiseled as if carved from stone. Sirius grasped her hand, gently kissing her fingertips. "Better than Azkaban." He spoke with a casual nonchalance. Yet Elia discerned the fleeting shadow that flickered in his eyes. She understood that the black ancestral home was akin to a prison for him. The family portraits that seemed to scream, and the omnipresent dark magical artifacts were sufficient to drive anyone to madness. But it was worth it. "I managed to procure a signature." Suddenly, Sirius broke into a grin, that familiar, mischievous smile returning to his face. "You really forged your mother's signature?" Elia's eyes widened in disbelief. "Even better," Sirius leaned in with a wicked smirk, the familiar scent of pine still clinging to him. "I had Creature steal it. That old coot has been increasingly disregarding my mother's orders lately." His expression grew serious in an instant. "So just the two of us for Hogsmeade?" Elia nodded, her heart racing uncontrollably. "James is going to be furious." "Let him be angry," Sirius replied indifferently, suddenly producing a small box from his pocket. "I brought you something." Inside the box lay a silver brooch, shaped like a soaring bird, its wings spread as if ready to ascend into the clouds. The bird's eye was a tiny sapphire, sparkling brilliantly in the sunlight. "It pairs with my necklace," he explained, his voice becoming somewhat shy, his ears tinged with crimson. "I found it in the Black family vault. It is said to have been a token of affection given by an ancestor to their beloved, capable of protecting the wearer from peril." Elia delicately pinned the brooch onto her robes, the silver bird glimmering against the fabric. "Thank you," she whispered. "I adore it." She rose onto her tiptoes and placed a gentle kiss on Sirius's cheek. His face flushed deeply, yet he quickly resumed his nonchalant demeanor, pulling Elia into his embrace. Elia shyly buried her face against his chest, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. "Hey, have you seen Black?" a Ravenclaw student called from the corridor. "No, but it seems he has a girlfriend," another voice responded. "I just saw him embracing someone at the carriage junction." "Really?" "Ooh." I couldn't see clearly. The girl was hidden in his arms. Upon hearing these discussions, Sirius not only held Elia tighter, but also tenderly stroked her hair, as if soothing a frightened creature. His chin rested atop her head, his voice reverberating through his chest with a slight tremor. "Let them guess." Elia stifled a laugh in his embrace, the silver bird brooch pressed against her heart, as if it were ready to take flight alongside her quickening pulse. Chapter 58. A secret conversation in the headmaster's office. After the sorting ceremony concluded, a jubilant cheer erupted from the Gryffindor table. James eagerly turned to Sirius, oblivious to the pudding sauce dripping onto his robes. "Bigfoot, I just heard you were holding a girl on the train?" James's eyes widened in astonishment, as if he had witnessed a flying giant squid. Sirius lounged back in his chair, mischief twinkling in his gray eyes. "Indeed. And my best mate is dating without informing me." James theatrically clutched his chest, as if mortally wounded. "Quick, tell me who it is." Sirius cast a glance at Elia, a smirk playing at his lips. "She's rather shy. Perhaps I'll introduce you when the opportunity arises." Elia, pretending to examine her napkin, felt her shoulders tremble slightly, while Remus wore an expression that suggested he was privy to all. James, fuming, jabbed at the pudding on his plate. "Fine, don't tell me. But I swear I'll find out." He suddenly turned to Elia. "Elia, did you see anything on the train? I heard she has red hair." Elia, clearly caught off guard, choked on her drink and began to cough violently. Sirius hastily offered her a glass of orange juice, gently brushing his fingers across her hand. After taking a sip, Elia struggled to maintain her composure. "I don't know. I didn't see." James narrowed his eyes in skepticism, poised to press further when Professor McGonagall's stern visage appeared behind them. "Miss Potter," her Scottish brogue more pronounced than usual, "Professor Dumbledore wishes to see you. Now." James's fork halted midair, pudding sauce dripping onto his robes. "Summoned by the headmaster on the very first day?" He whistled. You haven't secretly blown up the Black Lake over the summer, have you? Sirius discreetly kicked James under the table, a flicker of concern in his gray eyes. While Elia quietly squeezed his hand, rising to follow Professor McGonagall out of the Great Hall. She could feel Sirius's gaze upon her until the doors closed behind her. As she traversed the moving staircases, Elia's heartbeat quickened, the creaking of the spiral stairs synchronizing with her pulse, as she speculated that Dumbledore wished to discuss Horcruxes. Professor McGonagall paused before the statue of the trick staircase, uttering the password, "Lemon Drop." The stone beast leaped aside, and the spiral staircase began to ascend slowly. The door to the headmaster's office swung open, revealing the scents of honey, parchment, and some ancient magic wafting through the air. To her surprise, the office was empty. Only Fawkes was perched on a branch, preening his feathers, the Sorting Hat dozing on a shelf, and the portraits of past headmasters regarded this unexpected visitor with curiosity. Another child from the Potter lineage. A wizard with long black curls suddenly spoke, his frame exquisitely ornate, adorned with silver serpent decorations. Phineas Nigellus Black. The most popular headmaster in Hogwarts history and the most handsome, of course. Elia couldn't help but chuckle. Sirius's great-great-grandfather. His discerning gaze and haughty tone mirrored that of Sirius himself. "Do not heed that old fool's boasting," interjected the portrait of Professor Dolores Umbridge, a kindly-looking witch. "He was nearly ousted by students back in his day." Phineas, unfazed, stroked his beard. "That was merely out of jealousy for my talents." However, he suddenly squinted, leaning forward to scrutinize Elia. "Interesting, very interesting." Elia instinctively touched the silver necklace around her neck, and the flying bird brooch on her chest. I knew that necklace looked familiar," Phineas exclaimed, pointing at the silver adornment on Elia's chest. "They were originally a pair, part of my great-grandmother's dowry. That rebellious descendant of mine actually gave them to you?" Elia felt her cheeks flush, on the verge of explaining when the office door opened once more. Dumbledore entered with a light step, his blue robes embroidered with dancing lemon patterns, the wisdom in his eyes glimmering behind crescent-shaped spectacles. Elia. I apologize for keeping you waiting." He waved his wand, and a comfortable armchair materialized out of thin air. "Would you care for a drink? Hot cocoa? Butterbeer? Or perhaps my treasured honey pomelo tea?" "Honey pomelo tea would be lovely, thank you." Elia sat down, noticing that Phineas's portrait continued to regard her jewelry with a probing gaze. Dumbledore handed her a cup of steaming tea, before turning to the portraits on the wall. "Esteemed headmasters, might I request a moment of privacy?" Most portraits politely turned away or feigned sleep, with only Phineas grumbling about the rudeness of today's youth as he slowly vacated his frame. First and foremost, Dumbledore clasped his hands together, the crescent spectacles reflecting the glow of the hearth. "I must once again express my gratitude for your courageous actions over the summer. That diary is more perilous than we had anticipated." Elia tightened her grip around the teacup, the warmth of the porcelain providing a sense of security. "Have you examined it?" "Sufficiently to ascertain that it is indeed one of Lord Voldemort's Horcruxes." Dumbledore spoke softly, his voice so low it was nearly inaudible. "In 3 days. I intend to obliterate it completely, and I will require your assistance. As someone who has previously encountered it, your intuition may prove invaluable." Elora nodded, her heartbeat quickening. She recalled the chilling aura emanating from the diary, a darkness that seemed intent on devouring souls. Subsequently, Dumbledore conjured a box of hopping chocolate frogs and pushed it towards her. "Given the information you currently possess, mastering the brain-closing spell is of utmost urgency. Every Wednesday at 7 o'clock, right here, I shall personally instruct you. The most effective way to safeguard a secret is to leave no trace of it." A chocolate frog leapt onto Elora's lap, transforming into a card featuring Dumbledore. The card's likeness winked at her before bowing gracefully. "I understand," Elora said earnestly, carefully stowing the card in her pocket. "I shall be there on time." As their conversation drew to a close, Phineas's portrait had mysteriously returned to its frame. Thoughtfully stroking his beard, Dumbledore escorted Elora to the door. "Please extend my regards to Sirius. And do tell him that Professor Phineas greatly admires his adventurous spirit from last year at school, and his discerning taste in jewelry." Elora nearly stumbled on the stairs. How did Dumbledore know about that? Blushing, she hurriedly bid farewell, and descended the spiral staircase. Upon returning to Gryffindor Tower, the common room was sparsely populated with a few students. Sirius was nestled alone on a sofa by the fireplace, engrossed in a copy of Intermediate Charms. Though his attention was clearly elsewhere, the book held upside down. Upon seeing Elora enter, he promptly closed the book and stood, his gray eyes shimmering like warm silver in the firelight. "Is everything all right?" he asked softly, his voice laced with concern. Elora sat beside him, resting her head gently on his shoulder, inhaling the familiar scent of pine. The sounds of James and Peter playfully bickering echoed from a distance, strikingly clear in the stillness of the night. In a few days, something significant will occur, she deliberated, her fingers unconsciously tracing the buttons on his sleeve. But I cannot disclose it just yet. Sirius remained silent for a long moment, then suddenly pulled her closer, resting his chin atop her head. If you need assistance, I'm always at your disposal. His voice was muffled, tinged with an imperceptible tension, and his warm lips brushed against her cheek, a prepayment of sorts. Elora felt a surge of warmth spreading from her cheeks throughout her entire being, more magical than any spell. Just then, a deliberate cough echoed from the staircase, and Remus stood in the shadows, clutching a stack of books. I just came to retrieve my Transfiguration textbook, he explained awkwardly, though the twinkle in his eyes grew more pronounced. But it seems I have arrived at an inopportune moment? Sirius provocatively tightened his embrace around Elora. What? Do you have a problem with it, wolf cub? Quite the opposite, Remus replied gently, his light brown eyes glowing warmly in the firelight. I am genuinely happy for you both. He made a gesture of sealing his lips. Rest assured, I shall keep this secret. Especially considering how James would undoubtedly announce it throughout the entire castle with a sonorous charm, if he were to find out. With that, Remus returned to the dormitory, and Elora nestled into Sirius's arms, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, suddenly finding that the future did not seem so daunting after all. Chapter 59. Lightning in the Chamber. The flickering candlelight in the library cast a wavering glow on the parchment, and Elora's fingertips traced the yellowed pages of advanced brain-closing techniques. She meticulously recorded the annotations on spells to repel the effects of legilimency with her quill, the ink glistening softly in the candlelight. She rubbed her weary eyes, aware that only 3 days remained until her first lesson in brain-closing spells with Dumbledore, yet she was already eager to master the craft. Suddenly, a voice reached her ear like a gentle breeze. It was Dumbledore's voice. The time has come. Meet me in the third-floor girls' lavatory. Elora's heart raced as she swiftly closed the book, her quill nearly slipping from her fingers. She hastily returned the tome to the shelf and strode through the quiet corridor. The musty odor of the third-floor lavatory mingled with moaning Myrtle's sobs, the damp air thick with the scent of old soap and rusting pipes. Oh, it's you. Myrtle abruptly ceased her weeping, her ghostly form gliding above the stalls, her translucent face leaning closer to Elora. Last time you were here, it was with that dark-haired boy. Good evening, Myrtle. Dumbledore's voice was as soothing as melted toffee, having appeared by the sink without her noticing, his blue robes appearing particularly profound in the dim light. We wish to make use of your sink. Myrtle's face instantly flushed a delicate shade of pearl pink. Of course, feel free to use it. She floated higher, watching them with curiosity. At that moment, Professors McGonagall, Flitwick, and Slughorn arrived in succession. Upon seeing Elora, Slughorn's mustache perked up in surprise. Albus, are you certain you want a third-year student involved in this? His small eyes flickered with doubt in the candlelight. Horace, Dumbledore replied gently, his blue eyes calm as still water behind his crescent-shaped glasses. Miss Potter is the key to our operation tonight. Slughorn's eyes lit up with interest as he scrutinized Elora, as if she were a rare dragon liver. Fascinating, quite fascinating, he mused, his plump fingers fiddling with the golden pocket watch hanging from his neck. All right, McGonagall interrupted, her wand drawn, the frames of her glasses reflecting a cold light. How do we gain entrance? Dumbledore replied with tranquil assurance, we need Parseltongue. Allow me, Slughorn proclaimed, puffing out his rotund belly, clearing his throat, and emitting a series of hissing sounds. The sink began to shift, revealing a pitch-black pipe. The rusted faucet twisted and contorted, transforming into a coiling silver serpent. Professor Flitwick clapped in astonishment. Marvelous, Horace. I had no idea you spoke Parseltongue. Oh, I learned a bit in my youth, Slughorn said proudly, stroking his beard as he was the first to leap into the pipe. Come on, everyone. The descent proved to be even longer and more damp than Elora had anticipated. The pipe's interior was slimy and cold, exuding a putrid smell. She heard Slughorn's startled yelp up ahead, followed by Flitwick's soft laughter. Dumbledore's robes billowed above her like a blue protective canopy. When they finally landed on the chamber floor, Slughorn was already brandishing his wand, collecting fragments of serpentine carvings from the walls. These would make excellent materials for protective charms, he murmured, stuffing various glittering objects into his pockets. The chamber was cold and damp, a colossal statue of Slytherin looming over them, its stone visage appearing particularly sinister in the glow of their wands. It's here, Elora whispered, pointing towards the statue's mouth, but be cautious, the basilisk might. A sound of scales scraping against stone interrupted her warning. The enormous basilisk slithered slowly from the statue's maw, its yellow eyes, even when closed, evoking terror. Everyone, do not look into its eyes, Dumbledore shouted, his wand emitting a brilliant red light. The ensuing battle was a textbook example of teamwork. Professor McGonagall conjured a flurry of mirror-like silver foxes that darted around the chamber, reflecting the basilisk's gaze. Professor Flitwick employed a series of intricate freezing spells to hinder the creature's movements, while Slughorn continuously hurled smoke bombs of varying colors, excitedly documenting the basilisk's reactions to different potions. It's venom, Elora urged. We need a complete fong. Dumbledore's wand emitted a silvery blue beam, striking the basilisk's upper jaw with precision. The enormous venomous fong, loosened and detached, was controlled by Professor McGonagall through transfiguration, descending slowly like a colossal white feather. As the basilisk finally succumbed, Slughorn had already collected 3 full bottles of venom and 2 scales. What a bargain! He gasped, a rosy hue blooming on his round face. This will last me a decade. Dumbledore unfurled a silk pouch embroidered with intricate runes from within his robes, revealing Tom Riddle's diary, which glimmered ominously in the dim, greenish light of the chamber. He grasped the fong, the tip of his wand illuminating Elia's pale visage. Are you prepared? Why me? Elia queried, her gaze fixed upon Dumbledore, her fingers trembling, palms damp with cold sweat. Dumbledore slowly crouched down, his blue eyes meeting hers over the rim of his crescent-shaped glasses. Because the power of choice must reside with you, my child. His voice flowed like honey, imbued with the wisdom of ages. Only those who truly comprehend love and sacrifice can vanquish this darkness, built upon fear and deception. Elia inhaled deeply, accepting the venomous fong and advancing toward the diary. The fong felt as heavy as lead in her grasp, the tip dripping with crystalline venom. As she approached the diary, the bird brooch on her chest suddenly grew unbearably hot, as if issuing a warning. Just as the fong was about to pierce the pages, a thick, inky black mist erupted from the diary, engulfing her in an instant. Elia felt the world spin chaotically, her surroundings twisting and distorting. You deceiver! James's roar exploded in her ears. In the phantasm, his eyes burned crimson, wild hair standing on end like flames. You've been deceiving us all along, manipulating our trust. Lily stood nearby, her emerald eyes brimming with tears. We regarded you as family, and you've been plotting this from the very start. Her voice trembled violently. Those warm memories, those late-night confessions, all mere fabrications. Most heartbreaking for Elia was the sight of Sirius, his back turned to her, his dark hair tied back, shoulders rigid as stone. I will never forgive such betrayal. His voice was colder than the Black Lake in December. Our vows, our secrets, all founded upon lies. Tears blurred Elia's vision, scalding liquid streaming down her cheeks. Yet, amidst this despairing darkness, genuine memories flickered like stars. James, last Christmas, secretly stuffed his last chocolate frog into her long sock. Lily, the night before the potions exam, tirelessly helping her revise, her fatigued yet gentle smile. Sirius, on the starlit rooftop, his fingers trembling as he pinned the ruby bird brooch in her hair. This is all a lie, Elia gritted her teeth, her voice hoarse yet resolute. She tightened her grip on the fong, muscles taut, and with all her might, thrust it toward the diary. No. A harrowing scream reverberated through the chamber, as if 1,000 souls were crying in unison. Black ink gushed from the wound in the diary like blood, twisting in the air into grotesque visages. Elia felt a searing pain radiate from her palm throughout her body, as if every nerve were ablaze. As the final page turned to ash, the chamber fell into an eerie silence. Elia collapsed onto the floor, her robes drenched in sweat. Trembling, she opened her palm to reveal a lightning-shaped scar glowing faintly with a golden light. Dumbledore approached, his eyes behind the crescent glasses gleaming with approval. He gently helped Elia to her feet, his voice soft yet imbued with strength. You did exceptionally well, my child. Professor McGonagall gazed in astonishment at the scene, her lips quivering slightly. Slughorn, contemplatively stroking his rotund belly, mused Miss Potter. Have you ever considered joining my slug club in the future? On the journey back, Myrtle's voice wafted through the lavatory. What did you do in there? She inquired curiously, sounding as though something had been killed. We merely cleared away some ancient grime, Dumbledore replied cheerfully, handing Elia a lemon sherbet. At breakfast tomorrow, I would like to hear your thoughts on the closed mind technique. For now, go rest. As Elia trudged back to Gryffindor Tower, a familiar figure curled up by the fireplace in the common room awaited her. Sirius lifted his head, concern etched in his gray eyes. He said nothing, merely opened his arms and enveloped Elia in a tight embrace. The steady thrum of his heartbeat resonated through his chest, dispelling all lingering chill. Elia buried her face in the crook of his neck, as Sirius's fingers gently traced the lightning scar on her palm, asking no questions, only placing a tender kiss upon her forehead. In that moment, all fear and pain evaporated. Chapter 60, Truth and Choice. The morning sun streamed through the castle's tall windows, casting a golden hue upon the spiral staircase, illuminating the ancient stone steps. Elia stood before the gargoyle, her throat tightening. "Lemon sherbet," she whispered, her voice even more hoarse than she anticipated. The statue slowly shifted aside, the spiral staircase turning silently. As Elia ascended the steps, her fingers unconsciously grazed the newly formed scar, a remnant of the destruction of the Horcrux that still pulsed with faint pain, as if a gentle current flowed within. The door to Dumbledore's office stood ajar, the soft clinking of teacups resonating from within. Various marvelous silver instruments spun on the shelves, emitting a gentle hum, while Fawkes preened his feathers, his golden-red tail shimmering in the sunlight. "Come in, Elia." The old man's voice floated through the door, gentle as a summer breeze. "Try this," Dumbledore offered, sliding over a steaming cup of tea, his blue eyes twinkling with kindness. "This is my special calming flower tea, with a hint of honey, and perhaps a surprise or two." Elia took a sip, the warm liquid gliding down her throat, alleviating some of the fatigue from the previous night. The tea seemed to shimmer with tiny specks of gold, and as it coursed through her, a wave of warmth spread from her stomach to the rest of her body. She noticed a peculiar silver instrument on the table, resembling a model of a brain dissection, its surface adorned with intricate patterns. "Let us begin," Dumbledore said, gently waving his elder wand. The silver apparatus suddenly unfurled, transforming into countless fine silvery threads that danced in the air as if alive. "Today, we shall commence with the foundational training of the closed mind technique." For the next 2 hours, Elia underwent an unprecedented mental trial. The silver threads connected to her temples, projecting her memories into the air. Moments of playful banter with James at Potter Manor, the Hogwarts Express where Sirius, blushing, slipped the bird brooch into her palm, and the terrifying illusions conjured by the Horcrux in the chamber last night. The essence of the closed mind technique. Dumbledore's voice resonated like an ancient incantation, guiding her through the whirlpool of memories, is not to erase memories but to construct an impregnable fortress of the mind. Safeguard the important things, hiding them in the deepest, most secure chambers. Elia endeavored to erect barriers in her mind, encasing the memories concerning the Horcrux and her true identity within layers of protection. Each time she successfully sealed a memory, the silver threads glimmered with a soft blue light. Yet at the slightest lapse, those images would surge uncontrollably, the threads shifting to a warning red. After 2 hours of mental exertion, Elia's forehead was dotted with beads of sweat, her robe soaked through. She cradled the now-cool teacup, her gaze subconsciously drawn to the portrait of Phineas Black on the wall. The normally acerbic former headmaster feigned sleep, eyes shut tight, yet Elia noted his ears twitching slightly, clearly eavesdropping on their conversation. Professor Elia hesitated, her fingers tracing delicate sounds along the rim of her cup. "Is it truly right to withhold my true identity from James and the others?" Dumbledore placed a lemon sherbet into his mouth, his blue eyes behind the lenses glimmering with wisdom. "What do you think?" He gestured for Fawkes to alight upon Elia's shoulder, the phoenix's warm feathers brushing against her cheek, offering a modicum of comfort. "At times, I feel like an imposter," Elia confessed, gazing into the reflection in her teacup, a face that was both familiar and foreign. When James called her sister, and as Sirius's voice faded, it felt as though memories were drowning her. "Allow me to share a tale." Dumbledore conjured a star-shaped suite, which automatically arranged itself into a constellation upon the table. Once, there was a person who, out of goodwill, concealed the truth, leading to calamity, while another chose honesty, resulting in an even greater tragedy. His gaze drifted into the distance, as if traversing through the mists of time. "You see, this has never been a matter of right or wrong." "Then how shall I choose?" Elia pressed, her fingers unconsciously tracing the edge of her teacup. "The answer lies within time, my dear." Dumbledore lightly tapped the teacup, transforming the tea into a flowing river of stars, countless points of light twinkling within. "Your current silence is a means of protection, not deception. When the time is right, when they are strong enough, and when you are ready, the truth will find its way out." Elia recalled the vision conjured by the Horcrux, Sirius's retreating figure causing a pang in her heart. What if they could never forgive me? Suddenly, Fawkes emitted a clear, bright call, soaring around Elia, scattering flecks of golden light. Dumbledore smiled as he gazed out the window. "True bonds are mightier than any spell. Love transcends time, pierces through lies, and illuminates the darkest of secrets." On the wall, Phineas quietly opened one eye, a flicker of subtle emotion passing through his gaze. The usually acerbic black ancestor surprisingly maintained his silence. "Same time next week?" Dumbledore offered her a box of color-changing chocolate frogs, the box shifting from blue to purple in her hands. Do not forget to practice your mind palace. As she departed the office, the sunlight had turned fierce, casting vibrant shadows across the corridor through the stained glass windows. Upon rounding a corner, she nearly collided with a tall figure. Sirius leaned against the window, and upon seeing Elia, the concern in his gray eyes transformed into tenderness. Is it over? His fingers unconsciously drummed on the windowsill, appearing casual yet concealing undeniable worry. Elia nodded. Aren't you going to ask what Professor Dumbledore and I were discussing? Sirius reached out to caress her cheek, his thumb gently brushing the faint blue shadows beneath her eyes, a testament to her fatigue. It matters not. When you are ready to share, that will be the right time. Elia gazed at him with gratitude, the trust in Sirius's eyes so pure, devoid of any doubt or suspicion. Sunlight filtered through his thick lashes, casting delicate shadows on his face, rendering him heartbreakingly beautiful in that moment. Sirius, seemingly embarrassed by her gaze, quickly changed the subject. The Forks and Wormtails have snuck into the kitchen for some pies, and Moony is waiting for us in the astronomy tower to practice the Patronus charm assigned by the new defense against the dark arts professor. He extended his hand, palm up, offering a simple yet trusting invitation. Let us go. Elia gently took his hand, feeling the warmth of his palm, and Sirius's fingers immediately tightened around hers, as if fearing she might vanish. Let us go, she whispered, walking beside him in the dappled sunlight of the corridor. Elia suddenly realized that some secrets need not be hastily revealed. In this perfectly sunny afternoon, the mere act of walking alongside someone she trusted was, in itself, the most precious answer. Chapter 61. The Resonance of the Patronus. The dusk atop the astronomy tower resembled a gradient watercolor painting, transitioning from orange-red to deep purple. Remus turned to see Elia and Sirius hand in hand at the stairway, an involuntary smile gracing his lips. You've arrived. He waved his wand, releasing a few faint silver strands from the tip. I was just lamenting my inability to conjure a Patronus. Sirius released Elia's hand and strode forward, his dark hair billowing in the evening breeze. Really? Are there spells that Moony cannot master? He raised an eyebrow dramatically, drawing his wand from his robe. Let me give it a try. Clearly, Sirius overestimated himself. As he waved his wand for the 13th time, only a few fleeting silver strands emerged, vanishing almost instantly. Blast it! He muttered, raking his fingers through his dark hair, a few strands breaking free from their ties. Yesterday, it lasted for 3 seconds. Frustrated, he jabbed his wand at the air, producing a scatter of sparks. Elia couldn't help but laugh, stepping beside Sirius and gently brushing her fingers over his tense wrist. You're trying too hard, watch me. She slowly closed her eyes, warm memories flowing naturally to the surface. Banter with James, the joy of victory in Quidditch, and Sirius's confession on the rooftop, each beautiful moment coalescing into a shimmering silver lake in her mind. Expecto Patronum. A cascade of silver light erupted from her wand, carving a brilliant galaxy through the twilight. The radiance gradually coalesced into an elegant silver tabby cat, its eyes bright blue sapphires. The Patronus circled the three of them, finally affectionately nuzzling Elia's calf, emitting a contented purr. The shadows in Sirius's gray eyes were illuminated by the silver light, his pupils slightly dilating. How did you? Don't dwell on just one thought. Elia stepped closer, her fingertip lightly touching his chest, feeling the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat. Channel all the memories that warm your heart, much like adding logs to a fire. Her voice was soft, laced with a hint of mirth. Sirius inhaled deeply, his throat working as he swallowed. When he raised his wand again, his fingers relaxed. This time he recalled their first embrace, the way she wiped the sweat from his brow after a Quidditch match, and her sunny smile each time she saw him. Expecto Patronum. At that moment, the tower door burst open with a crash. James and Peter rushed in like whirlwinds, James cradling a dangerously tilted box of syrup-filled pies that immediately filled the air with a sweet aroma. We snagged the latest from the kitchen. Merlin's beard. James's exclamation was interrupted by a massive silver-black dog Patronus. The Patronus's agile form danced gracefully in the air, lunging toward the two boys. Peter let out a comical shriek, landing on the ground, the pies flying from his grasp. Quick on his feet, Remus waved his wand. Wingardium Leviosa. The pie box floated steadily in mid-air. Not a drop of syrup spilled. Sirius's dog Patronus joyfully circled the two, the silver light trailing behind it, illuminating James's astonished face and Peter's agape mouth. The dog was more solid than Elia's tabby cat, each hair distinct and emanating a powerful magical aura. James shoved the pie box into Remus's arms, his hasty movement nearly causing him to hit his own nose with his wand. You Bigfoot, you didn't even wait for me to learn the Patronus charm. He waved his wand in frustration. I can do it too. Yet nothing happened. Elias stood behind James, patiently guiding him to adjust his stance. Relax your wrist. She gently supported his elbow. It's not about force. She continued, try to encapsulate all the people who matter to you within your memories. Only then did James seem to grasp the concept. His gaze swept across the assembly, catching the adoring looks from Peter, the encouraging smile from Remus, and the smug eyebrow raise from Sirius, ultimately resting on the face of Elia, his eyes sparkling with tender light. Memories of her exasperated yet indulgent expressions after his pranks flooded his mind, calling forth his Patronus. A majestic stag leapt from the tip of his wand, its antlers glistening like silver branches in the twilight. It charged through the tower, eventually engaging in a playful tussle with Sirius's hound. The two guardians circling and nudging each other, silver sparks flying. Remus was the last to succeed. When the silvery wolf Patronus sprang forth from his wand, Peter clapped in envy, his round face alight with admiration. How cool. I want one too. No sooner had he spoken than Elia felt a slight warmth emanating from her wand, instinctively raising it. This time, without uttering a spell, the tip of her wand burst forth with dazzling silver light. Beside her, the shape of a Patronus began to emerge, revealing Sirius's hound, James's stag, Remus's wolf, and even a doe, unfamiliar to Elia, gracefully stepping forward, its antlers adorned with ivy-like patterns. I believe that is Miss Evans's Patronus, came the voice of Dumbledore from the stairwell. The elderly wizard had appeared in the tower, his blue robes embroidered with star patterns shimmering alongside the silvery light of the patron muses. He squinted at the fringes of the silver glow. Ah, it seems Mr. Snape's doe has decided to join the fray as well. Indeed, at the edge of the silver light, another smaller doe Patronus could be discerned, cautiously maintaining its distance, yet unable to resist peering in this direction. Why is this happening, Professor? Elia exclaimed, her eyes wide with wonder at the extraordinary sight before her. All the patron muses seemed to be connected by some invisible thread, forming a perfect net of silver light. Sirius stared at his wand, which was glowing uncontrollably, the silver radiance flowing like a river from its tip. How did Elia summon our patron muses? Emotional resonance. Dumbledore produced a singing candy from his sleeve, distributing it among them, each piece pulsating with a different melody in their palms. When bonds run deep enough, magic often finds its own way. He cast a significant glance at Elia, his eyes behind the glasses deep as the night sky, especially when someone becomes the center of an emotional network. In that instant, Elia grasped the meaning of Dumbledore's words. On this ordinary evening of practicing magic, they had inadvertently touched upon a magic older than spells. Those unspoken yet unbreakable connections, far stronger than any solitary Patronus. The net of silver light spun slowly in the dusk, each Patronus maintaining its unique form while resonating with one another. James's stag unconsciously drew nearer to the unfamiliar doe. Sirius's hound hovered beside Elia's Patronus. Remus's wolf quietly lay at Peter's feet, seemingly comforting the boy who could not summon his own Patronus. This is incredible, Remus whispered, his eyes reflecting the silver light. I've never read about anything like this in books. Dumbledore smiled as he popped a lemon drop into his mouth, because some magic can never be fully described in books. As the silver light gradually faded, the tower returned to tranquility. Elia understood that everything that had transpired that night had woven an invisible net between her and her friends, stronger than any incantation, more solid than blood ties, capable of withstanding any darkness. Chapter 62. The Boundary of Red and Green. On an October morning at Hogwarts, the air carried a hint of chill, and the grass of the Quidditch pitch was still adorned with glistening dew. Elia sat in the stands, her red and gold scarf wrapped thrice around her neck, yet still unable to ward off the cold wind that crept in. She watched intently as the new recruits wobbled in the air on their brooms, drawing erratic arcs. When she turned her gaze to Sirius beside her, she found him not watching the tryouts, but staring at her with an unwavering gaze. Elia felt her cheeks flush and quickly averted her eyes, feigning a keen interest in a distant cloud. Do you think there will be any good prospects this year? James suddenly appeared beside her, twirling his broom. Elia pretended to adjust her scarf to conceal her blush. Oh, I hope so. She stole a glance at Sirius, discovering him nodding seriously, though the mirth in his eyes was impossible to hide. Hey, look at that little guy. James suddenly pointed at a small, dark-haired boy in the center of the pitch, flying quite well. Elia followed his finger to see a first-year student on an old school broom, skillfully executing a loop in the air. Quite impressive, she remarked. This boy reminded her of Harry from another world. Equally small, but possessing astonishing flying talent. Sirius patted Elia's shoulder. Look over there. Elia followed Sirius's gaze. Noticing a group of students in green robes striding confidently onto the field, their silver serpent badges glinting on their chests. At the forefront was the new Slytherin Quidditch captain, Dolohov, his pale face adorned with an unsettling fake smile. What's going on? James furrowed his brow. The pitch is ours this morning. Sirius immediately straightened, subtly moving closer to Elia, his fingers lightly brushing against the back of her hand, offering her a reassuring glance. Frank Longbottom hastened forward. Dolohov. What do you mean by this? It is Gryffindor's time to use the pitch. Dolohov leisurely produced a piece of parchment from his pocket, waving it before Frank. Longbottom. I'm afraid you're mistaken. Professor Slughorn has just approved our use of the pitch for tryouts. He added smugly, as the head of Slytherin, he would naturally prioritize the needs of his own house. Frank took the parchment, his expression instantly darkening. It states 2 o'clock in the afternoon. It's only 10 in the morning. Dolohov feigned surprise. Oh dear, it must be a mistake on the professor's part. He is getting on in years. Such minor slip-ups are inevitable. He surveyed the Gryffindor team, his gaze sweeping over them. But since we are all here, why don't we start now? You can wait on the sidelines. That despicable Dolohov, Sirius ground out through clenched teeth, his hand reaching for his wand. I'm going to confront him. James shot down from the stands on his broom, moving like a flash of lightning. Sirius immediately followed, but as he passed Elia, he discreetly squeezed her hand, whispering, Don't worry, I won't let things escalate. Elia nodded, quickly keeping pace with them. As she drew closer, a figure among the Slytherins caught her attention. It was a dark-haired boy standing at the edge of the group, resembling Sirius to a notable degree, yet with a more refined and gentle appearance. He wore a pristine Slytherin robe, proudly displaying the Seeker badge. Regulus Black, Sirius's younger brother, who had just joined the Slytherin Quidditch team as a Seeker this year. Dolohov, put away your tricks. James was already pointing a finger at him. We all know Professor Slughorn would never make such a basic error. You're just here to cause trouble. Sirius stood beside James, coldly surveying the Slytherin team, his gaze pausing slightly on Regulus before swiftly shifting away. Dolohov, unfazed, adjusted his cuffs. Potter, mind your words, or I shall report you to Professor McGonagall for insulting a teacher by claiming Professor Slughorn made a basic error. James's hair practically stood on end with rage. At the height of tension, a clear voice rang out from the Slytherin ranks. Enough not. Everyone turned in surprise to the source of the voice, Regulus Black. He stepped forward, his gray-blue eyes tranquil as a still lake. We have indeed arrived at an inopportune time. Let us reconvene this afternoon. Nott's forced smile faltered. Black. This is not your concern. I am the captain. My word is final. Regulus raised his chin slightly, his tone still calm yet imbued with an undeniable firmness. As the heir of the Black family, I feel it is necessary to remind you that needless provocations tarnish Slytherin's honor. He paused, adding pointedly, I believe my father would be quite interested to learn how you are upholding the image of the house. Nott's expression darkened. The influence of the Black family within pureblood circles was formidable, and even the Knott family dared not offend them lightly. Isla keenly noted that after Regulus spoke, he cast a quick glance at Sirius, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions, pride, stubbornness, and a hint of subtle expectation. Sirius appeared momentarily taken aback, opening his mouth but finding no words. Nott ultimately huffed, very well, since it is Mr. Black who speaks. He turned to Frank, menacingly declaring, The pitch is ours at 2 o'clock this afternoon. I hope not to see any red robes there. The Slytherin team began to retreat reluctantly. Regulus turned to leave when Isla, almost instinctively, called out to him, Wait. Regulus halted, somewhat surprised by the unfamiliar Gryffindor girl. Isla approached quickly. Thank you for your intervention just now. She hesitated, extending her hand. I am Isla Potter, the Gryffindor Seeker. Regulus regarded her hand with a moment's hesitation before gently shaking it. Regulus Black, he replied succinctly, swiftly retracting his hand as if burned. I know, Isla smiled. I've seen your performance in flying class. Your skills are exceptional. A flicker of surprise crossed Regulus's eyes before he regained his composure. Thank you, but we are rivals. On the pitch, perhaps. Off the pitch, there may be other possibilities. As Isla spoke, she noticed Sirius watching them with an incredulous expression. Regulus followed her gaze, briefly meeting Sirius's eyes. Neither spoke, yet an unspoken spark ignited in the air. Goodbye, Miss Potter. Regulus finally inclined his head slightly before turning away, his dark green robes fluttering behind him. Once Regulus departed, Isla was immediately encircled by James and Sirius. James wore a look of astonishment, while Sirius's expression was dark and foreboding. Have you lost your mind? Shaking hands with that little black? Sirius questioned in a low voice, simmering with anger. Isla. She replied calmly, if it weren't for him, we might have ended up in a brawl. And so what? Sirius scoffed. We're more than capable of holding our own against them. Only to lose points and face detention? Isla retorted. Sirius, sometimes restraint takes more courage than impulsiveness. Sirius opened his mouth, seemingly ready to argue, but ultimately stormed off with a dark scowl. Isla sighed, watching him go. Indeed. Sirius became a ticking time bomb whenever his brother was involved. She understood that James and Sirius would not grasp the complexities of the situation. They could not know the sacrifices Regulus Black might make in another world. Isla recognized the courage and kindness hidden beneath the seemingly indifferent facade of that Slytherin boy. All right. Let us continue the tryouts. Frank clapped to gather everyone. Let us not allow those snakelings to ruin our spirits. The tryouts resumed. But Isla's mind had drifted far from the pitch. She kept replaying Regulus's complex gaze directed at Sirius and his decisive intervention. Perhaps in this world, some things could turn out differently. Chapter 63. Jealousy and Revelation. Sirius paced angrily in the Gryffindor common room. His black hair tousled from running his hands through it in frustration. The flickering firelight illuminated his sullen face, revealing a pair of gray eyes ablaze with fury. He kicked a chair violently, causing several first-year students to huddle closer to their books in fright. Nearby, Peter timidly poked Remus. What's wrong with him? He has been like this since coming back from the pitch. Remus looked up from his intermediate spell theory, casting a knowing glance at his agitated friend. A smirk playing at the corners of his lips. Can you smell that, Peter? It's the scent of aged jealousy wafting through the common room. Sirius glared at him with ferocity, prompting Remus to raise his hands in mock surrender, though the teasing glint in his eyes remained. Just then the portrait hole swung open, and Isla stepped in, instantly locking onto the restless Sirius. Sirius, she began, only to be interrupted. You talked to him for so long. Sirius whirled around, his voice low yet sharp, and you smiled at him. Merlin, you even shook his hand. Isla blinked, suddenly realizing something, and a smile crept onto her face. Wait, are you actually jealous? I am not. Sirius spluttered, bristling like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, though the flush creeping to his ears betrayed him. I just didn't expect my girlfriend to be so friendly with a Slytherin. Especially my brother who is so entrenched in pureblood ideology. He helped us today. Isla said softly, inching closer and entwining her fingers in Sirius's sleeve. And I could tell he genuinely wants to mend things with you. Sirius jerked his hand away as if shocked. Mend things? After he chose to stand with those pureblood fanatics? Isla hastily covered his mouth, glancing around nervously as several Gryffindor students curiously looked over. She pulled Sirius into a corner. Listen, she said, standing on her tiptoes to cradle his face in her hands. I understand how you feel, but your brother stood up to not today. That took courage. She winked mischievously. And you know you look rather cute when you're angry. Sirius huffed, turning his face away, but the tension in his jaw began to soften. Isla decided to unleash her secret weapon. She playfully tugged at Sirius's robe, shaking it gently, her eyes brimming with innocence. Don't be mad, okay? Sirius's brow twitched. The most handsome black dog. She leaned in closer, nuzzling against his chest. Sirius's lips quirked upward against his will. My absolute favorite, Sirius. Isla continued in a saccharine tone, tracing circles in his palm with her finger. Will you smile for me? You're cheating, Sirius finally cracked, pulling her into his embrace, resting his chin atop her head. Chuckling softly, Isla felt the warmth of his chest rumbling with laughter, reveling in the power of her charm, when suddenly, a sharp intake of breath interrupted them. Merlin. Lily stood nearby, her potions textbook tumbling to the floor, her green eyes wide with surprise, one hand clasped over her mouth, her face radiating astonished excitement. Lily, Isla yelped, springing away from Sirius, her cheeks burning brighter than her hair. It's not what you think. Oh. Lily arched an eyebrow, bending to retrieve her book, leisurely smoothing out the wrinkles in her robe. So you weren't on a date? Not hiding in a corner for a cuddle? She suddenly revealed a cunning smile, stating, I shall await your explanation in the dormitory. With that, she gracefully turned away, her crimson locks tracing an elegant arc in the air. Elora let out a moan, covering her face, only to hear Sirius chuckling softly in her ear. It seems your charming antics were interrupted, and you still dare to laugh. She huffed, playfully thumping his chest. This is all your fault. Yet, she found herself once more enveloped in Sirius's embrace. His arms were strong and reassuring, radiating warmth and a faint scent of pine. Just as Elora was about to protest, the portrait hole swung open once again, and James burst in. looking more disheveled than usual, resembling a bird's nest struck by lightning. Luna face. The sharp-tipped fork needs your transfiguration notes. His voice abruptly ceased as he caught sight of Sirius cradling a red-haired woman in the corner of the common room. James's excitement surged instantly, his eyes sparkling behind his glasses. Bigfoot, you've hidden your girlfriend so well. I finally caught you. Introduce us, please. Ellora's expression shifted to one of exasperation as she turned slowly to face him, saying, "Hello, my dear brother." Time seemed to freeze. Remus was the quickest to react, grabbing the petrified James. "I just remembered we have, potions homework." He dragged the stiff James toward the staircase, lowering his voice as they passed Sirius. "You owe me one, Bigfoot." James finally regained his voice. You Merlin's lace nightgown?" Sirius and Ellora sprang apart as if struck by a separation charm, the space between them sufficient for a sphinx to stand. Ellora's face flushed crimson to the roots of her hair, and she dashed toward the girls' dormitory stairs, exclaiming, "I'm going to find Lily." The common room fell into an eerie silence. James mechanically turned to Sirius, his glasses askew. "How long has it been?" Sirius scratched his head. 2 months? 2 months. James's scream roused the fat lady's portrait. "You've been courting my sister for 2 months without telling me." Surprised? Sirius grinned, flashing his trademark mischievous smile. James gritted his teeth. Surprised? It's a monumental surprise. The next moment, the two boys clashed like enraged sphinxes, overturning the coffee table and spilling ink, prompting the knights in the portraits to draw their swords and cheer. Peter cowered behind the sofa, torn between breaking up the fight and fearing to intervene. Remus calmly poured himself a cup of tea, seemingly having anticipated this farce. In the girls' dormitory above, Ellora was being interrogated by Lily, who had her pinned to the bed, when suddenly a loud noise and Professor McGonagall's furious shout echoed from downstairs. "Potter! Black! Detention!" Ellora buried her face in her pillow, emitting a long groan. Her secret romance had been unveiled in the most Gryffindor manner imaginable. Chapter 64. Secrets and Choices. Ellora upstairs was clearly not having an easy time either. She curled up on the 4-poster bed in the Gryffindor dormitory, her red hair cascading over her shoulders, while Lily sat on the opposite bed, her green eyes sparkling with an intensity more fearsome than Professor McGonagall's transfiguration lessons. "So you've been together since the summer, for a full 2 months?" Lily crossed her arms, her hair glowing like molten copper in the candlelight. "And you kept this from us, especially me." Ellora buried her face in her pillow, her voice muffled. "Sorry, Lily. I meant to find a moment to tell you, but I've had some things on my mind and completely forgot." She lifted her head and flashed a smile at Lily, attempting to charm her way out of the situation. "And if James found out, it would spark a wizarding war." Ellora made an explosive gesture, just as she had heard moments ago. Lily, however, wore a knowing expression and waved her hand dismissively. "Oh, I already suspected you two would end up together. It was just a matter of time." Then she suddenly sported a sly grin, leaning closer to Ellora's ear. Her voice dropped to a whisper. "Seriously, have you two kissed? How are the skills of the young Master Black?" Lily Evans. Ellora's face turned as red as her hair, and she grabbed a pillow to hurl at her friend. Lily laughed heartily, rolling into her bed to evade the attack. Ellora muttered quietly, "We haven't kissed yet." "What?" Lily popped her head out from under the covers, her eyes wide with surprise. 2 months without a kiss? I never knew Black was so innocent." Ellora, shyly burying herself under the covers, replied, "No more talking, I'm going to sleep now." A few minutes later, Ellora peeked out from under the corner of her duvet, confirming Lily had returned to her own bed, and whispered, "Lily, stay up a little later. Wait for me in the common room. I need to step out for a bit." She pulled out a neatly folded invisibility cloak from beneath her pillow. Since James and the others had learned to be animagi, they no longer required the cloak. Thus, this precious item naturally fell into Ellora's hands. Upon hearing this, Lily understood Ellora had her own affairs to attend to, nodding in agreement. "Go ahead, be safe." Ellora donned her coat and, cloaked in invisibility, silently slipped out of the dormitory. The corridors of Hogwarts were bathed in a silvery blue hue under the moonlight as she skillfully avoided the patrolling Filch and the fat lady. Arriving at the entrance to the headmaster's office, the stone gargoyle dozed in the moonlight, only stirring when Ellora uttered the password, "Lemon Snow." At the end of the spiral staircase, the office door stood ajar, wafting a sweet aroma of lemon snow. Just as Ellora removed her cloak, she heard the crystalline clinking of teacups. "I presume tonight's detention content will be particularly captivating?" Dumbledore peered at her over the rim of his half-moon spectacles, 2 steaming cups of cocoa resting on his desk, as if he had anticipated her arrival. Ellora glanced at the pensive against the wall, where a comical scene unfolded. Sirius and James were assisting Hagrid in applying ointment to a blast-ended Scroot, getting sprayed with slime with every application. Elora couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of James being chased around the yard by an especially irate Scroot. The old headmaster mischievously winked, conjuring a plate of sizzling honey candies and pushing it toward her. Youth is a wonderful thing, isn't it? But I suspect your late-night visit isn't solely to discuss your romantic endeavors? Professor. Elora nearly choked on the candies, hurriedly redirecting the conversation. I'm here to practice legilimency. The sound of silver spoons stirring in teacups abruptly halted. Dumbledore set down his cup, his blue eyes behind the half-moon glasses growing serious. During your last practice, you were ill 3 times. Elora clenched her wand, her knuckles turning white, but this time is different. She gazed at the image of James and Sirius playfully tussling in the pensive, her voice resolute. I can feel the mental fortress taking shape. The headmaster studied her for a long moment before suddenly waving his elder wand. Silver light cascaded downward like a waterfall, constructing an invisible magical barrier between them. Legilimens. Elora promptly shut her eyes, envisioning herself atop the astronomy tower. This time was different from before. A protective net woven from ancient runes began to materialize on the walls, a spell she had secretly researched in the restricted section of the library. The silvery light crashed against the barrier like waves against rocks, yet it could not breach the defenses. Impressive, Dumbledore's south voice suddenly sounded close by. You're using Hogwarts itself as a shield? Elora slowly opened her eyes, discovering the headmaster thoughtfully stroking his beard. The office window had transformed into a panoramic model of the castle, each brick shimmering with the faint glow of protective enchantments. Because this place is my home, she whispered, suddenly realizing that this was a heartfelt truth. The memories of the time before the journey have become as hazy as a faded photograph. While the corridor adorned with Sirius's mischievous grin, the dormitory where Lily helped her with her hair, and the world where James clandestinely broke school rules for her sake, are undeniably real. Exceptionally well done, Elia, Dumbledore remarked with a smile, his eyes brimming with admiration, sending a warm wave surging through Elia's chest. She exhaled in relief, her lips involuntarily curving upwards. Thank you, Professor. Dumbledore gently stroked his beard, his expression shifting to one of gravity. The diary has been destroyed. Now, we must retrieve Marvolo Gaunt's ring. There have been recent anomalies in magical fluctuations around the Gaunt residence. A sudden tension gripped Elia's heart as her fingers unconsciously traced the lightning scar on her palm. She was acutely aware of the perilous nature of that ring, the allure of the resurrection stone, and the deadly curse it bore. Nevertheless, she steeled herself and nodded in agreement. With a whirl of disorienting apparition, they arrived at the decaying Gaunt family manor. The damp air was thick with the scent of decay, and the walls were draped in cobwebs, the furniture utterly dilapidated. Moonlight filtered through the shattered windows, casting mottled shadows upon the floor. Elia cautiously followed Dumbledore, each step eliciting a creak from the wooden floorboards, as if the old house might collapse at any moment. They searched the ruins for what felt like an eternity, combing through every conceivable nook that might conceal the ring. Yet they found nothing. Professor, have we overlooked something? Elia inquired softly, her voice echoing clearly in the silence of the dilapidated manor. Dumbledore pondered for a moment, his gaze sweeping the ground. Perhaps it is hidden in the most inconspicuous of places. Just then, Elia stumbled over something, nearly losing her balance. Lowering her gaze, she spotted a rusted iron box half buried in the rotting floor, almost blending into the surrounding dust. Professor, she exclaimed, immediately crouching down and carefully clearing away the debris. The box felt icy to the touch. Even through her gloves, she could sense its chill. Dumbledore approached swiftly, waving his wand with a flick, clearing the dust and rust from the box. The lid bore an indistinct emblem, the symbol of the Deathly Hallows. Step back, Elia, Dumbledore instructed in a low, serious tone. She retreated a few paces, watching as he cautiously used magic to open the box. The lid creaked open, revealing a black gemstone ring lying silently within. A dark essence seemed to swirl within the stone. Merely gazing at it sent a shiver racing up Elia's spine, as if countless icy fingers were caressing her very soul. Dumbledore refrained from touching it, instead using a levitation charm to place the ring into a specially crafted dragon hide pouch. At the moment the ring left the box, Elia thought she saw a wisp of black smoke seep from the gem, but it vanished almost instantly. We should return, Dumbledore stated, his demeanor somber. Upon their return to Hogwarts, Dumbledore placed the ring on his desk, casting several protective enchantments around it. The ring quivered slightly within the web of spells, as though it possessed a life of its own. Professor, Elia hesitated, ultimately speaking up. Now is not the time to destroy it. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow, intrigued, and regarded her with interest. Oh, do elaborate on your thoughts, my child. Elia gathered her words, speaking slowly. This ring bears a formidable curse. To destroy it recklessly would invite great peril. A flicker of surprise passed through Dumbledore's eyes, followed by a knowing smile as he gently locked the ring away in a drawer. Elia breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you for your trust, Professor. Dumbledore's gaze softened. Trust is mutual, Elia. Since you have chosen to confide your secrets in me, I shall likewise respect your decisions. Elia nodded gratefully, feeling the weight on her chest lighten somewhat. However, Dumbledore blinked, adding, I believe those two gentlemen's detention should be concluding soon. Perhaps you ought to prevent them from further dismantling the Gryffindor common room? Elia couldn't help but laugh. I'll go at once. She turned toward the door. But just as she was about to leave, she heard Dumbledore's final words. Elia, regardless of when you hail from, welcome to Hogwarts. Her eyes grew warm with emotion, and without turning back, she simply nodded before pushing the door open and departing. Upon her return to the Gryffindor common room, the uproar was even more intense than she had imagined. How dare you hide from me while dating my sister for 2 months? James's voice nearly shook the ceiling. Oh, come on. You should have noticed by now, Sirius retorted, grabbing James's hair. I thought you were just Merlin's beard. What were you two plotting in the corner? Practicing spells. Just practicing spells. James protested. Don't hit me. Elia rubbed her temples and pushed the door open. The common room was in disarray, cushions strewn across the floor. A coffee table overturned, while Sirius was being pinned to the sofa by James, and Remus looked on helplessly at the two wrestling in front of the couch, with Peter cowering in a corner, anxiously watching to avoid collateral damage. You too, Elia said, hands on her hips as she stood at the doorway. Could you be a bit more mature? All eyes turned to her. Seizing the opportunity, Sirius broke free from James's grasp, flipping over and leaping up with a grin. His tousled black hair failing to mask the sparkle in his eyes. Darling, you're back. James clutched his chest, feigning heartbreak. My sister is actually with this scoundrel. Lily stepped forward, waving her wand lightly to restore the overturned table and neatly arrange the scattered cushions. Potter, this is Elia's own affair. Perhaps you should refrain from meddling. Remus stifled a laugh, helping James to his feet as he comforted. Look on the bright side. At least it isn't Snape. James's expression grew more horrified. Don't say that. I'll have nightmares. Elia couldn't help but laugh as she walked over to Sirius. He instinctively wrapped his arm around her shoulders, placing a gentle kiss on her forehead, a simple gesture that sent her heart racing. So Sirius said, raising an eyebrow at James, what do you plan to do now? Prohibit me from dating your sister? James glared at him, and after a moment of silence, he slumped his shoulders in defeat. Forget it. I can't take you on anyway. Sirius beamed triumphantly, while Elia squeezed his hand. All right, you two, no more bickering. We have more pressing matters to discuss. What matters? James asked curiously. Elia glanced around at everyone. Lily's resolute gaze, Remus's gentle scrutiny, Peter's timid demeanor, James's confusion, and Sirius's unwavering trust. Perhaps it was time to share some truths. About the Dark Lord, she said cautiously, her voice resonating clearly in the suddenly hushed common room. And the secrets he may be concealing. The atmosphere in the room grew heavy, the flames in the fireplace dimming slightly. What have you discovered? Remus inquired cautiously. This is a matter that requires careful consideration, she replied, her fingers unconsciously twisting a strand of red hair, regarding the source of the Dark Lord's power, and how we might combat him. Lily moved beside her, the tip of her wand pointing into the air, and a shimmering silver chain materialized, enveloping the entire common room in a silencing charm. Speak. Lily's voice was calm yet resolute, her green eyes locked onto Elias. We are listening. Chapter 65. Advanced Defense Against the Dark Arts Class. Elia took a deep breath, her gaze sweeping over the circle of faces gathered around the fireplace. The firelight danced across their features, illuminating a range of expressions. Lily's focus, Remus's contemplation, Peter's anxiety, James's excitement, and Sirius's unwavering trust. All eyes were fixed upon her, eagerly awaiting her next words. Professor Dumbledore discerned that the Dark Lord's power stemmed not solely from formidable magic. Elia spoke slowly, her fingers absent-mindedly tracing the intricate patterns of her wand, revealing that he had fractured his own soul, and concealed the fragments within various objects known as Horcruxes. As long as the Horcruxes remained intact, the Dark Lord could never be truly vanquished. Horcruxes? Remus's voice was tinged with astonishment. I have read about them in ancient texts, but I always assumed they were merely a legend of dark magic. This is no legend, Elia replied gravely, glancing at James and Sirius, whose faces still bore the flush of their recent antics. The diary we encountered last time is one of them. James inhaled sharply, his brow furrowing beneath his tousled hair. So that's why you specifically warned us against touching that diary. Ilia nodded, her red hair flickering like flowing flames in the firelight. Now we have also discovered another Horcrux, Marvolo Gaunt's ring. She paused, carefully choosing her words, however. The ring is currently imbued with a powerful curse. Acting rashly could exact a heavy toll, which is why the professor is seeking a safe method to destroy the Horcruxes. Lily, deep in thought, twirled her wand. Are there other Horcruxes besides the diary and the ring? Yes, Ilia continued, her voice unconsciously lowering. But what they are remains under investigation by the professor. She surveyed the room, ensuring everyone grasped the gravity of the situation. What we can do is remain vigilant, safeguard ourselves, and be alert to any anomalies around us. Her gaze inadvertently fell upon Peter, who was nervously fiddling with his cuffs. Noticing Ilia's stare, Peter coughed awkwardly, lowering his gaze to avoid her eyes, his fingers twisting together. Sirius, sensing her attention, instinctively tightened his arm, drawing Ilia closer to him. No matter how many Horcruxes there are, we will face them together, right mates? Absolutely. James responded immediately, brandishing his wand and creating sparks in the air. As soon as we locate those Horcruxes, I'll be the first to charge in. Remus shook his head in exasperation, gently pressing down on James's wand. James. Ilia just said that acting recklessly is perilous. We need to devise a plan. Plans are essential, but courage is equally important, James declared, puffing out his chest, his eyes sparkling behind his glasses. After all, we are the Marauders. The atmosphere in the common room suddenly stilled. James's wand hovered mid-air, his brow now furrowed. Wait, Ilia. Why would Dumbledore tell you all this? He lowered his arm, blinking in confusion. You're just a student. Lily nodded thoughtfully, indeed. Such a significant secret about Horcruxes. Why would the professor confide in a third-year student? Ilia instinctively clenched the hem of her robe, the fabric crumpling in her palm. She should have anticipated such questions. The firelight from the hearth suddenly blazed intensely, sweat trickling down her back. In truth, she took a deep breath, feigning composure. It's because of my occlumency. Occlumency? Remus exclaimed in surprise. Isn't that an advanced defensive magic? Indeed, Ilia affirmed with a nod. Last semester, I inadvertently discovered my aptitude for resisting the imperious curse, and I secretly practiced some basic occlumency techniques. She paused, weaving a half-truth. Eventually, Professor Dumbledore uncovered my ability, and believed I could assist in resisting the Dark Lord's mental invasions. Thus he began to mentor me in private. Sirius straightened, his gray eyes fixed intently on Ilia. So that's why you often seek out Professor Dumbledore? Ilia nodded slightly, her heart racing. Sirius's focused gaze seemed to penetrate her facade, yet she felt compelled to maintain her story. James gasped, Merlin's beard. You've been involved in something so perilous? His expression oscillated between shock and pride, ultimately settling into concern. What if Mum finds out? Wait, Lily interjected sharply, narrowing her eyes. How do you know Ilia frequently meets with Professor Dumbledore? Sirius's ears turned crimson as he scratched the back of his head, avoiding Ilia's astonished gaze. I just occasionally notice. Occasionally? Ilia couldn't help but raise her voice, her cheeks aflame. You've been secretly tracking my movements? Not secretly. Sirius quickly defended himself, though his voice dwindled to a whisper, as if under a silencing charm. I just pay attention. Remus suddenly chuckled, breaking the tension. Pay attention? Goodness. You didn't wait in the common room for Ilia every night, did you? Absolutely not. Sirius retorted, flustered, as he threw a pillow at Remus, who dodged skillfully. I merely what? Ilia pressed, her heart racing almost to the point of bursting. Sirius took a deep breath, suddenly locking eyes with her, his gray gaze shimmering with determination. I was just worried about you. Ever since I noticed you returning after curfew, He shrugged, a shy smile creeping onto his lips. Wondered if you were in trouble. Ilia froze, astonished by the revelation that Sirius had been secretly watching over her. This realization tightened her throat, leaving her momentarily speechless. So Peter interjected suddenly, his eyes darting between the two, his round face a mask of curiosity. You two have been. Not at all. Ilia and Sirius simultaneously denied, both blushing furiously. Unbeknownst to them, Sirius's hand had found its way to hers, their palms warm and slightly calloused. James exaggeratedly covered his eyes. Merlin, my sister and my best friend? I need time to process this. All right, Lily timely redirected the conversation, waving her wand to make the teapot pour tea for everyone. Since Ilia possesses unique abilities to assist Professor Dumbledore, we should unite even more closely. Indeed. Remus nodded, accepting the floating teacup. However, we must tread carefully. If the Dark Lord truly has so many Horcruxes, we need to ensure our safety first, James said, unusually serious, his eyes glinting with determination beneath his tousled hair. Elia, if there's ever another instance like this, at least let us know. Elia looked gratefully at everyone, feeling a slight alleviation of the burden on her chest. I will. However, she hesitated, her gaze sweeping across each face. But the matter of the Horcruxes must remain confidential. If the Dark Lord's followers discover we are investigating. Understood, Sirius interjected immediately, his expression turning grave. His fingers unconsciously tracing his wand. This is a secret among the Marauders. Peter shivered suddenly, his teacup trembling in his hands. Are they really that terrifying? Elia noticed his fingers anxiously twisting together, a flicker of fear in his eyes. She sighed softly. Of course not, but we must learn to protect one another. She deliberately softened her voice. As long as we are together, there's nothing to fear. Peter relaxed slightly at her words, managing a hesitant smile. Hey, James suddenly leaped up, his energy renewed as if the seriousness had never existed. If we're going to confront the Dark Lord, we need to step up our training. Starting tomorrow, let us meet every night under the Whomping Willow. Lily sighed in exasperation, her red hair cascading down her shoulder. Could you not choose a less perilous location? What's wrong? James stood confidently with his hands on his hips, declaring, we need to practice advanced defensive spells. Suddenly, Sirius grasped Elia's hand, proposing, I have a better idea. Since Elia is studying the brain-closing spell, why don't we delve into defensive magic against dark arts together? Elia looked at him in surprise. You mean, establish a defensive magic study group? Sirius's voice rose slightly with excitement. Exactly. A dedicated group to study how to counter the Dark Lord's magic. Remus pondered for a moment. That's a splendid idea, but we need a secret location. I know a place. Elia recalled the room of requirement from her memories. A magical space that played a significant role in the original narrative. On the 8th floor. There exists a wondrous room that can only be found by those who truly need it. It materializes when one concentrates on their desires. Fantastic! James exclaimed, slapping his thigh and nearly toppling his teacup. It's settled then. The Marauders Defense Special Training Class will commence tomorrow. Elia gazed at the familiar faces around her. A surge of unprecedented security washing over her. No matter how dark the path ahead may be, at this moment, this warmth was enough to illuminate even the deepest night. Chapter 66. The Plunge. In the following days, the Marauders seized every opportunity to train in the room of requirement until the Quidditch match commenced. The Gryffindor locker room buzzed with excited chatter, the players donned in vibrant crimson robes, their brooms gleaming against the wall like swords poised for battle. Captain Frank Longbottom clapped his hands on the tactical board, grinning as he surveyed his team. Listen up, everyone. Today the entirety of Hogwarts is cheering for us, he boomed, his gaze landing on Elia, especially our star seeker, the one who made a name for herself last year, Elia Potter. The team erupted into cheers and whistles. Elia felt a slight flush on her cheeks as she bent to adjust her protective gear, her fingers nervously brushing against the leather wrist guards. She could sense the eager gazes of her teammates, which quickened her heartbeat more than any pressure could. Oh, come on! James suddenly leapt onto the bench, tossing his unruly black hair with exaggerated flair. This is all thanks to me. If it weren't for my genius as a seeker drawing all the fire, my sister wouldn't have had the chance to shine. The locker room filled with playful boos. Elia couldn't help but roll her eyes but played along. Yes, yes. All thanks to my wonderful brother. She elongated her tone deliberately, eliciting laughter from the crowd. James, clearly enjoying himself, squinted with satisfaction, like a cat being scratched in just the right spot. He jumped down from the bench, slinging an arm around Elia's shoulders. So, feeling less nervous about this match? He reminisced. I still remember your last game. Your lips went pale with tension. Elia straightened her back, confidence glimmering in her eyes. Not at all. Bring on 300 more rounds. The two exchanged a high five, the sharp clap resonating throughout the locker room. Frank chuckled, shaking his head. All right. Let us get serious. Slytherin has a new lineup this year, and that kid from the Black family is quite adept in flying. Elia, keep an eye out. James waved dismissively. Don't worry, my sister is 10 times better than him. He turned to Elia, suddenly serious. But if he dares pull any tricks, let me know. I'll make him taste the bludger's wrath. A deafening cheer erupted from outside, and Madame Hooch's voice amplified by magic rang out. Please welcome both teams to the field. Hands in. Frank extended his right hand, and the players quickly formed a circle, stacking their hands atop one another. Elia felt the warmth and strength radiating from her teammates' palms, a surge of heat swelling within her. For Gryffindor. For victory! They shouted in unison before grabbing their brooms and bursting out of the locker room. The sun blared down upon the Quidditch pitch, where students waved red and green flags, their cheers crashing like waves. Elia squinted against the brightness, spotting Dumbledore smiling at her from the staff stand, his crescent-shaped glasses reflecting the sunlight. She mounted her broom and soared into the air, locking eyes with the opposing seeker, Regulus, as she ascended to match his height, clad in dark green robes. His neatly tied black hair framed a face more refined than Sirius's, but lacking his flamboyance. Good luck, Elia said impulsively, her words swept away by the wind. Yet she was certain Regulus heard her. Regulus appeared momentarily taken aback, his gray-blue eyes widening slightly, his lips parting. After a moment he nodded gently, his voice barely audible. You two. Madame Hooch's whistle shattered the air, and 15 brooms shot skyward like arrows released from a bow. James seized the quaffle first, darting through the pitch like a flash of red lightning, scoring goal after goal against Slytherin. Gryffindor's cheers rose to a crescendo, the red flags in the stands swirling like flames. Potter scores again. Gryffindor leads by 60 points. The commentator, Aaron Carter, exclaimed, "Look at that pass. Absolutely stunning." Elia soared high, her eyes scanning the field for the elusive golden snitch. The wind whipped past her ears, sending her red hair streaming behind her. She inadvertently noticed not glaring menacingly at James, his bat raised, aiming for James's back. Not. Elia dove towards him, her voice clear and piercing. "Do you wish to experience the hospital wing again?" Her eyes glinted with a dangerous light, reminiscent of a lioness protecting her cubs. Not's hand froze mid-air, his face turning ashen. He glared at Elia through gritted teeth, ultimately begrudgingly altering his aim. Elia muttered under her breath, "What a coward." Then, a glimmer of gold caught her eye. The golden snitch was circling close to the Slytherin goalpost. The fluttering wings shimmered in the sunlight, casting tiny sparkles. Without hesitation, she adjusted her broom and sped towards her target. The rush of wind filled her ears, and she sensed Regulus had also spotted the snitch, pursuing her from the side. Their brooms nearly flew in tandem, the crowd screams deafening, especially Sirius, who stood at the very front of the Gryffindor stands, his gray eyes fixed on the unfolding action, his fingers gripping the railing tightly, knuckles whitening. The seekers from Gryffindor and Slytherin have spotted the snitch. Aaron Carter exclaimed excitedly, "Who will catch it first?" "What is that?" Elia's entire focus was on the snitch, completely unaware of a bludger hurtling towards her at terrifying speed. By the time she turned her head at the sound of gasps, it was too late. Bang! A searing pain erupted from her back, and Elia felt herself being flung off her broom. In that fleeting moment of descent, she desperately reached out, her fingertips grazing the cool sphere, the metallic wings trembling in her palm. She had caught the snitch. Gryffindor wins. Aaron Carter's voice echoed as if from a great distance, but the Gryffindor seeker had fallen. Dumbledore immediately stood, his silver beard flowing in the wind. With a flick of his wand, a soft golden light enveloped the falling Elia, gently lowering her to the grass like a feather. Elia's vision faded to black, her last awareness being Sirius leaping from the stands, rushing towards her without a second thought. When Elia opened her eyes again, the acrid scent of antiseptic informed her that she was in the hospital wing. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, casting slender beams of light onto the white sheets. She attempted to move, but her entire body protested, particularly her back, which felt as if it had been scorched by a fire lizard. "Don't move," a familiar voice came from beside her. Sirius's visage emerged into view, his gray eyes brimming with concern, dark circles beneath them betraying a night devoid of slumber. "Madame Pomfrey has informed you that you have fractured 3 ribs. His voice was hoarse as he gently brushed aside her stray red locks with a tender touch. Elia struggled to turn her head, catching sight of James seated at the foot of her bed, his countenance grim and foreboding, his normally tousled hair even more disheveled. Lily was clasping Elia's hand. Her eyes reddened as though she had been weeping. Remus and Peter stood nearby, their expressions somber. "The thief," Elia rasped, her throat parched as if it were a barren desert. "I'm here." Lily picked up a golden orb from the bedside table, its wings fluttering weakly in her palm. "You caught it, we have triumphed." She strove to muster a smile, yet the tremor in her voice betrayed her composure. "That despicable little wretch, not." James erupted suddenly, rising to pace agitatedly within the infirmary. "I swear I shall make him pay." "Calm down, Pointy Fork," Sirius interjected, but Elia could sense his grip on the bedclothes trembling, his knuckles whitening. "Professor Dumbledore has already disqualified him from the competition. That is not sufficient." James bellowed, his fist crashing into the wall, causing the vials to rattle ominously. The infirmary door was abruptly thrust open, revealing Regulus standing at the threshold, cradling a bouquet of white daisies. Upon seeing the room full of people, he visibly froze, his gray-blue eyes darting anxiously between Sirius and Aelia. Sirius immediately rose, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes. "What are you doing here?" His voice was low and frigid, a stark contrast to his usual flippant demeanor. Regulus pressed his lips into a thin line, his fingers unconsciously tightening around the crumpled wrapping paper. "I merely wish to inquire about Miss Potter's condition. Your feigned concern is unnecessary." Sirius scoffed, stepping forward. "If it were not for your trailing behind, would not dare act so brazenly." "Sirius." Aelia urgently interrupted him, propping herself up despite the pain, cold sweat beading on her forehead. "It is not his fault." She glanced at Regulus, who exhibited a flicker of surprise in his eyes. The emotions swirling within Regulus's gaze were complex and difficult to decipher. Ultimately, he gently placed the flowers on a chair by the door, their purity accentuated against the dark green wrapping paper. "Wishing you a swift recovery." With that, he turned and departed, his footsteps fading down the corridor. Sirius stared at the bouquet, his expression fluctuating, as if embroiled in a fierce internal struggle. Aelia gently tugged at his sleeve, drawing him back to reality. He truly wished to help when the quaffle was coming. "I saw it. You always think of others." Sirius sighed, returning to the bedside, his fingers delicately combing through her red hair. Even after just falling from a broom, Lily suddenly laughed, wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes. "That is precisely why we adore her. I assent it?" James halted his pacing, dramatically clutching his chest. "Merlin, my sister lies in a hospital bed, and so many care for her. I, as her brother, am consumed with jealousy." Remus rolled his eyes, though the corners of his mouth twitched upward. "Oh please, when you broke your leg last year, half the school's girls brought you chocolates." The atmosphere in the infirmary finally lightened somewhat. Aelia smiled as she closed her eyes, listening to the banter of her friends. Though her body ached, her heart felt warm. The victory in this match was not solely about the points for the House Cup. It also bore a thread of goodwill from Regulus, which might sow the seeds for a future reconciliation between the Black brothers. Chapter 67. The duel between the Raiders and Slytherin. During Aelia's stay in the hospital wing, the Raiders frequently visited her whenever they had a moment to spare. Madame Pomfrey's white drapes became their new gathering spot, the area around her bed perpetually adorned with gifts. Lily's homemade cookies, magical books chosen by Remus, puddings pilfered by Peter from the kitchen, and singing magical cards gifted by James and Sirius. Sirius came the most often, sometimes bearing a bouquet borrowed from the greenhouse, other times simply sitting quietly by her bedside, his gray eyes fixed on Aelia as if fearing she might suddenly vanish. He would help her untangle her disheveled red hair, or read the Quibbler's Quidditch news to her, his voice deep and soothing. Aelia thought she would be discharged peacefully, but she was alas too naïve. One day, as the Raiders rounded the corner past the Transfiguration classroom, they spotted Not congregating with a group of Slytherins by the window. Not instinctively took a step back, only to collide with Snape's ominous gaze. "Look who we have here, the new minion of the snotty brat?" James tossed his hair back, his wand spinning deftly at his fingertips, his movements smooth as if part of a performance. "Or do you Slytherins only ambush from behind the skirts of girls?" Snape's countenance darkened, a cold smirk playing upon his lips. "Potter, your arrogance is truly nauseating." His black eyes swept over James and Sirius, as if assessing some repugnant creature. Yet Sirius's gaze remained fixed on Regulus, who stood at the rear of the group, his expression even paler than usual. Sirius's voice was as cold as ice. "It appears the pureblood pride of the Blacks has been fed to the Dark Lord's lapdog." The tip of his wand glimmered with eerie blue sparks, ready to erupt at any moment. Regulus swallowed hard, his gray-blue eyes darting between Sirius and Not, ultimately merely tightening his grip on the Slytherin crest at his waist, his knuckles blanching from the pressure. The air crackled with tension. Remus subtly placed his hand on his wand, while Peter shrank back, his round face etched with anxiety. Suddenly, a Slytherin flung out his wand, stupefy. The red beam grazed James's ear, slamming into the wall and leaving a charred crater in the stone. Petrificus totalis. Remus's incantation and Sirius's flames erupted simultaneously, while Peter cowered behind a pillar, trembling as he muttered a choking curse. The Slytherins retaliated immediately, green and red lights weaving a deadly tapestry in the corridor as the duel commenced. At that moment, Aelia reclined on her hospital bed, idly gnawing on an apple that Lily had just peeled. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting warm patches of light upon the white sheets. Madame Pomfrey was busily concocting potions at the cabinet, the bottles clinking melodically. "Another piece?" Lily sliced off another segment of the apple, the blade deftly twisting through the flesh, the peel curling into a long strip. "Madame Pomfrey says you need to replenish your vitamins." Just as Aelia reached out to take it, the infirmary doors were suddenly flung open. A first-year Hufflepuff, freckled and breathless, burst in, leaning on his knees. No, it's bad. Gryffindor and Slytherin are fighting in the Transfiguration classroom corridor. Potter and the others what? Alia's apple fell onto the blanket with a thud as she threw off the covers, but the sudden motion tugged at her wounds, drawing a sharp intake of breath. Take it slow. Lily rushed to steady her. Your ribs aren't fully healed yet. I can't worry about that now. Alia gritted her teeth, slipping on her slippers, the hospital gown hanging loosely on her frame. That idiot James has definitely stirred up trouble again with Sirius. Madame Pomfrey turned, a potion bottle raised in her hand, frowning. Miss Potter, you should be, but Alia was already limping out of the hospital wing, with Lily hastily grabbing their wands and following closely behind. In the corridor, Alia could hear the explosive sounds of spells and the shouts of combatants from afar. Rounding the last corner, the scene before her made her gasp in shock. The corridor was thick with acrid smoke, the walls marred by scorched traces of spells. James was astride a levitating broom, the means by which he had summoned it indoors known only to the heavens, as he unleashed stunning spells towards the Slytherins. Sirius and Remus stood back to back, their wands weaving a series of protective barriers. Peter took refuge behind a stone pillar, occasionally peeking out to cast a jinx. Opposite them, not let a throng of Slytherins, relentlessly advancing, their wands emitting increasingly malevolent spells. Snape lingered at the back, muttering incantations as he prepared some dark magic, his lips moving rapidly. To Aliana's astonishment, Regulus stood between the two factions, his wand hanging limply at his side, seemingly torn over whether to join the fray. His expression was a tapestry of complexity, his slate blue eyes darting between Sirius and his Slytherin peers. Stop it! Aliana cried out, but her voice was drowned beneath the cacophony of exploding spells. Suddenly, a blinding green light shot from Snape's wand, hurtling directly toward Sirius. Armurus! Aliana, disregarding her pain, seized the wand from Lily's hand and dashed in front of Sirius. Her wand sweeping dramatically, her protective charm intercepted the spell, causing the green light to collide with the ceiling, unleashing a shower of debris. All fell silent. Turning to the source of the sound, Aliana leaned against the wall, clad in a hospital gown draped with Gryffindor's scarlet cloak, her face as pale as parchment, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Yet her gaze remained resolute as iron. Aliana? Sirius's voice brimmed with shock, his gray eyes wide. How could you? You bunch of blundering oafs. Aliana trembled with fury, her voice hoarse from pain. Using dark magic in the corridor? Are you all intent on joining me in Azkaban? Snape's lips twitched, a flicker of an unreadable emotion flashing in his dark eyes. Mind your own business, he replied, his tone low and menacing. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from the end of the corridor. Professor McGonagall swept in like a tempest, her square glasses reflecting a furious glint. With a flick of her wand, all the airborne spells froze midair, transforming into silver ribbons that gently descended to the ground. By Merlin! Professor McGonagall's voice was colder than the Arctic wind, her Scottish accent sharpened by anger. Have you turned Hogwarts into a troll wrestling pit? Behind her, a breathless Professor Slughorn wiped the sweat from his brow, his round face etched with exasperation. Children, this is utterly unacceptable. McGonagall's gaze turned piercing, scanning each student involved in the brawl. Gryffindor and Slytherin. Each lose 100 points. All participants in this altercation will serve a month of detention. But Professor, James began, his tousled hair framing a face full of defiance. No buts, Mr. Potter. McGonagall interrupted, her voice brooking no argument. Using offensive magic in the school corridors is a grave violation of school rules. Aliana noticed Regulus subtly retreating, seemingly attempting to slip away amidst the chaos. Yet, McGonagall's sharp gaze immediately locked onto him. Mr. Black, that includes you. Regulus froze, ultimately nodding slightly, a hint of shame flickering across his face. At that moment, Aliana was suddenly struck by a wave of dizziness, her legs buckling beneath her. And Sirius rushed forward to steady her. You need to get to the hospital wing immediately. His voice was laced with concern as he carefully wrapped his arm around her waist. McGonagall finally noticed Aliana's pallor and hospital gown, her expression softening. Miss Potter, you shouldn't be here. I insisted on coming, Professor. Aliana managed a weak smile, her fingers gripping Sirius's sleeve for balance. McGonagall sighed. 10 points to Gryffindor. For your sanity. She turned back to the others, her demeanor regaining its sternness. As for you lot, tomorrow evening at 8, Mr. Filch will inform you of your detention's details. The Slytherins left with scowls, not casting a venomous glare at Aliana as he passed, his lips forming a silent threat. Snape walked behind, pausing imperceptibly beside Aliana, his lips moving as if to say something, but ultimately he merely snorted disdainfully and departed. Regulus was the last to leave, hesitating for a moment to glance back at Aliana, his slate blue eyes revealing a complex swirl of emotions, confusion, regret, and a glimmer of something Aliana could not decipher. Sirius immediately interposed himself between Aliana and his brother, a protective and furious glint in his gray eyes. "Let us go. I'll escort you back," Sirius murmured softly, cautiously wrapping his arm around Aliana's shoulders. Lily retrieved Aliana's dropped wand, concern etched across her features. "You've gone too far. You're not fully recovered yet." Her green eyes brimmed with worry. James tousled his already disheveled hair. "Em sorry, Aliana, ve. Next time you get into a fight, remember to include me." Aliana weakly smiled, attempting to lighten the tension. "Wait until I'm better." James appeared momentarily taken aback by her words, before breaking into a grin, pride shimmering in his eyes. Remus shook his head, a faint smile tugging at his lips. "You truly are 100% Gryffindor," Peter added quietly, admiration glinting in his eyes. Suddenly, Sirius bent down and swept Aliana into a princess carry, eliciting gasps from those around them. Aliana, blushing, nestled against Sirius, inhaling the familiar sense of mint and pine, suddenly finding that her ribs didn't ache quite as much. "You know," Sirius murmured, his voice barely above a whisper, warm breath brushing against her ear, "the way you stood in front of me just now. Very heroic." "Very scary," Aliana teased, playfully winking to mask her accelerating heartbeat. "Very beautiful." Sirius tightened his embrace, his voice quivering slightly, yet it was a comforting warmth. Aliana felt her cheeks flush, gently clasping Sirius's hand. "Next time don't make me worry so much." Sirius offered no reply, merely lowering his head to plant a tender kiss on her forehead before striding purposefully toward the hospital wing, leaving behind a corridor strewn with the remnants of chaos. Chapter 68. Forced Cooperation in Detention. By 7:50 the following evening, a dejected group of students had gathered outside Filch's office. The flickering light of the oil lamps cast eerie shadows on the administrator's wrinkled face as he gleefully rubbed his hands together, a grotesque smile twisting his lips. "Ah. Look who's here," Filch croaked, his voice dripping with schadenfreude. "A bunch of magical fools who don't appreciate their gifts." Sirius lounged lazily against the wall, his fingers drumming impatiently on his arm, while James made a face at Filch's back, nearly provoking Peter into laughter. Regulus stood silently in a corner, his gaze downcast, while Snape's dark robes loomed like a solid shadow around him. "Wands, all of them. Hand them over," Filch ordered, producing a rusty iron box. "You won't be needing these tonight." After a reluctant rustling, all wands were surrendered. Filch gleefully locked the box and led them through the dimly lit corridor, Mrs. Norris trailing at his heels. "Tonight's task is to polish every trophy in the trophy room," Filch announced, pushing open a heavy oak door. "No magic allowed, only this." He kicked a bucket of dirty water and several rags in the corner. "Now break into groups." Filch's eyes gleamed with malice. "The Black brothers together. Potter and Snape together. The rest can sort themselves out." "What?" Sirius and James exclaimed in unison. "That's not fair." James protested vehemently. "Why on earth must I be paired with that sniveling wretch?" Sirius pointed at Regulus, his disdain unmistakable. Filch's grin widened. "Because I am in charge." "Unwilling to comply? Then an additional week of detention it is." A heavy silence ensued, and ultimately, everyone begrudgingly accepted the arrangement, their expressions darkening. The trophy room soon echoed with the sounds of wiping and sporadic chatter. Sirius and Regulus were assigned to the farthest corner, positioned in front of a row of trophies, the air between them seemingly frozen. Sirius roughly seized a rag, scrubbing a Quidditch trophy with fervor until the knuckles of his fingers turned white. Meanwhile, Regulus delicately dusted off an ancient golden cup with utmost care. For a full 20 minutes, the two exchanged not a single word. "Is she doing better?" Regulus suddenly inquired, his voice barely above a whisper. Sirius's hand stilled momentarily, his cold gray eyes darting over. "Who?" "You know precisely who." Regulus continued to polish the trophy, not lifting his gaze. "Alia Potter." Sirius's lips pressed into a thin line. "What concern is that of yours?" "Just asking." Regulus maintained his calm tone. "If it weren't for her intervening yesterday, that curse." "Would you feign concern?" Sirius scoffed. "How peculiar." Regulus finally looked up, a flicker of hurt crossing his features before he regained his composure. "Believe it or not." Another silence fell. Sirius scrutinized his brother for several seconds before finally responding stiffly. "She is fine. Her ribs have healed." Regulus nodded slightly, resuming his task. They lapsed into silence once more, though this time, the animosity in the air seemed to have diminished slightly. Meanwhile, raucous noises erupted from the other end of the room, reminiscent of a giant wrestling match. "Pass me the rag, Potter," Snape said darkly. Get it yourself, you sniveling coward. James hurled the rag even farther away, or use your greasy hair to clean it. Snape's eyes narrowed dangerously. It seems Mr. Potter's intellect is inversely proportional to your broomstick skills. At least I have broomstick skills, James retorted proudly. What do you have? A stack of moldy potion textbooks and delusions about Lily? Snape's hand suddenly clenched the rag tightly, his knuckles whitening. At least I don't circle around her like a love-struck niffler. Ha. James laughed exaggeratedly. Admit it, you're just jealous. Lily would never look at someone like you. Does she know you were peeking at her notes in Transfiguration last year? Snape interrupted, his voice hissing like a snake. Or that half of your potion's homework was corrected by her. James's face flushed crimson. You. Oh, it seems she doesn't know. Snape smirked maliciously. I wonder what she would think if she discovered Genius Potter is actually a fraud who can't even manage basic potions? James stood frozen, as though struck by lightning, his mouth opening and closing without a sound. He seized the rag and slammed it against the trophy, splattering water onto Snape's dark robes. Childish, Snape remarked coldly, though a victorious smile tugged at the corners of his lips. 2 hours later, Filch surveyed the gleaming trophies with satisfaction. Not bad, he remarked, smacking his lips. It seems you can manage some work without magic. Remember this lesson. If you misbehave again, the punishment will be far more severe. He languidly returned their wands, deliberately prolonging the moment until everyone grew impatient. By the time the last wand was returned, curfew was fast approaching. Disperse, Filch declared, still wearing that disconcerting smile. The students immediately scattered. Sirius strode away without a backward glance, James trailing behind him, fuming. Regulus silently moved in the opposite direction, while Snape's dark robes vanished around the corner of the corridor. Remus and Peter hurried to catch up with Sirius and James. How did it go? Remus asked cautiously. If I have to work with that sniveling coward again, I might as well turn into a toad. James raked his fingers through his hair in frustration. Sirius snorted. At least you can still argue over there, mine. His voice trailed off, unspoken thoughts lingering. The four walked in silence back to Gryffindor Tower when suddenly, Sirius halted. What did he say? Sirius abruptly questioned Snape. What made you fall silent? James's expression grew complicated. He knows some things. Sirius raised an eyebrow. What could possibly make you? It's not important. James suddenly raised his voice, then lowered it again. Anyway, I might need Lilia's help with potions. Peter's eyes widened in surprise. You're going to actively study? Shut it, Wormtail. James snapped, flustered. Remus regarded James thoughtfully. So Snape was telling the truth? You really? I said it's not important. James quickened his pace. Hurry up. Curfew's coming. Chapter 69. Surprises after discharge. Alia's month-long stay in the school hospital had finally come to an end. When Madame Pomfrey announced that her ribs had fully healed, she practically leaped off the bed, her exuberance nearly prompting the stern nurse to reconsider. Remember, no strenuous activity for 2 weeks. Madame Pomfrey called after her. But Alia was already racing out of the infirmary like a whirlwind. The sunlight in the corridor was particularly bright, and she inhaled deeply, savoring the taste of freedom, stretching her long-ignored limbs as each joint joyfully cracked. However, this buoyant mood abruptly faltered upon opening the door to the Gryffindor common room. So the juice of the sleeping beans must be squeezed onto the silver dagger, rather than directly. Lily's gentle voice floated in. Yes, just like that. James's tone was unusually solicitous, pitched higher than usual. Your explanation is far clearer than Slughorn's. Alia froze at the entrance, her eyes widening in disbelief. Mechanically, she stepped back, closed the door, took 3 deep breaths, and then reopened it. The scene before her had not changed in the slightest. Lily and James sat side by side at the low table in front of the fireplace, surrounded by a mound of potion textbooks and parchment. James had even tamed his usually tousled hair, neatly slicked back, and donned a clean shirt. Merlin's soiled socks, Alia exclaimed, her voice echoing in the common room. All heads turned toward her. Sirius jumped from his armchair, bounding over to her in 3 swift strides, his gray eyes brimming with surprise. You're out? Madame Pomfrey confirmed it. Yet, Alia was oblivious to his words. Her gaze fixed on the astonishing study duo as she dashed forward, gripping Lily's shoulders, examining her closely. Lily, are you all right? Did James slip you a love potion? She nervously scrutinized her friend's eyes. Your pupils appear normal, but perhaps the dosage was low. Alia. Lily chuckled exasperatedly, pushing her hands away. Of course. I'm fine. James rolled his eyes dramatically, several strands of his hair escaping the confines of his styling gel. Thank you for your unwavering faith, dear sister. Alia remained skeptical, her hands on her hips as she stood before them. Then why are you suddenly willing to tutor James in potions? Last time he asked you for a paper reference, you hit him with a book. Lily's face flushed suddenly, her fingers unconsciously twisting a strand of red hair. Well, that was because I sincerely requested her help. James puffed out his chest, embodying the righteous spirit of a Ministry of Magic poster. As an ambitious young man, he resolved to study earnestly. Lily, however, delivered a sharp kick beneath the table, her eyes glinting with a warning. Sirius approached, gently pinching Elia's cheek. Forget about them, let me see how well you've recovered. His long fingers cradled her face, his gray eyes meticulously scrutinizing her complexion. The worry gradually fading away. You look well. I'm doing splendidly. Elia twirled around. Though I nearly suffocated in that hospital wing. They don't even have a decent book, just a pile of wizarding health guides. Her words were abruptly halted as her gaze fell upon a mountain of parchment towering behind Lily. The papers stacked nearly to half her height cast ominous shadows in the flickering light of the fireplace. What is that? She stammered, pointing at the heap with trembling fingers. Her voice turning shrill. Lily offered a sympathetic smile and lifted a pink note from the top of the parchment pile. These are the assignments you missed over the past month. All your professors asked me to pass them to you. Elia's face went pale, resembling someone who had just encountered a dementor. So many. 3 essays for transfiguration. Remus interjected, seemingly materializing from nowhere, as he began reciting the list with practiced ease. His finger traced down the items. 5 practical reports for charms, herbology observation journals. Stop. Elia covered her ears, stumbling backward. I want to return to the hospital wing. Tell Madame Pomfrey I suddenly have rib pain. Sirius laughed heartily, pressing her down into an armchair while he perched on the armrest, his arm casually draping over her shoulders. Don't fret, we've all taken notes for you. With a flourish, he produced a neat stack of parchment from behind him, the handwriting surprisingly tidy. Lily also handed her a beautifully crafted notebook, its cover adorned with golden flowers. These are my potions class notes. They should be helpful. Remus adjusted his glasses and pulled out a meticulously bound booklet from his bag. I compiled all the key points for transfiguration, complete with diagrams. Even Peter shyly offered a few sheets of parchment, densely scribbled with notes despite some ink smudges and corrections. I took notes from the Care of Magical Creatures class. Though my handwriting is a bit messy. Elia gazed at her friends with gratitude, her throat tightening. You are all truly amazing. She turned to Sirius, her fingers gently gliding over the notes. Especially you. I remember you despised taking notes. Sirius shrugged, a mischievous grin playing on his lips. For my girlfriend, it's worth occasionally being a good student. James immediately made a retching face. Merlin, could you two be any more nauseating? The syrup pie I just ate is about to make a reappearance. Shut it, Pointy Fork, Sirius retorted without looking back, ruffling Elia's hair. Ask me anything you don't understand. For the next 2 weeks, Elia practically resided in the library, departing before dawn with her books in hand, returning to the dormitory just before curfew, her hair a wild mess and ink stains adorning her hands. Sirius spent most of his time by her side, often gazing at her profile while absent-mindedly sketching her outline with his quill on the parchment. Focus. Elia poked his arm with the quill for the umpteenth time. Her voice hushed to avoid disturbing Madame Pants. You promised to help me review the theory of spells. You look quite lovely when you're serious, Sirius said, resting his chin on his hand and grinning like a rogue. Madame Pants had to come over once more to admonish them to keep quiet. Finally, 2 days before their weekend in Hogsmeade, Elia completed her final essay. Stretching her arms wide, she accidentally knocked over the ink bottle. Thankfully, Sirius was quick to clean it up. I did it, she exclaimed, drawing annoyed glances from several Ravenclaws nearby. Sirius helped her gather the scattered parchment, his movements unexpectedly patient. You can go to Hogsmeade with peace of mind the day after tomorrow. Honeydukes, 3 broomsticks, Zunko's joke shop. Elia excitedly listed, then suddenly lowered her voice, her eyes sparkling. And the shrieking shack? Sirius raised an eyebrow. You want to go exploring? Of course. Elia shook his arm. I've been cooped up for over a month. Sirius chuckled, shaking his head, his finger gently tapping her nose. Madame Pomfrey said no strenuous activities. Wandering the village hardly counts as strenuous. Elia protested, suddenly recalling something, narrowing her eyes. By the way, what has been going on with Lily and James lately? What happened while I was in the hospital? Sirius winked mysteriously, leaning closer, his warm breath making her ears tingle. You miss quite the spectacle. In short, the Slytherin Git blackmailed the Pointy Fork, and Evans unexpectedly agreed to help. Elia pondered this, biting the end of her quill. Interesting. The next day, All of Elia's professors praised her assignments highly. Miss Potter, Professor Flitwick announced in his high-pitched voice, your self-study during your hospitalization is truly remarkable. Professor McGonagall, rarely showing a smile, returned Elia's paper to her. An insightful essay, particularly the section on interspecies transfiguration. Her gaze held approval, suggesting someone had provided you with excellent notes. Even Slughorn, patting his round belly, complimented her. Better than some students who actually attend class. He cast a pointed glance at James, who was struggling to brew potions. A suspicious purple smoke was billowing from James's cauldron, while Lily was desperately fanning the air to salvage it. Elia followed Slughorn's gaze, realizing he was referring to James. A surge of indignation flared within her. She straightened up, her voice ringing clearly across the classroom. My brother works hard. He has been diligently tutoring Lily lately. An abrupt silence fell in the classroom, all eyes turning to her. Slughorn's smile froze on his face, clearly unprepared for such a rebuttal. Elia continued, her tone resolute. Professor, if a student is struggling, shouldn't you bear some responsibility? It indicates your teaching methods may not be effective. Slughorn's face turned beet red, his mustache quivering slightly, and muffled chuckles erupted throughout the classroom, especially from the Gryffindor students. My cauldron is still brewing potions. I bid you farewell. Elia strode confidently back to her workstation, leaving Slughorn awkwardly rooted in place. Elia thought, how ridiculous, I alone may speak of my brother. Who do you think you are? She returned to Sirius's side, who whispered in her ear, his warm breath brushing against her. You were absolutely brilliant just now. Slughorn looked utterly shocked. You should have seen the look on the pointy fork's face. Elia turned her gaze to James, who was now dramatically feigning emotion, one hand clutching his chest while the other gave Elia a thumbs up. Lily rolled her eyes beside him. Your cauldron is still on fire, Potter. Only then did James scramble to extinguish the flame, but it was too late. His potion had already solidified into a purple stone, emitting a noxious odor. Sirius chuckled softly in Elia's ear. It seems your brother needs more tutoring. Watching James and Lily bicker, Elia couldn't help but smile. Chapter 70. Interlude in Hogsmeade. The gentle autumn sunlight cascaded over the courtyard of Hogwarts, as Elia and Sirius strolled hand in hand towards the school gates. In Sirius's pocket, the Hogsmeade permission slip danced merrily with each step, producing a delicate rustling sound. Wait for us. James's voice echoed from behind, breathless as he rushed to catch up. His hair more disheveled than usual, as if struck by a thunderbird, clearly having sprinted all the way. His glasses were askew on his nose, and his robe was worn inside out, the collar awkwardly perched on the back of his head. Are you coming too? Elia raised an eyebrow. I thought you would invite Lily along. James's expression instantly fell, his shoulders slumping. I did ask her. He kicked a stone dejectedly, which flew off and struck an innocent snail, but she already made plans with Snape. Sirius burst out laughing without restraint. Snatched away by the snot-nosed git? Quite the achievement, pointy fork. The glee in his gray eyes was almost palpable. Shut it, Bigfoot. James retorted angrily, raking a hand through his hair, making it resemble a bird's nest. She just said there were some potion issues to discuss. Elia tilted her head in confusion. So why does Lily need to tutor you? James fumbled, his fingers nervously twisting the edge of his robe. Because I said I didn't want anyone to know you had a brother who struggled with potions for your sake. Elia was clearly taken aback by this reason, bursting into laughter with Sirius, their mirth ringing brightly in the quiet courtyard. Sirius laughed so hard that he had to lean against the wall, tears glistening in his gray eyes. Meanwhile, James's face flushed with embarrassment. All right, enough laughing, it's rather humiliating. He attempted to threaten them with a fierce glare, but it had the opposite effect. Elia and Sirius exchanged knowing looks, both sporting mischievous smiles. Oh, Elia elongated her tone. So Lily is only helping you because of me? It seems she hasn't developed feelings for you yet. TSK. How pitiful. Sirius pretended to sigh dramatically, draping an arm over James's shoulder, adopting a mentor-like demeanor. Need me to teach you a few tricks, little brother? James's face turned crimson. You too. I remember someone in their first year. James abruptly turned to Sirius, raising his voice deliberately to attract Elia's attention. At Charms class. Shut up. Sirius lunged forward, attempting to cover James's mouth, a flicker of panic flashing in his gray eyes. You dare say that? James nimbly dodged, seizing the opportunity to retaliate. Oh? Is that so? Then I must mention someone in Transfiguration class. Stop. Sirius released Elia, raising his hands in surrender. We'll take you there, all right? Elia shook her head helplessly, watching the two childish fools bicker like first years. At that moment, Remus and Peter caught up with them. Are we ready to go? Remus asked gently, though his eyes sparkled with mischief, clearly having witnessed the entire exchange. Thus, the originally planned duo outing morphed into a quintet. As they passed through the school gates, Elia discreetly squeezed Sirius's palm, earning a resigned yet affectionate smile in return. Hogsmeade Village was bathed in golden autumn sunlight, the streets bustling with exuberant students. Colorful shop signs swayed gently in the breeze, and the air was filled with the sweet aromas of candy, bread, and pumpkin juice. Upon entering Honeydukes, Elia was completely captivated by the vibrant array of sweets, her eyes wide with wonder, reminiscent of a muggle child encountering the magical world for the first time. Shelves overflowed with all sorts of magical confections, jumping chocolate frogs, bubblegum that emitted pink bubbles, and even jars filled with wriggling cockroach clusters. "I want this, and this," she exclaimed, darting between the shelves like an excited sniffler, her red hair trailing behind her. Sirius followed closely, his small basket quickly overflowing with various candies, nearly spilling over. "Are you sure you want to buy so many cockroach clusters?" Sirius pinched a pack of the wriggling treats, wrinkling his nose in distaste, gingerly holding the edge of the packaging as if fearing it might touch him. "For James," Elia replied with a sly wink. Snatching the pack from Sirius's hands, and intentionally adding a few more, "Just say Lily sent them." Sirius erupted into laughter, his voice deep and resonant, drawing the attention of nearby Hufflepuff girls, who whispered amongst themselves. Elia proudly looped her arm through his, staking her claim. At the checkout, Sirius casually grabbed an extra box of chocolate frogs. "For you, to make up for what you missed while you were in the hospital." Elia's heart warmed, and she stood on tiptoe to plant a kiss on his cheek, her lips brushing against his cool skin. "Thank you." Sirius immediately raised an eyebrow triumphantly at James, who was waiting outside. Through the shop window, James witnessed the moment and made an exaggerated gagging gesture, eliciting giggles from Peter. "We'll head to the Three Broomsticks and wait for you," James called out, dragging Remus and Peter away. As Elia and Sirius entered the Three Broomsticks, laden with an abundance of sweets, the wooden door creaked open, producing a familiar squeak. The once boisterous tavern fell silent for a brief moment before quickly returning to its noisy atmosphere. Yet an unsettling tension hung in the air. Elia's gaze swept across the crowded tables, suddenly freezing as she spotted Lily and Snape seated in the corner, a copy of Intermediate Potion making spread before them. Lily's cheeks flushed, clearly having noticed their arrival, while Snape wore a faint smirk, malice glimmering ominously in his dark eyes. "Merlin," Elia murmured softly, her fingers instinctively tightening around Sirius's arm, leaving several red marks in their wake. "What a wretched fate." James sat at a nearby round table, his expression dark as stormy skies, fingers gripping a mug of butterbeer tightly, knuckles white. Remus desperately pressed down on his shoulder, seemingly trying to prevent him from charging over, his lips moving rapidly as if reciting a calming spell. Peter anxiously gnawed at his nails, his eyes darting back and forth between James and Snape, akin to a spectator at an impending Quidditch match. "Stay calm," Sirius whispered, guiding Elia towards James's table. As they passed Lily's table, Elia had a sudden idea. Pulling a handful of candies from her paper bag, "Lily, try this. And Snape, this is the Pepper Imps, they're quite invigorating." She forced a smile, placing a few candies on their table, the wrappers crinkling crisply. Lily managed a weak smile, her fingers unconsciously fiddling with the corner of her potion book. "Thank you, Elia." However, she did not touch the candies, simply pushing them aside gently. Snape, on the other hand, cast a cold glance, lips twisting into a sarcastic curve. "No thanks, Potter. I'm not interested in sweets." He enunciated the word Potter with particular emphasis, as if it were a filthy term. The atmosphere was colder than the Arctic ice. Elia smiled awkwardly, her mouth muscles nearly cramping, hastily pulling Sirius away to join James's table, as if fleeing from an impending volcanic eruption. "Did you see that?" James said through gritted teeth. "They're not even discussing potions." That snot-nosed git just handed Lily a note. "Calm down," Remus advised, his tone as soothing as a still lake. "It could just be a recipe." "A recipe?" James's voice rose an octave. He wrote, "Your eyes are like emeralds." "James." Lily's voice suddenly rang from behind, her face flushed. "Could you be a little more mature?" Snape also stood up, his black robe spreading like bat wings. "Jealousy makes you ugly, Potter." "Jealous?" James sprang up, the chair screeching against the floor with an unbearable noise. "Enough," Lily interjected sharply, yanking her bag and striding towards the exit. "Severus, let South move to another place." Snape cast a smug glance at James before following Lily out of the pub. The moment the door closed, James slumped back into his chair, resembling a deflated balloon, as if he had shrunk a size. "I'm doomed," he lamented, burying his face in his arms, his voice muffled. "She must despise me even more now." Elias sighed and pushed a mug of butterbeer towards him. James, when will you learn to control your temper? Exactly, Sirius chimed in, casually unwrapping a chocolate frog. All you're doing is pushing Evans further away. James lifted his head, his eyes reddened. So what should I do? First, Elias said solemnly, stop calling Snape the greasy git, at least not in front of Lily. Secondly, Sirius added, show her your true merits, rather than parading around like a randy sphinx. Remus nodded in agreement. Lily admires clever and diligent individuals. You could. I could study hard? James exclaimed in despair, running his fingers through his hair. Merlin. That's harder than defeating a troll. Peter timidly interjected. Or you could write her a letter of apology. Everyone stared at Peter in astonishment. He shrank back, as though regretting his suggestion. No, Wormtail. James suddenly sat up straight, his eyes behind his glasses lighting up as if an epiphany struck him. That's a brilliant idea. Elias and Sirius exchanged glances, both sighing simultaneously. Sirius squeezed Elias's palm, his gray eyes filled with exasperated affection for the hopeless boy. It seemed James's pursuit of love had a long, arduous path ahead. As the sun set, the 5 Gryffindors embarked on their journey back to school. Throughout the way, James was immersed in crafting his apology letter, muttering to himself and occasionally pulling out a parchment to jot down a few words. Remus patiently offered suggestions while Peter took charge of the ink bottle. Elias leaned against Sirius's shoulder, gazing at the evening sky, painted in hues of red, the clouds resembling ignited cotton candy. Sirius's arm encircled her waist, cautiously avoiding her recently healed rib. At least we managed to get some sweets, she murmured, pulling a fizzing bee candy from the bag and popping it into Sirius's mouth. He chuckled softly, the candy causing his cheeks to puff out. He placed a gentle kiss atop her head, his lips brushing through her hair. Next time, it'll just be the 2 of us. Elias smiled in agreement, thinking how delightful life at Hogwarts would be if James and Lily's antics could be reduced. Yet, upon reflection, perhaps it was precisely these chaotic moments and laughter that made the magical world feel so vividly real. Chapter 71. The Apology Letter Incident. Morning sunlight streamed through the towering stained glass windows of the Hogwarts Great Hall, casting a shimmering glow upon the silverware adorning the long tables. As Elias pushed open the oak doors, she was suddenly yanked behind a stone pillar by an unseen force. Sirius, she gasped, nearly colliding with his sturdy chest. What are you doing? Sirius raised a finger to his lips, mischief sparkling in his gray eyes. Keep it down, the pointy-faced git has penned a perfect apology letter, he whispered, a devilish grin spreading across his face. He plans to read it aloud to Evans during breakfast. Elias's eyes widened in horror. Merlin's beard. He wouldn't he dare. Sirius nodded mischievously, his eyes brimming with schadenfreude. Exactly that wouldn't dare. No. Elia's face drained of color as she sprinted towards the Gryffindor table, her arms outstretched as if to catch something plummeting off a cliff, but it was too late. James was already standing atop the bench, brandishing a crumpled piece of parchment, surrounded by a throng of onlookers. He had meticulously combed his hair that morning, yet a few stubborn black curls still defied his efforts at the back. Lily remained seated, her complexion shifting from pale to crimson, then to a shade of green. Your eyes are like emerald lakes, James recited passionately, oblivious to the snickers of his peers. Your hair like the rosy hues of sunset. James Potter. Lily suddenly sprang to her feet, the chair scraping noisily against the floor. How dare you spy on the letter Severus wrote to me? The hall fell into a deathly silence. Elias's hand froze midair, her heart sinking as she witnessed the scene unfold. Sirius, beside her, bowed his head, his shoulders shaking suspiciously. No. I meant to say. James flailed the parchment in a panic, his glasses slipping to the tip of his nose. I merely borrowed the expression. Borrowed? Lily's voice escalated by an octave, her green eyes blazing with fury. That's called plagiarism. No, that's theft. She snatched the parchment from him and tore it to shreds. You are absolutely insufferable. Elias rushed forward, grasping Lily's hand. Calm down, Lily, let us discuss this outside. Lily's chest heaved violently, but she allowed Elias to lead her away from the hall. Behind them, Professor McGonagall's stern voice rang out, Mr. Potter, I need you to come to my office. In the corridor, Lily jerked her arm away from Elias, striding ahead with determination, the hem of her robe billowing behind her. Your brother is the most arrogant, detestable, and... I know, Elias panted, hastening to keep up. He does sometimes resemble a troll. Turning a corner, the two abruptly halted before Severus Snape, Regulus Black, and a group of Slytherin students, with Not grinning maliciously at them. Look who it is, Not drawled, Potter and that mudblood Gryffindor. Shut it, Not. Regulus interrupted sharply, but it was too late. The vile word exploded in the corridor, Mudblood. The air instantly froze. Snape's complexion turned ashen, his lips quivering slightly. Lily stood frozen, as if struck by lightning, tears rapidly pooling in her emerald eyes. Elia's reflexes surpassed her thoughts, her wand already aimed at Nott. Silencio. A flash of silver light erupted, and Nott's mouth moved soundlessly, panic spreading across his face as he clutched his throat. The other Slytherins recoiled in fear. If I hear that word again. Elia's voice was as frigid as Arctic ice. I will ensure you experience something far worse. She surveyed the scene, her gaze landing on Snape. Some of you had better remember, the pride of purebloods won't save your lives, but friendship can. Regulus regarded her thoughtfully, while Snape averted his gaze, his black hair obscuring his expression. Let us go, Lily. Elia retracted her wand, gently wrapping her arm around her friend's shoulder. Lily moved mechanically, her shoulders beginning to tremble. Elia noticed that Snape seemed poised to step forward, yet ultimately remained rooted in place. Upon returning to Gryffindor Tower, the fat lady, about to inquire, wisely stepped aside at the sight of Lily's expression. Elia guided Lily back to their dormitory, and as soon as they entered, Lily's tears burst forth, her face buried deep in her pillow on the four-poster bed. Elia softly closed the door, sitting on the edge of the bed and patting her back. That word doesn't define anything, Lily. You are the finest which I have ever known. It's not about that. Lily lifted her head, her face streaked with tears. It's Severus. He didn't stand up for me once again. Elia listened quietly, offering a handkerchief embroidered with a golden snitch. I have advised him countless times, Lily sobbed, her fingers twisting the handkerchief tightly, not to associate with someone like Snape, not to delve into that abhorrent dark magic. But he simply refuses to listen. She clenched the bedspread, her knuckles turning pale. Today he had clearly heard her, yet he chose to remain silent. Elia gently enveloped her in an embrace. Some individuals choose the wrong path, and even the closest of friends cannot steer them back. Leaning against her shoulder, Lily murmured, her voice muffled, I have resolved to sever ties with him. Her tone was soft yet resolute. And what of James? Elia inquired cautiously. Lily emitted a sound that was somewhere between a sob and a bitter laugh. Your brother? At least he wouldn't call me that. But he is as immature as a 3-year-old. Elia waited for Lily's emotions to settle slightly before gently asking, so about the letter from Snape. Lily wiped her tears away. That letter was passed to me by a Slytherin boy, who also didn't expect it to be a love letter. Your brother must have spied on it. Elia thought to herself what a colossal misunderstanding it was. For the next few hours, Elia patiently listened as her friend vented her frustrations, shifting from Snape's betrayal to James's foolishness, from the troubles of potions class to the trivialities of the girls' dormitory. She timely offered chocolate frogs and pumpkin juice, occasionally interjecting with a few words of consolation. He promised to change. Lily bit her lip, her fingers unconsciously caressing the creases of the bedspread. Each time he claimed he would stand by my side, yet he never does. Elia sighed. Perhaps he fears losing his friends from Slytherin. And what of me? Lily's voice trembled. Am I of no importance? Outside, the sky gradually darkened, moonlight streaming through the window and casting a silvery veil upon the floor. It wasn't until Lily finally declared herself tired and sank into a deep slumber against her pillow that Elia quietly tucked her in. Upon reaching the common room, she found Sirius seated on the sofa before the fireplace, the flames dancing across his sharply defined profile. Hearing her footsteps, he turned, his gray eyes glowing warmly in the firelight. How is Evans? Sirius asked softly, extending his hand to draw her beside him. Elia wearily shook her head, leaning against his shoulder. She is asleep. Today has been quite overwhelming. Sirius gently rubbed his chin against the top of her head. James has been sentenced to a month of detention, assisting Filch in cleaning all the toilets in the castle. Elia stifled a laugh against his chest. Serves him right. He ought to learn a lesson. Regulus later sought out the poltergeist, Sirius suddenly stated, his fingers idly toying with a strand of Elia's hair. It seems they had a quarrel. Elia looked up in surprise. Really? She had never expected Sirius to bring up his brother unprompted. Sirius nodded, his gray eyes deepening under the moonlight. Perhaps my brother is not as irredeemable as I once thought. Elia smiled gently, squeezing his hand. Change always begins with a small step. Sirius fell silent for a moment, the firelight flickering in his eyes. Perhaps, he whispered, then drew Elia a little closer. Chapter 72. The Frame in the Morning Mist. The damp morning mist hung like a ghost ensnared by a stasis charm. Elia shrank her neck and tightened her red and gold scarf as she paused beneath the dripping eaves outside the potions classroom. Her breath crystallized into white vapor in the cold air, her fingers unconsciously tracing the patterns on her wand. Suddenly, a slender figure emerged from around the corner, a dark green cloak barely concealing the silver and green emblem of Slytherin. Regulus Black walked briskly with his head bowed, his pale fingers almost crumpling the cover of beginner's potion making, his knuckles tinged with a sickly pallor. Elia couldn't help but sigh. He was merely a second-year student. Yet the navet of his youth was already etched with the family's burdens, his very posture imbued with a cautious restraint, as if bracing for an invisible judgment at any moment. Mr. Black, Elia stepped forward, striving to make her voice sound gentle and harmless. Regulus abruptly looked up, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes, quickly replaced by wariness. "Is there something you need, Miss Potter?" His voice was deliberately calm, but could not conceal the tension beneath. The morning mist flowed slowly between them, and Elia could detect the distinct bitter scent of potion ingredients in the air. "I would like to speak with you." She carefully chose her words. "Can we find another place?" Regulus's gaze swept across the corridor, spotting a few Ravenclaw students approaching. He pressed his thin lips together and turned to open the door to an empty classroom. "We can talk here. Gryffindors should not get too close to Slytherins." His tone recited a family rule. The classroom was dimly lit, with only a narrow window high above allowing a sliver of daylight to filter in. Elia noticed Regulus chose to stand near the door, poised to leave at any moment. "Regulus," Elia said softly, her fingers brushing against the metal frame of a small picture in her robe pocket. "May I call you that?" The boy paused in silence for a moment, his chin slightly rising as he almost imperceptibly nodded. In the morning light, Elia could discern the faint shadows beneath his eyes, as though he had not slept well in a long time. "Sirius cares about you," Elia began, but Regulus recoiled as if pricked by a needle. "If you are here to discuss my foolish brother," he interrupted sharply, his voice suddenly turning piercing, "then we have nothing to talk about." He spun around, ready to push the door open, his movements swift enough to stir the air. "Wait." Elia stepped forward. "I believe you should not be bound by the pureblood supremacy theory." Regulus's back stiffened, his fingers frozen on the doorknob, knuckles whitening from the pressure. "You do not understand." His voice dropped, bearing a weight unbefitting his age. "The honor of the Black family. Honor should not be a shackle," Elia interjected, pulling out the small picture frame from her pocket and gently placing it on the dust-laden lectern. The photo within the frame had yellowed slightly but clearly depicted two dark-haired boys frolicking in a garden. The older Sirius laughed heartily, holding out a handful of sweets. The younger Regulus chased after him, his face alight with unadulterated joy, sunlight dappling his features through the leaves. Regulus's breath quickened, and he rushed forward, reaching for the frame, yet recoiled the moment his fingertips brushed against it, as if it were a scalding object. He turned his face away, his jawline taut. "That is all in the past. I now understand my responsibilities." Elia did not miss the fleeting pain that flickered in his eyes. She sighed softly, her voice as gentle as a balm for a wounded bird. "Sirius still keeps this photograph. He says you loved to chase after him for sweets when you were younger, and that you promised to become the greatest wizards together when you grew up." Regulus's shoulders trembled slightly, his throat constricting, yet he remained turned away. The distant chime of the class bell resonated through the empty classroom, its lingering sound echoing. It was as if he had grasped a lifeline, and he turned to flee, his footsteps frantic enough to nearly collide with the nearby stone pillar. "Regulus!" Elia called after him, her voice reverberating down the corridor. "Do not allow the so-called mission to rob you of your right to choose. You still have time. Do not wait until..." The boy's steps faltered, the hem of his robe forming an arc in the morning mist. He did not look back, leaving behind only the stiff declaration, "I have class," before hastily disappearing into the shadows at the end of the corridor. Elia stood rooted in place, gazing in the direction he had departed. She picked up the picture frame from the podium, the image of young Regulus making a silly face at the camera, his carefree smile piercing her heart. As the morning mist gradually dissipated, sunlight poured through the high windows, illuminating the tiny scratches on the frame, marks left by countless caresses. Sirius, with a soft murmur, carefully tucked the frame back into his pocket. She cast one last glance in the direction where Regulus had vanished, silently praying, "May this boy, ensnared by the shadows of his family, soon discover his own light, break free from those heavy shackles, and reclaim the carefree smile captured in the photograph." Chapter 73, The Christmas Horcrux. Hogwarts towers lay blanketed in pristine white snow, and Elia tightened her red and gold scarf as the cold wind tousled her chestnut locks, whisking away the reluctance in her eyes. With the Potter couple vacationing in Norway, the siblings found themselves spending Christmas at school. Sirius gently grasped her hand, his thumb gliding across her knuckles. The touch of his black leather gloves was icy yet reassuring. "Wait for me, it will be soon," he said, his voice tinged with resignation, as the letter from their mother, bordered in gold, felt like an invisible rope binding him tightly. Elia forced a smile, gazing into the apology reflected in Sirius's gray eyes. I'll wait for you. Stay safe. She rose on her toes, placing a delicate kiss on his cheek. However, Sirius suddenly turned, pressing his lips against hers, a mischievous grin adorning his face. Next time kiss here. Elia's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, mirroring her scarf, as she shyly buried her face in Sirius's chest. Not too far away, James stood awkwardly before Lily, his fingers nervously twisting his unruly black hair. Evans, Merry Christmas. Lily nodded slightly, the distance in her green eyes sharper than the winter's chill. Merry Christmas, Potter. With that, she turned to join the other girls leaving the school. James gazed after her, his expression reminiscent of a drenched puppy, until Sirius approached and clapped a hand on his shoulder. Don't wear that face, sharp nose. When I get back, I'll help you figure something out. As the snow continued to fall, Elia stood at the castle entrance, watching the figures of Sirius and the others gradually merge into the vast, white landscape. The cold wind, swirling with snowflakes, crept into her collar, causing her to shiver involuntarily. Let us head back to the castle, James said, giving her shoulder a light pat, feigning nonchalance as he whistled. They're all gone. We need to find some fun ourselves. In the great hall for the Christmas feast, only a handful of people occupied the long Gryffindor table. The chandeliers, adorned with icicles, reflected gleaming silverware, while 12 Christmas trees surrounded the hall, each bedecked with singing golden bells. Elia and James sat together, their table laden with turkey, roasted potatoes and Yorkshire pudding, yet their appetites were lacking. Elia glanced towards the staff table, noticing that Dumbledore was also present at the school. The elderly man wore a deep purple robe embroidered with dancing gingerbread men. Chuckling amiably with Professor McGonagall, he seemed to sense Elia's gaze, offering her a warm smile, his blue eyes twinkling with wisdom behind his crescent-shaped glasses. Elia lifted her pumpkin juice goblet in a distant toast to Dumbledore. The old man raised his own goblet, filled with an eerie silver-blue liquid that occasionally bubbled. Over the next few days, the two of them completed all their holiday assignments in the library. It wasn't until the 5th afternoon that James tossed his parchment onto the floor of the common room, sprawling out on the carpet before the fireplace. I'm so bored. Let us find some fun. Elia sat in an armchair, lost in thought, her fingers unconsciously twisting around her hair. The flickering firelight cast dancing shadows across her face, reminding her of Dumbledore she had seen at the Christmas feast, and suddenly an idea struck her. The Horcrux. Yes, the diadem of Ravenclaw. James, she exclaimed, sitting up straight, excitement gleaming in her eyes. I have an idea. James peeked over the edge of the carpet, his unruly hair dusted with lint. What is it? You had this tone last time when we ventured into Malfoy Manor. Suddenly his eyes widened. Wait, you're not suggesting? Elia nodded vigorously. I heard Professor Dumbledore say that there is a Horcrux in the room of requirement. Should we go take a look? James's eyes lit up immediately, as if illuminated by phosphorescence. Great idea. Perhaps we could uncover the Dark Lord's secrets. That night, as the castle fell into slumber, the two donned the invisibility cloak and sneaked out of the common room. The fat lady, bleary-eyed, grumbled a few complaints but ultimately allowed them passage. The 8th floor corridor was deserted, illuminated solely by moonlight streaming through the high windows. Elia paced back and forth in front of the tapestry, silently repeating her need for a hidden place. On her third turn, a smooth door suddenly appeared in the stone wall, the doorknob adorned with exquisite vine patterns. Cool. James whispered in awe, eagerly pushing the door open. The sight that greeted them left both in astonishment. A mountain of items stretched from floor to ceiling, resembling a colossal labyrinth. Old furniture, rusty armor, chipped picture frames and moldy books. Centuries worth of belongings hidden away by Hogwarts students and staff found their resting place here. Merlin's beard. James exclaimed, the tip of his wand glowing with a flickering light. How long did it take to find all this? Let us split up, Elia suggested, her voice echoing slightly in the vastness of the clutter. Be on the lookout for a silver diadem, set with sapphires. It might be in a cabinet. They navigated through the heaps for nearly 2 hours, the dust making Elia sneeze repeatedly. She opened box after box, examining each glittering item, yet found nothing. Just as she was about to give up, James's voice called from afar. Elia, come look at this. Following the sound, she wove her way through a narrow passage formed by dilapidated wardrobes, discovering James standing before an intricately carved wooden cabinet, covered in cobwebs. The cabinet door bore a faded inscription. Wisdom is the greatest treasure of mankind, beneath which was Ravenclaw's eagle emblem. Elia's heart raced, her throat tightening. Cautiously, she tapped the cabinet door with her wand. Alohomora. The door creaked open, a chill wafting out and sending shivers down their spines. Above a stack of old textbooks lay a silver diadem, inlaid with sapphires, quietly radiating an unsettling glow. The craftsmanship was exquisite, yet a sinister, swirling black mist enveloped its surface, as if it were alive. What remarkable luck you have, Elia marveled. James frowned in confusion. Luck? What do you mean? Realizing she almost let slip her thoughts, Elia quickly corrected herself. Nothing. She stared at the diadem, a chill creeping up her spine. Yet James eagerly gazed at it. It really exists. He reached out to take it. Elia abruptly seized his wrist. Don't touch it. Remembering the dangers of Horcruxes. Her voice sharpened with urgency. This feels wrong. Just then, the sapphire on the diadem flashed a sinister red light. The entire cabinet began to tremble violently, surrounding items crashing down with a deafening roar. Back away, Elia shouted, pulling James back. A thick, inky smoke billowed from the diadem, coalescing in midair into a distorted human face, with hollow eye sockets and a gaping mouth emitting a piercing shriek that echoed throughout the room of requirement. James swiftly drew his wand. Protego! The shield charm barely held back the encroaching black smoke, yet the force still knocked them to the ground. Elia's back slammed against a worn-out cushion, causing her to gasp in pain. She struggled to rise, her gaze drawn to the crown hovering in the air, dark smoke billowing forth and coalescing into more grotesque visages. Those faces emitted chilling whispers, uttering ancient curses and venomous oaths. What shall we do now? James asked, his complexion pale and beads of sweat forming on his brow. Arya's mind raced, with fierce fire, or the venomous fangs of a basilisk. But alas, they possessed neither. James's keen eyes spotted a rusted short sword lying on the ground, its blade engraved with the Gryffindor lion emblem. He bent down, picked it up, and tossed it to Arya. Try this. Arya caught it deftly and, upon closer inspection, realized it was a replica of Gryffindor's sword. She looked at James in astonishment. What luck did her brother possess? But this was not the time for contemplation. The dark smoke had solidified, lunging toward them. Shielded by James, she dashed towards the floating crown, leaping onto a box for leverage, and thrust the short sword directly into the heart of the sapphire at the crown's center. The moment the blade met the gemstone, a blinding white light erupted, accompanied by a non-human shriek, as if hundreds of souls were wailing in unison. Arya endured the bone-chilling cold, plunging the sword deeper with unwavering resolve. She felt an evil force resisting, attempting to invade her thoughts, but she gritted her teeth. Memories of Sirius's smile, James's foolishness, and Lily's strength flooding her mind. As the light faded, the crown had disintegrated into a pile of ashes, gently falling to the floor. The dark smoke vanished without a trace, and the room of requirement returned to tranquility, as if nothing had transpired. The two exchanged breathless glances, their shirts soaked with perspiration. Did we succeed? James gasped, a victorious grin spreading across his face. Arya nodded, her legs trembling from exhaustion. But it made too much noise. We must leave quickly. They hurriedly tidied the scene, using the disappearing spell to eliminate the ashes. Just as they prepared to depart, the door to the room of requirement swung open abruptly. I knew I would find you here. Dumbledore stood at the threshold, his silvery hair shimmering in the moonlight, and the blue of his eyes glinted with an unusual brightness. Especially as the castle's protective magic sensed the powerful dark magic fluctuations. James and Arya froze in place, like two first years caught out at night. Dumbledore smiled slightly, his gaze falling upon the crown in Arya's hand. It appears this Christmas holiday has been quite fruitful. In Dumbledore's spacious office, silverware hummed softly, and the phoenix fox preened its feathers on a perch. The headmaster accepted the crown from Arya, examining it closely in the light. The Ravenclaw crown, he murmured, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. It seems our special informant has played a significant role once more. Arya let out a quiet sigh of relief. Dumbledore was reassuring her not to be anxious. Yet James looked utterly bewildered. Special informant? Professor, what do you mean? Dumbledore winked playfully. Oh, just a little joke from an old headmaster. He turned to Arya, his blue eyes sparkling with insight. But I must say, your intuition has once again proven impressive. Arya smiled knowingly. Thank you, Professor, but we should have informed you in advance. No, Dumbledore waved his hand dismissively, retrieving a box of buzzing honeydukes from his drawer. Sometimes, the improvisations of youth can yield delightful surprises. He popped a lemon sherbet into his mouth. 50 points to each of you, for your courage and wisdom. James excitedly nudged Arya's arm. Did you hear that? 50 points. He turned to Dumbledore. Professor, that crown is truly another Horcrux of the Dark Lord. Dumbledore calmly confirmed, as if discussing the weather for the morrow. You have accomplished a task that was both perilous and profoundly significant. He picked up a lemon sherbet. Would you care for one? It replenishes magical energy swiftly. Arya accepted the candy, noticing the approval and a hint of concern in Dumbledore's gaze. She understood the headmaster's thoughts regarding the risks of altering the course of history, and the price of her premature involvement in this war. Professor, she said softly, about the other items. One step at a time, dear child. Dumbledore gently interrupted, his blue eyes twinkling behind his half-moon spectacles. The Christmas holiday should be a time for rest and sweets, not for fretting over the Dark Lord's artifacts. He nodded towards Fawkes now. I believe you two should head to the kitchen for something to eat? I've heard the house elves have prepared a special Christmas pudding. James's eyes lit up immediately. Really? Can we go to the kitchen openly? Of course, Dumbledore chuckled, his beard twitching lightly with his laughter. I've already spoken to Filch. All you need to do is tickle the pear painting. After leaving the headmaster's office, James excitedly draped an arm around his sister's shoulders. We did it. We really destroyed a Horcrux. And Dumbledore, didn't he even get angry? Arya smiled and nodded. The weight in her heart finally lifted. He is an enlightened headmaster. However, James suddenly frowned, his dark hair glinting red under the corridor torches. What did he mean by special informant? Arya's heart skipped a beat, but she quickly calmed herself. Oh, it's just that I helped him look into some information about dark magic before. James seemed to accept this explanation, his attention swiftly shifting to more pressing matters. Hurry! I'm so hungry I could eat a hippogriff. Watching her brother rush toward the staircase, Arya let out a gentle sigh. She touched the short sword replica in her pocket, a smile creeping onto her lips. This Christmas, they had indeed reaped a bountiful harvest. Chapter 74, As the Snow Melts. The Christmas holiday had come to an end, and the corridors of the castle were gradually buzzing with life. Returning students dragged their suitcases, their laughter shattering the silence of the holidays. Arya stood by the window of Gryffindor Tower, watching snowflakes descend upon the black lake, melting into dark ripples. The breath she exhaled formed white mist that crystallized on the cold glass, her fingers unconsciously tracing the outline of Sirius's profile. Suddenly, familiar footsteps approached from behind, a gait imbued with a touch of languor, yet brimming with vitality. Did you miss me? Sirius's voice rang in her ears, his warm breath brushing past her ear, tinged with a hint of weariness, but unable to conceal the mirth. Arya spun around, nearly colliding with his nose. Sirius stood at the door disheveled, snowflakes still clinging to his dark hair, his gray eyes sparkling with starlight. His robes were more wrinkled than when he had left, and his tie hung loosely around his neck, clearly having sprinted back. Just as she was about to speak, James burst in with great enthusiasm, grabbing Sirius's sleeve. Quick! Come with me to the room of requirement. You won't believe what happened this holiday. His voice trembled with excitement, his glasses askew on his nose, resembling a creature that had just discovered a vault of treasures. Sirius raised an eyebrow, deliberately dragging his feet. Oh, you didn't blow a hole in Hogwarts while we were gone, did you? Much more thrilling than that, James exclaimed, pulling everyone through the spiral staircase. While Arya noticed Sirius's gaze remained fixated on her, concern filling his gray eyes. In the room of requirement, Remus wrinkled his nose, a glimmer of alertness flashing in his eyes. There's a strong residue of dark magic here. His voice trailed off as his gaze landed on a small pile of ashes in the corner. Peter cowered behind him, unease etched across his round face. James animatedly began recounting their adventure, gesticulating dramatically as he mimicked Elia's strike at the diadem. Then my sister went whoosh, and pierced that sapphire. The black smoke screamed and dispersed, shaking the entire room. However, Sirius abruptly interrupted him, striding over to Elia with urgency. You mentioned destroying a Horcrux? His voice was ominously deep, fingers unconsciously tightening around her wrist. That thing could be deadly with just a touch. Are you certain you're unhurt? Without waiting for Elia's response, Sirius started circling her, inspecting her like a wounded creature. His long fingers brushed gently across her wrist and shoulder, finally cradling her face, his thumb softly caressing beneath her eye. You look quite pale. Lily hurried over, her warm palm resting against Elia's forehead. Goodness, your forehead is freezing. Should we go see Madame Pomfrey? I'm really fine, Elia replied with a resigned smile, her cheeks flushing slightly from Sirius's proximity, just a bit tired, that's all. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed James dramatically clutching his stomach, groaning. Evans, I think I was hit by that black smoke during the fight. Now my stomach really hurts. Lily shot him a disapproving look, her green eyes sparkling with familiar mischief, the corners of her mouth involuntarily curling upward. Oh, come on. Just moments ago you were leaping up to imitate Elia's strike at the diadem. What are you pretending for now? James froze, his ears turning crimson, eliciting suppressed laughter from Peter and Remus. Yet Elia noticed the smile that crept upon Lily's lips as she turned away. a teasing gentleness reminiscent of their countless moments of jesting at James's expense. It seemed that Lily had quietly forgiven the reckless boy. That night, in the girls' dormitory, Lily snuggled into the canopy of Elia's bed with a pillow, her eyes sparkling. "Severus and I have made up," she whispered excitedly, twisting the corner of her blanket. "He promised me he would avoid mingling with those Slytherins, and after one last assurance, I believe him this time." Elia knew that Snape's obsession with dark magic was ingrained in him, but seeing Lily so elated, she could only softly reply, "That sounds wonderful, but please do be cautious." "All right. You've been so tense lately." Lily tilted her head to look at her, moonlight dancing in her emerald eyes. "Is it because of the Horcrux?" Before Elia could respond, Lily excitedly began discussing a new potion formula that Snape was researching. Elia leaned against the four-poster bed, listening to her friend's jubilant voice. Yet her thoughts drifted far away. She recalled the scene in the original work where Lily and Snape ultimately parted ways, a dull ache rising in her chest. "Elia?" Lily gently nudged her. "Are you listening?" "Oh, of course." Elia snapped back to reality, forcing a smile. "A new potion formula. It sounds impressive." Lily studied her for a few seconds before suddenly saying, "You're becoming more and more like Black." "What?" "Just this." Lily gestured, her expression heavy with thought. "You used to be the one who laughed the most." Elia lowered her eyes, her long lashes casting shadows on her face. "Perhaps I've just grown up?" Lily chuckled softly. "Oh please, your brother is still busy thinking about how to turn Filch's broom into a flying bicycle." She stretched. "I'm off to sleep. We have an early potions class tomorrow." Meanwhile, in the boys' dormitory, Sirius lay sprawled on James's bed, toying with a shard of a two-way mirror he had pilfered from home. "Honestly, next time you go on an adventure, remember to invite us." His voice rang clear in the dark. "If I were there, wouldn't he those black smoke just dissolve in fits of laughter at my hilarious charms?" James was directing several chocolate frogs to dance in midair with his wand. "Oh please, maybe you'd just end up posing for a picture with the diadem, only to be turned into a statue by dark magic." He waved his wand, and the chocolate frogs lined up, beginning their ballet. Remus sat in the armchair by the window, seemingly engrossed in a book, yet his gaze often wandered to his laughing friends. Moonlight pooled in his hair, giving it a silvery sheen. "Don't you find it strange?" He suddenly spoke. "Professor Dumbledore seems to have known all along that Elia would go after that Horcrux." The laughter in the room came to an abrupt halt. Sirius's fingers paused on the mirror shard, his gray eyes flickering in the darkness. "What do you mean?" He referred to her as a special informant. Remus closed his book, his voice soft, as if he had been waiting for Elia to uncover something. James ruffled his already tousled black hair. "Perhaps it's just old Dumbledore's eccentricity? He said my glasses had prophetic potential the last time." Sirius did not respond, silently tucking the mirror shard beneath his pillow. Chapter 75, Dark Knight Conspiracy. In the depths of the Gryffindor dormitory, moonlight filtered through the canopy of Elia's bed, weaving a silvery blue net across her blankets. She turned over, her red hair splayed across the pillow, her eyes shimmering in the darkness like two restless stars. Since the destruction of the diadem, she had been piecing together clues about the Horcruxes in her mind each night, as if assembling a perilous puzzle in the dark. The diary, the diadem was already destroyed. She counted on her fingers, her voice barely a whisper for her ears alone. The ring with Dumbledore, the golden cup in the Ministry's vault. The locket. Elia suddenly halted, her fingers curling unconsciously. The ring from the Gaunt house, the one bearing the resurrection stone and a deadly curse, was likely lying in some drawer in Dumbledore's office, awaiting its moment of annihilation. She quietly got up, her bare feet touching the cold floor, a chill creeping up from the soles of her feet. The stone seat by the window sent a shiver through her thin socks, her fingers instinctively brushing the silver necklace around her neck, which now felt slightly warm, as if responding to her unease. Outside, the whomping willow rustled in the night breeze, its twisted branches resembling countless hands reaching for the night sky. Elia bit her lip, envisioning Sirius's reaction upon discovering her plan, his gray eyes ablaze with fury, his lips pressed tightly. "Are you out of your mind? To face this alone?" Yet another voice in her mind was louder. "If action is not taken now, Dumbledore shall suffer grievously from the curse of the ring, just as in the original work." On her bedside, Origins of Dark Magic lay quietly in the moonlight, the gilded title glimmering faintly. Elia reached for it, the heavy pages opening on her lap, her fingertips pausing at the chapter on the Fiendfire curse. This page bore the marks of frequent perusal, its edges slightly curled. The annotations along the page were sharp as knives. Only those who truly master the darkness can wield this curse without being devoured by it. Elia's fingers traced the words gently, notes left by the Dark Lord in his youth, now serving as her reference against Voldemort. Ironically, She was preparing to use the methods of the Dark Lord to thwart another Dark Lord. She slowly closed the book, the leather cover making a soft sound in the silence. Lily turned over in the bed across from her, her red hair flowing like flames in the moonlight. Elia held her breath, waiting for her friend's breathing to return to a steady rhythm before stealthily approaching her bedside table. The drawer slid open silently, and she retrieved a neatly folded clipping from the compartment of her Transfiguration textbook. International Confederation of Wizards Bulletin. Azkaban prison has heightened its defenses. The number of Dementors has increased to 12. The edges of the newspaper were already frayed, evidently having been read numerous times. Elia took a deep breath, tiptoeing to her desk. The parchment glimmered with an ivory sheen in the moonlight as she dipped her quill in ink, writing down. Plan. 1. Invisibility cloak. 2. Brew an improved version of the polyjuice potion. Requires African tree snake skin. 3. Forged Ministry of Magic passes, modified with a memory charm? The ink suddenly blurred into a splotch. It was only then that Elia realized her hand was trembling, the pen's tip leaving an unsightly blot on the parchment. She took a deep breath, pushed the paper aside, and turned to the second piece of parchment. Contingency plan. Utilize the Tears of Fawkes to neutralize the curse, requiring proximity to Dumbledore's office. Seek a purifying spell to replace the Fiendfire, perhaps an ancient Nivern. Outside the window, clouds shifted, and the moonlight suddenly brightened, akin to a spotlight illuminating her clandestine plans. In a flurry, Elia hastily covered the parchment with a book, only to inadvertently knock over the ink bottle. The inky liquid spread across the cover of Advanced Potion Making, bizarrely forming serpentine patterns that writhed toward her. Elia? Lily's murmur startled her, nearly causing her to leap from her chair. It's nothing, I'm just reviewing my charms class. She quickly waved her wand, striving to maintain a steady voice as she cleared the mess. The ink serpent immediately vanished without a trace, yet her heartbeat raced as if it might burst from her chest. When the dormitory returned to silence, she glanced down at the parchment, and the writing suddenly twisted and warped, the ink morphing into tiny snakes slithering toward the edges. Elia gasped, nearly crying out, only to realize it was an optical illusion caused by the moonlight. Her fatigue was beginning to deceive her, rubbing her sore eyes. She caught sight of the bedside clock, 3:15 in the morning. Time slipped away unnoticed, and her plans were far from complete. On the last piece of parchment, she sketched a rudimentary map, the route from Hogwarts to the Austrian border, passing through 3 Flu network nodes while evading 3 Ministry surveillance points. In the corner of the map, she hastily scribbled, on the night of the 3rd full moon in July, the guard change at Nurmengard occurs every 11 minutes. This was deduced from her meticulous review of the prison reports in the Daily Prophet. Suddenly, the ink bottle emitted a faint clicking sound. Elia alertly looked up to see that the black sediment at the bottom had formed a vague skull pattern, her preemptive warning charm indicating that someone nearby was casting a detection spell. Her fingers sprang into action, quickly folding all the parchments into the shape of a paper crane. With a gentle tap of her wand, she whispered, "Concealment." The paper crane transformed into a wisp of blue smoke, diving into the ink bottle, merging with the liquid. When the dormitory door creaked open, Elia had already returned to her bed, clutching intermediate charms theory, feigning the guise of an all-nighter. Her heartbeat resonated loudly, as if the entire dormitory could hear it. "Miss Potter?" Professor McGonagall's voice carried an air of surprise, her square glasses reflecting a cold light under the wand's glow. "Studying at 3 in the morning? Exams are approaching." "Professor," Elia replied with a demure smile, feeling the muscles at the corners of her mouth stiffen like stone. She could sense cold sweat trickling down her back, soaking her nightgown. Professor McGonagall's sharp gaze swept across the room, from the orderly desk to the tightly closed drawers, finally settling on the slightly swaying ink bottle. For a fleeting moment, Elia was convinced the professor could see right through her. 50 points, the professor suddenly declared, her voice laced with an emotion Elia could not decipher. "For your diligence. But now go to sleep immediately." Her expression softened. Gryffindor does not require its students to sacrifice health for points. When the door clicked shut once more, Elia sank into her pillow, feeling as though all her strength had been drained. As the first light of dawn appeared, her eyelids finally grew heavy, and the secrets within the ink bottle dissipated with the first rays of sunlight. In her shallow slumber, she dreamt of standing in the shadows of Nurmengard's tower. The stone was chillingly cold, and a shiver of despair swept through her, brought on by the presence of Dementors. She looked up to see 2 opposing windows. One framed Grindelwald's pallid face, his silver hair glistening like a spider's web in the moonlight. The other reflected Dumbledore's crescent-shaped glasses, shimmering coldly. The 2 stood across time and space, yet their gazes converged upon her, ensconced in shadow. "Time is running short," A voice whispered in the wind, the two voices overlapping, indistinguishable from one another. Elia jolted awake, realizing the sunlight had flooded the dormitory. Lily stood at her bedside, cradling a steaming cup of cocoa. "What time did you study until last night?" Lily inquired, concern gleaming in her green eyes. "Professor McGonagall said you were frighteningly diligent." Elia accepted the cup, the sweet aroma of hot cocoa suddenly making her acutely aware of her fatigue. "I don't quite remember," she murmured, sipping and allowing the warmth to envelop her. "Perhaps around 2? Lily raised an eyebrow. "Don't touch your necklace when you're lying, Miss Potter." She mimicked Professor McGonagall's tone before breaking into laughter. "Come on, get up." Elia nodded, though her fingers instinctively grazed the silver chain around her neck. The sunlight outside was blinding, yet her thoughts lingered on that dream of Nurmengard's tower, the gaze of 2 legendary wizards, and the muffled warning carried by the wind. Indeed, time was of the essence. Chapter 76, Drowsiness and Plans. The morning sun streamed through the high stained glass windows of the History of Magic classroom, casting Professor Bin's translucent figure into an even more ethereal light. His dry voice rasped like an old broom, rhythmically scraping against the students' eardrums. Elia propped her chin on her hand, her eyelids heavy as if laden with lead. The words Goblin Rebellion she had just inscribed on the parchment now blurred into an inky smudge. The ancient war scenes depicted on the stained glass twisted and contorted in her hazy vision, as if the sword-wielding goblins were emerging from the glass, ready to drag her into an unknown abyss. The Goblin Rebellion of 1232, the third time Professor Bin's voice faded in and out, causing Elia's head to lurch forward. A warm hand timely supported her head. Sirius had somehow moved closer, his gray eyes filled with concern, lashes casting delicate shadows in the sunlight. "Sleep," he murmured, his warm breath brushing against her ear, imbued with the refreshing scent of mint. "I'll take notes." With a flick of his wand, Sirius levitated the parchment, which began to roll up and hover above the desk, while a quill began to write automatically, producing surprisingly neat handwriting. Elia drowsily nodded, resting her forehead against Sirius' shoulder. Enveloped by the familiar scent of pine, her taut nerves finally relaxing. In the last moments before succumbing to slumber, she felt Sirius gently tuck a strand of her red hair behind her ear, his fingers warm as the winter sun. In her half-dreaming state, she envisioned herself darting between the towers of Nurmengard, her wand emitting blinding light, while Sirius' voice mingled with the howling wind, calling her name. The line between dream and reality blurred, leaving her uncertain which was true. "Merlin's beard." James' exclamation jolted Elia from her daze as the class bell rang. "You actually took 3 whole pages of notes." He exaggeratedly shook the parchment in front of Sirius, the pages rustling. "You must have some kind of love power." Remus discreetly used his wand to mend the crumpled corner of the paper, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Peter, meanwhile, stifled laughter, his round face flushed. Sirius lazily reclaimed the parchment, his fingers absent-mindedly brushing over a small doodle at the edge. "Keep it down, pointy fork." Elia looked like she didn't get much rest yesterday. Elia slowly opened her eyes, her long lashes casting fan-like shadows on her cheeks. "James," she murmured, her voice still laced with sleep, resembling a languid kitten. "You sound like a mad version of an alarm clock." Sirius gently pinched the nape of Elia's neck, the touch warm and familiar. "Awake? You slept like a niffler, even snoring a little." His gray eyes sparkled with amusement. Elia rubbed her eyes gently, her cheeks flushed from her long slumber. She nestled into Sirius's embrace like a contented cat, sticking her tongue out at James. "Are you envious, single dog?" James clutched his chest in a mock gesture of being struck, his expression exaggerated enough to warrant a role in a magical drama. "I'm going to tell my mother you're bullying me." His dark hair was even more disheveled than usual, clearly a result of forgetting to comb it that morning. Remus closed his book, a gentle gaze settling on the dark circles beneath Elia's eyes. "Elia, did you not sleep well last night?" His voice carried a genuine concern. I was just thinking about the paper for the charms class," Elia mumbled, picking up Sirius's notes and pretending to browse through them. The erratic doodles on the edges caught her attention. Little hearts circling a red-haired figure riding a broom, chasing a miniature James wearing a Gryffindor scarf as he cast spells. She couldn't help but chuckle softly, her fingertips delicately tracing the tiny version of herself. Peter leaned forward from the back row, his round face flushed with excitement. "The potions class this afternoon has been cancelled. Professor Slughorn is off to attend a meeting of the Slug Club." James's cheer was abruptly cut short as Lily appeared behind him, a textbook landing accurately atop his head with a crisp thunk. "Someone swore last week to complete the potions essay." Lily's voice chimed like wind chimes on a winter's day, crisp yet slightly cool. "Are you planning to write it on a flying broom?" Seizing the opportunity, Ilya tugged Sirius out of the classroom. The chilly breeze that swept through the corridor couldn't dispel the weariness in her heart. The folded parchment in her pocket felt like a smoldering iron. A reminder that the countdown for the Neumont plans was in full swing. She nestled against Sirius, wishing to steal a few more moments of rest. But Peter's earlier words yanked her back to reality. Suddenly, she recalled that Slughorn had invited both her and Lily to the Slug Club soiree. Ilya abruptly detached herself from Sirius's embrace, her eyes filled with apology. "Darling, I just remembered, Lily and I were invited to Professor Slughorn's gathering, and I need to find her to prepare." Reluctantly, Sirius released her, the corners of his mouth drooping slightly. "Huh?" His expression resembled that of a large dog robbed of its bone, the disappointment in his gray eyes nearly spilling over. Ilya tiptoed and pecked him on the lips, like a butterfly brushing against flower petals. "To make it up to you." She turned to leave, her hair grazing Sirius's cheek, leaving a faint trace of jasmine fragrance. Sirius grasped Ilya's wrist gently, his hold firm yet tender. "Darling, right now you're like a girl who kissed me and then refuses to take responsibility." His thumb caressed her pulse point softly, a mischievous smile curving his lips. Ilya ruffled Sirius's hair, an action reminiscent of soothing a large dog. "Be good. I'll come find you after the party." Sirius nodded obediently, his fingers lingering on hers until the distance between them grew too great to maintain contact. "Remember to think of me." In the dormitory, Lily was fussing with her hair in front of the mirror. Upon seeing Ilya enter, her eyes lit up. "You finally made it. Hurry, get changed and glam up." Her vanity was adorned with an array of hair accessories and perfume bottles, clearly the result of considerable preparation. Ilya smiled helplessly. "Lily, I really don't want to go to this gathering. There's just too much happening lately." Her fingers unconsciously drifted towards the parchment in her pocket. Before she could finish her thought, Lily approached with a light blue gown in her arms. "No way. You must accompany me." Her tone was resolute, as if issuing a military command. "You have no idea how long I've been looking forward to this event. It would be dreadfully dull without you." With that, she stuffed the dress into Ilya's arms and pushed her towards the changing room. Ilya, unable to resist Lily's enthusiasm, reluctantly stepped into the washroom to change into the gown. The pale blue fabric cascaded like flowing water, accentuating her elegance and gentleness. The cut of the dress was impeccable, neither overly revealing nor lacking in definition, perfectly highlighting the curves of a girl blossoming into womanhood. She gazed at her reflection, hardly recognizing the girl who usually wore robes with her hair hastily tied back. Lily, on the other hand, donned a stunning red gown, the fiery hue complementing her crimson locks, creating a breathtaking sight. The two sat before the vanity, applying simple makeup. Lily crafted an intricate updo for Ilya, adorning it with tiny sapphire hairpins. Ilya applied a subtle eyeshadow to Lily, enhancing the brightness of her green eyes. Neither of them overdid the embellishments, yet they were undeniably captivating. As they walked hand in hand into the common room, the previously boisterous atmosphere fell into a hush. Eyes turned towards them in unison. James's eyes widened as if he could fit a golden snitch in his mouth. Remus's book fell to the floor with a thud. Peter collided with the nearby coffee table, producing a dull thud. Sirius was the first to react, striding confidently to Ilya, gently taking her hand in his. His touch as tender as if he were handling a precious treasure. His gaze burned with an intensity that could melt her. "My girlfriend, truly stunning." His voice was low, laced with an undeniable pride. Then he leaned closer to Ilya's ear, his breath warm. "I just want to hide you away so no one else can see." Ilya felt her cheeks flush, about to respond when Lily seized her wrist. "All right, enough with the lovey-dovey stuff. If we don't hurry, the party will start without us." Her green eyes sparkled with excitement, clearly unable to contain her eagerness. James, in a fit of impatience, leapt forward. "Why can't I go? I want to go too." His gaze lingered on Lily's red gown, as though petrified by some spell. Sirius raised an eyebrow, a teasing smile playing on his lips. "Perhaps when your potions grade earns Professor Slughorn's attention, you might have a chance." He lounged lazily against the fireplace, yet his gray eyes never strayed from Ilya's form. Upon hearing this, James's enthusiasm deflated. Left to watch helplessly as Lily dragged Ilya away while he remained with his brothers in the common room, Ilya walked alongside Lily in the corridor. Though her mind still lingered on the Neumont plans, she was momentarily swept away by Lily's exuberance, casting aside her worries for now. Chapter 77, The Slug Club. The crystal chandelier in the banquet hall refracted a dizzying array of light before Ilya's eyes. She adjusted the hem of her pale blue gown, the silk gliding coolly beneath her fingertips. She could feel at least 20 pairs of eyes fixated on her and Lily, those gazes akin to an invisible web, sticky and uncomfortable. This soiree was ostensibly a social event for exceptional talents, Yet in reality, it served merely as a stage for pureblood families to showcase their offspring. The air thick with antiquated arrogance and subtle calculations. I bet 3 galleons that the blonde Slytherin will approach us within 30 seconds. Lily whispered conspiratorially into Alia's ear. Alia stole a glance in the direction Lily indicated. A boy with slicked back hair was striding toward them, the silver-green badge on his chest gleaming. He appeared to be at least in his 5th year, walking with his chin held high, resembling a proud peacock. 25 seconds, Alia corrected under her breath. Suddenly choking on her own saliva, Merlin's socks. Is he really coming over? Indeed, the boy stopped before them, executing an extravagant bow, his sleeves spilling forth a cascade of shimmering gold dust that stood out starkly against the deep green carpet. 2 lovely ladies, I am Malcolm Warrington. His gaze remained glued to Alia's red hair, as though it had ensnared his attention. Perhaps you've heard of the Warrington family? Page 37 of the Pureblood Directory? Alia exchanged a glance with Lily. Just last week in potions class, it was this very Warrington who mocked James, claiming that the color of his shrinking solution resembled troll snot. Apologies, but I have not heard of it, Alia drawled deliberately, observing as Warrington's smile froze upon his face. Is there something amiss, Mr. Warrington? Lily maintained her decorum. Warrington flashed a grin that he deemed charming. Professor Slughorn sent me to check on the new guests. He mimicked the professor's mellifluous tone, particularly directing his words at you, Alia Potter. The entire Hogwarts is aware of your status as the Quidditch prodigy. Lily coughed lightly to stifle a laugh. Alia, evidently disinterested, allowed the atmosphere to grow even more awkward. Yet Warrington appeared oblivious, continuing, next week is Hogsmeade weekend. Perhaps we could venture to the 3 Broomsticks together. My uncle has a barrel of exquisite meat stashed there. Sorry, Alia interrupted. I assume you can discern that I have no desire to engage with you. Her voice was soft, yet sharp as a drawn silver blade. Warrington's complexion paled more than the badge upon his chest. Infuriated, he turned to leave, awkwardly knocking over a tray of butterbeer carried by a passing waiter, the dark liquid splattering across his expensive dragonhide boots. Once he had retreated, Lily couldn't contain her laughter. You're remarkably blunt, but well done. Alia raised an eyebrow in satisfaction, about to respond, when a shadow suddenly loomed over them. The potent fragrance of bay leaf perfume filled the air, as she looked up to meet a pair of malicious gray-green eyes. Malcolm burst Slytherin tie hung askew around his neck, resembling a dying serpent. Evans, he stated, directly using her surname, thick fingers pinching a strand of Lily's red hair, as if assessing the quality of inferior fabric. I hear your parents are both muggles? He raised his voice deliberately, eliciting snickers from several nearby Slytherin students. The atmosphere in the Great Hall seemed to freeze momentarily. Alia promptly drew her wand, swatting his hand away. Remove your filthy hands, she asserted, positioning herself protectively in front of Lily, the tip of her wand gleaming ominously. Lily's expression remained unchanged. Yes, might I inquire what the problem is? Her voice was eerily calm, her green eyes glinting with a dangerous light. Burst's countenance darkened, the flesh of his face quivering. How could Professor Slughorn possibly invite? Just as Alia prepared to unleash a curse upon him, a booming voice interrupted. Professor Slughorn, his iconic rotund belly leading the way, approached briskly, his silver mustache bobbing with each step. Alia and Lily, my dear children, you've finally arrived. I instructed the house elf to prepare your favorite raspberry tarts. Burst reluctantly stepped aside, resembling a monstrous creature being driven away. Professor Slughorn intended to embrace Alia, but she deftly sidestepped, leaving him grasping at air. Slughorn chuckled awkwardly, the folds of flesh upon his face deepening. Ever since that peculiar incident, I've longed to have a proper conversation with you. Lowering his voice, his hefty palm pressed upon her shoulder. You truly impress me, particularly with your remarkable talent in potions. It is simply... Alia felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. Memories of that day still haunted her in nightmarish visions. The damp air of the chamber. The sound of the basilisk's scales scraping against stone. Just fortunate, Professor, she replied softly, her gaze drifting past the professor's shoulder, catching sight of several upper-year Slytherins whispering and pointing at them, their lips forming silent curses. Slughorn's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Modesty is a virtue, but your magical prowess is evident. 7 subjects. He paused meaningfully, his fingers tapping lightly on her shoulder, including potions, which is even more impressive. He suddenly leaned closer, the mingling scents of alcohol and peppermint wafting towards her. I hear you are quite close with Sirius Black. The Black family is one of the oldest pureblood lines. If we could facilitate... Apologies for interrupting, Lily interjected suddenly, her voice pitched an octave higher than usual. Alia noticed her friend's wand trembling gently within her sleeve. its tip emitting a faint, nearly invisible silver glow. Elia, we must be going. I just remembered that we promised Professor McGonagall to assist with organizing the Transfiguration essays. They're due tomorrow, remember? Elia immediately understood, feigning realization. Merlin, I completely forgot. My sincerest apologies, Professor Slughorn, but we must take our leave. She performed a graceful curtsy, her skirt rippling like water. Slughorn appeared somewhat disappointed, the tips of his mustache drooping. Of course, academics take precedence. However, do stay longer next time. I have some unique contacts I wish to introduce you to. He winked knowingly, the flesh of his face contorting. As soon as they exited the great hall, Elia exhaled deeply, as if breaking free from some invisible restraint. Thank you for rescuing me from that inferno, my dear Lily. Had I remained any longer, I feared I might have cursed Professor Slughorn. She made a face, imitating the professor's mannerisms. My dear child, let us discuss the prospects of your union with the Black family. Lily burst into laughter at Elia's words, her emerald eyes glistening with tears of mirth. It seems Professor Slughorn looks at you as if he wishes to package you off to some pureblood family in exchange for potion ingredients. He might pull out a contract parchment for you to sign any moment. She poked at Elia's side. And then Black will come charging in on a thestral to rescue you. Elia giggled, evading her friend's playful jab, her blue skirt fluttering like butterfly wings. That scene would be spectacular. Sirius leading a band of marauders as a wizard cavalry, James brandishing his singed wand as a standard, Remus calming the frightened guests. And Peter, she paused deliberately, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Lily. Peter would be responsible for sneaking bites of the Duke's special honey cake. The two of them laughed and turned a corner, unexpectedly bumping into a magical portrait on the wall that yawned. The old wizard, bleary-eyed, mumbled, these young people nowadays, holding wild parties in the corridors at the witching hour? His nightcap was askew, revealing tufts of disheveled white hair. Lily quickly covered her mouth, her shoulders shaking with suppressed laughter. Elia playfully curtsied to the portrait, the starry earring swaying gently in her hair, sparkling under the torchlight in the corridor. As their laughter gradually subsided, Elia hooked her arm through Lily's, her fingertips unconsciously brushing over the glowing bracelet on her friend's wrist. Honestly, I owe you one today, she said, her voice dropping to a whisper, tinged with fatigue. That burst fellow. Come now, as if I didn't know you? Lily nudged her shoulder, her wand flicking gently, illuminating the corridor with warm orange light, dispelling the shadows. Had Slughorn not suddenly appeared, you would have already disarmed him and sent his wand to the Black Lake to feed the giant squid. She suddenly leaned closer, lowering her voice as she imitated Slughorn's tone. My dear Elia, let me introduce you to a dashing pureblood Slytherin, guaranteed to be more obedient than that black lad. Elia choked on a laugh, envisioning the explosive reaction from Sirius at such a remark. He would surely be furious, his hair standing on end, then corner her against a wall with that mix of indignation and fierce intensity in his eyes, until she surrendered with a smile. The image made her laugh once more. Chapter 78. The Moment of the Hunt. The following day, as the bell signaling the end of the charms class rang, Elia's keen eyes caught sight of the rotund figure of Malcolm burst ambling slowly at the end of the corridor, flanked by two equally arrogant Slytherin lackeys. The scoundrel who humiliated Lily at Slughorn's soir, he was presently casting a malevolent gaze with his gray-green eyes upon the passing lower-year students. Elia's fingers instinctively tightened around her wand. She turned to Lily, her red-haired friend, who was busily organizing her bag, blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Lily. Elia suddenly grasped her friend's wrist, her voice intentionally raised. Could you assist me in borrowing a copy of Intermediate Transfiguration Theory from the library? Professor McGonagall assigned a paper that requires it. Lily narrowed her emerald green eyes suspiciously. Now? Didn't we agree to go together? Please. Elia clasped her hands together, her eyes shimmering with a pleading glimmer. You know Professor McGonagall's preferences best, and which version to borrow. At that moment, James, Sirius, Remus, and Peter emerged from the classroom in a single file. James's glasses were speckled with ink from their recent practice of the levitation charm, while Sirius exuded his usual nonchalant elegance. The quartet exchanged glances swiftly. Sirius leaned lazily against the stone wall, his long fingers casually tapping his wand. We'll wait here with Elia. You go ahead. Lily's gaze flitted between the three of them, eventually exhaling a resigned sigh. What mischief are you concocting this time? Yet upon witnessing Elia's resolute expression, she relented. All right, but don't stir up trouble. She pointed a warning finger at the four, particularly at you, Potter. As soon as Lily's fiery hair disappeared around the corner of the staircase, Elia immediately turned her attention to the Marauders, her expression chilling. Do you recall the soiree with Professor Slughorn that Lily and I attended yesterday? she whispered, her eyes ablaze with fury. That Slytherin named Buster dared to humiliate Lily in front of everyone. James's wand snapped sharply against his palm, veins standing out on his forehead. What did he say? He mocked Lily's Muggle heritage. Elia ground her teeth, her nails digging into her palm as she tugged at her hair, as if inspecting some inferior goods. A dangerous glint flickered across James's glasses. Such a person must be made to pay. Peter gulped nervously, gripping the hem of his shirt tightly. Yet he nodded emphatically. We can't let him get away with this. Remus stroked his chin thoughtfully. We need to devise a meticulous plan. Sirius had already drawn out his prankster wand, its shaft etched with a plethora of inscriptions. Upon closer inspection, they were all abbreviations for various hexes. I propose a 3-step approach, he suggested, mischief glinting in his eyes. First, let him make a fool of himself. Then let him suffer. Finally, ensure he remembers this lesson for eternity. Elia retrieved a fizzing bee candy from her pocket. Peter, slip this into Buster's textbook for the next class. Peter accepted the candy, his fingers trembling slightly. What is this? A modified itchy hex trigger. Elia winked. As soon as he touches the pages, he'll itch as if he wants to peel his skin off. Sirius added with a wicked smile. I've added a touch of silencio to ensure that even if he screams, no one will hear. I'll handle the suit of armor around the corner. James rubbed his hands together, excitement causing his hair to become even more disheveled. Perfect opportunity to try out the new mobility charm. Remus sighed, though the corners of his mouth turned upward slightly. Then I'll ensure Filch just happens to pass by during that time. Elia nodded. Action. 5 minutes later, Buster swaggered toward the Transfiguration classroom, flanked by 2 lackeys like bodyguards. This 4th-year Slytherin was boasting about his family lineage. So my father says that mudbloods like Evans should never be allowed. As he passed a medieval suit of armor, the rusty gauntlet suddenly snapped open with a clatter, and the heavy iron glove descended squarely upon his slick head. Ouch! Buster cursed loudly, only to suddenly clutch his throat, his face reddening. His mouth opened and closed, yet no sound emerged. At the same time, his right hand began to scratch furiously at his left arm, leaving angry red marks on his skin. Buster's eyes widened in terror, bouncing in place like a toad caught by the throat. His lackeys attempted to assist him, only to find themselves frozen in place, their shoes inexplicably glued to the floor. Sirius stepped out from the shadows, twirling his wand elegantly. Permanent adhesive charm, no need to thank me. Look. James suddenly pointed at the ceiling, shouting a fluffer. Buster reflexively looked up, right in time to catch a blob of pink goo tumbling down from above. With a splat, the sticky substance coated his face, rapidly expanding and encasing his entire head in a pink sphere. The latest invention. Bubble snot gel. Elia, concealed under her invisibility cloak, admired her handiwork, which expands tenfold upon contact with saliva. Buster frantically clawed at the pink substance on his face, only to worsen the situation. His lackeys struggled futilely, their shoes still firmly adhered to the floor. From the end of the corridor, Filch's hoarse voice could be heard bellowing, "It's you little rascals again." But when he arrived breathless at the scene, he found only 2 stupefied Slytherin students and a trail of peculiar pink footprints leading towards the boys' lavatory. Odd. Filch scratched his bald head. I clearly heard. Meanwhile, within the boys' lavatory, an even more spectacular scene was unfolding. Buster plunged his head into the sink, desperate to wash off the goo, only to trigger the faucet charm Elia had set earlier. Each tap erupted with a fluorescent green liquid, reeking of rotten eggs. Ugh. Buster gagged and stumbled backward, inadvertently stepping on the slippery beans James had scattered on the floor, causing him to slide backward with a thud into the last stall. The stall door clicked shut automatically, and from above, Remus's gentle voice chimed, "All cleaned up." In an instant, all traces of the prank vanished without a trace, leaving behind a soaked and green-stained Buster, his head adorned with a pink bubble, locked inside the restroom stall. Perfectly executed, James whispered beneath the invisibility cloak, and the 4 boys and Elia high-fived in celebration. That night, the hospital wing welcomed a rather peculiar patient. Madame Pomfrey frowned as she examined the student, who was scratching incessantly and expelling green bubbles from his mouth. Strange, it's neither dragon pox nor vanishing sickness. Buster opened his mouth to explain, but only managed to emit a series of wheezing sounds. His lackeys exchanged bewildered glances, unable to articulate the situation. At breakfast the following day, the headline of the Hogwarts gossip blared. Slytherin student mysteriously stricken with peculiar malady, suspected of contact with dark magical objects. Lily read the paper, casting a suspicious glance at Elia, who was savoring her bacon. Did you all have something to do with this yesterday? Yesterday? Elia blinked innocently. We were waiting for you in the library the whole time. She turned to the Marauders, right? For a solid 3 hours, Sirius nodded solemnly, pouring more pumpkin juice into Alia's cup. The discussion was quite in-depth, Remus added, a hint of a smile playing at his lips. I even took notes. Peter hurriedly produced a crumpled piece of parchment, which bore hasty sketches of wands and a flurry of question marks. James suddenly erupted into a fit of coughs, his face turning crimson. Ahem, that transfiguration theory was quite, fascinating. Lily narrowed her eyes at the group, ultimately shaking her head with a smile. Well, since you all say so. She took a bite of her toast, adding meaningfully, it's a pity Madame Pomfrey mentioned that Buster's symptoms will clear up tonight. Alia exchanged a knowing glance with the Marauders. The crisp sound of pumpkin juice cups clinking together resonated through the hall, as if toasting to the exquisite act of revenge. Suddenly, Sirius leaned closer to Alia, his warm breath brushing against her earlobe. Next time there's a gathering like this, remember to invite me. A dangerous glimmer sparkled in his gray eyes. I am quite curious about the special connection Slughorn intends to introduce you to. Alia's ears turned crimson in an instant, and she feigned a cough as if choking on the pumpkin juice. Ahem, that depends on your performance. James dramatically covered his eyes from the side. Merlin's beard. There's a black flirting here. I need eye drops. Lily laughed as she shoved a piece of bread into James's mouth. Eat your breakfast, Potter. Chapter 79. The Mirror of Eriste. The crackling fire in the Gryffindor common room cast a golden halo upon Alia's focused profile. The tip of her wand traced intricate trajectories in the air, conjuring golden runes that slowly formed and then dissipated with the subtle tremor of her wrist. Tomorrow they would depart from Hogwarts for the holidays, and she needed to be fully prepared for her plans to go to New Mongard. Aia. The door to the common room swung open abruptly, and James burst in, more disheveled than usual, his glasses askew on his nose, his face alight with the thrill of discovery. Before Alia could react, James had seized her wrist and pulled her up from the sofa. Come quick to see what we've found. His voice trembled slightly with excitement. Wait, James, I was practicing. Alia's protest was interrupted by the sudden appearance of Sirius, who, with his characteristic mischievous grin, wrapped an arm around her waist, lifting her alongside James. Don't struggle, dear, he whispered in her ear, his warm breath brushing against her earlobe. This time you'll truly be grateful to us. Remus and Peter followed closely behind, their faces adorned with mysterious smiles. With a resigned sigh, Alia relinquished her resistance. As she was swept through the corridors of the castle by 4 taller boys, she could only be thankful that it was late at night, and no one would witness this comical scene. You better have something important, Alia muttered, her wand still tightly gripped in her hand. I need to wake up early tomorrow to pack. Trust me, it's worth losing an hour of sleep. James winked back at her, his eyes sparkling behind his glasses. We've discovered something. Shoo. Sirius suddenly interrupted, scanning the surroundings warily. Not here. They finally halted before an abandoned classroom. James drew his wand and whispered a complex unlocking charm, clearly indicating that they had visited this place more than once. The door creaked open, revealing a dimly lit interior. Are you ready? Sirius's voice held an uncommon mixture of tension and anticipation. Alia was gently ushered into the room, where moonlight streamed through the high windows, illuminating a tall and ornate object in the center. A magnificent mirror with a golden frame, inscribed at the top with ancient text. Alia's breath caught in her throat. The Mirror of Eriste. We stumbled upon it by chance, James excitedly explained, pulling her forward. Come see, Alia, it shows the future. Sirius had already stepped before the mirror, his expression gradually softening with yearning. I see myself free, with you, Alia, and family beside me. His voice carried a vulnerability that Alia had never before heard. Gently, Alia took hold of his hand, feeling the tremor of his fingertips. She understood what Sirius saw in the mirror. Liberation from the shackles of the Black family. A life with his beloved, perhaps even a reconciliation with his brother, Regulus. One by one, the Marauders stood before the mirror, sharing their visions of the future. Remus saw himself unburdened by his werewolf identity. Peter envisioned himself admired by many, and James. I see Lily and me. James's voice was softer than usual, his fingers unconsciously brushing the mirror's surface. And a little one, I think it's our child. He has messy hair like mine, but his eyes are undoubtedly Lily's. Alia's heart constricted. Harry, he saw Harry in the mirror. This is not the future, James, Alia murmured, approaching the mirror. This is the Mirror of Eriste. It reveals not the future, but the deepest desires of one's heart. James furrowed his brow in confusion. What do you mean? The inscription reads backward as in dreams. One sees what they truly desire, Alia elucidated. It showcases our innermost longings, rather than the reality of the future. Then Lily and I. James's voice faltered, uncertainty creeping in. Alia comfortingly patted his shoulder. This is indeed your heart's truest desire, but it does not necessarily mean it will come to fruition. Alia, come see what you see in the mirror, Sirius gently suggested, curiosity glinting in his gray eyes. As she stood before the mirror, the reflection took her breath away. A group of people stood there, James and Lily hand in hand, with a beaming little Harry in between. Sirius was beside her, his arm casually draped over her shoulder. Remus appeared healthy and joyful, and there was even Regulus Black, standing vibrantly among them. Dumbledore smiled benevolently. Everyone safe, everyone together. This is my greatest desire. Alia's voice trembled with emotion. She understood how impossible this scene was in the predetermined fate, knowing that half of those people would perish. Her fingers instinctively brushed the mirror's surface, the cold sensation reminding her that this was merely a dream. Sirius embraced her from behind, resting his chin atop her head. What did you see, my dear? Everyone is well, Alia replied succinctly, quickly blinking away the moisture from her eyes. She turned to face the four boys. We must return. We have to catch the train tomorrow. On the way back to Gryffindor Tower, Alia remained unusually silent. Sirius glanced at her with concern. But each time she offered him a reassuring smile. Only she understood how the vision in the mirror had fortified her resolve. She must go to New Mongard. She must find Grindelwald. If the person who understood Dumbledore and the Deathly Hallows best could not help her change the future, then no one could. In the dead of night, when the others in the dormitory were fast asleep, Alia quietly slipped out of Gryffindor Tower, making her way back to the abandoned classroom. The moonlight was brighter than before, illuminating the path to her destination without requiring a flicker of lumos. However, upon pushing open the door, she found a tall silver figure already standing before the mirror of Ariste, Albus Dumbledore. I suspected you would return. Dumbledore spoke without turning, his voice echoing in the empty classroom. The mirror of Ariste holds a unique allure for those who know its secrets. Alia took a deep breath, stepping into the room and gently closing the door behind her. Professor, I only wish to save them, she murmured, her gaze instinctively drifting toward the mirror, to James, Lily, Sirius, and even Regulus. They all deserve a better ending. Dumbledore sighed, approaching her. Alia, do not fear the occurrence of certain events due to your identity. Some threads of fate, once forcefully altered, may unravel the entire tapestry. Alia abruptly met his gaze, staring intently into the headmaster's eyes. That sentiment applies to you as well, Professor, she stated pointedly. Do not let past mistakes deter you from confronting certain individuals or emotions. Dumbledore's eyes widened slightly behind his crescent-shaped spectacles, clearly taken aback by such a retort. Alicia discerned that she had struck a nerve regarding Gellert Grindelwald, their shared history, and all that Dumbledore had deliberately evaded over the years. I intend to travel to Nurmengard during the holidays, Alicia stated forthrightly, observing as Dumbledore's expression morphed into a complex tapestry of emotions. I require Grindelwald's knowledge of the Deathly Hallows. Perhaps you, too, must confront certain truths. A silence enveloped the two. The moonlight cast shifting shadows upon the mirror of Ariste, and the reflections within were hazy yet hauntingly familiar. You are far braver than I had imagined, Alicia, Dumbledore finally remarked, his voice imbued with an emotion that Alicia struggled to decipher, tinged with recklessness. Nurmengard is not a place for students, especially not now. I am no ordinary student, Professor. You are acutely aware of that, Alicia asserted resolutely, her fingers instinctively caressing her wand. And sometimes recklessness is essential. Is that not what Gryffindor is renowned for? A wry smile flickered across Dumbledore's face. Indeed. You are quite the Gryffindor. He turned his gaze to the mirror of Ariste, where the reflections revealed a younger version of himself alongside Grindelwald, both grasping the elder wand together. You must exercise caution, Alicia. Even imprisoned for years, Gellert remains perilous. I am aware, Alicia replied softly, her gaze sweeping over the mirrored image of Dumbledore and Grindelwald in their youth. But for the sake of altering the future, I am willing to take this risk. She cast one last glance at the mirror of Ariste, the scenes of happiness within providing her solace. Then she turned and departed, leaving Dumbledore alone before the mirror, contemplating the intricate patterns woven between the past and the future. For the safety of all futures, Alicia whispered to herself as she embarked on her path back to Gryffindor Tower, her heart already brimming with plans for the impending journey to Nurmengard.